Chapter 1. The Apprenticeship. If you agree to take me as your personal disciple, I shall save your life. What do you say? Do you hear yourself? Are you even speaking coherently? Suspended precariously on the cliff, Su Chang clung to the rock face, gazing at the playful and grinning Yi Chanming who squatted above him. You're unwilling? Then it seems Chanming has no choice. We are not related. So why should I save you? Miss, listen to me. My intention in establishing a sect is merely to secure a meager sect subsidy for survival. I never planned on taking disciples, and I lack any cultivation. Su Chang was at a loss for words. Having only just crossed over a few days prior, how had he attracted the attention of this formidable individual? My dear lady, you are a child of destiny, the future empress of the demon race. You should be joining the protagonist's ranks, indulging in merriment by day and revelry by night. Why must you embroil me in your troubles? Miss, I truly cannot hold on any longer. How about I recommend a sect to you? You must know Cheng Liang. He is untouchable by the laws of heaven. If you become his disciple, your future will undoubtedly be bright. Yi Chiming was not so easily deceived. She was no fool. Su Cheng's inner thoughts had been laid bare before her, and she had been privy to such sentiments for several days. She was well aware of the numerous treasures Su Chang possessed, all of which were top-tier celestial artifacts, and some even regarded as innate treasures, existing only in legend. However, Su Chang lacked the cultivation to utilize them. Knowing all this, how could Yi Qinming let him go? With just a little cunning, she had maneuvered Su Chang into his current predicament. Su Chang had no disciples, no children. If she became his apprentice, would not all those treasures belong to her? I want nothing to do with that Cheng Liang. I want to take you as my master and be the chief disciple of Lingxian Hall. Yi Chunming remained unfazed, convinced that Su Chang would eventually relent. Has this lady lost her wits? Does she truly wish to bring about my demise? If you join my sect, it will be obvious that I am coercing you. Would the world not rally to hunt me down? I merely wish to secure a sect subsidy. Why must this be so arduous? Though both paths lead to death, I cannot perish at this moment. Under the eaves, one must endure. Fine, I agree. Just pull me up first. Really? Yi Chenming's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she grasped Su Cheng's wrist and effortlessly hoisted him up, as if lifting a chick. Huh, do you think me a fool? At tomorrow's disciple induction ceremony, if I do not nod in agreement, let us see how you fare. Su Cheng nodded, smiling as he waved farewell to Yi Chenming. All right, master. See you tomorrow. Yi Chenming's fox-like eyes narrowed, having already made up her mind. The next day, at the disciple induction ceremony, various sects gathered at Ling Mountain to recruit new disciples, and Su Chang was no exception since he aimed to secure a sect subsidy. Participating in collective activities was necessary. Su Chang did not wish to appear so desolate, but having transmigrated as the villain in a cultivation world, what could he do? To survive, he could only avoid the male protagonist and do good deeds, akin to lay foam. He must not provide any opportunity for the protagonist and his harem to eliminate him. After all, this was a world of cultivation, and the protagonist's harem consisted largely of children of destiny. Su Chang could not afford to provoke them. The execution platform gathered countless prodigies, each standing tall and proud, dreaming of joining a powerful sect to learn the ways of immortality and attain longevity. Cheng Liang descended from the heavens on his sword, landing precisely before his designated seat. Su Cheng, you two are here to take disciples? Cheng Liang's gaze brimmed with mockery, his words dripping with sarcasm. How could anyone possibly wish to be his disciple, given Su Cheng's lack of cultivation? Merely looking around to see if there are any promising candidates. Su Chang feigned an air of aloofness, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the multitude of aspiring prodigies on the execution platform. This year, there are indeed several good prospects. I wonder which one has caught Su's eye? Cheng Liang wore a knowing smile, clearly anticipating that Su Cheng would, as in previous years, fail to attract a single disciple. Let's see a bit longer. With a fleeting gaze, feigning humility, Su Cheng provided the protagonist with ample emotional value, feeling he understood men all too well. He had completely grasped the protagonist's little schemes. Did you see that girl in the white dress? Her name is Yi Chunming. a descendant of the fox demon king, born with enchanting allure. If properly guided, she will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Yi Qianming stood right in the front row, making her easy to spot. Cheng Liang leaned against Su Cheng's shoulder, speaking with an air of insouciance. Huh, I can tell from your posture what nonsense you are about to utter. Brother Cheng is quite right, this girl. Encountering Brother Cheng is like a fine bird finding a worthy tree or a virtuous minister meeting a worthy lord. Her future is limitless. Cheng Liang laughed heartily, clearly pleased by Su Cheng's flattering words. Such a prospect, do you not find appealing? Do I dare to find it appealing? If I did, would you not seek to eliminate me? Who would not desire such a treasure? I do not find it appealing. I prefer to take a male disciple. Female disciples are too delicate and not within my consideration. Seated in the Grand Master's chair, Su Cheng spoke earnestly, unaware that his thoughts were entirely transparent to Yi Qianming. The corner of Yi Qianming's mouth turned up. Did he fancy her? That was entirely to be expected. Soon, the disciple induction ceremony commenced. The various sects were teeming with people. Cheng Liang's side was on the verge of stampede, while Su Cheng's area resembled that of a lonely elder, starkly empty. Compared to the towering 2-meter platforms of other sects, Su Cheng had merely a small wooden table, not even as spacious as a street vendor's stall, lounging there in a lazy manner, resembling a fortune teller. He could not even be bothered to hang a banner. A plain piece of paper with the words Lingxian Hall was placed on the table as he slumped over, dozing off. At that moment, Su Cheng was utterly exhausted. He had spent the entire night studying the Ling frost sword technique. Though he lacked cultivation, he was unwilling to concede. Why did this enhanced innate treasure, the Ling frost sword, feel like a mere firewood stick in my hands? There was nothing wrong with the technique or the sword art. The Ling frost sword was undeniably genuine. Why could I not perceive the sword's aura? Why could I not sense the essence of a Ling frost sword? Yi Qianming listened from a distance. An innate treasure? An enhanced version? Is it that sword on his person? Dressed in a gray, coarse robe, Su Cheng appeared more like a scholarly gentleman than the ethereal figures of other sect masters. A 3-foot-long sword hung at his waist, its scabbard dull and rough, while the white cord wrapped around the hilt had yellowed with time, yet the jade pendant hanging above appeared to be of some value. Perhaps this shabby item was intended for his master. It likely served merely to intimidate others. Yi Qianming had observed Su Cheng for several days and had come to understand him somewhat. She believed that Su Cheng likely concealed any treasures he possessed, and that the Ling frost sword was probably hidden away to prevent others from coveting it. An enhanced innate treasure? If the master refers to it as a great treasure, would he truly part with a sword? Miss, the disciple induction ceremony has begun. Are you hesitating about which sect to join? An elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, approached. He was the second elder of Cheng Liang's Tiandao Pavilion, possessing formidable strength. It was a rare privilege for ordinary disciples to converse with him. Given the nature of the event, Cheng Liang would not come in person, but the second elder had taken the time to invite her, which was a considerable honor. Nonetheless, Yi Qianming's qualifications undoubtedly warranted such attention. Even without other considerations, her innate allure would be coveted by Cheng Liang. Thank you for your kind offer. Elder Qianming has already chosen her preferred master. May I inquire as to which sect master that may be? The second elder was not rushed to reveal his own identity, knowing that as long as this woman was not foolish, she would undoubtedly choose Tiandao Pavilion. Yi Qianming paid him no mind, striding directly to Su Cheng's small table, kneeling respectfully without uttering a word. Upon witnessing this scene, the second elder was left stunned. From a distance, Cheng Liang, caught mid-conversation with a female disciple, darkened his expression. Miss, do you wish to join Lingxian Hall? The second elder's face was filled with disbelief. Even if Yi Qianming considered herself above others, refusing to join Tiandao Pavilion was one thing. There were so many other options. Why would she choose this waste of a sect master? Su Cheng? Yi Qianming ignored him, quietly kneeling, aware that Su Cheng was not asleep. She understood that she must take Su Cheng as her master from the moment she knelt. There was no turning back. To betray him now would render her utterly despised, looked down upon wherever she went. Second elder, please speak up. Elder, look at her. Cheng Liang, hurry. Your harem is about to take me as her master. You must take her away. Miss, the master of Lingxian Hall is so discourteous in my opinion. It would be better to join another sect rather than waste your exceptional talents. Yi Chunming was beyond caring at this point. While Su Cheng may not be much, at least he lacked troublesome individuals around him, allowing her to cultivate in peace. As a descendant of the Fox Demon royal lineage, how could I demean myself to become part of someone else's harem or be treated as a plaything? Just the way he looks at himself is repugnant. Yi Chunming remained silent, awaiting Su Cheng's response, kneeling obediently. Unbeknownst to her, a crowd had gathered, all urging Yi Chunming to return to the right path. At that moment, the crowd parted slowly to reveal Cheng Liang, the master of Tiandao Pavilion, approaching. Cheng Liang had shed the playful demeanor he had displayed while chatting with Su Cheng, adopting a completely new posture. Cheng Liang stepped beside Yi Chunming, speaking, "Miss, do not waste your efforts. One cannot awaken those feigning sleep. This Su master lacks cultivation and naturally will not accept you as a disciple. T long last, you have arrived, my brother. My arm has grown numb from remaining in this position for so long, akin to feigning death, too apprehensive to alter my stance." Well said. Rouse her. Shatter her fanciful dreams with the harshness of reality. Convey to him that there exists no possibility between her and me. The onlookers, seemingly aggrieved, joined the clamor, each contributing their voices. Indeed, everyone is aware that the leader of Lingxian Palace is nothing more than a talentless fool. A wayward son returning to the right path. Master Cheng has shown remarkable leniency with his kind admonitions. You should consider yourself fortunate. Seeing that Yi Chunming remained unmoved, Cheng Liang decided to unleash his trump card. I cannot bear to see your extraordinary talents go to waste. I wish to take you as my disciple and impart celestial-level techniques to you. What say you? Yes. You ought not to maintain such an air of superiority. Your words ring true. A person of your caliber deserves to be accompanied by a beauty of her stature. Take her away. I have yet to experience enough of life. At this moment, Yi Chunming felt somewhat exasperated, yet wary of giving Su Cheng any leverage against her, as he was actively seeking a means to rebuff her. How could she dare disturb Su Cheng's slumber? Chunming is resolute in her desire to become Master Su's disciple, dedicating her life to serve him faithfully. I appreciate Master Cheng's goodwill, but I must decline. Chapter 2. The bestowal of a name. The inhabitants of Su City were utterly bewildered. Was Yi Chunming truly out of her mind? No, dear lady. Do you truly wish to bring about my demise? Master Cheng, with his gentle persuasion, implored her to heed his words, yet she remained obstinate. Serving me closely, you have pledged your allegiance to my cause, yet that fellow will undoubtedly harbor ill intentions towards us both. My precious darling, he may be reluctant to harm you, but I am certain he will not spare my life. This simply cannot be. One must not show any weakness, for that fiend is devoid of mercy. Should things go awry, he might even turn against you. Su Cheng was resolute in his decision to remain unmoved, and thus no one could rouse him from his slumber. Yi Chunming was taken aback. This man, was he genuinely concerned for her? Cheng Liang, too, was at a loss, his expression faltering as he extended an invitation, only to be met with rejection. What a disgrace for him, the leader of the Tiandao Pavilion. Just look at him. Cheng Liang tugged at Su Cheng's garments, shaking him with all his might, but Su Cheng lay there, as inert as a lifeless dog, feigning sleep. Do you not see? He simply does not wish to accept you. Can you not discern the obvious? Do you believe this to be a test? Cheng Liang gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him, utterly perplexed by her sheer foolishness. In frustration, he kicked Su Cheng's chair, causing Su Cheng, who was resting his head on the table, to tumble to the ground along with the chair. Like a bullied child too fearful to retaliate, Su Cheng timidly righted the table and chair. Continuing his charade of slumber, Yi Chunming gritted her teeth, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow in her heart. Chunming, as you can see, I am but a useless wretch, incapable of protecting you. Were I alone, I could certainly endure, but how could I, as your master, accept you as my disciple? If you do not favor him, simply seek another sect, There are countless sects to choose from. Surely one will suit your taste. Yi Chunming yearned to rise and demand that he keep his distance from her master. However, she had yet to earn such acknowledgement, and such actions would merely complicate matters for Su Cheng, making it even less likely for him to accept her as a disciple. Stubborn and unyielding, Cheng Liang concluded that since Yi Chunming remained unmoved, he might as well let her learn the hard way. Su Cheng, lacking cultivation, could offer her no guidance, and sooner or later she would find herself bound to him. With this thought, Cheng Liang turned to leave, while the crowd of onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Master Cheng's well-meaning advice truly goes unappreciated. Indeed, does she truly think that a modicum of talent grants her the right to act so haughtily? I concur. She is of the same ilk as that Su Cheng, birds of a feather. Indeed, gradually, the surroundings quieted, and Su Cheng, who had not slept at all the previous night, was unaware when he finally drifted into slumber. When he awoke once more, the sun was nearly setting. Dazed, Su Cheng lifted his head to behold. What to do now? Continuing the charade of sleep was no longer an option. Su Cheng straightened up, for the first time scrutinizing Yi Chunming before him. Why Yi Chunming appeared somewhat lost in thought. But upon hearing Su Cheng's inner voice, she jolted back to attention. Her master had awakened. Slowly, she knelt upright, her legs numb, yet maintaining perfect posture. What is your name? Yi Chunming. Only then did Su Cheng take a closer look at the enchanting Yi Chunming before him. She was truly breathtaking. Yes, she was part of Cheng Liang's harem. Su Cheng had never regarded her with any real attention. Born with an innate charm, she possessed the blood of a fox demon king. To accept her as a disciple would be akin to inviting disaster. Rise, you have knelt for an entire day. Yes. Chunming gingerly stood, feeling as though her legs could not straighten. Standing was more uncomfortable than kneeling. Hearing Su Cheng's inner thoughts, she felt a surge of resentment. Was it her fault for being born with such alluring beauty? Why must she always be treated as a harbinger of calamity? With so many sects to choose from, why did she choose to pledge herself to me? This was a question Su Cheng could never comprehend. Any rational person would surely avoid him. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yi Chunming's beautiful eyes. She would not resort to deceit. Yet when it came to Su Cheng, she felt it was as if it came naturally. Because I believe the Lingxian Hall suits me. I require a master who cares for me. In Lingxian Hall, I shall be the sole disciple, and my master shall only have eyes for me. I need not concern myself with others, allowing me to cultivate in peace, choosing to focus on the essentials. Yi Chunming did not lie. After all, lies would eventually reveal their flaws, but silence offered room for maneuver. However, this was equally significant. She had no desire to compete for favor with other disciples, nor did she wish to expend energy over precious resources needed for cultivation. In Lingxian Hall, she would be the only disciple, and what belonged to her master would belong to her as well. Undoubtedly, it was the best choice. Today's events, you have witnessed, should you follow me. Such occurrences will become the norm. This moment. Su Cheng, too, understood that Yi Chunming was not acting impulsively in seeking him as her master. Moreover, she had knelt for an entire day, which spoke volumes of her sincerity. Sighing deeply, Su Cheng declared solemnly, I shall grant you an opportunity. Do you wish to test your mettle? Chunming is willing to give it. Yi Chunming nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable, while those nearby looked on in bewilderment, puzzled as to what could be so thrilling about joining such a sect. Yet, Su Cheng's so-called opportunity had already been revealed to Yi Chunming through her insights. A congenital treasure. This was the master's treasured sword, named Ling Shuang. If she could wield it, would he then accept her as his disciple? Let fate decide. If she could master the Ling Shuang sword, it would be a sign that destiny sought to take her as a disciple. Only when Su Cheng presented the Ling Shuang sword before her did Yi Chunming realize that this unremarkable item truly belonged to the legendary sword. Yet, upon hearing Su Cheng's inner voice, she felt a twinge of panic. No one would lie within their heart. The Ling Shuang sword resembled a burial artifact, as if it had lain buried for millennia. The sheath rusted over. With a blank expression, Yi Chunming cautiously accepted the Ling Shuang sword. While curious onlookers gathered around her, Daha. Taking advice is one thing. Not understanding such a simple principle is another. To take on a disciple, and then present such a piece of junk? The fact that it can even be drawn at all is a miracle. Thank goodness I joined the Tiandao Pavilion. Even as an ordinary disciple, I would still receive a mid-grade flying sword. Yi Chunming paid them no mind, and Su Cheng was equally unfazed. Why Yi Chunming? This name paired with your fate is indeed a pitiful child. Yi Chunming gazed at the sword in her hand, then at Su Cheng. Shaking her head to dismiss such thoughts, the long sword slowly emerged from its sheath. Despite its battered exterior, the blade concealed beneath glimmered with a cold light, as if an invisible sword aura shielded it from the ravages of time. Indeed, her instincts had not failed her. He had not deceived her. This was undeniably a celestial sword, and merely holding it allowed her to sense its power. Yet having never wielded a celestial sword, she believed that even if it were not a congenital treasure, it was certainly a superior celestial grade weapon. The question remained whether she could master it. A mystery yet to unfold. This moment, Yi Chunming was filled with certainty. Standing before the man and receiving this opportunity was an immense stroke of fortune. Now, it was up to her to seize it. This Ling Shuang sword had a rebellious temperament. One must exercise caution. It seemed only she could master it. Even if one could not, they should not overexert themselves, lest they bring injury upon themselves. Yi Chunming resolved that today, even if it cost her life, she would tame this sword. Yet what she voiced was, very well. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Yi Chunming sent the long sword soaring into the air, invoking her spell to control the sword, causing the Ling Shuang sword to hover midair. This startled Yi Chunming considerably, and she thought to herself, so this is a congenital treasure, a reinforced version. It was not Yi Chunming who commanded the Ling Shuang sword. Rather, the sword seemed to respond to her every whim, as if it were tailored specifically for her, cooperating effortlessly. The Ling Shuang sword gradually shed its layers of dust, revealing its originally pristine essence. The snow-white sheath bore the gilded inscription Ling Shuang. It was as if thousands of years of dormancy had met the sunlight, akin to a lost traveler finding new life. This was the sword of her dreams. As a sword cultivator, Yi Chunming had always yearned to possess a celestial sword. Now, she was overwhelmed with excitement, on the verge of tears. This was no ordinary celestial sword. It was a genuine congenital treasure, a divine weapon that existed only in legends. What sect could offer her such treatment? Which master would be so generous? Only Su Cheng. Only her magnificent master. Oh, so this is how it works? No wonder I couldn't wield it before. I must try it myself when I return. As Yi Chunming was lost in her emotions, the Ling Shuang sword hovered in the air, and she suddenly heard Su Cheng's inner voice. Your innate talent is indeed commendable. You possess the qualifications too. Su Cheng attempted to commend Yi Chunming further, but she interrupted him. Seeing that she had successfully mastered the Ling Shuang sword, Yi Chunming hastily sheathed it and held it close. Kneeling properly. Thank you, master, for bestowing the sword. Su Cheng was taken aback, his outstretched hand grasping nothing but air before retracting in embarrassment. What the hell? This is my treasured sword. When did I say I would give it to you? With so many witnesses, how dare you openly seize it? Well, it seems I have been outmaneuvered. Regardless, keeping it in my possession is merely a burden. The Ling Shuang sword can help suppress her innate charm. From this moment forth, you shall be my true disciple, the foremost student of Lingxian Hall. At this juncture, the onlookers began to discern the underlying dynamics. Yi Chunming had sought Su Cheng's sword, which was why she had joined Lingxian Hall. With her talents, combined with a sword that appeared to be at least of celestial rank, did she truly require her master's guidance? The crowd even felt a twinge of regret, pondering why they were not the ones to seize this opportunity. Joining the Tiandao Pavilion would merely render them ordinary disciples, while becoming part of Lingxian Hall would elevate them to a position of unparalleled favor. Chunming, I shall uphold the honor of the Lingxian Hall and the esteemed name of my master. Witnessing Yi Chunming kneeling before him, Su Cheng finally comprehended the true significance of taking on a mentor. That Yi Chunming was no ordinary individual, though she appeared meek and docile on the surface. Su Cheng was acutely aware that in her eyes, humanity was no different from livestock. Having been alone since childhood, her heart was consumed by a profound hatred, and should she lose her focus for a mere moment, calamity could ensue. That it was pitiable for her, a fact that only highlighted Su Cheng's own cruelty, yet he still chose to accept her. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, he yearned to test the waters. He had long since grown weary of this existence. Upon meeting the gaze of Yi Ching Han, with her fox-like eyes, he recognized that now, as a disciple, Yi Changming was indeed his responsibility. It was imperative to grant this poor child a new name. For with her destiny, even if she did not intervene for that Cheng Liang, she would not live to see the day she ascended as a demon emperor. As your master, I am not fond of the name Qinming. Observing your fate, I bestow upon you the name Qing Han. You find it agreeable. Even if for but a day I am your master, I shall not fail you, though destiny may be predetermined. I shall shoulder all burdens on your behalf. Thank you, master, for bestowing a name. She listened intently. Yet if Su Cheng did not speak, Yi Qingming would not inquire further. Why, Qing Han, this is a gift from my master. A reimagining of the future against the will of fate. In the distance, Cheng Liang observed this scene and understood. Yi Qing Han had allied herself with Su Cheng for the sake of that sword. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to save her. He could not allow such a splendid girl to fall into Su Cheng's hands. He possessed only a scant few heavenly treasures, and while he lacked a top-tier celestial sword, it seemed Yi Qing Han had already obtained the Ling Shuang sword. Thus, he had no reason to refuse her now. Chapter 3. The 6 Gifts following Su Cheng up the mountain. Upon seeing the Lingxian Hall, Yi Qing Han could hardly contain herself. Is this the Lingxian Hall? Is this a sect? Master, are you saying this is the Lingxian Hall? Yi Qing Han pointed incredulously at the dilapidated structure before her. Indeed, in cultivating immortality, one must seek clarity and simplicity. I do not favor excessive opulence. Yet, must it be so humble? Yi Qing Han could not help but internally scoff at the sight of the small courtyard. Does the world of cultivation also harbor deceit? Congratulations, host, on acquiring a disciple. The antagonist system bestows upon you the following rewards. Lingxian Hall 1. Innate Superior Spiritual Root Seed 1,999 All-Purpose Spirit 1. Cultivation Assistance Materials. Yi Qing Han. 10 sets. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Since his arrival in this realm, the antagonist system had vanished after introducing the world to him, and no amount of calling could summon it back, had it not suddenly reappeared. Su Cheng might have forgotten he even had a system. What vexed him most was this wretched system. Were the cultivation materials specifically bound to him? Did it fear he would withhold them from his disciple, reserving them for himself? The system store permissions are now open. Go inside and await your master. Yi Qing Han did not dwell on it. Not only did she know her master would not harm her, but even if he did, she was unafraid. Having just been called humble by his disciple, Su Cheng resolved to provide Yi Qing Han with a visual spectacle. The immortal hall disregarded the terrain, requiring no site selection. As long as it was grounded, surrounding trees and stones would be cleared in an instant. But a fleeting moment. The Lingxian Hall rose from the earth, fully furnished with all necessary amenities. Now this resembles a true antagonist. What had he endured before? Was he reduced to begging on his knees? Furthermore, if an antagonist lacked strength, how could it highlight the prowess of the illustrious Cheng? Come forth. Yi Qing Han could hear Su Cheng's thoughts within the hall, but when she witnessed it for herself, Master, I have been foolish. A pang of guilt struck her. Had she truly judged him with a narrow mind? It was her master who had not considered her needs. There are many rooms within. Choose whichever you desire to inhabit. After Su Cheng spoke, he led Yi Qing Han inside, where the magnificent and grand halls resembled a celestial palace, infused with rich spiritual energy. Naturally, Su Cheng selected the main hall, and Yi Qing Han dared not voice any objections. Her master rightfully deserved the largest chamber, while Yi Qing Han chose the room adjacent to her master, as a disciple ought to reside close to their mentor. After a brief tidying of her quarters, Yi Qing Han proceeded to the Lingxian Hall to perform her vow of apprenticeship. She was already the eldest disciple. What remained was merely a formality. However, She did not anticipate that upon kneeling, she would be startled by a sudden reprimand. "Qing Han, where is your Ling Shuang sword?" Su Cheng's tone was frigid, his eyes turning fearsome. Yi Qinghan froze, her master's expression instilling a sense of dread within her. Perhaps it was due to having knelt for too long, as her legs trembled involuntarily in the room. Seeing Yi Qinghan's state, Su Cheng's heart softened. "I am not angry, but Qinghan, remember, the Ling Shuang sword must never leave your side, nor be placed within a storage ring. Should an innate treasure be lost, I fear the consequences for this world." Yi Qinghan quickly acknowledged her mistake, affirming, "I will heed my master's teachings." She understood that this sword was more precious than her very life. If the world were to learn of the existence of such an innate treasure, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. The three realms would surely descend into madness. Hastily, she rose and rushed back to her room to retrieve the Ling Shuang sword, silently vowing never to part with it again. Fortunately, her master did not pursue the matter further. Once she secured the sword to her waist, she served tea to her master and performed her vow of apprenticeship. There was no one to preside over the ceremony, nor any witnesses. Yet Yi Qinghan paid it no mind, kneeling with the utmost decorum. Though it appeared somewhat humble, she firmly believed this was an indispensable step. Bowing to her master was a matter of tradition. Regardless of her master's concern, as a disciple, she must not overstep her bounds. This bow was merely the first step. In her quest for vengeance for her mother, she could not afford to be without her master. "I cannot even ensure my own safety, yet I brazenly take on a disciple." Gradually accepting the teacup, he took a gentle sip, brushing his hand over Yi Qinghan's head. "I have prepared 6 gifts for your initiation, including the Ling Shuang sword." Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the array of gifts on the table, momentarily stunned. "Master, the 6 gifts ought to be prepared by the disciple for you. Your kindness is beyond what I can repay. How could I dare? This is the tradition of my Lingxian Hall. You may accept them without hesitation." Su Cheng smirked, introducing each gift to Yi Qinghan one by one. Yi Qinghan obediently nodded. Her master's words were law, and she would comply without question. "This is the water-sleeve glazed skirt, symbolizing the jade pendant of Lingxian Hall, alongside the Ling Shuang sword you bear. These 3 represent binding body, heart, and affection." Her fate was unique. Although the Ling Shuang sword could suppress her innate allure, she would still need to store some crucial means of salvation within the jade pendant for critical moments. "The sword case against the wall has been prepared for you by your master. Do you not wish to become a sword immortal? Such an item will surely be of use in due course. Take it back and study at your leisure." Yi Qinghan gazed at the distant sword case. Astonished, it was exquisitely crafted, enveloped in auras of Tao and spiritual power, yet another treasure of the celestial tier. With these gifts in her possession, she felt that establishing her own sect was merely a matter of forming a protective array. What sect could possibly offer such an abundance of celestial treasures? Now, as she looked upon the jade pendant and the water-sleeve glazed skirt, she suspected they too were far from ordinary. Additionally, there is a bracelet prepared for you by your master. As for its usage, you may explore that on your own. Lastly, this is a precious spiritual herb I chanced upon, even if you are left with but a breath. Consuming this will restore you to your former state. Yu Cheng placed the 999 all-purpose spirit gifted by the system into a small vial and handed it to Yi Qinghan. "The hour grows late. Rest well, for tomorrow I shall impart to you the Ling Shuang sword technique and cultivation methods." Yi Qinghan's face was filled with innocent wonder. Truth be told, no one had ever treated her so kindly. Even when kindness was shown, it was often with ulterior motives, seeking her beauty or talents. Yet, Su Cheng desired nothing from her, offering her utmost care. He who sought to remain uninvolved in worldly matters was now compelled to confront Cheng Liang because of her. He who cherished a life of simplicity found himself entangled in the creation of a celestial palace due to her casual remark. It should have been she who presented the 6 gifts to her master. Yet her master instead bestowed 6 gifts upon her as an initiation gift. "What is this? Why are you crying? Do you require something else?" Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Yi Qinghan became aware that tears were streaming down her cheeks. No one has ever treated me this well, disciple. This poor child. Ultimately, she was merely a 16-year-old girl. Su Chang gently ruffled Yi Qinghan's hair, his expression one of tender affection as he wiped away her tears. Go, and rest now. Yi Qinghan nodded, accepting the 6 gifts before returning to her room, which was merely next door. Sleep eluded her. She laid out the 6 gifts upon her bed, wishing she had a phone to capture the moment and share it with her friends. Delicate hands gently rested upon the water sleeve glazed skirt, relishing its exquisite texture, and she mused that it was truly worthy of her master's gift. She could hardly bear to wear it. After donning the new skirt and glancing in the mirror, she found it unexpectedly form-fitting, as though it had been tailored specifically for her. The term fitting hardly sufficed. How marvelously crafted. What are celestial products compared to this? At this moment, Yi Qinghan could not possibly capture any attention. Dressed in a new gown, she began to fiddle with her jade pendant, only to discover that it possessed a function akin to that of a storage ring, containing precious resources prepared by her master for her cultivation. Next, she encountered the sword box, which was rather large. She sat on the bed, clutching it between her legs, yet despite her efforts, it remained stubbornly closed. After much toil, she finally understood that this sword box was activated by celestial magic, much like the Ling Shuang sword, impervious to external force. Gradually, the sword box unfolded, revealing over 10 celestial swords, the very type Yi Qinghan had long coveted, now resting quietly within, merely as a gift. With her current cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she could manage to wield at most 4 flying swords simultaneously. As for celestial swords, 2 would likely be her limit. Moreover, Yi Qinghan noted that neither the Ling Shuang sword nor the sword box could be stored in her spatial storage. It was not that her master forbade it, but rather that it was simply impossible. Even the jade pendant gifted by her master could not accommodate them. Contemplating that she likely would not need them for the time being, she decided to leave them at home, as carrying such a large sword box would be cumbersome. Unexpectedly, the sword box seemed to sense her thoughts and instantly shrank to the size of a matchbox that Yi Qinghan squinted her fox-like eyes. Surprised that this item was rather considerate, she tugged at her collar and tucked the sword box into her bosom, although her master had not specifically instructed her regarding the sword box. Yi Qinghan felt it was likely a treasured possession that should not be separated from her. Why did it feel as though she were raising a daughter, needing reminders even for bedtime? Just as she was about to take a bath, Su Cheng noticed the light in Yi Qinghan's room still aglow, gently tapping on the window. Startled, Yi Qinghan had not heard her master's voice for so long that she mistakenly believed her master had fallen asleep. Yes, Qinghan will sleep now. She quickly extinguished the light and excitedly laid down on the bed. It was truly nerve-wracking. She feared she might eventually perish at her hands, listening to her master's words about raising a daughter and being a source of worry. A warm feeling inexplicably blossomed in Yi Qinghan's heart. Among those she had known in the past, very few had treated her poorly, yet Su Cheng was different. Yi Qinghan could not articulate why, but this sensation brought her an immense sense of comfort. Initially, she had contemplated deceiving the lonely old man for his treasures, planning to take what she could and depart. Yet now, she felt she truly deserved to perish. Meeting her master was the greatest fortune of her life, and she was fortunate not to have given up midway, choosing her master instead. That being said, what was her master doing out so late? Having slept the entire day, she surely could not be tired now. So what could she possibly be up to at this hour? Curiosity piqued, Yi Qinghan found herself wanting to sneak a glance. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her hand was already resting on the door. Stealthily, she exited her room. The light in her master's chamber remained lit, indicating she had not ventured far. After searching the courtyard, she heard her master's voice outside another grand hall. Da-da, so delightful. Yi Qinghan froze. What? Delightful. Fearing discovery, she dared not draw too close. Although her master possessed no cultivation, there was no telling what artifacts or means might expose her. Regardless of the noble or common, the affairs of the world are unending. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Was her master singing? Such fervor and ambition. Her master was truly remarkable. But why was her master so joyful? What could be so delightful and pleasing? Yi Qinghan tiptoed inside, sensing the air was somewhat humid, yet the spiritual energy here was markedly richer than in other parts of Lingxian Hall. the vastness of heaven and earth. The road of love knows no bounds, all for her to stand aloof from the world. Ah, for whom? For me. Yi Qinghan gasped. Master, you need not go to such lengths for Qinghan. Chapter 4. Bestowing celestial techniques through the fogged window. Yi Qinghan beheld something extraordinary, astonishing. Su Cheng was currently seated by the pool, his body submerged in the water, his back facing the door, revealing a solid arm. Just a silhouette sent Yi Qinghan's head spinning. Her face flushed deep crimson, her ears burning, and her heart raced wildly. Her master was bathing. Hey, is she preparing a change of clothes for Qinghan? Although there were some spiritual fruits behind Ling Shuang Hall, one still needed to eat. She wondered if her master would like her cooking. Perhaps she could offer the seed of her innate spiritual root, yet without cultivation, it would be impossible to nurture it. She mused whether she might exchange the Ling Shuang sword for the god-slaying spear or the chaos bell. I refuse. I desire the Ling Shuang sword. She understood that her master's treasures for trade were exceptional. Yet her heart was set on the Ling Shuang sword. For Yi Qinghan, who dreamt of becoming a sword immortal, this sword was the finest gift, bar none. Peeking through the crack in the door, she stole a glance inside, captivated by her master's handsome profile. In that moment, it seemed she yearned not only for her master's treasures, but for her master herself. Goodness, master's figure is simply too alluring. If she had stolen the woman coveted by Chang Liang, he surely would not let her off lightly. She could only hope he would spare her in the end. Why Yi Qinghan had long sensed something amiss. Why was her master so fearful of Chang Liang? After all, Chang Liang and her master were from the same lineage. By seniority, her master was actually Chang Liang's elder brother. After listening for a while, Yi Qinghan decided to retreat. If her master discovered her, it would be grounds for expulsion from the sect. The following day, due to her sleeplessness, Yi Qinghan awoke late, not getting out of bed until noon. Oh no, master said she would teach me the Ling Shuang sword technique. Yet I slept until noon. Hastily dressing, she took the Ling Shuang sword and rushed out, searching the entire Ling Shuang hall, but finding no sign of her master. Oh no, I've already upset my master on the very first day. Desperation consumed her. If her master was displeased and thought her lazy, unwilling to impart her techniques and sword methods, what was she to do? It was better to admit her fault early on. So she searched around for her master, but to no avail. Finally, she decided to kneel in the main hall, hoping her master would forgive her upon witnessing her earnestness. Just as she knelt for a short while, she heard her master calling from outside. Qinghan, rise. Yi Qinghan dared not respond, remaining dutifully on her knees. Qinghan? Hey, rise and assist your master. As she pondered, she heard her master knocking on her door. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, I stepped out for a moment, and my eldest disciple has vanished. Su Cheng scratched his head, approaching the room to find Yi Qinghan, tearful and kneeling, in utter disarray. Master! Yi Qinghan threw herself into Su Cheng's embrace. Truly frightened this time. She had never feared losing someone so profoundly before. Nestling her fox-like head into Su Cheng's chest, she rubbed against him, wishing she could burrow into his very being. Su Cheng, witnessing this scene, was equally bewildered. Who bullied you? Tell your master. Was it Chang Liang who came? That seemed unlikely. Aside from herself and those holding jade pendants, it would take considerable effort for anyone to enter Ling Shuang Hall. So what was the matter? Had she had a nightmare? No. Was it that Chang Liang had sent someone after her? Yi Qinghan nestled in Su Cheng's embrace, shaking her small head like a rattledrum. What's wrong? Su Cheng was puzzled. Why did his precious disciple wake up crying? Qinghan woke up late and thought master no longer wanted her as a disciple. Yi Qinghan was a loss, yet somehow felt this was the only appropriate response. Instinctively, Yi Qinghan did not comprehend why. She had always been solitary, never relying on anyone. Ever since escaping the Northern Territory, she had vowed to cleanse the North in blood, ensuring that both humans and demons would pay the price, having no friends or companions, always alone. Yet today, she felt like a small fox, coquettishly seeking comfort from her newly appointed master. It seemed she needed to vent all the grievances she had suppressed throughout her life on Su Cheng, clinging to him tightly for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was the first time in a long while that she had her own room, or perhaps it was the first time she had encountered someone she could trust. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and Yi Qinghan seemed to understand the reason. Because she could hear Su Cheng's thoughts, this gentleness and kindness ceased to be incomprehensible, granting her someone she could rely on and a place she could consider home. Before this, all she possessed were the ruins of a home and a mother long gone. Miss Yu Chung could not fathom this sentiment, and even questioned whether he had somehow misled her. Look at how my Qinghan is treated. How could I ever want to abandon you? What treasure wouldn't he be cherished? Come, help your master, and I shall cook for you, like a gopher peeking out. Yi Qinghan emerged from Su Cheng's embrace, her fox-like head protruding, adorably bewildered. Master can cook? Your master has always been alone and can make some simple dishes that I went to buy ingredients early because I saw you hadn't woken up. If I had gone later, the fresh ones would have been taken, as Yu Chung pointed to the basket of vegetables and meat at the door. Following her master to the kitchen hall, Yi Qinghan was surprised to find that this celestial palace had a kitchen. Do you know how to wash vegetables? Su Chang glanced at the wide-eyed, adorably bewildered Yi Qinghan at the door and sighed. Never mind, you wait outside for a moment. I can. Yi Qinghan, perceiving that her master regarded her as a fool, hurriedly stepped forward to assist, finding this trivial task hardly a challenge for her. She helped wash the vegetables and, following her master's instructions, began to chop them. After a brief attempt, she found it rather simple. Truly not a hindrance for her. However, when it came to stir-frying, only her master could take the lead, as Yi Qinghan had never engaged in such endeavors and was completely at a loss. Watching her master busily moving about the stove, she felt utterly incapable of lending a hand, deprived of any opportunity to showcase her abilities. The serious demeanor of her master was undeniably handsome since last night. The image of her master leaning by the pool had lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Whenever she closed her eyes, he would materialize in her thoughts. Had it not been for this, Yi Qinghan would not have slept until noon at 8 this moment. She felt her master embodied that innate charm. Qinghan, take this out. Be careful of the heat. Su Chung placed the freshly stir-fried dishes on the nearby table before returning to his tasks. Understood. Before long, 4 dishes and a soup were prepared, along with some steamed rice. Yi Qinghan had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks, standing by in anticipation of her master. Although there were only 2 of them, it was essential to maintain the proper decorum. Please, sit and choose what you like to eat. Yi Qinghan was not a picky eater. During her usual training, she had no habit of indulging in extravagant meals, preferring a rather light diet. Nonetheless, her master's culinary skills were exceptional. While not extraordinarily delectable, they were still quite commendable. After devouring 2 bowls of rice with the fervor of a whirlwind, she finally slowed down to savor her meal. Master, I have heard that a secret realm will open in a month's time. For most individuals or typical sects, this secret realm represented a tremendous opportunity, rumored to contain celestial tier techniques and treasures. However, correspondingly, the level of danger was also considerable, and this particular opening would only admit cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below. You wish to go. Su Chung, indifferent to such matters, had never paid them much heed. Yi Qinghan nodded. It was not for the techniques or rare materials, but after so long in her training, she felt the need to test her own strength. Everyone speaks of him as a prodigy. But just how powerful is a prodigy? This is the Ling Shuang sword technique and cultivation method. Take it and study on your own. As he spoke, Su Chang tossed the 2 rather tattered tomes onto the table and proceeded to clean up the dishes. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the cultivation method given by her master. She intended to peruse it, but unexpectedly, the techniques transformed into a stream of light, shooting into her brow like a bullet. In an instant, all the techniques flooded her mind, leaving Yi Qinghan utterly bewildered. Such an extraordinary cultivation method existed. Yi Qinghan set down her chopsticks and promptly seated herself beneath a tree, circulating the method for a complete cycle. Marvelous, truly marvelous. What nonsense about celestial tier techniques. If celestial tier techniques possessed even half the power of this method, she would consume the Ling Shuang sword. Although her realm remained unchanged after a single circulation, she could feel her strength had doubled, if not more. If she were to be evaluated by this method standard for foundation establishment, Yi Qinghan felt confident she could defeat 10 opponents of a higher level. However, she also became aware of a troubling thought. With such a remarkable method, why did her master not cultivate it himself? Meanwhile, Su Cheng, scrubbing dishes in the kitchen, felt a wave of exasperation. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate. This method was bound to Yi Qinghan. He could not utilize it at all. Yi Qinghan slowly rose, feeling invigorated and prepared to examine the sword technique. Yet before she could even touch it, that sword technique also dissipated into a stream of light marvelous. Simply marvelous. Disciple has no way to repay you. At this moment, I can only offer myself in servitude. Yi Qinghan's curiosity about her seemingly timid master deepened. Just how many treasures did he conceal? On the other hand, Su Cheng, observing the system notification, began to feel quite pleased. The system informed him that his eldest disciple, Yi Qinghan, had comprehended the Ling Shuang sword technique, rewarding the host with a Ling Shuang sword technique, perfected. In that fleeting moment, Su Cheng felt invincible. However, he still could not cultivate. He was merely an ordinary person. Just a few additional skills. Yi Qinghan, not in a hurry to cultivate, decided to finish cleaning the dishes and hurried into the kitchen. "Master, let me wash." She snatched the plate from Su Cheng's hands, eager to assist. With such a splendid technique, how could she possibly hold back? What was there to misunderstand? Or did she desire something? No, this is what a disciple ought to do. I was just immersed in the technique he bestowed, unable to regain my composure, and thus acted inappropriately. Silly child, what impropriety is there? Where do all these rules come from? For some reason, Su Cheng felt that Yi Qinghan was not as the system had described. On the contrary, her understanding made her all the more endearing. Very well. If there is anything you do not comprehend, feel free to inquire of your master. But, master, you have no cultivation. How can you guide Qinghan? It is merely the Ling Shuang sword technique. I can still offer some insights to Ha. Although I lack cultivation, I fear I could cleave the heavens apart with a single sword at this moment. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled. Her master was merely pretending. She understood. This was the art of deception. This was how a true master ought to be. For an entire week thereafter, Yi Qinghan remained in seclusion, circulating the method to solidify her cultivation. When she finally emerged, her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Disciple pays respects to master. Go soak in the spirit pool. It will cleanse the impurities from your body and solidify your cultivation. Afterward, come find me. Can I also? Yi Qinghan inquired, her head tilted in confusion as if she had heard something utterly astonishing. She had thought it was exclusive to her master, while she had not yet reached a state of being untouched by worldly affairs. As a fox demon, she inherently valued cleanliness and was familiar with purification techniques. What do you mean? Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What kind of question was that? Was it reserved for the master? I have seen master, and never mind. You are my personal disciple. There is no place within Ling Xian Hall that is off limits to you. Have I been too stern with her? That shouldn't be the case. Why does she hold such a notion? Thank you, master. Hurry along now. Soon I will need to assess your progress. Chapter 5. Transmitting the sword technique in the spirit pool hall, Yi Qinghan was changing clothes in a compartment when she suddenly discovered numerous new skirts. Had her master prepared these for her? It seemed that within Ling Xian Hall, there was no other who could wear skirts. Why Yi Qinghan was not in a rush to try them on. She intended to heed her master's advice and soak first. She wondered if it truly was as delightful as her master claimed yet. When she finally stood by the pool's edge, Yi Qinghan lost her calm entirely. This pool contained not water, but spirit liquid. No wonder the entire spirit pool hall was so rich in spiritual energy. In other sects, spirit liquid would only be granted in small bottles as a reward for significant contributions. Yet here, under her master's care, it was not meant for consumption logically. As a royal fox demon, Yi Qinghan believed she had seen the world, but in her master's presence, she felt like a country bumpkin. Bathing in spirit liquid, she had no idea what posture would allow her to indulge in such a dream. No wonder her master stated it could expel impurities from the body. She had initially been curious about how a mere bath could possess such miraculous effects. But now, Yi Qinghan was convinced. She even wished to soak here for her cultivation, testing the temperature with her long legs. which seemed to boast a life far exceeding Su Qing's. She found it to be just right. Without hesitation, Yi Qinghan submerged herself, unable to suppress a fox-like exclamation. Ah, delightful! She could feel the spirit liquid enveloping her body, stripping away impurities from her skin, as if her entire being was being purified. Yi Qinghan thought that even a true celestial being could not enjoy such treatment. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the overwhelming comfort, she soon fell asleep. Afternoon, Qinghan? Qinghan, are you in there? Su Cheng gently knocked on the door, rousing the slumbering Yi Qinghan. He paced back and forth before the spirit pool hall door, troubled thoughts swirling in his mind. Qinghan had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that she was unable to acclimate to the spirit liquid and had fainted? Su Cheng shook his head. That seemed unlikely. It had been an entire day. How could she still not emerge? Yet he could not enter. Surely he would be mistaken for a beastly master. Yi Qinghan, still in a daze, finally comprehended. Ah, master! Qinghan is fine. She grinned mischievously, realizing her master had not expected such boldness. Daring to alter even the fated destiny, yet fearing to gaze upon her. I'm glad you're well. I was worried when I saw you had been soaking all day, having donned a new skirt. Yi Qinghan hurried to the main hall to meet her master. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed a wooden dummy beneath the trees in the courtyard before long. Yi Qinghan stood before the main hall, smoothing her clothing, arranging her long hair, adjusting her expression, and tidying her appearance before finally entering. Su Cheng, observing Yi Qinghan cheerfully enter through the door, naturally noted her new attire, assuming her joy stemmed from the fresh skirt. In reality, Yi Qinghan was exhilarated by her newfound strength, which had increased several-fold. Her spirits were high as she reveled in her progress. The expense of these garments nearly emptied her modest treasury. But thankfully, it seemed Yi Qinghan was quite pleased that Yi Qinghan had long been curious. Could it be that her master was financially strained? With such abundant spirit liquid available, did he truly lack funds? Surely selling even a small amount of spirit liquid would yield a handsome sum. Qinghan, how goes your cultivation? The techniques and sword methods imparted by master are exceedingly profound. Your disciple is dull-witted and can only strive to comprehend them to the best of her ability. There is no need to rush toward success. One step at a time will suffice. Master has crafted a dummy for Qinghan's training challenges. Upon hearing this from Su Cheng, Yi Qinghan felt a wave of panic wash over her, internally chastising herself for being so careless. Is it the one resting under the tree? Yi Qinghan asked, her face flushed with embarrassment, fidgeting with the fox's ears one moment and her hands the next. Indeed, this dummy possesses the strength of the golden core stage, with a perfect balance of offense and defense, specifically made for you by my master. Noticing that Yi Qinghan seemed somewhat unfazed, Su Cheng found it rather perplexing. After all, Yi Qinghan should be quite earnest about her cultivation, considering her singular focus on avenging her mother, willing to employ any means necessary to grow stronger. Could it be that she feared the dummy was too formidable? However, for your safety, I shall make some adjustments to the dummy later. You can rest assured that you may treat it as an opponent without fear of injury. It was then that Yi Qinghan realized the nature of the dummy. With a sudden thud, she knelt on the ground, exclaiming, Master, I think I broke it. Su Cheng thought that thing should be quite resilient, with its golden core strength. Yi Qinghan, speaking candidly, replied, I just came out of the spirit pool hall and saw that dummy. It looked rather sturdy. Following Yi Qinghan to the courtyard, Su Cheng found that the dummy was utterly shattered, not a trace of it remaining beneath the tree. Su Cheng stared at the fragments of the dummy, which had cost him 400 system points, then glanced at the pitifully aggrieved Yi Qinghan, unable to utter a single word. Initially, he had planned to adjust the golden core dummy's strength to the foundation establishment stage. Considering Yi Qinghan was only at the qi refinement stage, who would have thought that Yi Qinghan, with such extraordinary talent, would inadvertently destroy a treasure worth 400 system points merely by taking a bath? Master, please don't be angry. I truly did not mean to do it. I had no idea that dummy was so fragile. It felt like it was made of paper, and with just one strike, it shattered into pieces. Yi Qinghan clung to Su Cheng's arm, feeling utterly wronged. Had she known it was specially crafted for her, she would have cherished it more. Fear not, next time, I shall prepare a celestial realm dummy for you to practice with in a few days. Yi Qinghan was taken aback, surprised by this new possibility. Really? She asked, her enchanting fox eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Su Cheng, almost like a child seeking affection. Please do not look at me like that. Who can withstand such a gaze? Su Cheng thought to himself. Feeling overwhelmed, I will do my best. With newfound boldness, Yi Qinghan began to charm her master. Her playful demeanor made it evident that she could easily read his thoughts. Master, during these days of comprehending the sword techniques, I have encountered many challenges that if you're not too busy, could you possibly offer me some guidance? Yi Qinghan leaned against Su Cheng, tilting her head upward as if pleading earnestly. The beauty in her eyes rendered Su Cheng utterly defenseless, leaving him unable to refuse her request. Let me take a look. Thank you, Master, Yi Qinghan exclaimed, leading him to sit beside her before she positioned herself in the center of the courtyard. Suddenly, her aura shifted. Her gaze sharpened, akin to a blade, embodying the frost sword intent. Frost, arise. In an instant, her waist seemed to summon a 3-foot sword, and as the white jade blade was drawn, the temperature around them plummeted. Su Cheng felt a pang of frustration. This was entirely different from the sword techniques he had studied. His initial observations had focused on downward slashes and upward thrusts, or defensive counterattacks. Yet here was Yi Qinghan, launching straight into a grand move with a frost sword technique. Fortunately, the system had granted Su Cheng an apprentice reward, allowing him to learn alongside Yi Qinghan as she comprehended the frost sword technique. After a while, he noticed that her grasp of the technique was remarkable, surpassing his own by leaps and bounds. Isn't this splendid? He mused. Aside from a hint of awkwardness in her movements, there was nothing amiss. What could he possibly teach her? If he failed to recognize her proficiency, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. What do you perceive as the issue? Su Cheng feigned seriousness, attempting to elicit her thoughts. However, Yi Qinghan, having heard his internal musings, decided to playfully tease her master further. Qinghan is foolish. I hope Master can enlighten me a bit. What? You are far more astute than I. It took me a month of study to master the thrust and downward slash. Ah, I see. Let's do it again. Su Cheng insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Thus, Yi Qinghan performed the frost sword technique once more. Although each strike was fierce, the exertion took a toll on her. Even with her remarkable talent, she found herself slightly out of breath. Now, do you understand? Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Had her master identified a flaw? Hadn't he just said she was doing well? This was a predicament. Seeing her speechless, Su Cheng began to clarify. Look at how you're panting. If your opponent is still alive, could you perform another set of moves? Realization dawned upon Yi Qinghan, her eyes widening in surprise. Master, you've caught me off guard. He as clever as I am. Disciple understands now. Thank you. Master, Su Cheng gradually rose. After all, she was his disciple, and he couldn't maintain a stern demeanor indefinitely. Qinghan, allow me to demonstrate once more. Pay close attention. With that, Su Cheng picked up a nearby branch, held it firmly in his hand, and took a deep breath. Frost sword array, he shouted. Instantly, the heavens shifted, golden streams of light coalescing into a sword array that enveloped the world. Locking down space as though time itself had been paused. Part the clouds. The branch in his hand became akin to a sharp sword, cleaving the sky, and in that moment, the heavens seemed to split in two, leaving Yi Qinghan utterly astonished. Master will now impart to you a unique skill. This is not the frost sword technique, that I shall demonstrate this move only once. So pay close attention, witnessing the refined scholar-like figure standing with poise. Yi Qinghan realized that with such power, avenging her mother was no longer a distant dream. If she could wield such strength, what was there to fear? With a mere branch, he could alter the very fabric of the sky. If armed with a congenital treasure, surely there would be no rivals left in the world. With a master of such formidable prowess, Yi Qinghan felt reassured that the day of reckoning would soon arrive. Thank you, Master. The frost sword array had already left her in awe, and now the prospect of learning a unique skill thrilled her. If she could grasp even a fraction of it, her vengeance would be well within reach. Yi Qinghan dared not sit. She knelt, her eyes wide with anticipation. This was a privilege reserved for direct disciples. The intent of her master was clear. he would demonstrate only once, testing her ability to comprehend. As Su Cheng dispelled the sword array, its essence faded, leaving the system's sword techniques as mere skills to him, devoid of true mastery. Only this singular move, his ultimate technique, slaying gods and exterminating immortals, remained within his grasp. With graceful steps, Su Cheng stood poised, the branch resting at his side. Watch closely. Yi Qinghan rubbed her eyes, focusing intently. All right, to be honest, she hardly grasped what had transpired. Just as she finished speaking, Su Cheng had concluded his demonstration. Is that it? Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Aside from seeing her master dart from the left to the right, she comprehended nothing. Indeed, this technique was one Su Cheng had secretly learned, named Snow Flick, that if one could seize the opportunity. Even an ordinary person could use this move to challenge deities. How extraordinary! Yi Qinghan thought, yet she remained clueless. That I clearly did not blink, she protested. Master, could you please slow down? I did not see clearly. Feeling discontented, she lamented, what is this? I was earnestly watching. I even knelt to see. While she could grasp the previous frost sword array and part the clouds, she truly found this last move beyond her understanding. If you catch this branch, I shall demonstrate once more. Yi Qinghan nodded, and Su Cheng tossed the branch to her. Silly girl. Yi Qinghan rushed to catch it, while Su Cheng turned to return to the main hall, changing his attire to prepare dinner. Just as Yi Qinghan grasped the branch, she intended to speak, but it transformed into dust and vanished. Alas, her master had played another trick on her. Had she known, she would have merely clung to him and begged. Surely he would have softened. Yi Qinghan felt she was becoming increasingly adept at discerning her master's thoughts, though her execution still needed refinement. Nevertheless, the disciple would strive to improve. Someday, Master will be mine. The celestial palace shall be mine. All of Master S treasures will belong to me. Qinghan, come help. I'm coming, Master. I want to eat meat. Yi Qinghan stored away her mischievous smile, bouncing happily toward the kitchen. Very well. Master shall prepare it for you. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Tao Pavilion, Cheng Liang was scolding the elder sent to search for Yi Qinghan. What? You didn't find her? The elder looked utterly helpless. There is no one in that house. Chapter 6. The eldest disciple outside the celestial palace impossible. His sect is right there. If he no longer has a sect, would he take Yi Chunming to beg for alms? The elder, too, wore a perplexed expression. There was no fault in Cheng Liang's words. Regarding that dilapidated house, I led a search party 3 times, and Su Cheng had taken everything, not even leaving behind pots and pans. He must have moved. Cheng Liang slammed his palm heavily on the table, exclaiming in anger, a bunch of useless fools. With so many of you, how could you not keep an eye on a worthless individual with no cultivation? He commanded, this time, bring more people and search the vicinity. Yes, the following day, Su Cheng went out as usual to purchase vegetables, but this time, Yi Qinghan accompanied him, in contrast to the cool attire of Lingxian Palace. Yi Qinghan had donned a somewhat more conservative dress, claiming it to be in line with her master's low-key demeanor. In truth, Yi Qinghan simply wished to avoid giving outsiders any advantage, as her master's treatment was indeed special. Master Su, is this your daughter? She's truly beautiful. An elderly woman selling vegetables remarked upon seeing Su Cheng. Madam, do I appear that old? She is my disciple. Su Cheng replied, glancing back at Yi Qinghan, as if to inquire whether she, too, thought he looked aged. At Yi Qinghan merely giggled, not offering any words of argument. She found her master quite amusing. I can no longer pick vegetable leaves. These past few days, I've been indulging in meat. Old Wang at the butcher's even mentioned that you were marrying that old codger, spreading rumors. Su Cheng retorted, I shall never buy meat from him again. Qinghan, perhaps it would be best if I went myself next time. Such places reek of foul language and are detrimental to your cultivation. Yi Qinghan had not anticipated that her master's previous poverty was indeed akin to begging. However, upon hearing the words marrying, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Master, would he be willing to marry me? Master, it matters not. If I remain under your protection, how can I grow? I would rather you display such cleverness elsewhere. You clearly wish to see me make a fool of myself. What is the lady's name? She is truly striking. The old woman rested her chin on her hand, evidently pleased, as if gazing upon a soon-to-be daughter-in-law. "Madam, my name is Yi Qinghan. Encountering my master is the greatest fortune of my life." Yi Qinghan replied, unfazed, "Su Cheng, what threat did you use against her? Or did you deceive her? No, can I not simply take on a disciple? What can you teach her? If you had any skill, would you still be coming here daily to pick vegetable leaves?" Su Cheng fell silent. He indeed fit that description. It was Yi Qinghan who had ruined his image. Originally, he was harmless. Though lacking in dignity, at least he had preserved his life, hadn't he? "Madam, you misunderstand." Qinghan was not threatened or deceived. It was only after she knelt for a day on Ling Mountain that Master agreed to accept her as a disciple. Upon hearing this, the old woman became even more incensed. Such a beautiful child. "And you made her kneel for a whole day. Have you no shame?" "Not so. Qinghan, please say less. My precious Qinghan, I beg you, do not stir up more trouble." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan became even more spirited. "Aha! Madam, Master treats Qinghan very well. He occasionally even provides her meals." The old woman had already reached for the stick behind her. "He abuses you, does he? Only feeds you occasionally? Come, Qinghan, let us report him." "Qinghan, I shall surely die at your hands one day." Yi Qinghan laughed uproariously. "Madam, the ordinary officials cannot capture my master." "They can indeed." Su Cheng interjected hurriedly. "Why would they capture me?" "Madam, in any case, my master is truly remarkable. Otherwise, how could Qinghan have chosen him as her mentor? How remarkable? Very remarkable. Qinghan admires her master greatly." Yi Qinghan blinked her large eyes, speaking as if it were the absolute truth. The old woman squinted, sizing up Su Cheng. He was not small in stature, but what skills did he possess? "Qinghan, let us dine out. We need not converse with her any longer, shall we?" "Really?" Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled with delight. She seemed quite enamored with the idea of dining out. "Indeed. Madam, Qinghan shall chat with you another time. Master wishes to take Qinghan out." The old woman smiled and waved her hand, but her expression changed entirely when her gaze fell upon Su Cheng. The two had not walked far when someone called out to Yi Qinghan, "Mistress Chunming." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan acted as if she had not heard, dismissing it as a barking dog. "Master bestowed the name Qinghan upon me. You dare call me Chunming? Are you seeking trouble?" It was Su Cheng who turned around, observing the newcomer. "Master Su, an honor to meet you." The visitor was none other than Elder Lu Cheng, the second elder of Tiandao Pavilion. "Elder Lu, do you have business with my disciple?" "Indeed, there's an urgent matter that the master wishes for me to convey to Mistress Chunming." Elder Lu cupped his hands in greeting, had it not been for the crowd. He would not have bothered to acknowledge this worthless individual. Su Cheng scoffed. "Qinghan, he is looking for you." "Master, he is not seeking me. He is seeking Mistress Chunming, that I do not know any lady by the surname Chun." "Mistress, you jest." Yi Qinghan realized that this second elder did not comprehend human speech and that she had to communicate with him more bluntly. "I am not jesting. I am Yi Qinghan. This is the name bestowed upon me by my master. Do you understand? If you wish to find Mistress Chun, kindly step aside." Su Cheng was taken aback by Yi Qinghan's sudden fierceness. Her words had a sharpness to them. It dawned on Su Cheng that this girl was the king of Hell Yi. Before she could set aside her hatred for revenge, the only difference between her and the villain was her relative politeness towards her master. "Qinghan? Qinghan?" The second elder did not know this, did he? Calm down. What second elder? I have given him too much face. Master, do not stop me. If I do not strike him today, I will be unable to sleep from frustration tonight." This same fervor rendered Elder Lu speechless. No matter how he thought about it, how could this Mistress Chunming, who had only been with Su Cheng for a few days, have changed so entirely? Nevertheless, Elder Lu had no recourse. This was the woman favored by the master. What could he do? "Mistress Qinghan, I apologize for my rudeness." Yi Qinghan paid him no mind, carefully listening to her master's thoughts, lest he be displeased by someone calling her Chunming. "What business do you have with Qinghan? Speak now. The second elder was also taken aback. Was it appropriate to speak such words in front of Su Cheng? "Humph, merely a thief's restless heart. I had long suspected, if Qinghan wishes to leave. The 6 rights could be regarded as gifts for her. With these rights, Even beside Cheng Liang, she could certainly have a different fate, right? To be frank, Yi Qinghan found it somewhat unbearable to listen. Though she had indeed thought this way originally, plans had now changed. She wanted this master for herself. Avoidance. As Su Cheng spoke, he attempted to turn away, but Yi Qinghan firmly grasped his arm. Yi Qinghan, are you trying to play a divide-and-conquer game? You are quite ruthless. Master need not avoid. Elder Liu, return and tell Cheng Liang that Mistress Chun has passed away. Let him give up on that notion. Since Qinghan has chosen her master, even if he were to die, she would follow him into the afterlife. Su Cheng, taken aback, thought to himself, did that fellow just look at me? Why does it sound like she is addressing me? He was astonished by Yi Qinghan's conviction. Logically, she should have been satisfied with what she had already obtained. Qinghan, I truly did not misjudge you. Fear not, though it may bring me shame to have you join Lingxian Palace. I assure you, once you enter Lingxian Palace, I shall ensure that you do not fall behind anyone. Even if I must use the finest treasures to raise you, I will cultivate you into an unparalleled demon emperor. Yi Qinghan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her master truly strayed under the influence of that fellow, it would be troublesome. Thankfully, she had reacted swiftly and stood her ground, while others tamed beasts. She tamed her master, just as she was about to rejoice. Cheng Liang's eldest disciple arrived, making an entrance so clitch that even Su Cheng found it tiresome, having long heard that the master was infatuated with an outside vixen. It turned out she truly was a vixen. A tall woman pushed past the second elder, staring directly at Yi Qinghan as though she were the master. Mistress Qinming, smack, before she could finish her sentence. Yi Qinghan delivered a resounding slap. Did I not just say, are you deaf? My name is Yi Qinghan. Why you? The girl seemed unable to believe that Yi Qinghan had the audacity to strike her. Smack, another slap. I shall say it once more. My name is Yi Qinghan, not you. Hey, Qinghan, this is the eldest disciple of Master Cheng, Shangwan Ro. Su Cheng quickly pulled Yi Qinghan behind him, fearing that she might engage in a brawl with Cheng Liang's eldest disciple. Su Cheng, your disciple dares to strike me. What the hell? Yi Qinghan was held back by Su Cheng, but not her legs. He failed to restrain her completely, and the eldest disciple retaliated with a kick. You dare call my master's name? Am I not giving you face? Cheng Liang's eldest disciple had never encountered such a situation before. She had not even had time to dodge before finding herself on the ground. Yi Qinghan, undeterred, broke free from Su Cheng's grip and prepared to fight. I am Yi Qinghan, the eldest disciple of Ling Shuang Palace. You still have the audacity to speak. How dare you strike me? Let me tell you, though I may be clumsy with words, I have an undeniable penchant for fighting. What of it? Yi Qingshan, with an air of dominance, stood beside the second elder, whose Yuan-Ing level cultivation now appeared as docile as a child, too timid to even breathe. Alas, this debt will inevitably fall upon me, and fortunately, with many debts comes less worry. He would never let me off the hook anyway. Qingshan, put in some effort, otherwise my demise will be in vain. Ha! Su Cheng, who thought Yi Qingshan couldn't hear him, uttered the very words she longed to hear. She was no longer filled with spiritual energy. Instead, her being was saturated with an overwhelming desire for battle. Yi Qingshan was particularly worried that Shangwan Ro might flee. She had not forgotten that just last time, Cheng Liang dared to kick her master right in front of her. This score will certainly be settled. Yi Qingshan pondered, I haven't even sought you out yet, and you come to me first? Huh. Why don't you keep pretending? Just see if I don't strike you, I will end your life. Shangwan Ro, seething with rage, drew her sword, yet Su Cheng remained unfazed. As long as he didn't intervene and no lives were lost, even if the heavens fell, it would merely be a sparring match among disciples. Yi Qingshan mused, oh, quite the bold one. You're merely a pet catering to men. Brawling. Master, is this person a fool? Qingshan, since Miss Shangwan has the desire for sparring, why not indulge her? We are all sisters. There is no need for such hostility, Su Cheng suggested with a smile, fully confident that Yi Qingshan would emerge victorious, especially since the corpse of that dummy was still within Lingxian Hall. Chapter 7. A precious treasure hidden within a precious treasure. Yi Qingshan thought, Master, you truly don't see her as a person at all. Shangwan Ro, lacking awareness, felt her face burn after suffering a slight setback. Brandishing her sword, ready to strike, you not assess the situation. Are you on the same level as me? Your foundation establishment compared to my chi training is like comparing worlds. I wield an innate supreme treasure. An enhanced version at that. I practice the Ling Shuang sword technique. The celestial level techniques are mere trash before my prowess. I bathe in spiritual liquid. What do you have to compare with your frail frame? I fear I might shatter you. Yi Qingshan remained unfazed, eager to test the sword within her sword box. Just a moment. Let me recall where I placed it. As she spoke, Yi Qingshan tugged at her collar, turning her back to plunge into Su Chang's embrace, beginning her search. Oh my, how can you hide a treasure within a treasure? Huh, what did I put it? Yi Qingshan displayed a bewildered expression. She distinctly remembered having it in her embrace, with the jade pendant and elixir present, yet the sword box was nowhere to be found. Yi Qingshan leaned into Su Chang's arms, right beneath his gaze, one hand tugging at her collar while the other rummaged. You little vixen, you seek death. As she spoke, Shangwan Rou leaped forward with her sword. In an instant, the long sword was poised behind Yi Qingshan, who was utterly annoyed. Can you not see I am busy showing treasures to my master? Her master was utterly captivated by Yi Qingshan's display. And at this moment, you dare to disrupt me? Without even glancing, she sidestepped and delivered a kick, forgetting to restrain her strength, sending Shangwan Rou spiraling back, blood spewing forth. Shangwan Rou was caught by Lu Cheng, who helped her regain her breath. Hey, don't play the victim here. I didn't exert any force. Saying this, Yi Qingshan decided to abandon her search, stomping her foot on the ground. Sword box, come forth. With a spirit of experimentation, Yi Qingshan was pleasantly surprised to find the sword box obediently responding. With a whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light, flying out from her collar, enlarging midair, and crashing heavily at her feet, shattering the ground beneath. Yi Qingshan felt it unnecessary to use the celestial sword. Merely wielding the sword box could easily crush Shangwan Rou. Since my master has permitted it, Qingshan will indulge you in play, but not for too long. I still have to dine with my master. Consider this a pre-dinner performance for my master. With a stamp of her foot, her spiritual power surged, her ruby lips parting as she softly intoned. Sword, come. Why do I feel inexplicably handsome upon stepping out? With two resounding clicks, it seemed as if the locks within the sword box had sprung open, and it instantly expanded to reveal a dozen celestial swords, each distinct in style. After all, these were celestial swords. And Yi Qingshan's control was limited. 4 swords surged forth, flying directly towards Shangwan Rou. At this moment, Shangwan Rou was already intoxicated with her own fervor. She thought to shatter the flying swords and directly take the life of this wild one. But reality proved her to be overly ambitious, attempting to shatter a celestial sword. The moment her sword made contact with the celestial blades, she was forced back by their overwhelming power. In an instant, Shangwan Rou came to her senses. A fleeting glance caught sight of Yi Qingshan, seated atop the sword box, fastening her buckle. She could only perceive Yi Qingshan as a monstrous entity. She was at the foundation establishment level. Yet this Yi Qingshan was merely at the 9th level of Qi training. Yet here she was, resisting the vixen's assault with all her might. Thoughts raced, but the relentless attack of the flying swords offered her little time. As she defended, she shouted, Second Elder, what are you waiting for? Hurry and help me kill her. The second elder was no fool. This was a woman favored by the sect leader. Would he dare to kill her? But everything is within my control. Just take action. Shangwan Rou was desperate. After all, she was also a prodigy, a prominent disciple of the Tiandao Pavilion. Has your brain been muddled, second elder? Do you watch as your own is beaten by the opponent? Yi Qingshan glanced at Su Cheng, who merely smiled, saying nothing. Given Cheng Liang's favorable impression of Yi Qingshan, the second elder likely dared not strike her down. She should be safe as long as that fellow's target was not me. Even if that old fellow Lu Cheng dared to harbor murderous intent, I could swiftly deal with him. Su Cheng held great confidence in his abilities. Below the transformation stage, he felt he could eliminate them in an instant. However, the premise was that the opponent did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, lacking cultivation, he could only stand there and be beaten, and as a mere mortal, he could not withstand it. This was easy to comprehend. Yi Qing felt she was beginning to understand her master more and more. Though powerful, without cultivation, one was quite vulnerable and required the protection of a great disciple. Yi Qing was unhurried. Shangguan Rou struggled against two celestial swords. And had it not been for her master's reluctance to let her kill, Shangguan Rou would have perished long ago. Conveniently, she divided two celestial swords for Lu Cheng, while she conversed with her master. Managing to suppress both opponents, upon engaging, Lu Cheng was dazed. Sect leader, you say this creature is at the 9th level of Qi training. If she were to reach Foundation establishment, Tenemi would not suffice to face her. Yet he also understood why Cheng Liang was so eager to possess Yi Qing. This enchanting girl was so formidable that she would undoubtedly be the target of all major sections. Yet this Yi Qing had chosen a waste of a person and treated him like a treasure, calling him master with every breath. Lu Cheng wielded a bamboo stick, a low-grade heavenly artifact. And with his Yuaning cultivation, he could barely defend himself. Yet Shangguan Rou was on the brink of collapse. Her arms and thighs bore numerous cuts. Her clothing was tattered, adorned with modern, stylish rips. Seeing this, Lu Cheng decided to unleash his full power. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, thinking, "What? My master is watching. Do you wish to make me look foolish?" Yi Qing glanced at her master, who had previously kept his hands behind his back, but now brought them forward. Clearly, he had not found what should have hung at his waist. "You dare to compete with me? Yi Qing? Do you possess the strength for that?" As she spoke, she stamped her foot again, thinking, "You enjoy playing. Do you? Are you unaware of how to step down?" In an instant, two more celestial swords flew directly at Lu Cheng, and Yi Qing began to take the battle seriously. Even 6 celestial swords were a stretch for her to control while remaining lighthearted. This was her limit of manipulation. Any more, and she could not manage precise control. Lu Cheng was equally bewildered. What sort of monster was this Yi Qing? Observing her surroundings, he had expected merchants to scatter in fear. Yet they all maintained a safe distance, silently watching the divine battle unfold. "Qing, cease your actions," Su Cheng squinted, as this had already sufficed as an entrance ticket. "Master, are you hungry?" Yi Qing had intended to use this second elder to test the Ling Shuang sword technique. But her master had spoken, "If I do not call for a halt, you might truly entertain thoughts of killing. Would you not?" Su Cheng said, gently ruffling her little head with an expression of affection. Showing no sign of reproach, Yi Qing said nothing, merely retracting the celestial sword silently, casting a narrowed-eyed glance at Shangguan Rou. Placing the sword box back in its original spot, Yi Qing stood obediently behind Su Cheng. Miss Shangguan, a hero indeed, emerges from youth, truly deserving of the title of prodigy, Su Cheng commended. Here, Su Cheng expressed gratitude on behalf of his disciple. Thanking Miss Shangguan for her leniency, he acknowledged his lax discipline and promised to properly reprimand her upon return. "Second elder, if there is nothing further, I shall take Qing for a meal." That Lu Cheng and Shangguan Rou were both left in a daze. Yet Lu Cheng, being more seasoned than the impetuous Shangguan Rou, retained some composure. "Sect leader, you are too modest. Miss Qing is exceptionally gifted. Given time, she will surely be a dragon among men." "Sect leader, I shall not take up your time any longer. You may proceed." Su Cheng smiled, leading Yi Qing to a restaurant. "Qing, order whatever you desire. You performed admirably today. Your master is very pleased." "Wow. Thank you, master." Yi Qing needed not a meal. She merely craved her master's praise and affection. As long as she could receive her master's commendation, she felt as if she could flourish even through photosynthesis. However, considering the uncertainty of whether master still possesses funds, Yi Qing refrained from sampling every dish on the menu. She merely ordered 2 of her favorite dishes, alongside those that her master relished. This situation served as a wake-up call. It was imperative to equip Qing with additional magical artifacts. The 2 items this time were manageable. But what about next time? Should the adversary be formidable or numerous? Personally, I am indifferent, but Qing is my cherished disciple, and I must take responsibility. Yi Qing listened quietly, contemplating whether this constituted her master's guidance in her cultivation. With her enchanting eyes resembling those of a fox, she consumed her meal while discreetly gathering information. Did Master truly intend to bestow upon her celestial materials and magical artifacts? It was decided. If we cannot excel in competition, then we shall engage in a contest of artifacts. As a mentor, I may lack in many areas, but I possess an abundance of magical items and equipment. Push me to my limits, and I shall procure a Pangu axe for Ching Han. Anyone who dares to bully my disciple shall face dire consequences. Yi Ching Han was taken aback. It turned out that innate treasures were not the most fearsome. Ching Han, I have a precious item here. Would you like it? Yi Ching Han paused, realizing that there was no need to rush. Her master implied that those treasures would eventually belong to her, so why the haste? If she truly required something, her master would undoubtedly arrange it without her needing to utter a word. Master had already provided Ching Han with ample gifts. She did not covet more, only desiring to remain by Master's side and serve him. Is it time to switch to the obedient mode? Su Chang smirked, realizing that he had no intention of placing himself on a pedestal. You say you want it. Very well, disciple desires it. Yi Ching Han smiled, displaying a look of helplessness against her master. This is the Star River ruler. If Ching Han can establish her foundation before the secret realm opens, I shall gift it to you. How does that sound? Given Ching Han's disposition, she would surely not refuse. Yet, Ching Han declined. Master understands Ching Han so well. Ching Han decided to demonstrate her ability to discern the hearts of others. Indeed, she was not particularly interested. She had yet to grasp the intricacies of the 6 rites. With so many magical artifacts, she did not even know how to utilize them. Possessing them would be futile. Moreover, what belonged to her master was inherently hers. Should she desire something, a mere display of affection would suffice to acquire it. So why bother? It shouldn't be the case, right? Did this fellow no longer take pleasure in magical artifacts? You do not like them? I have other magical items. Do you fancy the banana fan? It's meant for young ladies. Perhaps the falling immortal zither? Ching Han expressed her disinterest. Hiss. Was this dish poisoned? Something felt amiss. Yi Ching Han smiled wickedly and inquired, if Ching Han succeeds, may Master grant a small request. As long as it is your request. I shall grant it. After much contemplation, Yi Yin Wang decided to be cautious with his response, adding, not everything can be promised. Chapter 8. I lack not celestial materials and magical artifacts. Only money. Ching Han, what are you pondering? Yi Ching Han feigned ignorance, as if her master had heard someone speak ill of her, and she yearned for him to think better of her. Frankly, Yi Ching Han did not comprehend why her master, aware of her ulterior motives, still accepted her apprenticeship. Perhaps, as he stated, as long as he did not relent, she would find herself at a loss. Ching Han reflected on how her master's expression seemed rather sorrowful just moments ago. Is that so? Yi Ching Han propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Su Chang, her captivating eyes sparkling like the galaxy, evoking a sense of enchantment yet tinged with inexplicable sadness. It appeared that Su Chang's emotions were influencing her. Though her master initially perceived her as a troublesome burden, he now did not wish for her to depart. Yi Ching Han was oblivious to the concept of responsibility. She only knew that Su Chang treated her with kindness. This precious reliance was something she could not abandon, nor did she wish to disappoint him. Master unhappy. Su Chang shook his head, revealing a familiar expression of fondness. How could I not be happy dining with my precious darling? Perhaps both were oblivious to the fact that they had become inseparable at that moment, with Yi Ching Han feeling even more so, her affections having long transcended the bounds of teacher and disciple. However, at this moment, Yi Ching Han seemed to grasp her master's cautious nature and his tendency to take things as they come. Is it permissible for Ching Han to remain by Master's side forever? At merely 16 years of age, having known Su Chang for less than a month, and having joined his fold for only half that time, Yi Ching Han understood that she would never encounter another man who cherished her as deeply as her master did. Why? Because she had always been observant of him. When the second elder attempted to exert all his strength earlier, her master instinctively reached for his waist. The one harboring murderous intent was not her, but clearly her master. Yet, what should have been at his waist had been gifted to her. Of course, you are my cherished disciple. Should you attempt to flee, I would ensure your return. Su Cheng smiled benevolently. His affection blended with tenderness, warming Yi Qinghan's heart. Soon, during the brief span of their meal, pursuers had arrived, encircling the restaurant. After all, Su Cheng and Cheng Liang were nominally sworn brothers, out of deference. Cheng Liang refrained from taking direct action, instead resorting to subtle tactics. Qinghan had struck the first disciple of the Tiandao Pavilion, and Su Cheng had never anticipated such a turn of events. Cheng Liang was not the sort to let matters slide, and Shangguan Rou was someone who repaid grievances and could not tolerate humiliation. Qinghan, let us return. Yi Qinghan blinked her large eyes, tugging at his arm as they slowly exited the unimposing little tavern. At Tiandao Pavilion, Shangguan Rou nestled beside Cheng Liang, narrating with fervor and embellishment, repeatedly referring to Yi Qinghan as a little wretch, vividly depicting her actions. Master, that little wretch is becoming too brazen, in my opinion. We ought to eliminate them both. No worries. Once Su Cheng is out of the picture, she will eventually be mine. Sect leader, I have something to say. Lu Cheng stepped forward, clasping his hands at Liu Cheng, filled with ire toward Shangguan Rou. Lamented that after so much talk, not a single useful piece of information had emerged. Cheng Liang, seated like a king upon the sect leader's throne, narrowed his eyes, toying with the first disciple beside him, merely nodding that if you wish to eliminate Su Cheng, it seems you'll require more manpower. After all, Yi Qiming's strength surpasses mine, and an ordinary person cannot contend with her. Upon hearing this, Cheng Baobao's restless hands froze in shock. Are you serious? With your nascent soul cultivation, you can't even contend with a qi refining girl. Indeed, I now comprehend the sect leader's intentions. If the sect leader wishes to recruit her, it would be best to devise some means to separate her from Su Cheng. Cheng Liang listened, feeling increasingly numb. Although Yi Qiming was no ordinary person, but rather a cunning fox spirit, yet this fox spirit was exceedingly ruthless. It would be one thing to defeat a foundation establishment practitioner, and even to take down a golden core cultivator, but everyone knew that Yi Qiming was a prodigy. However, to think that even the second elder at the nascent soul level could not best her seemed a tad exaggerated. To defeat a nascent soul with mere qi refining is preposterous. If she were to establish her foundation, would she not come to Tiandao Pavilion to challenge me? In truth, I have already dispatched people. If what you say holds true, they are likely no match for her. At that moment, outside the tavern, a scene of chaos unfolded. Master, these are the celestial materials and treasures I've gathered. Yi Qinghan presented a small cloth bag with both hands, reverently offering it to Su Cheng, eagerly awaiting his praise. Inside were numerous storage rings, a total of over 10, albeit of low quality, containing mostly trivial items. Silly child, what use have I for such trifles? I cannot cultivate. Why did you not gather their wallets instead? I lack nothing but money. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan realized her master had a point. If only they had money, Master Wun Ti have to scavenge for vegetable scraps. He would frequently take her out to dine. Master, please take this for now. Qinghan will see what else they possess. Su Cheng paid little mind, scanning with the system. There was nothing of value, so he directly exchanged them for system points, which could at least provide some cultivation materials and new dresses for his disciple. As Yi Qinghan cleared the battlefield, Su Cheng browsed the system shop. The celestial materials and treasures had only yielded 2,000 system points. Hardly enough for anything worthwhile. Items in the system were exceedingly costly. For instance, the 999 that he had gifted Yi Qinghan previously cost 25 million system points in the shop. Nonetheless, the effects were undeniably potent. As long as one remained alive, even if missing limbs, they could be restored in an instant. However, Su Cheng spotted something useful. A blank jade slip? With this, could he not store his skills and have Qinghan carry them? Ordinary jade slips could not possibly inscribe the formidable Ling Shuang sword technique, but this mythical jade slip might just be capable. One costs 1,000. What a robbery! Expensive, yet I must purchase. Let us buy 2 for now. Later, when I'm affluent, I shall arrange for Qinghan to have 200. Who needs cultivation? Just flaunt it around. Yi Qinghan diligently inspected each body, dispatching any who feigned death with a few extra strikes, and thus overheard Su Cheng's musings. Master can accomplish such feats. An ordinary jade slip merely inscribes some thunder techniques or spells. To think of inscribing the formidable Ling Shuang sword formation upon a jade slip is beyond my imagination. Is this what Master refers to as a contest of artifacts? Master is truly impressive. I adore Master even more. However, if that is the case, if Qinghan had a jade slip as powerful as Master S, would she still worry about lacking funds? First, she would cleave Tiandao Pavilion in twain. Then he proceeded to scour the battlefield, unearthing treasures from the ancestral grave to sell. Yet it remains uncertain whether the Master would consent. However, even if the Master disapproves, what could he possibly do? The Master has his own disciple cultivation strategies, while Qinghan possesses her own guidebook for mastering her mentor. As long as the Master does not expel her from the sect. What punishment could possibly matter? Just as Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng were engrossed in their little schemes, the hidden assassin had already made all necessary preparations. It is said that a visible arrow is easy to block, but a hidden dart is difficult to guard against. By the time Yi Qinghan realized, it was already too late. That sword was aimed straight at Su Cheng. The target was not Yi Qinghan. Master, be careful. In an instant, Yi Qinghan sprang forth, placing herself protectively behind Su Cheng. Su Cheng, caught off guard, still had his gaze fixed on the system panel, and the next moment, he witnessed Yi Qinghan shielding him with her own body. Chapter 9. The Closely Guided Disciple. In mortal peril, Yi Qinghan gazed affectionately at Su Cheng, collapsing into his embrace. Master, Qinghan, I may not be able to stay with you. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes as she channeled her magical energy. A stream of light transforming into a sword case that fell from the sky. It struck the assassin, ending his life on the spot. Qinghan, it is all my fault. Do not speak. I will find a way. It is futile, Master. It cannot be. It cannot be. Damn it. How dare you harm my precious Qinghan? I will annihilate every last one of you. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, frantically opening the system panel, quickly browsing through the system shop. Qinghan, you will live. I will ensure you die a peaceful death. If anything happens to Qinghan, I will make you wish for death. Qinghan, where's the elixir I gave you? Su Cheng looked at the feeble Yi Qinghan, nearly driven to madness, for she had seemed fine just moments ago. How could an assassin appear so suddenly? Master, it hurts. Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes seemed too heavy to open, her words coming in gasps. It's all right. With me here, you will be safe. I would shatter the cycle of reincarnation to ensure your safety. Master, during the days when Qinghan is not around, please take care of yourself. Nonsense, you will not be going anywhere. Where did you put the elixir I gave you? Why are you speaking such morbid words? I will not let you die. With that elixir, even if you are half a foot in the gates of the underworld, I will pull you back. Su Cheng pried open Yi Qinghan's hands that were clutching her abdomen tightly, revealing smooth skin, seemingly unpierced. Thank goodness, it's not a penetrating injury. With proper care, you will be fine. Healing pills, revitalizing pills, qi, and blood pills, regardless of their efficacy, I must give them a Qinghan first. Do not speak, just open your mouth. Just as Yi Qinghan attempted to speak, Su Cheng stuffed several pills into her mouth. How do you feel? Su Cheng's face was filled with concern as he held Yi Qinghan, who appeared haggard, with no sign of improvement. Master, it hurts so much. Could it be poisoned? 100 wounds powder. Earth Spirit Blood Recovery Powder, detoxification. Seeing no improvement in Yi Qinghan, Su Cheng stuffed another miraculous elixir in her mouth. Cough, cough. Master, hold me, please. Did I give her the wrong medicine? Why is she bleeding from her nose? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan was completely stunned. Oh no, the effect of the Master's medicine is too potent. I must be overheating. Master, Qinghan, where is the elixir I gave you? That must be able to cure you. It's in my chest. Su Cheng could not afford to hesitate, wrapping one arm around Yi Qinghan's delicate form while hastily tugging at her collar, rummaging through the pocket within her clothing. Yi Qinghan's heart raced. Her master was so bold. Master, could you be a little gentler? However, she found herself not minding it at all. Master, do not speak. This is to save your life, Su Cheng declared with righteous fervor. What could possibly be more important than the life of a cherished disciple? In such a dire moment, how could she still be shy? Is she willing to risk her life? Wait, was she not stabbed by a sword? How come there is not a drop of blood, apart from a nosebleed? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan also realized the issue. The master is going to find out. Master! It hurts so much. Su Cheng finally reacted, quickly turning Yi Qinghan's delicate body to examine the sword wound on her back. The injury is severe. If I had been even a moment later, it would have been too late, gazing at the fist-sized bruise on Yi Qinghan's fair back. Su Cheng was left speechless. Qinghan, it's all right. I will return home and apply some medicinal oil. What should we do now? I cannot admit that I deliberately tricked the master for a hug. The master has already rummaged through my pocket. Admitting it now would be tantamount to seeking death. Master, you need not comfort me. I know my own wounds. Yi Qinghan's eyes were hazy, as if she could not last another moment. You know nothing. You have not given me a moment's peace. You terrified me. There's not even a scratch, just a red patch. Woe is me, master. I am so scared. I fear I may never see you again. Yi Qinghan did not care. She simply wanted to be close to her master. All right, get up. Fasten your clothes. Do not tuck life-saving items into your clothing next time. Yi Qinghan nodded, then rose to investigate the assassin's identity. Yet, her mind wandered. The disciple acknowledges her mistake, but refuses to amend it. After a thorough examination, Yi Qinghan found no valuable clues, as the corpse was smashed into two pieces. Only the tattoo on the wrist could serve as a lead. Yi Qinghan did not recognize it, but Su Cheng did. The death attendant of the Pinyin sect was likely sent by Cheng Liang to kill me. The Pinyin sect, is it? You truly dare to accept any task? What was said and done in the past is behind us. I no longer care, but now you dare to harm my cherished disciple. Qinghan, let us return. I have some preparations to make. Master, are you going to take revenge? Yi Qinghan followed closely behind Su Cheng, her large eyes blinking in a testing manner. A single punch can prevent 100 punches from coming. Su Cheng merely walked ahead, his silhouette framed by the setting sun, his shoulders appearing to bear the weight of the crimson sun, remarkably reassuring him why blind tolerance has caused you harm. The fault lies with me. Why Yi Qinghan dared not speak, her fox-like mind racing with thoughts. Is the master angry? It feels somewhat frightening. Upon returning to the Lingxian Hall, Su Cheng exchanged 2 jade slips and then attempted to inscribe the skills provided by the system onto them, initially thinking this process would be complex. He was surprised to find the system could assist, completing it in an instant. However, that was not enough. To confront the Pinyin sect, further precautions are necessary. The Pinyin sect is a major sect, equipped with protective formations and dozens of elders. Everything must be approached with caution. If it fails, Qinghan must not be implicated. The Yi Qinghan, listening from outside the spirit pool hall, felt her heart race. Master intends to take down the Pinyin sect. This task must fall to Qinghan. Only I can remain in the Lingxian Hall, as it is the most secure option. That if Qinghan encounters difficulties, I can rescue her at the first opportunity. Besides the Star River ruler, there is also a falling immortal ruler, which can ensnare everyone from the Pinyin sect. Afterwards, I will suppress them with sword techniques. This is the safest course, leaving no room for escape. Su Cheng immersed himself in the pool. The spiritual liquid offered him little benefit, at most refreshing his mind, that he believed that soaking in the water kept his thoughts clear. It is insufficient. Merely relying on sword techniques may be inadequate. I should also provide her with the demon suppression tablet. With the demon suppression tablet, breaking through the protective formation should pose no issue. Still, I must be cautious. What if the Pinyin sect harbors some terrifying existence? Let Qinghan carry the chaos bell. Even if she faces defeat, she will not lose her life. Additionally, bring the exiled immortal umbrella and the fallen immortal zither. In case of mental attacks, they can also negate illusions. Yi Qinghan was momentarily stunned. This must be what the master referred to as equipment competition. Chapter 10. If one day I ascend to heaven, I shall let the master have a taste first. However, with 30 celestial-grade offensive treasures, I wonder if it will suffice. After all, it is the Pinyin sect, and I cannot afford to be complacent. Yi Qinghan was speechless. With the equipment her master provided, she could conquer the world with ease. Yi Qinghan watched her master's figure rise. She felt a surge of emotion and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Deep down, Yi Qinghan silently criticized. Master wears that long robe all day long, such a fine figure wasted. She then inwardly vowed, if one day I ascend to heaven, I shall let the master have a taste first. Yi Qinghan tiptoed back to her room, hastily turning off the lights, fearful of being discovered by her master. Just moments ago, while admiring, her little hands had not been particularly clean. She had prepared a change of clothes for her master, inadvertently stealing one of his garments, burying her fox-like head in her master's clothes. Inhaling his scent, Yi Qinghan felt as if her head might melt away. Is this a change of clothes prepared for me by Qinghan? The child is remarkably perceptive, thought Yi Qinghan, inhaling the familiar scent of her master, wriggled on the bed like a caterpillar. Suddenly, upon hearing her master's inner voice, she was startled and quickly feigned sleep, hoping her master would remain oblivious. Surely, her master would not notice, and would even compliment her for being so understanding. It is evident that her master possesses little cultivation and seldom employs any celestial arts, likely washing most of his garments himself. However, now that Qinghan is present, her master ought to grant her some opportunities to shine. She must make her master utterly captivated by her presence. Her master must find it impossible to be apart from her for even a moment. The next day, Yi Qinghan rose early to practice her cultivation. Building her foundation with the techniques provided by her master was not particularly challenging, yet it was not something that could be achieved overnight. Nevertheless, her master had requested completion before the secret realm opened, and Yi Qinghan felt no urgency. With the celestial treasures and techniques gifted to her by her master, she mused that even a pig could be nurtured to ascend with such resources. As for herself, as long as she followed her master, achieving immortality was merely a matter of time. Although her master lacked cultivation, he was likely ageless and immortal as a fox demon. Qinghan anticipated living for a millennium without issue. She had ample time that if she couldn't become an immortal demon within that span, then when could she? Imitating her master, Yi Qinghan washed her face before practicing, though it was unnecessary. She had heard her master mention that it was an integral part of cultivation. In truth, she hardly needed rest prior, as practicing was merely a means of adjusting her physical state. Yet her master surely had his reasons. He would not harm himself, although it appeared she remained at the 9th layer of Qi training. Ever since she began practicing her master's techniques, her cultivation had regressed. However, her strength was undeniably skyrocketing. Just moments ago, she reached the 9th layer required by the technique, and she felt extraordinarily powerful. The previous day's ambush demonstrated that she could withstand blades and swords merely with her protective qi, albeit with some discomfort. Having completed her morning routine, Yi Qinghan slowly rose and made her way to the main hall to greet her master. "Good morning, Master Qinghan. I have some matters to attend to today. Would you mind running an errand for me to purchase some vegetables?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Her master seldom entrusted her with tasks, and she was more than willing to assist him. "Of course, I've written down everything you need on this paper. Just go and take care of it." "Absolutely. Rest assured, Master, I am not a child." Su Cheng scratched his head and smiled wryly, then waved his hand. Once Yi Qinghan exited the celestial hall, she began rummaging through her belongings. She had longed to ride a celestial sword, but had never found the opportunity. As for why she didn't use the Ling Shuang sword, it was simply because she cherished it too much. The sword bestowed upon her by her master was something she hugged closely every night. How could she bear to tread upon it? Pulling a celestial sword from the sword box at random, Yi Qinghan took to the skies on her blade, soon arriving at the bustling market outside Nanding City. The fairy Qinghan has arrived. "Oh, you jest, dear aunt. I am but a humble cultivator, hardly worthy of such a title." Yi Qinghan waved her silken sleeves lightly, partially obscuring her face, exuding an air of bashful innocence akin to a sheltered maiden. "Is that rascal Su Cheng sending you on an errand?" The aunt huffed indignantly, as if Su Cheng had committed an egregious offense. "My master is pressing matters and cannot venture out. Hence I am here on his behalf." The aunt pouted, not inquiring about what Yi Qinghan needed, but simply selecting items to fill her basket. "Humph. What could he possibly need? just being lazy and taking advantage of you because you're a young girl. In my view, he has spoiled rotten." As she spoke, the aunt packed 2 bundles of fresh celery and greens for Yi Ching Han, even stuffing in a couple of tomatoes and potatoes. Yi Ching Han was taken aback. Had she even mentioned what she wanted? According to custom, shouldn't they weigh the items first and charge based on weight? "Aunt?" Yi Ching Han seemed perplexed, her expression adorably dazed, as if the term adorably dazed had been crafted just for her. "Oh, no need to say anything. Just take them." The aunt circled around from behind the stall, insisting on shoving the packed vegetables into Yi Ching Han's arms, not allowing her protest. "This is unacceptable." Yi Ching Han panicked. "Why is this happening? Could it be because I frightened the vendors here with my fight yesterday? Listen to me, child. Keep some of this money for yourself. Save a bit in case that fellow bullies you. So you have a fallback plan, understand? If your master finds out." This was the first time Yi Ching Han encountered such pure kindness. Although she had misjudged her master, she could not feel anger. Instead, warmth blossomed in her heart. "You silly girl, just say you bought it. What would he know?" Yi Ching Han smiled brightly. The aunt's reasoning was sound. If the aunt were fox spirit, she must have at least a millennium of experience. "Then let me offer you some money, and I thank you for your generosity." The aunt had spoken, so to refuse would be ungrateful. Why Yi Ching Han paid according to Su Cheng's haggling standards. Then departed. She did not feel that the aunt's attitude toward her master was poor. Had she not been able to hear her master's thoughts, she would likely have been as clueless as anyone else. Manipulated by her master with ease. Reflecting on this, she could not help but recall how her master had helped her obtain the elixir, playing with her thoughts. At this moment, Yi Ching Han was grateful she could hear her master's inner voice. If her master were to hear her unspoken thoughts, "I send tea that the Su family's daughter-in-law, here to buy vegetables." "Hey, I see you have an eye for detail." You recognized me as the Su family's daughter-in-law at a glance. "Good morning, Uncle Wong." Yi Ching Han greeted with a smile, feeling a thrill at the somewhat presumptuous title. "Come, let me pack some for you. Take them back and have Su Chang cook you some ribs." Thus, she gathered a little from this stall and a little from that, until Yi Ching Han was nearly overwhelmed with her bounty. Standing before the main hall, she looked adorably dazed at her master. Making eye contact with Su Chang, who held a military tone. "Ching Han, have you gone robbing?" Chapter 11. The financial authority of the Su family's daughter-in-law, Su Chang stared at the several large bags overflowing with fruits. Vegetables, poultry, fish, and even a watermelon that Yi Ching Han clutched in both hands. "The disciple has nothing. Did they force you to buy?" "No, they wouldn't take my money, saying it's tough for me," or something like that. "I didn't understand, but I couldn't refuse." "Is it because you're pretty that you receive such treatment? How enviable." "Here is the remaining money. I've placed it on your desk." Yi Ching Han cautiously set down the nearly untouched money on the table. "Keep it. From now on, the expenses of Ling Shuang Hall will be under your purview. A talent for managing finances like Ching Han is a rare find. If she has a day's worth of spending money in her hands, she could likely stretch it over a month. This one do. It all belongs to the master." Yi Ching Han was bewildered. She understood how much her master cherished wealth, though her master's entire fortune amounted to merely a few taels of silver. It was not about the amount. Her master was willing to entrust her with the financial authority of Ling Xian Hall. This demonstrated a level of trust beyond the ordinary. "There's a black box on my desk. Take everything inside, and Ling Xian Hall is yours to manage." Yi Ching Han admitted that as a fox demon, she did indeed have an affinity for treasures and precious items, having initially approached her master with thoughts of his magical artifacts. However, she had hoped to obtain these through her own cleverness rather than being handed to her by her master out of goodwill. That would provide her with no sense of accomplishment. In the narrative of a fox demon, should it not be the case that others were ensnared in her schemes, ultimately leading to their downfall while she claimed their riches for herself? Yi Ching Han hesitated. She initially intended to refuse, but then recalled the aunt's earlier words, and Uncle Wang's mention of the Su family's daughter-in-law. "Ching Han, do you truly wish for your master to kneel before you in supplication? You are undoubtedly the most suitable person to manage the funds for Ling Xian Hall. It's not a matter of daring. Since your master has spoken, you should proceed with confidence. I will give it a try." Yi Ching Han bowed respectfully, never having imagined she could extract money from her master, who was so fond of wealth. But since she was the Su family's daughter-in-law, she would reluctantly accept this responsibility. There's one more thing. Why Qinghan had long anticipated what it was, but remained silent, patiently waiting for Su Chang to speak. Master, please feel free to instruct me. I shall not shy away. Su Chang tilted his head, his usual demeanor concealing a hint of murderous intent only Yi Qinghan could detect. Tonight, go and eradicate the Pingyun sect. The disciple will not fail in this mission. Su Chang was taken aback. Huh, is that right? This fellow isn't surprised at all. Has my carefully crafted persona crumbled in her eyes? After all the effort I put into building this useless Ade. Is it all gone? Yi Qinghan thought to herself. Having already known last night, she was no longer surprised. The disciple is well aware of your plans. I anticipated this. Are you not surprised? What was my expression last night? Upon reflection, as I returned last night, my ever-attached eldest disciple spoke very little. You are the only true disciple of your master, and should anyone dare to harm you, I shall not let them go unpunished. Su Chang lightly brushed his sleeve, his gaze revealing an unusual coldness, radiating a disdainful arrogance that looked down upon the world. However, Yi Qinghan felt little concern. Expecting a fox demon to adhere to human moral judgments was rather unreasonable. Was it not? In fact, she found it quite splendid, for this was the master she had longed for. From now on, she would no longer need to heed anyone's opinions. Everything would be taken care of by her master, and she need not worry about any consequences. Even if she could not slay Cheng Liang, her master would ensure her peace of mind. The Emperor of Man and the Immortal Emperor were nothing in her master's eyes. Anyone who dared to bully my disciple would face the ultimate price, even if it cost me my life. It must be said that after Su Chang comprehended the frost sword technique, he indeed became more audacious. But that sword truly warranted such confidence. Why Yi Qinghan understood that this was her master's affection for her, and she would not squander this hard-earned bond. The disciple remembers this well. Upon arriving at the Lingxian Hall and meeting her master, Yi Qinghan felt that her tears had become trivial. Yet this time, instead of weeping like a fragile woman, she smiled serenely at her master. This was the master she desired. The mere phrase, "everything shall be handled by your master," provided her with the greatest sense of security. As long as her master was present, she had nothing to fear. With her master's backing, what did it matter how formidable the opponent's background was? Subsequently, Su Cheng handed over a few magical artifacts to Yi Qinghan, providing detailed introductions for each. There were 37 offensive artifacts, each with an array of techniques. Should she employ them all, the demise of the Pingyun sect would surely surpass Yi Qinghan's imagination. There were 20 defensive artifacts, categorized into 9 different types, including mental defenses, barriers, passive counterattacks, passive triggers, and 6 methods for spatial-level defenses. In response to the protective formation of the Pingyun sect, Su Cheng provided Yi Qinghan with 3 distinct strategies, each equipped with backup plans and emergency contingencies. To counter the potential terror that could withstand the frost sword formation, Su Cheng prepared a special artifact capable of suppressing immortals, which was of the passive trigger type, for the possibility of being detected by enemies. He arranged a cloak made from the wings of the Crimson Flame Dragon, capable of concealing one's presence in case reinforcements appeared. Su Cheng prepared spatial-level offensive measures that could completely sever the Pingyun sect's connection to the outside world. Additionally, he had set up a teleportation formation in the courtyard. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, there would be no need to linger in battle. An immediate retreat would ensure safety while he handled everything. Although Yi Qinghan was somewhat familiar with Su Cheng's plans, upon witnessing the plethora of artifacts that could not fit on a single table, she was left utterly astounded. Is there anything else you require? Or do you find anything unsuitable? The two exchanged glances, and seeing Yi Qinghan momentarily lost in thought, Su Cheng inquired why Yi Qinghan. Master, how about I assist you in conquering the world with this array of firepower? Pingyun County would hardly withstand it. Yi Qinghan was speechless. Her master had even prepared measures to prevent enemies from reincarnating to avoid any resurgence. Was this a jest? Such firepower could obliterate merely by grazing the skin. How could one even think of revival? Yi Qinghan felt her master lacked a clear understanding of the strength of their foes. Master, is this level of firepower perhaps a bit? Su Chang furrowed his brows in contemplation. Could it be that he had underestimated their opponents? Was this equipment still somewhat excessive? With this thought, Su Chang turned to the side, beginning to ponder countermeasures, wondering if there was anything he had overlooked. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. It was futile to argue. Her master simply could not fathom the weakness of the Pingyun sect. Master, I meant to say, does such a small sect as the Pingyun sect truly require this many artifacts? That is not correct. Qinghan, this is your first venture into exterminating an entire clan. You must proceed with utmost caution and never underestimate the enemy. Recalling how her master had previously mentioned retreating immediately in case of unforeseen events. Yi Qinghan thought to herself, am I to avoid their sharpness? She believed that the only caution required was to ensure a living witness to interrogate for the mastermind behind it all. Compassion welled within Yi Qinghan for her master. It seemed he had been frightened by the prospect of ambush. Perhaps she had taken things too far. This atmosphere likely had instilled a psychological affliction in her master. After she eradicated the Pingyun sect tonight, she would find a way to help her master heal. Once everything was explained, Su Chang departed for the kitchen, leaving a cute and adorable fox in the main hall. The Pingyun sect was somewhat distant from the Lingxian hall, yet for Yi Qinghan, who could ride the sword, it was hardly far. Unable to envision any scenes from the upcoming battle as described by Su Chang, she felt no trepidation regarding the knight's extermination mission, and thus set off to assist her master. Chapter 12. The dominant eldest disciple is online after lunch. Yi Qinghan practiced for a while before setting off. Qinghan, do not be anxious, do not fear. You need only follow the plan, for with your master present, nothing will go awry. As Yu Cheng gazed upon the tall figure stepping onto the immortal sword, feeling as if he were watching a general about to depart or a daughter preparing for marriage. His emotions too profound to articulate, and after much hesitation, he could only muster a word of caution. It was as if a certain chill emanated from a mother worried for her child. At this moment, Yi Qinghan thought that it was the Pingyun sect that should be anxious and fearful. Why Yi Qinghan understood her master's sentiments. She could hear his concerns and feel the affection he had for her. Master, do not worry. The disciple shall return shortly. Please sit and watch as Qinghan warms wine and extinguishes the Pingyun sect. Qinghan, do you know the tale of warming wine to slay Hua Xiong? Su Chang was taken aback, pondering if there were indeed tales from the three kingdoms in this world. Who is Hua Xiong? Yi Qinghan did not comprehend her master's words, nor did she grasp the world that resided in his heart. However, it seemed only natural that such a formidable master could traverse different realms. It's all good. The graceful figure soared upon the immortal sword, golden light streaking across the sky, and as Su Chang watched her depart, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed towards the horizon. The figure had long since vanished, and it became increasingly difficult to discern with the naked eye. Su Chang muttered softly, It seems this villain must be dealt with by me. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. After flying for a while, she veered in another direction. In the extreme cold of the northern wilderness, beneath the 1,000-mile expanse of snow, Yi Qinghan returned to her homeland after 2 years. Gently descending, she stepped onto the snow, the crunching sound beneath her feet evoking a sense of nostalgia. Although she could tread without leaving a trace, she cherished this feeling. Reflecting on her past self as a small fox, unable to transform into human form, she could still leave delicate paw prints in the snow. Following the path of her memories, Yi Qinghan found her former home, now a desolate ruin in the northern demon city. Her parents had long since turned to dust. Yi Qinghan could only sit upon the remnants of what was once the city gate, gazing at the land consumed by raging flames. Even after years had passed, the ground remained unblanketed by snow, still retaining the searing heat. Mother, I have returned. Your daughter has encountered a wonderful master who does not disdain her foolishness and has taken her as a true disciple. My master understands my fate, bestowing upon me the name Qinghan, wishing to alter my destiny. My master does not regard me as lowly. With the 6 rites of gifting, he has imparted celestial techniques and treats me as his own, never looking down upon me. Your daughter is now thriving and has grown strong. I come only to inquire about your well-being. I hope that you do not worry for your daughter. Next time I return, I will present the heads of my enemies to soothe your spirit in the heavens for the blood feud. Qing Han has not forgotten that it is not that Yi Qing Han did not wish to enter the city for a look, but rather that she dared not. Until the blood feud was avenged, she could not bear to face her mother. How could she return her mother in such a state of mere survival? Flowers of ice in place of her graceful silhouette seemed like a young girl guarding an empty city, or a radiant light illuminating a solitary grave as Yi Qing Han departed. This was the only snowflake that could remain upon the eternal scorched earth. Riding her sword, she was off to fulfill her duties. The immortal sword descended slowly, the sword box crashing heavily before the gates of the Pinyin sect, akin to the tolling of a death knell, echoing with a resounding bang that opened the gates of the underworld. Who goes there? I am Yi Qing Han. I have heard you are seeking me. Yi Qing Han perched upon the sword box, swinging her delicate legs with utter nonchalance. She was in no rush, having already prepared everything as instructed by her master. And one would escape. The artifacts bestowed by her master were all of the highest celestial grade, even if the sect master of the Pinyin sect were to arrive. Escape would be impossible. Yi Qing Han was sent by her master to eradicate the entire clan, and within the bounds of the celestial measure, anyone who drew breath would not be spared. Go and inform your sect master that Yi Qing Han has arrived. The dominant eldest disciple is now online. Today, there is no master accompanying me. Yi Qing Han has taken on a grand persona. Does Yin Wang jest with you? What are you? Do you know where this place is? Yi Qing Han pouted, and after one swift strike, for immortal swords floated behind her. Do you not understand human speech? The young monk guarding the entrance has finally come to his senses and hurried inside to call for help. Before long, Yi Qing Han found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Why Pinyin sect has no grievances with the celestial maiden? Why have you come to provoke us? An elder squeezed through the crowd and spoke first, his tone laden with caution. It was Cheng Liang who sent you to kill Su Cheng, wasn't it? The elder was taken aback, finally realizing that this was Yi Chunming. That's not true. None of the disciples from Pinyin sect left the sect yesterday. Yi Qing Han couldn't help but laugh. You even remember it was yesterday. Slap. A resounding slap landed on his face. Are you out of your mind? Can you find someone with a normal IQ to converse with me? The elder was bewildered. After all, he was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. When had he ever been slapped like that? What do you mean, young lady? Yi Qing Han felt a touch of exasperation. This group seemed utterly brainless. Call your sect leader out, or I will kill all of you. Just as those words left her lips, for celestial swords flew out, and in the blink of an eye, several corpses lay peacefully on the ground. This time, the elder was no longer calm. He could see that the other party was fearless in seeking trouble. They likely had a formidable background. It would be wiser to summon the sect leader first. Slap. Yi Qing Han swung her arm again, narrowly avoiding sending the old man off to the afterlife. Are you deaf? I'm speaking to you. As she spoke, Yi Qing Han thought that this method of communication was still too gentle. So she raised her hand, and a magic suppression steel floated in the air, specifically designed to deal with the protective formation of Pinyin sect. However, there was no limit to its usage. It could be used against anyone. As her master had never set any restrictions, no need for you to call. I will do it myself. With a graceful motion, the towering magic suppression steel descended from the sky. The elder looked up in dread as the heavens darkened. His heart sank. What a terrifying force! No one had ever mentioned that the sect leader knew a celestial maiden like this. Yi Qing Han, meanwhile, stood atop her celestial sword in the air, watching as the magic suppression steel crushed Pinyin sect. With a deafening crash, the very heavens trembled. The billowing smoke rose up to 100 feet, presenting a scene akin to the apocalypse. Just moments ago, the elder had been relieved that he hadn't angered this celestial maiden with his words. Now, he couldn't even find a trace of the corpses. What could have provoked our Pinyin sect to incur the wrath of the celestial maiden? Are you the sect leader? Yi Qing Han perched on her celestial sword, gazing down condescendingly at the insects below. The one who spoke was merely a man past 50, not particularly old for a cultivator. I am Qiao Yun, the sect leader of Pinyin sect. Qiao Yun had originally intended to flee, but soon realized that barriers had been set up all around. The artifacts responsible for these barriers and formations were clearly visible floating above him. Do you not think things through? You thought a few lackeys could kill Su Cheng? He is, after all, a sect leader. Do you think he is made of clay? Only then did Xiao Yun comprehend that his incompetence in handling the matter had drawn the ire of the Celestial Maiden. Yet, was it not this very Celestial Maiden who had killed his subordinates? Do not blame me, Celestial Maiden. Sect leader Cheng said that Su Cheng had no cultivation, which is why I only sent foundation stage disciples. Although Xiao Yun wore an awkward smile, he cursed Yi Qing Han 1,000 times in his heart. You scheming wench, you coveted their treasures, and only then became a disciple. And now you wish to leave with the treasures while maintaining a good reputation? If your Su Cheng knew of your behavior, it would surely infuriate him. Chapter 13. The Living King of Hell. Why Yi Qing Han mused inwardly. As expected, Master was not mistaken. It was indeed Cheng Liang's scheme. Narrowing her fox-like eyes, Yi Qing Han adopted the most villainous demeanor. Did Cheng Liang not mention the subsequent arrangements? I do not have the luxury of time to waste on that waste of space. At this moment, Xiao Yun was too fatigued to ponder further. Regardless of Yi Qing Han's actual strength, the artifacts she wielded surpassed his understanding. He now felt like a bird in a cage, a fish caught in a net, with his life and death entirely at Yi Qing Han's whim. Yes, Sect leader Cheng said that as long as Su Cheng is killed, you will be able to be with him. What is he? I'm the blood of the Fox Demon King, the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. Do you truly think I cannot see through his trivial schemes? Yi Qing Han was merely speaking nonsense. After all, did they not all say she possessed the demeanor of an emperor? I shall no longer pretend. You merely wish to sleep with me, do you not? Do you even dare to take a look at yourself? Are you worthy? The Celestial Maiden speaks wisely this moment. Xiao Yun was unable to discern who the true ruler was, but it was evident that this young lady was not to be trifled with. The reincarnation of the Demon Emperor. No wonder she nearly obliterated his Pingyun sect with a single strike, leaving him severely injured. However, what Xiao Yun did not know was that had Yi Qing Han not wished to inquire about certain matters, the magic suppression steel could have wiped them all out in an instant. That scoundrel dares to covet the body of this emperor. He shall meet his demise sooner or later. The Celestial Maiden speaks wisely. So you still intend to send someone to kill Su Cheng? Yi Qing Han narrowed her eyes and simply asked. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun replied, the plan from yesterday failed. Cheng Liang has already sought out others and intends to strike at Su Cheng again. Indeed, sect leader Cheng is very infatuated with you, that he will undoubtedly stop at nothing to kill Su Cheng. Very well. Such matters are beneath me. Killing my master would be of no benefit to my cultivation. Yi Qing Han was delighted. This fellow, regardless of what was in his mind, at least spoke honestly. Naturally, a Celestial Maiden cannot be tainted by the consequences of killing her master. Who did Cheng Liang recruit this time? Are they reliable? If it fails again, I would not mind exterminating another sect. Yi Qing Han's gaze caused a nascent soul sect leader to tremble with fear. Xiao Yun did not doubt her words at all. Pingyun's sect was now akin to a doomed ship, and such actions were merely child's play for the Celestial Maiden before him. The Liu family. This emperor is aware that moment. Xiao Yun seemed to glimpse hope. If the destruction of Pingyun's sect was inevitable, then perhaps this Celestial Maiden could be his opportunity. If the Celestial Maiden were willing to grant him another chance, he would ensure not to disappoint her this time. Yi Qing Han assessed Xiao Yun before smiling. This emperor can indeed grant you a chance. Thank you, Celestial Maiden, in your next life, be mindful not to repeat such mistakes. Before Xiao Yun could react, Yi Qing Han had already soared into the sky. In an instant, another magic suppression steel came crashing down. This time, it was more than twice the size of the previous one. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted. This truly was the end. 10 minutes later, once the dust had settled, Yi Qing Han went to survey the battlefield. She intended to collect all the valuables. Yet, she felt somewhat disappointed. She should have asked her master if there were gentler divine abilities available, as all the valuable treasures had been shattered. Priceless vases, antique paintings, everything was destroyed by the magic suppression steel. Nonetheless, she did manage to collect quite a few precious herbs and storage rings, but her master did not care for such items. The only thing lacking was money. Returning empty-handed was out of the question. Her master would undoubtedly be displeased. Yi Qinghan could hardly concern herself with such thoughts. The next day, Tiandao Pavilion received news from Pingyun sect. "What did you say?" Qing Liang was somewhat bewildered. Although Pingyun sect was not a major sect, it was certainly not insignificant either, yet it had vanished overnight. The means employed were exceedingly brutal. Nothing remained of Pingyun sect. Lu Chang expressed his regret, his eyes filled with lament. "No. What do you mean by saying Pingyun sect has disappeared? It has simply vanished, but it is not a minor sect. How could it just disappear?" "Indeed, sect leader, I personally went to investigate. That area is now bare. Not even a single corpse remains." Cheng Liang buried his face in his hands, exhaling deeply as he pressed the Jingming acupoint, after performing a full set of eye exercises. Cheng Liang remained silent for a long time. "Are you serious?" "Yes. Only a few pillars and the foundation remain." "What do you think happened?" "I dare not make rash conclusions. If it were a revenge killing, there would be no need to remove the buildings, would there?" At that moment, a newcomer approached the elder and whispered something in his ear. "Sect leader, I now believe it was likely a revenge killing. It is probably that Yi Qinghan you have been so fixated on. That old fool Xiao Yun, with his mid-nascent soul cultivation, how could Yi Qinghan possibly be his opponent? One of my men saw a beautiful woman selling the ornamental rock that used to stand outside the main hall of Pingyun sect at a low price." Cheng Liang felt a throbbing sensation in his head. The wardrobe, the table, even the glazed tiles on the roof seemed to be in the marketplace at this moment. It was said to be a beautiful woman selling them at a bargain, claiming her family was in urgent need of money. Otherwise, they would not part with such items. This vixen had indeed exceeded the expectations of the sect leader. Another set of eye exercises, this Yi Qinghan. Yet this was not the most outrageous part. Cheng Liang lifted his teacup, taking a sip, feeling as if nothing could astonish him anymore. "Speak." Lu Chang wore a grim expression, unable to fathom what Xiao Yun had done to provoke this living hell. Yi Qinghan might have even disturbed Xiao Yun's ancestral grave, selling off the burial goods. The bracelet worn by his wife at her burial was now also on the market. Puffed. Cheng Liang spat out the tea, not swallowing a single drop. What on earth had Su Cheng taught Yi Qinghan? Cheng Liang could no longer hold back. How desperate was Su Cheng for money? Raiding homes was one thing. Selling off ornamental rocks was another. But to even seize the glazed tiles from someone's roof? All of this was tolerable. It could be assumed that it was merely a matter of financial need, but to not even spare the deceased as possessions? To rob the dead of their bracelets? If Yi Qinghan was inhumane, then you were even less so. On the other side, in Lingxian Palace, when Yi Qinghan returned, the sky had already brightened, just as she was about to speak. She noticed her master was in the courtyard practicing with a spear. This spear in her master's hand was likely the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, that why Yi Qinghan couldn't help but marvel. Even without cultivation, her master wielded the spear with remarkable grace. Each move flowed seamlessly, resembling a meticulously choreographed dance, and despite wearing a long gown, she exuded the aura of a martial general. Her master was perpetually captivating. Whether mounted and wielding a spear like a general or seated in solemnity with the demeanor of a scholar, every role was performed with elegance. "Qinghan, you have returned." Sensing someone behind, Su Cheng slowly lowered his spear, forcing a smile that Su Cheng had already heard the system announcement that Yi Qinghan had wiped out the entire Qingshan sect, yet it took her a whole night to return. This is the heavenly materials and earthly treasures collected by the Pingyun sect, along with quite a bit of money earned by Qinghan. Su Cheng waved his hand, his gaze scanning Yi Qinghan from head to toe, seemingly inspecting her health. "None of that matters, as long as you're unharmed. I will take my leave to rest. Keep whatever heavenly materials and earthly treasures you fancy, and if there are none, just find a room to store them. I will handle them once I awaken. As for the money earned, there is no need to report to me. The fiscal authority is entrusted to you, and you shall decide." Chapter 14. Wealth accumulated. Yi Qinghan observed the weary figure slowly retreating to the sleeping quarters. Feeling a pang of sympathy, her master was but an unendowed mortal, having gone an entire day and night without rest, naturally feeling fatigued as he practiced in the courtyard awaiting her return. Lingxian Palace had many empty rooms, and following her master's advice, Yi Qinghan casually selected one to serve as a storeroom, dumping a sack of heavenly materials and earthly treasures along with her storage ring into it. Though her master had said to keep what she liked, what more could she possibly need? She already possessed dozens of top-tier celestial artifacts, with 3 innate treasures equipped. With such gear, she could conquer the world. What use did she have for these trifles? She merely wished to return with something in hand, to bring joy to her master. Furthermore, though she did not understand why, her master seemed capable of crafting better items for her using these lower-tier artifacts. It was best to keep them. While her master rested, Yi Qinghan washed the ingredients she had purchased on her way back, intending to clean and fragrance her master's clothing in the Spirit Pool Palace. Although the clothes given to her were all celestial grade, her master typically wore ordinary attire that required hand-washing. After confirming her master was asleep, Yi Qinghan stealthily retrieved the long gown she had taken and hurried to the Spirit Pool Palace. After washing her master's garments and placing them in the compartment to infuse with fragrance, she scanned the area, searching for a desired item. But after a long while, she found nothing and felt a twinge of reluctance towards the freshly laundered long gown. How could her master not take a bath before sleeping? Change into fresh clothes? Yi Qinghan pouted, unaware that her title as the living hell had already spread throughout the cultivation world. Just as she had thought. This gentleness was solely reserved for her master. What concern did she have for the masses? What connection did she share with the world? At this moment, most people believe this was taught by Su Cheng. For how could such a gentle fairy commit such brutal acts? However, it would not be long before the world realized that without Su Cheng, this Yin Wang would only become more unrestrained. Only when by her master's side did she retain any semblance of humanity. Yi Qinghan did not perceive this as a constraint. Rather, she felt her master had granted her this stability, allowing her to face any formidable foe without the need to scramble for sustenance, growing and developing in obscurity. From this point onward, she no longer needed to shy away from the limelight. It was others who should avoid her brilliance. However, when next visiting the Liu family, she must take heed not to use the demon-suppressing monument again, as it had smashed all the valuable treasures. After completing her tasks, Yi Qinghan had intended to rest, but the absence of her master's scent on the bed rendered her unable to sleep. Tossing and turning, she even contemplated sneaking a piece of clothing from her master. If her master was asleep, slipping in should go unnoticed. Yi Qinghan hesitated, though she felt her unendowed master would not detect her presence. But with so many artifacts, who knew if any traps were laid within the room? If caught, how would she explain herself? Yi Qinghan would rather claim she was there to assassinate than to be regarded as a rebellious disciple by her master. Yi Qinghan paced back and forth in the courtyard, ultimately not daring to enter her master's room. In Lingxian Palace, with only the two of them, Yi Qinghan truly found herself with nothing to do in her master's absence, and thus decided to practice beneath the tree. By the time Su Cheng awoke, it was already afternoon. Upon seeing Yi Qinghan in meditation, he did not disturb her and went to collect the treasures. This time, Su Cheng experienced the sensation of sudden wealth. He had acquired over 300,000 system points. Su Cheng promptly reclined on a rattan chair, opened the system shop, and began to splurge. An immortal realm training dummy. Let us arrange 1 for Qinghan. Blank jade slips. Let us get 10 for Qinghan. Is Qinghan about to establish her foundation? The heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for foundation establishment must be prepared for my precious Qinghan. Low grade, intermediate, high grade, legendary, mythic? Who does he look down upon? My precious Qinghan deserves nothing less than mythic level. With a thought, Su Cheng confirmed the payment, spending 150,000 system points to purchase a mythic grade foundation establishment materials set. Mythic grade foundation establishment set, Yi Qinghan. 1. Su Cheng couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. In this regard, the system had always been so meticulous. Haha, my disciple, of course, foundation establishment must utilize the best. As Yi Qinghan practiced nearby, listening to her master's slightly proud musings, her heart wavered. Yi Qinghan did not understand the foundation establishment set, but she understood her master. Whatever her master selected was assuredly the finest. She listened as her master upgraded Lingxian Palace, prepared heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even arranged various elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. After completing a full cycle of meditation, Yi Qinghan slowly rose and respectfully greeted her master, her eyes brimming with profound affection. Master, Qinghan, you performed admirably on this journey. You have alleviated my worries. Yi Qinghan took out the artifact her master had entrusted her with, placing them neatly on the table in the hall. The artifacts entrusted to her by her master included 37 offensive artifacts, 20 defensive artifacts, capes, soft armor for protection, life-saving elixirs, and other treasures, totaling 73 items, all returned to her master without having left her side. You need not return them to me. I no longer require external items. Su Cheng had no choice but to feign indifference. He indeed did not need these. You return them to me, yet I cannot utilize them. Yi Qinghan, acknowledging her master's grace, dared not make any further demands. Carrying such celestial items could lead to mishaps. If that is the case, then place them in the Wanyu Pavilion, should there be a need. You can summon them using the disciple's token I bestowed upon you at any time. As Su Cheng spoke, he gestured toward the tower behind the main hall, resembling a demon-suppressing tower. Yi Qinghan blinked her fox-like eyes, wondering when the Lingxian Palace had acquired an additional tower, suddenly recalling her master's earlier thoughts about upgrading Lingxian Palace. It seemed this was indeed the case. Did this mean she could utilize her master's artifacts whenever she wished? Yi Qinghan couldn't help but feel that if the world knew her master possessed such an abundance of treasures, they would likely rush to pay their respects. Such treatment would surely make even immortals envious. Following her master's instructions, Yi Qinghan placed all the artifacts inside, but the chaos bell could not fit. She tried, and indeed, neither the sword box nor the Lingxian sword could be accommodated. Master, I was able to store all the other artifacts, but the chaos bell won't go. No matter, just place it by my bedside. It seemed her master had no intention of revealing anything about the innate treasures, but most likely was also concerned for her. What did her master mean when he said she could summon them at any time? The literal meaning is that the jade pendant can be summoned at any time and in any place, whenever you wish to use it. It can actually do such a thing. Yi Qinghan took out the precious jade pendant from her treasured possessions. Dressed rather lightly in Ling Shuang Palace, this scene nearly resulted in Su Cheng being struck speechless. Yi Qinghan certainly noticed Su Cheng's gaze. However, she found it rather delightful, as such expressions on her master were endearing in her eyes. The jade pendant was thrust into Su Cheng's hands, warm to the touch and exuding a fragrant aroma. Yu Cheng felt utterly helpless against her innate charm. Master, could you please teach Qinghan how to summon it? In Yi Qinghan's perspective, this jade pendant was merely a token for entering Ling Shuang Palace, symbolizing her status as a direct disciple. Without the pendant, others would not perceive the grandeur of the celestial palace named Ling Xian Palace beside that dilapidated house. At this moment, Su Cheng felt dizzy as the treasure possession was almost thrust against his face. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, kindness. Truly, as the eldest disciple of the master, she was indeed wary of petty grievances, but not of her mentor. Chapter 15. Sword strikes the thunder tribulation cough. Qinghan, could you please step back a bit? I can no longer see the jade pendant. Yi Qinghan's eyes curved in a smile, showing a hint of affection as she took half a step back. Even if my master possesses countless magical artifacts, what could possibly contend with Qinghan? Yi Qinghan simply perched herself on the armrest of Su Cheng's chair, her tone laced with a beguiling charm and a hint of playful reproach. Master, please take your time. I couldn't quite see what you demonstrated last time. Su Cheng's robust frame tensed, and he cleared his throat, returning to a serious demeanor. All right, this time I will certainly teach you how to use it. In the days that followed, the Liu family remained silent, and life in Lingxian Palace was exceedingly pleasant. Yu Chen gradually adapted to the presence of Yi Qinghan in his life, that Yi Qinghan was quite satisfied. Marking a check next to the preliminary plan in her mentor's training manual, her master now knew to set aside the clothes he changed out of before bathing, awaiting her to collect them. This was a significant improvement. It indicated that the daughter-in-law of the Su family had begun to integrate into Su Cheng's life. However, Yi Qinghan felt it wasn't enough. She believed it was unfair that she was the one always sneaking peeks at her master while he never did the same for her. Why not? Was she not beautiful? What a joke. When it comes to causing chaos and enticing men, if she claimed the second place, who would dare claim the first? With an innate charm and the blood of the Fox Demon King. Did she jest? Days passed, and although Yi Qinghan did not exert herself intensely, she began to show signs of a breakthrough. Xu Cheng summoned Yi Qinghan to his side and casually handed her a breakthrough material worth 150,000 system points. These are some heavenly treasures I have procured for you, my dear disciple. I shall not elaborate further. With your innate talent, you will discern their value at a glance. In truth, this trinket was contained within a box that Su Cheng, lacking any cultivation, could not even open. He had no idea what lay within. Thank you, master. I vow to devote myself to diligent practice to repay your kindness. Yi Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, nearly uttering something amiss in her excitement. Just the exquisite wooden box containing the foundational materials alone was worth at least a celestial artifact. The treasures within could likely buy her life. No matter, I do not impose stringent demands on you. My only wish is for you to grow up joyfully and happily. With me around, regardless of whether you ascend to immortality or not, I will ensure your safety throughout your life. Su Cheng chuckled, ruffling Yi Qinghan's hair, which had been so serious moments before, as if making a vow. Indeed, to Su Cheng, it mattered little as long as the child remained safe. Watching her lively antics in the courtyard brought him immense joy. Yi Qinghan remained speechless, her master always so contradictory. She did not understand her master's concerns, but she could feel the affection hidden in every detail. At this moment, she wished to say to her master, Master, I am willing. Yi Qinghan withdrew, slowly opening the box in the courtyard, revealing a treasure trove of foundational pills and other spiritual treasures. Just by opening the box and sensing the spiritual energy contained within, Yi Qinghan felt herself on the verge of breaking through. She dared not imagine how powerful she would become if she absorbed these treasures. Without wasting time, Yi Qinghan, already at the 13th level of Qi training, sat in meditation, gradually circulating her cultivation technique. Surrounded by the foundational materials prepared by her master, the foundational pill melted into liquid upon entering her mouth, and in that instant, Yi Qinghan could only describe it with one word: wonderful. Simply marvelous. While ordinary cultivators needed to seek out foundational materials, how could anything compare to what her master had prepared for her? What a farce! Yi Qinghan believed that when she ascended, consuming these would allow her to punch the Celestial Emperor and kick the Heavenly Tao. Bro, this guarantees ascension. What nonsense rules are the Heavenly Tao? My rules are the true rules. Tribulation. If a single cloud dares to float up there, I will cleave it in two. Though these thoughts raced through her mind, Yi Qinghan still took her time absorbing the other foundational materials. Let us start with this item that resembles a rhinoceros horn, one after another, including feathers, teeth, dragon bones, and turtle shells. Yi Qinghan was bewildered but utterly astonished. Where did her master procure these treasures? In terms of sensation, while others were laying foundations, she felt as if she were constructing a skyscraper. This process continued for an entire day and night, and even the formidable Yan Wang was left drenched in sweat. Breathless, she could still feel the surging power within her body, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, awaiting the moment of breakthrough. Soon as the last foundational pill was completely absorbed, Yi Qinghan thought to herself, here it comes. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds. Countless spectral beasts materialized, prompting the citizens of Dingzhou City to kneel and pay homage. Deeming it a sign of auspiciousness, the thunder roared like a ferocious beast, while the howling winds tore and dragged the thunderclouds, gathering above Ling Shuang Palace. Lightning burst forth like dragon claws reaching from the clouds, sunlight piercing through the gaps in the dark clouds, revealing signs of good fortune. Birds in the mountains fled in panic, and beasts scattered in all directions. All creatures with a modicum of spiritual awareness prostrated themselves toward Ling Xian Palace, beseeching the deities to quell their wrath or to grant protection. And this was merely what could be seen. The invisible pressure was even more terrifying, had it not been for the invincible formation protecting Ling Xian Palace. The pressure Yi Qinghan inadvertently unleashed might have rendered her breathless. Master, I am frightened. Whose foundational cultivation is this terrifying? Noticing Yi Qinghan's slightly furrowed brow, Su Chang couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Thus spoke to reassure her. Focus on your breakthrough. With me here, the thunder tribulation shall not harm my beloved disciple in the slightest. Why Yi Qinghan did not open her eyes, although she could not see the extraordinary phenomena she had caused. She could sense the shifts in the surrounding aura. Yet, she had to admit, her master's words were like a powerful tonic, wrapping her in a warm embrace, providing immense comfort. Her master was present. What was there to fear? As long as her master assured her it was fine, it was undoubtedly so. With her master's steady strategy, one could not help but think that soon the thunderclouds would be caught and given a lesson. Su Chang squinted his eyes, turning slightly, one hand holding the Star River, treating it as a sword. Come, dare you touch my disciple? Let us see if I will cleave you, the thunder rumbled, seemingly displeased. And in an instant, a bolt of lightning descended, aimed directly at Yi Qinghan. Su Chang did not relent. The Ling Shuang sword formation unfolded in a flash, and this time the celestial phenomena were even more pronounced. With the spectral beasts in the sky visibly contorted by the pressure, their expressions resembling a mix of shock and adorableness. In an instant, a beam of sword light was unleashed. Not only did it disrupt the thunderclouds, but even the very fabric of space began to warp. With this strike, it felt as though the sky itself had been severed, as if it were about to collapse. This sword not only severed the heavenly thunder, but also cleaved through the firmament. One must admit, though somewhat crude, it was undeniably effective. The thunder now transformed from its previous ferocity to a gentler rumble. After approximately half a stick of incense, the thunderclouds, though still lingering in the sky, were too intimidated by Su Chang to dare approach Yi Qinghan. Why Yi Qinghan slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was her master striding confidently before her, holding the Star River sword, pointing it toward the heavens. How dashing! If this scene were to be placed upon another, she would undoubtedly scoff, but upon her master, it could only be described with a single word: dashing. At this moment, not only was the primal power within her restless, but her profound affection for her master also surged uncontrollably. With a leap, she threw herself into her master's embrace, nearly causing the unassuming Su Chang to stagger. Master is truly impressive. Even the thunder tribulation fears you. It is not as exaggerated as you say. I merely cleave it in two, then does that not make you even more formidable? Our Ling Xian Palace is not affluent. I have always taught you to be frugal and humble, primarily to prevent it from damaging the items in my courtyard. Yi Qinghan pouted, huffing, still pretending. What is my master thinking? Does the disciple not understand? Just now, you were confronting the thunder tribulation, so dashing. Humph, and now you wish to deceive your disciple. Do you take me for a foolish fox? If you are worried about me, then just admit it. What is there to be shy about? Chapter 16. National server Daji Qinghan has just laid her foundation. Do you feel any discomfort? Su Chang placed the chicken soup on the table, having specially prepared some celestial pills and supplements for Yi Qinghan, fearing that she might overexert herself during her breakthrough. I do. How could Yi Qinghan let such a delightful opportunity for coquettishness slip away? Ah, quickly, tell your master. Su Chang hastily sat beside Yi Qinghan, untying his apron with a face full of concern. Disciple is unwell, Yi Qinghan said, her delicate hand resting on her chest, her eyes devoid of spirit, her enticing neck appearing almost too heavy to support the weight of her fox-like head. Ah, where do you feel unwell? Yi Qinghan grasped her master's hand and placed it against her chest, leaning lightly against Su Chang's shoulder. It feels heavy in my chest. My limbs are weak. My head is spinning. And I have a nosebleed. Ah, so soft. Ah, how serious. Hurry and give Qinghan 2 pills of the quick-acting rescue fox pills. It's not the first time Yi Qinghan has taken them. After all, they have no side effects. And if her master dares to provide them, she dares to consume them. Su Chang quickly withdrew his hand, aware that this national-level dodgy was not to be trifled with. The Ling Shuang sword formation was formidable. But Su Cheng was merely fragile. Once caught, the consequences would be irreparable. Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, a cunning glint passing through them as she leaned into her master's embrace. "May Qinghan rest in your arms for a moment?" she inquired, although she had already done so before posing the question. As a first-time master, how should one handle a disciple in such a state? Urgently awaiting answers. "Master, I have caused you trouble. No need for concern. Qinghan is my disciple. There is no such thing as trouble," Su Cheng reassured. Such a thoughtful disciple. How could I even entertain such thoughts? I must be truly despicable. Yi Qinghan was taken aback internally. "What thoughts?" "Indeed, master, your thoughts align perfectly with mine. You should not bear blame. The one at fault is the disciple who seduces her master. However, acknowledging one's mistakes yet failing to correct them is the nature of disciples. And we fox demons are thus. What's so interesting about cultivation compared to my master? It's merely a means to gain my master's favor." This time, however, Yi Qinghan was suffering internally, and Su Cheng, lacking cultivation, could not discern anything. After relishing in the moment for quite some time, having replenished her HP, she finally released her master and they dined together. By the way, "Master, the secret realm is about to open." I have long prepared for you. The secret realm is exceedingly perilous, and I have devised 12 strategies for navigating it, each with contingency plans and emergency protocols. Yi Qing'an did not take this to heart. She felt she could easily slay Chang Liang now. "Master, if I rely solely on you, how can I grow stronger? I merely wish for you to accompany me. To be frank, Su Cheng had no intention of going, as he believed sitting in the Lingxian Hall was the safest choice. Yet, with such a thoughtful disciple, he found it difficult to refuse. "As long as my precious darling speaks, not even a venture into the secret realm would make me flinch. Even if it meant facing death, does Qinghan wish for her master to be by her side?" Yi Qinghan paused. That was not her intention. She feared that if she were not by her master's side, he might encounter unforeseen dangers. Time within the secret realm flows differently from the outside. What if they returned late and her master went out to buy groceries only to be caught by Chang Liang or assassins? If her master were beside her, she would fear nothing. However, if Su Cheng were to go, they must set off early. After selecting 2 swift steeds, Su Cheng took the Chaos Bell and departed 5 days in advance with Yi Qinghan, enjoying the journey, savoring delicacies, and singing until they reached the location of the secret realm. As for why Yi Qing'an did not use a sword to carry Su Cheng, she believed a man's fragile pride would likely not allow it. Moreover, Yi Qing'an preferred the opportunity to travel alongside her master. Such opportunities were rare for her. The secret realm lay in the eastern domain, no longer under the rule of the human emperor in the southern domain, inhabited more by other races. There were the sharp-eared elves, horned demons, and, of course, the beastly clans transformed from spirit beasts. Here, laws were scarce, relying more on trust, strength, and background interactions. Nonetheless, even in this survival of the fittest, they still adhered to the supreme laws of the heavenly way. However, near the secret realm, sightings of other races were seldom, and if they appeared, it was likely they possessed formidable backgrounds, standing before the entrance of the secret realm. Everyone appeared refined, yet in Yi Qinghan's eyes, they were merely clothed livestock. While demons understand the importance of gratitude, what about humans? Her mother perished at the hands of a man she once saved. And even after death, her skin was flayed, and her fangs extracted, treated as treasures of heaven and earth. In this world, only her master was a good person. Although Yi Qinghan did not fully comprehend her master's identity, it mattered little. Surrounding the secret realm, almost a small collective occupied a hill, be they sects or families, all notable figures that, of course, Cheng Liang was among them. Naturally, Qiao Yun was not present. The prominent sect leaders or clan heads gathered to chat and discuss recent events. And when the woman rumored to be the living embodiment of death, Yi Qinghan, entered with her master, a profound silence fell upon the crowd. Yi Qinghan, 16 years old, a royal fox demon, born with alluring charm. Achievements, effortlessly repelled by the great disciple of the heavenly Tao Pavilion and the second elder. Moreover, The following night, she slaughtered the entire clan of the Pingyun sect, committing arson, robbery, and even desecrating ancestral graves. Who would not fear such a terrifying woman? Su Cheng led Yi Qinghan directly toward the notable figures. Whether they were truly significant, he could not ascertain, but they certainly would not be scavenging for vegetable scraps in the market. Brother Cheng, Su Cheng clasped his fists, his demeanor exceptionally amiable. Among the clan heads and family heads, Cheng Liang showed Su Cheng considerable respect. Brother Su. Naturally, Yi Qinghan would not embarrass her master if they were to meet privately. She would undoubtedly dismiss this rabble as unworthy, but at this moment, her role was not that of a demonic femme fatale, but rather the obedient eldest disciple. Role is of utmost importance. As the eldest disciple, one cannot disgrace their master. Young disciple Qinghan greets all esteemed clan heads and sect leaders. Though she spoke, Yi Qinghan had no intention of bowing to these individuals. They were unworthy of such respect. After speaking, she obediently stood beside Su Cheng, having no desire to engage in idle chatter with this crowd. Cheng Liang was taken aback. Was Yi Qinghan still as obedient as before? He saw no discernible change. Were the rumors truly of her? Moreover, seeing Yi Qinghan standing beside Su Cheng, he felt a twinge of anger. If not for the multitude present, he would have liked to strike Su Cheng dead on the spot. It was this useless man who stole his woman. Otherwise, such a promising talent should have been his Cheng Liang's. Master Su is fortunate indeed. This girl possesses the potential of a great emperor. With proper guidance, she will be limitless. The speaker was Shi Mingyi, the third elder of the Holy Mountain, who had heard that the Holy Maiden of the Holy Mountain would also attend this secret realm. Haha, I see you're simply idling, with nothing better to do. Does my disciple require your instruction? You wish to guide her? Su Cheng chuckled, responding with nonchalance. Elder Shi was merely jesting. I had no intention of meddling in mortal affairs. Had it not been for her sincere desire to become my disciple, I would never have accepted her. Why, Yi Qinghan inwardly scoffed. Humph, of all his attributes, Master S. mouth is the most formidable. Chapter 17. The Holy Maiden knows how to make friends. By the way, Brother Cheng, last time you entrusted the second elder to convey something to Qinghan. Coincidentally, she is here now, with a beaming face. Su Cheng spoke as if discussing mundane matters, yet his words also conveyed his stance. If it could sever your aspirations, all the better. If not, it mattered not, for Qinghan was already his. Yi Qinghan felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Her master was confronting destiny for her. Cheng Liang, of course, would not attempt to poach someone in front of so many. That would only invite ridicule. Having faced rejection from Yi Qinghan once was already humiliating enough. He was not prepared to endure another such embarrassment. It was not of great importance, considering that Brother Su was taking on a disciple for the first time and lacked experience. If Qinghan needed anything, given our relationship, it would be only right to assist. Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, Yi Qinghan nudged him aside. She was not mute. It was simply that with her master present, there was no need for her to speak. However, the moment had arrived when she needed to assert herself, to clarify her position. Her master treated her like his own, providing for her needs, clothing, food, and even treasures of heaven and earth, always in abundance. Moreover, as Qinghan has received her master's grace, she ought to share in both poverty and glory, for sustenance is merely a matter of appetite, and finery is nothing more than simple cloth. Qinghan has never cared for such things. She appreciated Cheng Liang's goodwill and hoped he would take more interest in his disciples. Not long ago, I met Sister Shangwan, and she mentioned that you were rather indifferent to her. Quite cold, in fact. Point one cannot help but acknowledge Yi Qinghan's skill in this. Her charming face bore a beguiling smile while her delicate lips spoke with veiled sarcasm. The entire table was filled with seasoned players. Although Yi Qinghan had not overtly slapped Cheng Liang in the face, her words had already set the nearby clan heads to whispering among themselves. Who could fail to understand? The translation was simple. The Heavenly Tao Pavilion holds no interest for her. Even if her master lives in poverty, she willingly embraces it. Cheng Liang should refrain from such idle concerns and manage his own affairs. Several old foxes chuckled at the words of the little fox. While Cheng Liang could only suffer in silence, Cheng Liang felt as if he could crush his back teeth in frustration. But what could he do? Strike Yi Qinghan here, or perhaps Suchong. Once this news spreads, it will be said that the leader of Tiandao Pavilion covets the disciple of my senior brother, willing to resort to ruthless measures to claim the beauty for himself. Is he not satisfied with the number of his own jokes? Qing Han, there is still some time before the secret realm opens. Let me chat with the master for a while. You may go and amuse yourself. Yi Qinghan nodded, having finished speaking, and indeed there was nothing further to attend to here, so she obediently went off to play. Elder Shi from Sioux City seemed to revel in the spectacle. If my wife had even half the sense of this disciple, I would be content. Ha! Elder Shi certainly has a knack for humor. This disciple is nothing but a cunning vixen, skilled in sweet words. I have long heard tales of the Holy Mountain Saintess, whose extraordinary talent enables her to assume the role of saintess at such a young age. While Sioux City's words may sound flattering, they are laced with sarcasm. Who among us is unaware that although the saintess possesses remarkable gifts, she is, in fact, rather foolish, with intelligence akin to that of a child, comparing my precious disciple to your wife? Ha ha! Are you attacking me? Then let us inflict harm upon each other, shall we? However, Sioux City was unaware that the very saintess he spoke of was currently engaged in conversation with Yi Qinghan. What is your name? A girl with golden hair, resembling an angel, knelt beside Yi Qinghan. Though she appeared as a seductive beauty, her expression was remarkably innocent. Yet, the conversation was not proceeding smoothly, as Yi Qinghan was not fond of conversing with anyone outside of her master. What does it matter to you? Go away. May I befriend you? No, I like your master. I wish to befriend you. Yi Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing her composure at these words. If you utter such nonsense again, I shall end your life right now. With her words came a formidable sword case, crashing down beside the saintess's feet, producing a thunderous sound that drew the attention of Sioux City and the assembled clan heads and patriarchs. What is the matter, Qinghan? Nothing. Yi Qinghan did not turn to look at her master. Her gaze fixed on the seemingly innocent saintess, Sioux City, with a smirk, was unprepared to conceal matters regarding the Panyan sect, and thus spoke loudly enough for all to hear. Qinghan, how have I instructed you? There are many eyes here. Do not kill at will, and certainly do not massacre entire families if there are issues. Return to the Lingxian Hall, and I shall assist you in formulating a proper plan. Okay. Yi Qinghan nearly ground her teeth as she spoke. This foolish saintess is guilty beyond measure. How dare she harbor feelings for my master? Even if Cheng Liang were alive, she must face death, beheading, lingxi, dismemberment. She must die utterly. What nonsense is this about the saintess of the Holy Mountain? Is it not the case that the Holy Mountain cannot even cultivate its own saintess properly? Coming out in heat at the first opportunity? Ha! How many lives do you possess, Miss Saintess, to dare compete with me? Yi Qinghan. If all goes as expected, one. However, I truly admire your master. The saintess spoke with utmost sincerity. As if by merely expressing her feelings, Yi Qinghan would willingly hand over her master to her. Then, if all goes as expected, you shall soon perish. Yet, Yi Qinghan's words fell upon the saintess as if they were unheard. For the saintess blinked her large eyes, her innocent face radiating sincerity as she opened her mouth. That won't happen. I am quite healthy and able to bear healthy children for your master. It must be said that the saintess was adept at making friends. Yi Qinghan, closing her eyes to regulate her breathing, nearly leapt up upon hearing this. I shall end your life right now. The sword case that had just been thrust in her arms once again crashed to the ground. Unlike before, the case opened instantaneously, several celestial swords gleaming within. Sioux City quickly inquired, Qinghan, calm down. What did she do to anger you? Yi Qinghan felt her back teeth nearly shatter, her right hand poised to summon her sword, only to see her master slowly lower it again. However, the saintess remained completely unperturbed, and upon noticing Sioux City approaching, she began to introduce herself. Master Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Shiyao. I merely wish to befriend Sister Qinghan, but it seems I have made a mess of it. So this is Li Shiyao? Although Li Shiyao possesses exceptional talent, she is unfortunately limited by a child's intellect. After joining Tiandao Pavilion, she was bullied by many female disciples and willingly became a plaything for Cheng Liang, believing he could make her smarter. Another pitiful soul. Every woman associated with Changliang seems to be this way. Should I advise Qing Han to keep her distance from her? One can surmise that with Li Shiyao's intellect, she is unlikely to cause harm. As long as Yi Qing Han does not provoke her, there should be no issue. Why Yi Qing Han was taken aback. Ah, this is quite a brilliant idea. Upon seeing her master nod, indicating there was no danger, she continued to regard Li Shiya as, "Oh, you are the saintess. You might as well return to being Cheng Liang's toy. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. My master has already defied fate to alter Qing Han's destiny. Do you wish to bask in that glory? Dream on. Huh? Do you wish to harm my master? I could certainly be your friend." Why Yi Qing Han smiled, her mind already concocting a plan. "Can I call you Sister Qing Han?" Li Shiya exclaimed joyfully. Though Li Shiya held the title of saintess and was no less beautiful than Yi Qing Han, with talents that overshadowed many, she was paradoxically burdened with the intellect of a child, leading to jealousy among her peers. While the boys were somewhat better, the holy mountain forbade same-age males from approaching the saintess, given that she was at an age for love. What would happen if she were to bear a child? This resulted in Li Shiya having no friends, always accompanied by elders or attendants when she ventured out. However, Yi Qing Han merely despised her. She detested anyone who sought to harm her master. Had it not been for her joining the Lingxian Hall, her master would not have come to the eastern region, and Li Shiya would not have met her master. Yi Qing Han was no fool. She understood that this was due to her master's actions in defying fate for her benefit. If possible, she did not wish for her master to bear the consequences of this fate. If left unchecked, this Li Shiya would most likely also become entangled in these consequences. Yi Qing Han knew her master. He was one who thrived on softness and could not tolerate hard approaches. And this girl was an utterly shameless fool, practically an arch-nemesis to her master. In short, it was very dangerous. This foolish saintess may even be more perilous than Changliang. Of course, she simply must not harbor feelings for my master. Yi Qing Han's brows arched in a slight smile, her eyes brimming with affection for this dear little sister. Why not? Because my master is, in fact, a great villain. And dear sister, you cannot escape now. I do not wish for my sister to follow in my footsteps. Li Shiya pondered, her expression contemplative. Despite appearing quite mature and even surpassing Qing Han in figure, her face still bore a hint of naive simplicity. Your master is so handsome and seems very kind. Just now, you did not say that. Why Yi Qing Han embraced Li Shiya, as if they were sisters, whispering intimate words. If I do not say it, my master will certainly punish me severely, striking me mercilessly until I faint from the pain. Yi Qing Han covered her face with her flowing sleeves, as if tears were truly falling, her voice softening, resembling a delicate girl in need of protection, utterly pitiable. Chapter 18. A belly full of malice. So those words from sister, just now. A pure-hearted saintess like Li Shiya could never fathom such a gruesome scenario. This seemingly celestial sister must endure the torment of a demon daily. It is all my master's doing that I must say this. At this moment, Yi Qing Han was fully immersed in her role, her demeanor resembling a caged bird, a fish ensnared in a net, her eyes lacking any light, gazing up at an endless torment and humiliation, appearing exceedingly woeful. Though it was all fabricated, Yi Qing Han's vivid performance rendered it a reality in Li Shiyao's eyes. Sister has already crossed the river like a clay Buddha. How could she bear to watch you throw yourself into the net? My earlier anger was simply out of concern for your misguided obsession. I hope my sister does not hold it against me. Sister is so kind. How could I blame you? The two of them, one daring to speak and the other daring to believe. Only these two, for if anyone else were present, they would not lend credence to such tales, for Yi Qing Han was certainly not the type to suffer grievances. The same could be said for Li Shiya. She would likely dismiss the words of others, but she believed this enchanting sister. Yet, it was precisely these two girls who found themselves together, one filled with malice, the other blissfully naive. What must my sister do to save me? Li Shiya was on the verge of tears, frantic with worry. She wished to rescue Qing Han, but had no idea how. Sister need not fret. I have my ways to extricate myself, but sister must heed my advice. Under no circumstances should you associate with this Sioux city. All right, sister need not worry. Shi Yao no longer fancies him. Even if he is charming and graceful, with a jade-like stature and a penchant for thievery, I do not fancy him either. That is correct. Yi Qinghan's heart was buzzing with delight. In that case, sister can recommend someone to you. Yi Qinghan believed that if Li Shi Yao were to join Tiandao Pavilion, everything would likely return to normalcy. As for Li Shi Yao's fate, it was of no concern to Yi Qinghan. She certainly would not feel pity for a foolish saintess she had merely met once, nor would she allow her master to bear the burden of destiny. Who is it? Li Shi Yao blinked her eyes. Waiting for what felt like an eternity, Yi Qinghan remained silent, nearly driving her to despair. Sister, please tell me. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. Though you possess some talent, this person may not necessarily take notice of you. Who is it? To be frank, dear sister, I am indeed the saintess of the sacred mountain. The elders proclaim that no man in the world could possibly resist my charm. Yi Qinghan chuckled, recalling her own initial sentiments. However, I soon discovered that winning over my master was not merely a matter of possessing innate allure. Are you familiar with the leader of the Tiandao Pavilion? This man is dashing and extraordinarily powerful. A true hero descended upon the world. I have heard of him. He is that rather unsavory-looking fellow. I find him quite distasteful. His gaze sends shivers down my spine. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. Though this individual appeared rather foolish, her discerning eye for men seemed surprisingly astute. Yet alas, my master belongs to me. Thus, Yi Qinghan began to fabricate a story. My dear sister, you are unaware, but Master Cheng is merely assessing your talents and observing your fate. From this perspective, it appears Master Cheng may indeed harbor fond feelings for you. Is that truly the case? Li Shi Yao exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, Master Cheng has already secured his position at a young age. If you were to follow him, wouldn't you be awaiting your ascension to immortality? Moreover, Master Cheng is known for his respect towards the talented, treating his disciples with utmost care, fostering a harmonious environment within the sect. But sister, you just mentioned that he treats his eldest disciple with indifference. That was merely what Master instructed me to say. If I do not heed his words, I shall be punished upon my return. As Yi Qinghan spoke, a wave of grievance surged within her, prompting Shi Yao to feel a pang of sympathy. Shi Yao glanced back at Su Cheng, then at the distant Cheng Liang, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet Cheng Liang does not compare to Master Su's handsomeness. The elders were certainly correct. No good man is ever handsome. How could he dare strike my sister with a whip? Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan regretted allowing her master to accompany her. Such a handsome master should be tethered to her bedside for her sole enjoyment. A tree attracts the wind. With a handsome master, one inevitably draws attention. In any case, dear sister, do you remember what I said? Yes, Shi Yao has committed it to memory. Though she still found Su Cheng incredibly handsome, she felt an urge to kick him. However, considering her sister's predicament at the hands of this villain, she suppressed her impulse. Soon, the secret realm would be unveiled, and Yi Qinghan ended the torturous task of entertaining the child. It was time to explore the secret realm with her master. She slowly approached Su Cheng, tugging at his sleeve, signaling that the secret realm was about to open. As Yi Cheng smiled, ruffling her fox-like head, and followed Yi Qinghan away, preferring not to engage in idle chatter with the old geezers. What? Miss Qinghan has yet to wean. Why did you not bring your wet nurse along? Yi Qinghan chuckled, turning her head with a benevolent expression. I advise you not to enter. Should I encounter you, I will surely sever your feet and stuff them in your mouth. I eagerly anticipate crossing paths with Miss Qinghan inside. Your previous performance was rather mediocre, and I hope you will show improvement this time. Su Cheng gazed at the woman conversing with Yi Qinghan. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Indeed, he should not have come. Why must he be surrounded by troublesome women? The previous one was the saintess of the sacred mountain, and this one is even more formidable. She is a princess of the kingdom, the eldest daughter of the emperor, Dongfangju. This one cannot be harmed. Why must every woman have some connection to Cheng Liang? If we overlook the saintess, Dongfangju is a princess capable of altering the world's balance. For now, she must remain untouched. Otherwise, based on your attitude towards my disciple, I would have you minced and fed to the dogs. Yi Qinghan was startled. How does her master know everyone? Though she had sensed it for some time, it appeared that her master could foresee future events. During the initial disciple ceremony, she had indeed wished to join the Tiandao Pavilion. Yet her master had already known. The saintess, too. Her master had only needed a glance to discern her future experiences, which likely transcended mere fate. If her master's words held truth, would Dongfangju also become one of Cheng Liang's harem? Haha, Cheng Liang is truly fortunate. Ah, mischievous girl, we shall meet within. Before Yi Qinghan could devise a strategy to deal with the princess, the audacious Shangwan Ro passed by, unexpectedly chiming "Yi." Yi Qinghan narrowed her eyes, chuckling lightly, and turned to her master. In that case. Master, you may wait outside for Qinghan. I shall handle everything with utmost precision. This moment, Yi Qinghan found the situation amusing. Aren't they all individuals capable of altering the world's trajectory? Who isn't? Haha, wait. No. Yi Qinghan chuckled. Life and death are unpredictable. What does handle everything with precision mean? Oh no. It's all in disarray. According to the unfolding events, Dongfangju would encounter peril within the secret realm. And Yi Qinghan would save her, leading to a reconciliation and eventual acquaintance with Cheng Liang. From then on, Dongfangju and Cheng Liang would exchange glances and ultimately fall in love. But now, Yi Qinghan is her own disciple. Given her expression, she wishes to eliminate Dongfangju. What shall she do? Yi Qinghan squinted her fox-like eyes. So this is how it is. Chapter 19. Serendipitous encounter in the secret realm. Yi Qinghan watched Dongfangju slowly enter the secret realm. Wishing to assure her master that there was no need for concern, Qinghan has already dealt with one saintess, Li Shuyao, and now she would manage this princess, Dongfangju, since the danger lies within the secret realm. What peril isn't perilous? The presence of the eldest disciple of the Lingxian Hall signifies her greatest threat. When the time comes, all she needs to do is let Cheng Liang rescue her. At worst, she could be beaten half to death and gifted to Cheng Liang. In Yi Qinghan's perspective, Dongfangju posed less of a threat than the foolish saintess, as long as she didn't come to vie for her master. Everything would be manageable. Qinghan, I cannot help but worry. Perhaps I should accompany you into the secret realm. There is no need for concern, master. I will ensure my safety. I am not afraid of you encountering danger. I fear that should you enter, they will all be in peril. Master truly possesses foresight. At the very least, concerning that Shangwan Ro, Yi Qinghan has no intention of allowing her to exit alive. As for Dongfangju, unless she is reduced to a pitiful state, she shall be spared. However, the unfortunate Li Shuyao, Yi Qinghan does not intend to trouble her. After all, this girl will soon serve as Cheng Liang's plaything, which is no easy task. Upon this realization, Yi Qinghan felt an overwhelming sense of benevolence. Nevertheless, her actions were calculated, not merely impulsive. Rejecting her master's kind offer, Yi Qinghan resolutely stepped into the secret realm. Master has already defied the heavens to alter my fate. Dongfangju, do you wish to bask in the same glory? What are you worth? Who isn't a princess? I, Yi Qinghan, am also of royal blood. Am I not proud? Am I not honored? You should obediently retreat and serve as Cheng Liang's toy. The secret realm was not as Yi Qinghan had envisioned. She had anticipated a dark, damp cave, yet was instead met with a dense forest. However, it remained dark and humid, and the twinkling stars above were likely mere illusions conjured by the secret realm. Though Yi Qinghan felt terrifyingly powerful, she did not dare to be overly presumptuous, for this was a secret realm left behind by an immortal, and even someone as formidable as Yi Qinghan had to tread carefully. Before long, the experience-giving minions appeared, accompanied by the stench of death. A large group of skeletal soldiers surged forth from the depths of the forest. They seemed to be the reanimated corpses of cultivators who had perished within this secret realm. And Yi Qinghan noticed that the skeletal soldiers were adorned with tattered remnants of cloth. If they were conjured by immortal arts, they would likely not be dressed at all. Just as she was about to draw her sword, Yi Qinghan heard a childlike voice. One could easily deduce that the nuisance had arrived. To her surprise, even within the secret realm, she had to tend to a child. Sister, your body is weak. Shuyao shall protect you. Mere minions, do not harm my sister. Yi Qinghan found herself amused, gazing at the little one standing before her, nearly her height, and could not help but laugh. Sister arrives just in time. Together, let us vanquish these insufferable foes. Yi Qinghan held little prejudice against Li Shiyao. Though she was somewhat foolish, she appeared to harbor no malicious intent. Yi Qinghan had originally planned to eliminate the skeletal soldiers swiftly, but since Li Shiyao had arrived, she decided to observe how much knowledge she possessed regarding this secret realm. The two engaged in fierce combat, though it was not particularly intense. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal soldiers, they were largely weaklings. Even with minimal effort, Yi Qinghan could dispatch them with a single stroke. Li Shiyao surprised Yi Qinghan to some extent. Though somewhat dim-witted, she indeed possessed a degree of skill. Golden light danced through the battlefield, rivaling Yi Qinghan's prowess, albeit slightly inferior. The kind-hearted Shiyao occasionally sought to assist Yi Qinghan, but to Yi Qinghan, it felt more like provocation. The skeletal soldiers, possessing only the cultivation of the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining, could not impede these two slayers. They were soon reduced to an endangered species. Sister, your skills are remarkable. No wonder the elders warned me to be cautious of you. You are truly formidable. Yi Qinghan crossed her arms, rolling her eyes internally. If that is the case, you should heed the elders' advice. You two have surprised me. Li Shiyao seemed oblivious to her surroundings, rummaging through her backpack and producing a bun, offering it to Yi Qinghan. With her bright, clear eyes, Li Shiyao gazed at Yi Qinghan with anticipation and kindness that why Yi Qinghan was speechless. Even if Li Shiyao were granted entry to the Lingxian Hall, she would likely struggle to catch her master's eye, and would probably pester her daily. With such a mind, even if it were healed, she would still drool. Do not display such an expression. It is not endearing, truly. Is that so? The elders all proclaim that Shiyao is incredibly charming, a type that all men adore. However, the elders are merely deceiving you, seeking to amuse you. Shiyao nodded slightly, her hand holding a baozi, inching closer, nearly pressing against Yi Qinghan's face. This fellow seemed utterly oblivious to her words. Yi Qinghan accepted the baozi, only to discard it immediately. It was not a matter of hunger, for they were currently in a secret realm. Should this little fool inadvertently poison her? Though Yi Qinghan believed that this simpleton was unlikely to resort to such treachery, she preferred to exercise caution. Sister, you eat so quickly. Is it delicious? Indeed, it is delectable. The meat tender and flavorful. I truly enjoy it. Why, Yi Qinghan glanced at the half-meat baozi in Shiyao's hand, responding casually before her gaze shifted to the mechanism before them. They had arrived at a cave, and this mechanism was likely the challenge for the second round. Yet, Shiyao had given her a vegetarian filling. Although Yi Qinghan had treated Shiyao well, she felt reluctant to part with the meat baozi. You little fool, you're quite stingy. I saved mine to take back home. Upon reflection, Shiyao thought her sister's reasoning sound. After all, Su Cheng was a notorious villain, and her sister likely often went hungry after much inner turmoil. Shiyao produced another baozi and offered it to Yi Qinghan. One is enough for you. Keep the rest for yourself. Why Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to look, her attention fixed on the intricate formation before her. This mechanism was indeed enigmatic, but not without a solution. She simply required a tranquil environment. Upon hearing that Yi Qinghan declined, Shiyao's small hand, clutching the baozi, instinctively withdrew, as if fearing Yi Qinghan might change her mind. Sister, what do you think? Just a trivial matter. Do not speak for now. Can this formation sense when Shiyao speaks? How fascinating. It cannot. This is a barrier formation, seemingly possessing a trigger mechanism against adversaries that I in any case. Refrain from speaking so that I may study it. How wondrous. Perhaps Shiyao can assist my sister. Unnecessary. You may simply stand aside, but Shiyao wishes to help. Yi Qinghan felt the chilling intent of the frost blade guiding her, a manifestation of her innate desire for destruction. At this moment, she yearned to eliminate this dim-witted saintess. Yet, the thought that this fool would soon become a plaything for Cheng Liang held her back. Be good, Shiyao. Just wait quietly for your sister. I will soon resolve this formation. Chapter 20. The elders say, equal standing, sister. How about? Shiyao gives it a try. Shiyao observed her sister, who had been attempting for quite some time without success. and could not help but speak up. Why, Jahan had indeed noticed something amiss. This barrier formation appeared to be a closed loop, always returning to the starting point. In no need, Jahan already has a plan. Really? Yao clapped her little hands, her face alight with surprise. Did you think your sister was anyone ordinary? Jahan tugged at her collar and hefted her sword case onto the ground with a thud. Startling Yao, with two loud thumps, the sword case sprang open, 6 celestial swords darting forth, hovering around Jahan. Sighing in relief, she drew out the white J-blade, its cold gleam reflecting on Yao's startled face. Surrounding her, the aura of spiritual power swirled, and a phantom resembling appeared behind her. Not a demon nor a beast, but a glimmering silhouette of a sword, the frostblade formation, with slightly parted lips. Her icy gaze devoid of emotion beckoned to the celestial swords, which responded instantly. The breaking army sword formation. Jahan, naturally averse to trouble, had only contemplated trying to solve it because Yao was present. In her view, deciphering was a last resort. Why should one be bound by rules? Rules merely restrain the weak, while she, a strong individual, possessed better methods, brute force, yet effective. With a thunderous crash, the formation was obliterated. The sword light cleaving through stone and earth, overwhelming in its might. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, that was the true essence of if one cannot walk, do not blame the uneven road. Let us go. Yao, she stowed her sword case. Sister, your expression was quite fearsome just now. Yao gazed at the path ahead, a chill running down her spine. If they were outside, the mountain would have surely been obliterated. Was it, sister, did you not just reach the foundational stage? How could you be so powerful? Yao bounced about, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous courtier, her vocabulary for praise exhausted, leaving her with only one word. Impressive. If it weren't, the master would have punished my sister. Why, Jahan wished to conclude the conversation, though having her along was not too bothersome. This chatterbox seemed incapable of silence. I heard the elders say that my sister joined the Lingxian Hall solely for this frostblade. Indeed, but once inside, one cannot leave. This sword, truly formidable. An earth-grade spirit sword? Not quite, but I hold great affection for it. Yao's face fell, for she had hoped it was a treasure, only to discover it did not even reach the earth grade. Why? Why did she continue to speak? At this moment, Jahan wished to inquire of her master if there existed a magical artifact capable of sealing a person's lips. If only this fool were mute. She might actually be likable, yet the greatest flaw lay in her incessant chatter. Yao, shall we play a game? Yes. How do we play, sister? Let us begin now. We must not speak at all. Jahan cupped Yao's head in her hands. Akin to cradling a basketball, her murderous intent barely contained. However, Yao yearned to converse with her sister. Feeling a twinge of grievance, Yao cherished this enigmatic sister who treated her with kindness just moments ago. She had even shared the treasures obtained from the skeletal soldiers. Did Yao wish to continue playing the game? Yes. Then before we pass the next challenge, we shall not speak. Agreed? Okay, if you fail to hold your tongue. You must give all the baozi in your bag to your sister. Yao glanced at Jahan, then at the little cloth bag in her arms, which the Grand Elder had sewn for her. She had carried it since she was 8. After I return, I can still enjoy baozi, but sister cannot. Everyone deemed Yao a fool, yet she was quite clever. Yao understood that her sister treated her well. Her silence was not merely for the sake of a few baozi. Jahan found solace in the quietude, unexpectedly discovering that this mute Yao was rather endearing, as they crushed the monstrous creatures like a tidal wave. Yao remained steadfast by her side, truly resembling a little sister. Moreover, she possessed some skill, and Jahan knew that even without her, Yao could reach this juncture through her own abilities. However, the monsters they faced were not necessarily within her capabilities. Before them stood a phantom, likely possessing the cultivation of late-stage nascent soul. Even the second elder of the Tiandao Pavilion would only be able to flee in its presence. How much less so for a mid-foundational Yao? The circular platform before them seemed a battleground reserved for the strong. Its center loomed a blue phantom, not their first encounter. Upon being attacked, or entering a certain range, it would immediately spring into action. Throughout their journey, Han had witnessed numerous corpses, some fellow cultivators who had entered alongside her, and others long since departed souls. All had aspired to acquire the treasures within the secret realm, risking their lives to carve a bloody path through the throngs, all for the chance of ascension, to surpass others, and earn the respect of all. How dull. With just a glance, she signaled the little fool to step back. For King Jahan was preparing to unleash her full power. She was uncertain if she could vanquish this seemingly soul-like phantom, yet it mattered not if she could not destroy it. She could use the jade slip her master had prepared for her. As for why she did not employ the jade slip immediately, it was twofold. First, Han wished to assess her own strength, which was the very purpose of her venture into this secret realm. Second, she was unsure if this secret realm could withstand her master's might. Summoning 10 celestial swords, King Han was ready to exert her full strength, testing if she could obliterate this phantom in one blow. Frostblade formation, God-slaying sword formation, Frostblade. King Han channeled all her spiritual energy, and in an instant, a multitude of flying swords filled the sky, resembling a scene where 10,000 swords returned to their source. However, most were merely phantasms of the celestial swords. The Frostblade's intent manifested once more behind King Jahan, the celestial swords shrieking as they transformed into the God-slaying sword formation. The sound of the swords echoed like the lament of anguished spirits, the wind roaring like battle drums, and, as the golden light of the sword shadows shifted at the utterance of Frostblade, the white sword shadows filled the air. Shuriao was left in a daze, realizing that what she had witnessed moments ago was not her sister's ultimate move. Am I not as strong as my sister? Is it because I ate too much? The elder claimed that my sister and I were on par. What kind of nonsense was that? How could one call this on par? The disparity was monumental. How foolish of her to have felt pity for her sister earlier. Could it be she truly was the dimwit they claimed? As Qing Han drew the frost sword from her waist, the ethereal figure clad in snow white surged forth, accompanied by a flurry of flying swords. The overwhelming sword aura was so potent that Li Shuyao could scarcely turn her neck. Utterly blind to the tumultuous events transpiring on Qing Han's side, overwhelmed, she was sent hurtling backward, and at that moment, Shuriao finally comprehended the depth of the phrase equal in strength and its considerable implications. Could it be that Sister Qing Han was truly at the foundation establishment stage? Only when the fierce and arrogant sword aura subsided, allowing her neck to support her head once more, did Shuriao slowly lift her gaze, revealing Qing Han standing amidst a chaotic sea of shattered stones. Chapter 21. Before the saddle and behind the horse, please. Esteemed lady, grant me mercy. I do not wish to be a nuisance to you. I am merely a victim of coercion, with no other choice. Shuriao observed from a distance as a man knelt before Qing Han. Momentarily unable to grasp the situation, he continued, the frost sword is far too precious. The sword in Qing Han's hand had already been replaced by an unremarkable yet exquisite flying sword of the immortal tier, now resting upon the shoulder of the man before her. My name is Su Zhanfeng, a cultivator who was once a close friend of the master of the secret realm. We had planned to ascend to the immortal realm together, yet on the eve of our ascent, I was treacherously ensnared and imprisoned in this secret realm, reduced to this wretched, ghostly state that he added, if you, esteemed lady, would spare my life, I would be forever grateful to serve you. Qing Han regarded the man before her, who resembled a charred corpse, hardly resembling a human. Although he possessed a face, complete with eyes and a nose, to declare him a living being would be a hard sell to anyone. You are too ugly. I do not like you. Su Zhanfeng was visibly hurt by her words, yet valuing his life above all, he dared not provoke the lady before him. That it was said that only cultivators below the golden core stage could enter the secret realm. Yet someone of Qing Han's caliber was a first for him, even after being trapped for thousands of years. Nevertheless, he had no intention of inquiring how she had entered or what her objectives were. As for her displayed cultivation at the early foundation establishment stage, only a fool would believe such a tale. Who had ever seen a foundation establishment cultivator like this? Although her powers were restricted within this realm, She could still maintain a cultivation level around the late nascent soul stage, approximately the 15th level. It was absurd to think a foundation establishment practitioner could dispatch someone at the late nascent soul stage in a single move. Su Zhanfeng would never accept that. Esteemed lady, please feel free to state any conditions. As long as you grant me a reprieve, I am willing to comply with anything you request. Is that so? Quite proactive of you. Noticing Yi Qinghan's smile, Su Zhanfeng gradually relaxed, mirroring her demeanor as he eagerly continued. Of course, your words are like imperial edicts, and I shall not hesitate to obey. Are you familiar with this secret realm? Upon hearing this, Su Zhanfeng's heart raced with hope. He might just survive. What is it that you seek? He pondered, realizing this was a matter he was well versed in, having been trapped here for thousands of years. Who could claim to know this secret realm better than he? Perhaps there were treasure vaults? Ideally, gold and riches. Yi Qinghan, unfazed, had little concept of wealth, yet for the sake of her master, who ought not to venture out to forage for mere vegetable leaves? Money was indeed necessary. Yes, I am aware of two fierce beasts guarding an immortal tier treasure and an immortal tier cultivation technique. Su Zhanfeng was nearly propelled to his feet with excitement, but quickly remembered his place and knelt once more. If you deceive me, you know the consequences. Yi Qinghan narrowed her eyes, lightly tapping his shoulder with the blade of her sword. I would never dare to deceive you. If I were to lie, I would gladly take my own life. Should you perform admirably, I may consider taking you with me. Yi Qinghan spoke with a calm demeanor, which left Su Zhanfeng momentarily stunned. This was a secret realm crafted by celestial beings, and this young lady claimed she could escort him out. Yet, who could guarantee that this young lady was not a celestial herself? Though he would likely still be bound by her, well, even if he did escape. It was certainly preferable to languishing in this secret realm. Thank you for your immense kindness. I assure you, Zhanfeng will not betray your trust. Just wait and see. With that, Yi Qinghan slowly sheathed her immortal sword, flicking her wrist as the sword box materialized, swiftly returning the sword within in an instant. Su Zhanfeng was left dumbfounded. While Shuriao may not recognize its significance, he was well aware of the brilliance that had just emanated. The sword that had just been in the box was undoubtedly an immortal sword. Furthermore, it was likely of the highest caliber. The sheer fact that such an extraordinary sword was held by a young girl was astonishing enough. But what truly struck terror into him was the realization that she possessed no less than 10 such swords, each one a remarkable masterpiece in pristine condition. At that moment, Su Zhanfeng believed, if anyone in this world could save him, it was the young lady before him. Esteemed lady, this way, please. Yi Qinghan gestured for the adorably dazed Shuriao to follow. Shuriao slowly rose to her feet, nodding quietly as she trailed behind. Esteemed lady, who is this? Su Zhanfeng dared not overstep and thought it prudent to clarify. If she was someone close to the lady, he could not afford to offend her. My sworn sister. Su Zhanfeng was oblivious to the nuances of their relationship, and Yi Qinghan's icy gaze revealed nothing. Greetings, my second lady. You may call me Zhanfeng. He quickly knelt and bowed deeply. He held no illusions about his dignity. After all, anyone trapped in this secret realm for thousands of years would inevitably find themselves in such a position. No need for such formality. My sister, it's really unnecessary. Li Shuriao was taken aback. Did this man truly fear Sister Qinghan to such an extent? While Shuriao's intelligence might be lacking, her cultivation level was undeniable, and she could sense Su Zhanfeng's formidable strength. He was undoubtedly at the nascent soul stage, far beyond her own capabilities. Yet this Su Zhanfeng seemed to tremble before Sister Qinghan. Just what cultivation level did she possess? Lead the way. Yi Qinghan had not heard Shuriao speak for a while and had begun to feel a bit bored. But the moment Shuriao uttered those words, her irritation resurfaced. Yes, esteemed lady, this way. Watch your step. There are stones here. Oh, it's a bit dark. Allow me to light the way for you. Su Zhanfeng truly possessed a knack for servitude, and Yi Qinghan found herself enjoying this feeling. However, she was acutely aware that should he escape, even if his powers were diminished, he would still be at least at the transformation stage, making it difficult for her to control him. Whether to release him or not needed further consideration. His word alone could not serve as a basis for trust. After walking for a while, Yi Qinghan came to a halt, her icy gaze fixed upon Su Zhanfeng. Is this not the path I took to enter? Do you dare to deceive me? It must be said, the sword box had turned into a trigger. As it struck the ground, Su Zhanfeng knelt before he could even offer an explanation. Gulp. Esteemed lady, please allow me to explain. Su Zhanfeng had no desire to find himself in this predicament. His legs had reacted faster than his mind. The direction was correct. It was indeed this path. The treasure vault had always been behind the entrance. Is that so? Yi Qinghan's gaze swept over him, nearly scaring the wits out of this man who had been fasting for a millennium. It was utterly terrifying. Su Zhanfeng thought he had encountered powerful beings before, having crossed paths with semi-mortals, yet none had ever instilled such fear in him. Yet before this lady, his legs seemed utterly beyond his control. Yes, there's a barrier set there. Without careful inspection, one cannot discover the hidden path behind. Should I find out that you have deceived me or harbored any ulterior motives to escape, you know the consequences, correct? Yi Qinghan's expression was one of amusement, yet Su Zhanfeng was now too frightened to utter a word, instead banging his head repeatedly against the ground in desperation. Chapter 22. The treasure hall, it must be noted, with Su Zhanfeng by her side, even the demonic creatures dared not approach Yi Qinghan. Since she had entered earlier and moved swiftly, she had not encountered any cultivators along the way. Any she might have seen were mere corpses. Yi Qinghan had not encountered any living beings. However, this time, as they retraced their steps toward the treasure hall behind the entrance, the scene was markedly different. Everywhere lay the corpses of cultivators, a sight Yi Qinghan had anticipated. Beasts, proud of their humanity, brandished swords and magical artifacts in pursuit of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Naturally, Yi Qinghan was no exception. While the demonic creatures feared Su Zhanfeng's formidable cultivation, humans did not share the same trepidation. Humans, by nature, were bold creatures. While the demonic beings might cower, there would always be those who dared to confront. Yet, it was evident that none could surpass Su Zhanfeng's prowess, that Yi Qinghan accepted the heavenly materials and storage rings he offered without a second thought. Such items posed no threat, and the more she acquired, the better. However, if she could obtain gold or items convertible to currency, that would be even more splendid, as her master would surely rejoice, compared to the rare treasures that can only be utilized by Yi Qinghan herself. She yearns for items that would bring joy to her esteemed master. However, it is a fact that Yi Qinghan has never witnessed her master show interest in anything beyond her disciples and wealth. In earlier days, even her disciples garnered little interest. In this labyrinthine secret realm, with Su Zhanfeng leading the way, Yi Qinghan is certainly able to avoid many detours. Before long, she finds herself back in the familiar grove, albeit emerging from a different entrance. Under Su Zhanfeng's guidance, they arrive at the seal before the treasure hall, and Yi Qinghan cannot help but smile. Su Zhanfeng indeed speaks the truth, although Yi Qinghan lacks expertise in formations and barriers. With Su Zhanfeng by her side, there is no need to pause. He effortlessly dispels the protective barrier ahead of her, as for the two ferocious beasts. To be frank, Su Zhanfeng acknowledges that while the cultivation levels of those beasts are not particularly high, they are still formidable creatures that ordinary cultivators cannot hope to contend with. At the level of your nascent soul, you cannot handle merely two ferocious beasts. Yi Qinghan is not surprised. Rather, she is filled with skepticism. For most dangers tend to arise just before victory. She remains ever mindful of her master's teachings, always advocating for caution. It is not fear of death that drives her, but rather the desire to avoid bringing shame to her master. Should her master witness her in a state of disarray, it would surely cause her sleepless nights filled with worry. What the esteemed lady does not realize is that although that individual has ascended to immortality, they have lived their life without children, seeking a worthy successor. Thus, they deliberately left behind two ferocious beasts to guard the entrance and select suitable heirs. These beasts are meticulously chosen. Whoever attempts to breach their domain must possess a corresponding level of cultivation. Yet it is well known that at the same cultivation level, a human cannot possibly rival a ferocious beast. If a lesser cultivator were to enter, they would undoubtedly struggle against two nascent soul beasts. Su Zhanfeng, wishing to preserve his life, naturally cannot afford to conceal this truth. The esteemed lady is ruthless, striking with lethal intent, and he cannot provoke her. Whether or not he can slay the beast remains uncertain. But it is clear that should the lady possess even a breath of life, ending his existence would pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan chuckles. Is this not a matter of expertise? Even her master, lacking in cultivation, can cleave through thunderous tribulations. Foundation establishment disciples can single-handedly defeat nascent soul foes. Though she herself is at the foundation establishment level, Yi Qinghan does not believe any other foundation establishment cultivator could surpass her. 1 against 2? Do they look down upon my Ling Shuang Hall? If the nearby magic cultivators were to witness this, they might think we Ling Shuang Hall cannot hold our own. I could take on 10. Are these truly ferocious beasts? They appear no more remarkable than the dogs found in the mountains. Su Zhanfeng looks utterly bewildered. Ah, the esteemed lady truly possesses a sense of humor. While those beasts may be still now. What will happen if one steps into the treasure hall's domain? Yi Qinghan regards him with disdain, finding it hard to believe that Su Zhanfeng, nearly on the verge of ascension, is so fearful of death. Su Zhanfeng is acutely aware of this. Does he not wish to perform admirably? Can he be blamed? Had he retained his former level of great ascension cultivation, he would have dismissed 2 nascent soul beasts without a second thought. But now, he is merely at the nascent soul level. Facing a beast of equal cultivation would require him to exert all his strength. How could he possibly contend with 2? They are but unrefined beasts. Waiting here, and oh sooner had Yi Qinghan's words left her lips than a figure swiftly darted inside. Is there someone else eager to take on this task? Lady Chunming, are you hesitating out of fear? If you are afraid, you should return to your master. Having barely weaned, can your master truly rest easy? Dongfang Ju observes the barrier sealing the treasure hall and cannot resist taunting the trio standing at the entrance. Sister Qinghan, this fellow actually. Shi Yao clenches her small fists, looking as if someone has stolen her BUN. No matter. Yi Qinghan replies, this is a secret realm. One may seize items from their master, but they must also have the means to bring them out. Su Zhanfeng, merely listening, mutters under his breath. Masters? Items? This esteemed lady's audacity is astonishing. What kind of formidable presence must her master be? Observing the esteemed lady's demeanor, it is clear that she holds both reverence and trepidation for her master. Even amidst a secret realm, her words are solely about her master's treasures, devoid of any thoughts of claiming them for herself. This indicates that her master must be unfathomably powerful. Sister, do you mean we should wait here? Yi Qinghan merely chuckles and retrieves the falling immortal ruler from her jade pendant, tossing it lightly into the sky. In an instant, half of the secret realm is enveloped by the falling immortal ruler. Su Zhanfeng, having once been on the brink of ascension, perceives this in an instant. Damn. Another top-tier immortal artifact. Within the area covered by the falling immortal ruler, there are but 2 ways to escape. One must either kill Yi Qinghan or employ an artifact of equal spatial attributes to neutralize it or shatter the falling immortal ruler above. Sister Qinghan, what is this? I stole it from my master. I don't even know what it's called, but with this, even if Dongfang Ju obtains her master's treasures, she will never escape the barriers set by this artifact. But if her master finds out, won't she come after you? My master uses this to spank me, which is why I took it. Su Zhanfeng, realizing that this second lady's intellect is somewhat lacking, holds his tongue, for the eldest lady has claimed her as her sworn sister, and he dares not speak ill of her. Even if the second lady is not the brightest, she remains the second lady. What if she possesses hidden depths akin to the eldest lady? He cannot afford the repercussions of a misstep. This ruler appears quite extraordinary. If it belongs to the eldest sister's master, is it not a heavenly tier artifact? Su Zhanfeng is left speechless. Could it be that the eldest lady considers me a fool? Or are they merely playing a riddle game? Chapter 23. A visit at this moment. Dongfang Ju dons a red silk robe. With soft armor protecting her chest, and beneath her slender waist lies a skirt of black iron. Her hair is bound with red ribbons, her lips adorned with a smile, and her brows and eyes exude a spirited charm. Wielding a long spear, she carries herself with an imposing and unrestrained demeanor, akin to a warrior maiden from the army. With such captivating beauty, she has become the object of desire for countless young nobles within and outside the royal palace. With unparalleled talent, she has garnered the attention of numerous prestigious sects, all eager to recruit her, that Yi Qinghan has encountered her before. Their last meeting was on the martial stage of Ling Mountain, where she was her opponent. However, since that time, Yi Qinghan has proven herself to be a peerless talent, and ever since their draw, Dongfang Zhu seems to harbor some dissatisfaction towards her. Whether it is admiration or jealousy, it matters not. Whenever she sees Yi Qinghan, she feels compelled to hurl a few jabs. Now, upon discovering that Yi Qinghan has joined the dilapidated Lingxian Hall for the sake of a broken sword, Dongfang Zhu finds it both laughable and lamentable. Among her contemporaries, only Yi Qinghan has managed to match her prowess. With such potential, it is absurd that she would sacrifice her promising future for a mere sword by joining the Lingxian Hall. Observing the sealed door of the treasure hall, Dongfang Zhu reveals a smile befitting a victor. Yet upon turning around, even the exceptionally gifted Dongfang Zhu finds it hard to maintain her smile. The small dogs she had encountered moments ago have now swollen to several times their size, transforming into the ferocious beasts Su Zhanfeng described. Both beasts mirror Dongfang Zhu's cultivation level, each at the late stage of foundation establishment. What the hell, that's quite intimidating. Dongfang Zhu spits disdainfully, swinging her spear. Well, let's see what you've got. Yi Qinghan remains unperturbed, casually pulling out a chair from her jade pendant and taking a seat outside to observe. Lady Dongfang, you have quite the skill. Shi Yao unabashedly settles herself in Yi Qinghan's lap. Yi Qinghan is taken aback. Oh, this foolish saintess is quite bold. Indeed, Shi Yao has long heard that Dongfang Zhu wields her spear with unparalleled finesse, and seeing it firsthand today proves the rumors to be true. At this moment, Dongfang Zhu is so furious she could curse. So, while she is here battling ferocious beasts, the two of them are merely spectating. Watching is one thing, but their incessant chatter is another. Close your mouths. Watch as I. In the midst of her declaration, Dongfang Zhu is caught off guard, and with a single swipe, one of the beasts sends her crashing against the wall. Ha! Oh dear. How clumsy of you, Lady Dongfang. Yi Qinghan bursts into laughter, genuinely delighted that aren't you the one who loves to talk? Why so quiet now? Oh, Lady Dongfang, why the silence? Is it that you were born mute? You love to show off. You love to seize others' treasures. Go ahead and seize them. Yi Qinghan, just wait. I'll take care of these two ferocious beasts first, then I'll deal with you. Yi Qinghan finds the unfolding spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Had it not been for the barrier, she would have eagerly joined in to strike at Dongfang Zhu. Yi Qinghan remained silent, while Shi Yao, perched on her lap, wears a worried expression, upon witnessing the beasts charging toward Dongfang Zhu. She hastily calls out, Ah, Lady Dongfang, watch your back. Don't let those little dogs take you down. While Yi Qinghan and Shi Yao share laughter, they find amusement in Dongfang Zhu's struggle against the beasts. At this moment, Yi Qinghan is far from annoyed with Shi Yao. Of course, the monotony of life is something Yi Qinghan dares not entertain, for the one she has been awaiting has finally arrived. Little brat, I've finally caught you. Su Zhanfeng abruptly turned around, intent on taking the life of the newcomer, eager to earn credit in front of his esteemed aunt, just as he turned to raise his hand to intercept Su Zhanfeng. Yi Qinghan, with a smile in her eyes, spoke up. I thought you had either fled or perished, yet here you are, daring to seek me out? Yi Qinghan was genuinely surprised. It seemed that Shangwan Rou had likely made a breakthrough. Feeling confident in her own abilities, what an arrogant little wretch you are, unaware of the extent of your strength. As Shangwan Rou spoke, she channeled her true energy, her long sword standing firmly by her side, showcasing a prowess that rivaled Li Shi Yao's. As if she were ready to demonstrate her current capabilities to Yi Qinghan, that Yi Qinghan was taken aback. She could discern that this individual had indeed attained the golden core stage. Excluding Su Zhanfeng, she was undoubtedly the strongest within this secret realm. However, this true energy, with Shangwan Rou's golden core perhaps diluted, is this truly what one would call true energy? It was weaker than her usual protective aura. Sister Qing'an, be cautious. She's quite formidable. It seems she has made a breakthrough in this secret realm. Now she possesses golden core cultivation. You needn't narrate for her. I can see that for myself. Yi Qing'an rolled her eyes. thinking how foolish this little imbecile was, and that she should simply play her part. Engaging with her would only serve to bolster her pride. Miss Shangguan, might I inquire what has instilled such animosity towards me? Yi Qinghan smiled, unhurried to retaliate, merely hoping to avoid further complications. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Rou's fury intensified. Now that she had attained golden core cultivation, there was no need to rush in eliminating this wretched girl. How dare you ask? Oh, what do you mean by that? Feigning to be a disciple, using despicable means to deceive and obtain treasures. Do you admit to this? Employing seductive arts to lure in the leaders of other sects. Have you done this, seemingly obedient on the surface, yet with a heart as ruthless as a blade, annihilating the entire Pingyun sect, digging up ancestral graves to steal riches? How can you deny any of this? Yi Qinghan laughed. Indeed, I have committed all those acts. You are quite correct. However, I must clarify one point. I have never seduced any sect leader. One must not spread baseless rumors, should my master learn of this. It would surely tarnish my reputation. That would be an enormous injustice. Since I became my master's disciple, I have devoted myself to cultivation without ever harboring treachery. Wherefore the pretense? As for seducing the leader of another sect, I would prefer that your Cheng Liang keeps his distance from me. Sometimes I find you rather foolish, truly. How could you possibly have feelings for a man like Cheng Liang? What is it that you see in him? Moreover, if I truly wish to entice him, do you think you could prevent it? Do take a moment to reflect. What are you in this grand scheme? What is your Cheng Liang? Have you ever considered whether I regard you or your master with any esteem? As for the rest, you do make some valid points, yet you fail to ponder that the Pingyun sect is no match for me. What worth do you even possess? Shangguan Rou sneered, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Sophistry is of no use. Prepare to face my attack. Yi Qinghan was unfazed by the irrationality of her opponent. Whether she had lost her senses or was genuinely foolish mattered little to her. The distinction between golden core and nascent soul cultivation was irrelevant in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Although she found her truly dim-witted, she could empathize, had she not overheard her master's little secrets. She too would struggle to believe such matters. Yi Qinghan held no doubt that her master had not taken her in solely for her talents, nor for her beauty, but rather because she had humbly knelt for an entire day, demonstrating her sincerity. Had another knelt for a day, her master would likely have presented the Ling Shuang's sword as a test. Yet, in Yi Qinghan's view, this was what one might call a fateful connection. Chapter 24. A steady stream drawing a sword from her treasure box. Yi Qinghan engaged Shangguan Rou in combat. In the flurry of blades, as she seized the perfect moment to pivot, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Do you recall how your Cheng Liang bullied my master on the day he became a disciple? Shangguan Rou, consumed by rage, retaliated with another strike, her long sword slicing through the air with remarkable precision. Yi Qinghan's movements were agile, her celestial sword dancing like a dragon, golden light flowing like ribbons as she gracefully evaded the attack. She sidestepped the sword strike, taking advantage of Shangguan Rou's momentary imbalance. Yi Qinghan delivered yet another slap. Although she did not employ her true energy, she exerted no restraint, landing the blow squarely. Shangguan Rou, dazed, clutched her bloodied mouth, sitting dazed on the ground. Why have you fallen silent? Are you naturally reticent? Yi Qinghan regarded her with a bemused smile. That I single-handedly obliterated an entire sect. Who endowed you with the audacity to believe your strength suffices to slay me? Or do you presume that the Pingyun sect lacks even a golden core cultivator? Yi Qinghan flicked Shangguan Rou's sword aside with ease, the long blade embedding itself firmly beside her. But weren't you intent on killing me? Do not play dead. In that moment, Yi Qinghan perceived Shangguan Rou as the villain from a tale. Yet she remained unfazed. She intended to avenge every slight her master had endured. Not a single one of these individuals would escape. To end her would be an excessive mercy. Shangguan Rou gritted her teeth, her gaze blazing with anger, resolutely grasping her sword. One cannot deny that although Cheng Liang was not an admirable character, Shangguan Rou still possessed a certain fierceness. However, in Yi Qinghan's eyes, such fierceness could only be viewed as sheer recklessness. With a thunderous crash, Yi Qinghan gradually lowered her elevated leg. observing Shangguan Ro slide down the wall. Defeated. Do you believe everyone in this world to be a fool, with only you possessing wit? In truth, in my eyes, you're the most foolish of all. Think you would speak of seducing the leaders of other sects. How absurd. In the Lingxian Hall, my master dotes solely on me. Treasures and resources belong entirely to me. Why would I forsake the resources of an entire sect and the affection of my master to compete for that worthless Changliang? Shangguan Ro seemed to spiral into madness, unable to comprehend. Why? Why is it that as fellow prodigies, I cannot best this mere foundation establishment cultivator, Yi Qinghan? Why, as the chief disciple, does even our sect leader hold Yi Qinghan in such high regard? What distinguishes me from this wretch? If it is the treasures the sect leader mentioned, Yi Qinghan has yet to employ any artifacts in our skirmish. If it is beauty, do I truly fall short compared to Yi Qinghan? Once you are gone, my master will love only me. You shall be the stumbling block on my path to immortality. You shall also be a thorn in my master's side. Yi Qinghan laughed, finding it hardly surprising that in truth, you have known all along. Haven Tu, you simply refuse to accept it, resentful that my master's disciple, whom you deem a waste, is more beautiful and stronger than you. You are envious that I receive my master's affection while yours does not love you. You are jealous that I am more beautiful than you, that even your master cannot take his eyes off me. If that is the case, I shall spare your life, just to see you seethe. Yi Qinghan's words were venomous. This tirade nearly sent Shangguan Ro, who was secretly adjusting her breath, into a frenzy. If you release me, I will not spare you. Shangguan Ro pouted, the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West practically etched on her face. It was as if she sought her own demise. Shangguan Ro understood that having gained nothing this time, her master would likely be disappointed in her. In stark contrast, Yi Qinghan remained calm and collected throughout. In no matter. You are no different from the skeleton soldiers I encountered upon entering this secret realm. You will not stir up much trouble. Do not overestimate your own worth. The humiliations my master has suffered, I shall repay them one by one upon you and your Tiandao pavilion. Neither you nor your precious master shall escape. Having said this, Yi Qinghan turned away, allowing Shangguan Ro to meet her own fate as she returned to the entrance of the treasure hall. Sister Qinghan is astonishing. Even the golden core Shangguan Ro is no match for her. Li Shiyao trailed behind Yi Qinghan, showering her with praise. Following in Yi Qinghan's wake, she expressed every four-character phrase she could think of. When she ran out of them, she had to fabricate new ones. Sister, you truly are the embodiment of cleverness and resourcefulness. Remarkable. Enough. I know you Haven T studied much. Take a break and don't tire yourself out. Yi Qinghan rolled her eyes, perplexed by Shiyao's enthusiasm over her victory. Su Zhanfeng was utterly stunned. The second lady had echoed his own words. This left him with no opportunity to shine. Just now, the chance had been ripe for the eldest lady to step in. And now, even the flattery from the second lady was being snatched away. After a long pause, Su Zhanfeng managed to squeeze out 5 words. Welcome, esteemed eldest lady. Yi Qinghan guessed correctly. Spare me the useless flattery. She then began to survey the interior of the treasure hall. Upon inspection, Dongfang Ju was being besieged by 2 ferocious beasts, and at this moment, he was battered and on the verge of death. Surely not. Is this fellow so weak that he cannot even handle 2 beasts? Yi Qinghan was baffled, for logically he had fought her to a standstill last time. He should not be this feeble. She had initially planned to wait for Dongfang Ju to deal with the beasts before seizing the treasures. However, it seemed he was utterly incapable of overcoming the 2 beasts. Yi Qinghan felt certain that Dongfang Ju must have some hidden trump card that he had yet to reveal. This was not right. Could it be that he was saving that trump card for her? Yi Qinghan also has her own considerations. She believes that her strength is somewhat inflated, without the Ling Shuang sword and the Ling Shuang sword technique. While she might be stronger than them to some extent, the difference would be limited. However, these 2 fierce beasts are clearly quite weak. 2 foundational beasts are simply unworthy of her summoning the Ling Shuang sword. Therefore, it is rather absurd that Dongfang Ju cannot defeat them. Sister, should we not assist her? At this rate, she will perish. Why save her? What does her death have to do with you? Yi Qinghan abruptly turned her head, gazing at Li Shiyao with suspicion, sensing something amiss. This person has always been ruthless, so why suddenly? This is not a matter of saving lives, since the master has instructed her not to let Dongfangju die. Yi Qinghan will indeed save her, but she wants to observe a bit longer, at least to see the opponent's ultimate move. However, Li Shiyao's interjection changes everything. Moreover, she has expressed her admiration for the master. There should not be another person in this world who can hear the master's innermost thoughts, yet she is so beautiful. Shiyao does not want the lovely sister to perish, but if the sister is unwilling to save her, then she must be a villain. That is rather difficult to judge. With her mindset, even if she can hear the master's heart's voice, she likely cannot accomplish much. Alas, sister, look, that sister Dongfang is about to die. She won't die. She still has a trump card yet to unleash. Chapter 25. Act Me. Is this what foundation establishment is like? Sister, how do you know Dongfangju has yet to use her trump card? I am merely speculating. I feel that given her strength, it should not be a challenge to overcome merely two fierce beasts, so Dongfangju is also quite formidable. I believe she should be on par with Shiyao. And handling two fierce beasts should pose no issue. Li Shiyao was momentarily taken aback. If it were one, Shiyao feels she could manage, but with two, she might have to flee. Shiyao scratched her head. Appearing somewhat bashful, Yi Qinghan was bewildered. This does not seem right. Are you saying that you also cannot defeat the fierce beasts? Shiyao was stunned. Does the sister truly believe I am as formidable as her? It is not that I cannot defeat them. It is just that handling two is too much. Yi Qinghan found it hard to believe. Logically, the person who created this secret realm must have intended to find a successor. Yet even Shiyao and Dongfangju do not meet the qualifications. Aren't you both at foundation establishment? How could you not manage? Yi Qinghan could not comprehend. Why is that? Sister, although it is a bit disheartening, not every foundation establishment practitioner possesses your level of prowess. Li Shiyao fidgeted with her small hands, her expression one of grievance. As if she had been reprimanded, Yi Qinghan could not help but recall Shangguan Rou. She had used the immortal sword against Shangguan Rou. Winning was to be expected. Against Su Zhanfeng, she employed the Ling Shuang sword technique, and it was no surprise she could defeat him swiftly. However, Yi Qinghan truly did not understand what the strength of a foundation establishment practitioner should be. Being beside the master always made her feel feeble, wanting to play it safe in everything. She had thought the master lacked common sense, but perhaps she herself was also lacking in knowledge. Are you saying that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator should be unable to defeat fierce beasts? Yi Qinghan's face was one of incredulity. In her eyes, these fierce beasts were as fragile as paper. A careless move, and one might easily perish. It is not merely a possibility. It is a certainty. Shiyao, among the foundation establishment disciples, is undoubtedly strong, yet she could handle at most one that I do not believe it. Show me. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that Li Shiyao was concealing her true abilities, intentionally deceiving her. She had only just reached foundation establishment, and although she possessed the master's unbeatable technique, it should not create such a vast disparity with ordinary practitioners. Shiyao is no fool. Would she risk her life for heavenly materials and earthly treasures? She would not. Yi Qinghan always believed that her strength stemmed from the Ling Shuang sword technique and the invincible method, especially with the enhancement of the innate supreme treasure with the master's precious items. Yi Qinghan certainly would not regard ordinary prodigies with any seriousness. However, if these external factors were stripped away, she should still be stronger, but could it be to such an extent? Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Could it be that she truly was too strong? Or perhaps she had underestimated the fierce beast's might. Let me see what is going on. As she spoke, Yi Qinghan gradually rose, drawing the Ling Shuang sword from her waist. Be careful, my lady. These two fierce beasts might alter their cultivation level. If you enter, they will transform to match your level. Su Zhanfeng was deeply concerned. If anything were to happen to this young lady. Although this other lady sounded somewhat weaker than her, he did not dare take chances. But they are merely beasts without awakened intelligence. Do not fuss. Yi Qinghan merely wished to see the strength of a foundation establishment fierce beast. She had never regarded fierce beasts with any seriousness, but this barrier was something she was not adept at deciphering. My lady, this formation is infused with celestial techniques. Can you unlock it? Yi Qinghan tilted her head. Her enchanting visage, while captivating, now bore an expression akin to frost. I am also powerless. Then be quiet. I told you not to make noise. Su Zhanfeng promptly covered his mouth. This young lady's temperament was unpredictable, and he dared not speak carelessly. Fortunately, he drew forth the universally applicable key named Ling Shuang. In Yi Qinghan's understanding, there was no door this key could not open. If there were, then she would apply more force and try again. She saw the purple formation emit a loud boom upon the impact of the Ling Shuang sword. Yi Qinghan had not applied much force, primarily out of fear that a single strike would obliterate the small beast inside. She still wanted to observe the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. With another resounding boom, she exerted a bit more strength, and the formation began to shatter, the surrounding spells flickering into visibility. Yi Qinghan felt that her next strike must be lighter. Thus, she lightly tapped with the sword, visibly cautious, leaving Su Zhanfeng in awe. As the formation crumbled into fragments, Yi Qinghan naturally stepped inside. Sister Dongfang, are you not nearing your end? Hee, hang in there, I beg you. Let me save your life, what do you say? Dream on. Go find your master to nurse you back to health. In an instant, Yi Qinghan lunged forth, kicking Dongfang Ju out of the courtyard as if she were a dead dog. Sure, Yao, keep an eye on her. I will chop off her foot and stuff it in her mouth later. Dongfang Ju no longer required anyone's oversight. Having sustained severe injuries, coupled with Yi Qinghan's kick, she fell unconscious. Yi Qinghan observed as the two fierce beasts seemed to regress in power, shrinking slightly, before lunging at her with bared fangs and claws. Initially appearing weak, they've now diminished further. Do they look down upon the eldest disciple of Ling Shuang? Sure, Yao, is this correct? Sister, do not fear. Sure, Yao will assist you. No, are you certain these are fierce beasts at Foundation establishment? Absolutely. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Qinghan accidentally struck one with her foot, killing it instantly. This incident left Sure Yao somewhat shaken in confidence. It is indeed Foundation establishment, right? Sure, Yao, you come. You cannot defeat this creature? Yi Qinghan found this creature weaker than the dummies provided by the master, as if it were made of paper, shattering upon contact. Sister, do not wander too far. If Sure Yao is unable to cope, you must come to her aid. All right, you go deal with it. I will observe. As she spoke, Sure Yao handed the unconscious Dongfang Ju over to Su Zhanfeng, swallowed hard, and entered the treasure hall with a serious expression. Yi Qinghan no longer doubted her own strength. She had come to realize that even a pig following the master would undoubtedly be a celestial pig. Strength was a given. However, she was now extremely curious about the exact difference in strength between herself and these ordinary prodigies. In the past, she could glean some insights from battles, but at this moment, within this secret realm, she could obliterate everything. Su Zhanfeng at Nascent Soul? One strike. Shengwan Ro at Golden Core? One strike. Countless miscellaneous foes? One strike. What could be discerned from such disparities? There was absolutely nothing to be seen. She merely wished to know how much she differed from an ordinary person. If her strength were to be converted into the realm of an ordinary person, what would that be? Sure Yao wasted no time. The moment she stepped into the treasure hall, her expression shifted to one of seriousness, her sword trembling slightly in her hand, as if sensing the call of a formidable enemy. Yearning for battle, sacred blood liberation. Yi Qinghan nodded, unleashing her ultimate move. Yes. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the strength a Foundation establishment practitioner should possess. This is the essence. I knew you were hiding a trump card. Chapter 26. Truly no ultimate move. Sacred blood liberation. Crimson cloud sword. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with stars, feeling a bit dashing. However, the wind-up was a tad lengthy. The master would surely be displeased. Observe as the crimson sacred blood surged from Sure Yao's arm, enveloping the sword suspended in mid-air, as if coating the blade with a thin layer of blood-red film. How intriguing. This sacred blood seems to exert a suppressive effect on the fierce beasts. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, Yi Qinghan remained thoroughly engrossed. Initially, she had anticipated that Li Shiyao's bold proclamation would be an impressive display of power. However, after a fervent build-up, it merely resulted in her acquiring a modest enhancement buff, leaving her quite disappointed. Yet Yi Qinghan soon realized that, although this individual appeared somewhat simple-minded, her combat prowess was anything but lacking. The sacred blood she possessed had not been utilized until now, and it was only against this fearsome beast that she chose to unleash it. Interestingly, the sacred blood proved remarkably effective against the creature, as the areas struck by the Qiyun sword emitted sizzling sounds and wisps of white smoke, as if they were being scorched. This indicated that the young lady knew her sacred blood could inflict even greater damage on the beast. In contrast, Dongfangju's spear seemed ill-equipped to contend with such a colossal foe. "Sister, I can't hold on much longer. Keep going." Yi Qinghan smiled, eager to witness the maiden's true capabilities today. "Sister, I implore you. Help Shiryao. She is on the brink of death." While Shiryao faced the beast, her situation was not as dire as Dongfangju's, yet she still lacked a viable strategy to subdue it. "Then unleash your ultimate technique." "Do you have any sacred bloodsword formations, or the like?" "None. The elders did not teach me." "Then you must fend for yourself." Yi Qinghan was unconvinced. Surely, within the sacred mountain, there was more than one prized gem, and it was improbable they had not imparted any formidable techniques to her. "Please, Sister Qinghan, save Shiryao. She truly lacks any powerful moves. If you don't unleash your ultimate attack, I shan't come to your aid. This is your trial. You must learn to grow." The earnestness in Yi Qinghan's expression was so profound that even she began to believe it. "Good sister, if this continues, Shiryao will not survive to grow up." With a stumble, Shiryao braced herself with one hand on the ground, springing up like a coil, twisting in midair to stabilize her posture, delivering a kick to the beast's abdomen while simultaneously slashing at its lower leg with her sword. "Well done, Shiryao. Keep it up." As Yi Qinghan spoke, she prepared to raise the stakes for Shiryao. Although this silly girl was pleading fervently, it was evident she still had some leeway, that why Yi Qinghan felt that this level of difficulty was far too trivial for someone of exceptional talent. She needed to push her a bit further. With a mischievous intent, she stepped into the courtyard. In an instant, the beast's body swelled to twice its size. Previously, Dongfangju had dealt with two of them. And even though one had been felled, with two foundational cultivators now in the fray, the beast's strength had doubled. "Wait, Sister Qinghan, it has grown larger." At this point, even a sword imbued with sacred blood would inflict minimal damage on the beast. And Shiryao was now being chased around the courtyard. "Why are you running? Strike it, sister. I'll give you all my buns. Just save Shiryao. She truly has no powerful move." Shiryao was at her limit. She only had 2 legs, and how could she outrun a beast with 4? Desperately, she ran towards Yi Qinghan, seeking refuge behind her as a shield. "Isn't this a tad humiliating?" Yi Qinghan was unfazed, effortlessly dispatching the beast with a single strike of her sword. Just as she was about to speak, she felt the world shift, and along with Li Shiryao, they were transported to a realm that resembled a celestial paradise. Surrounded by ethereal energy, a simple table and an incense burner stood before them, reminiscent of an immortal's abode. However, having witnessed celestial palaces and her master's chambers, Yi Qinghan deemed these trivialities unremarkable. In the Lingxian Palace. "The very air you breathe is of celestial quality. What place can compare to the Lingxian Palace? If you do not reveal yourself, I shall dismantle your abode." Shiryao appeared utterly astonished and naive. But Yi Qinghan showed no mercy. "I am Pingtian." My table." Before the statement could be completed, her small table was cleaved in 2 by Yi Qinghan's sword. "I summoned you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yi Qinghan, sensing something amiss, gripped her sword hilt tightly and swiftly drew the Ling Shuang sword, understanding she would likely need it against the figure before her. It was worth noting that the Zue Xian ruler was still hovering overhead. Yi Qinghan never doubted her master's treasures. Given the circumstances, there were only 2 possibilities, either an illusion or a spell or artifact of spatial manipulation. However, Yi Qinghan could still feel the presence of the Zue Xian ruler, leading her to suspect this was an illusion or distraction set by the realm's master, and they were likely still within the treasure hall, uncertain of the identity or strength of her opponent. Yi Qinghan opted for caution. Underestimating this encounter could lead to calamity. With a swift motion, she unleashed a strike, causing the ethereal ambience to vanish instantly. Brutal, yet effective, a figure materialized before them. Young lady, you seem quite impatient. Do you not permit this small celestial to introduce herself? Enough with the theatrics. I am here for the artifacts, not to make friends. Spare me your chatter. With a stern demeanor, Yi Qinghan remained vigilant. Sensing her opponent's strength was potentially on par with her own, she speculated that this individual must possess at least mid-foundational cultivation. Such formidable opponents were indeed fearsome. Qinghan's sister, I believe he does not intend to harm us. Shuyao rubbed her small hands together, sensing no malice from the figure, perceiving him as akin to the celestial being described by Su Zhan. Are you in his confidence? How do you know he means us no harm? At this moment, Yi Qinghan could not afford to dwell on other matters. If a battle ensued, she could not prioritize Shuyao's safety, nor was she obligated to not be alarmed. Young friends, I am called Pei Yunxiao, the master of the secret realm, that I harbor no intent to harm you two sisters. Quite the opposite, you have passed my trials, and I wish to impart celestial-level cultivation techniques to you. How do you feel about this? Yi Qinghan straightened her posture, scrutinizing Pei Yunxiao before slowly responding. Are you not an immortal? Do you not possess anything of value? We have passed your trials, yet you offer us mere rudimentary techniques? Sister, are you foolish? He claims he wishes to grant us celestial-level techniques. Shuyao was astonished, primarily due to Yi Qinghan's words. Indeed, I see that you too possess exceptional talent, and wish to impart my lifelong ultimate techniques to you both. What say you? I find it lacking. If you care to offer your techniques, I see no reason to keep them to myself. Is such a great immortal so impoverished that you have nothing else to offer? Yi Qinghan's words left Pei Yunxiao at a loss for words. Young lady, do you believe I am deceiving you? I have transcended into the celestial realm, with this form merely a wisp of my consciousness remaining in this world. I assure you, I bear no ill will. Pei Yunxiao was indeed intrigued by Yi Qinghan. Her youth and cultivation prowess were rare, having passed the trials with such ease, while the blonde girl beside her was also commendable. It was evident that Yi Qinghan possessed a greater aura of strength. You possess nothing tangible. Gold. Artifacts. Chapter 27. The Greatest Good Samaritan. Pei Yunxiao could not fathom why such a promising talent would appear so destitute. To forsake celestial-level techniques for monetary gain. Should you cultivate this celestial-level technique, your path to immortality will face no obstacles. Simply devote yourself to your training, and in the future, you shall be silent. I asked if you possess any wealth. Why are you prattling on? Yi Qinghan was growing weary, and Pei Yunxiao shared her sentiments. Some things are beyond redemption. Shuyao yearned for the techniques, yet she dared not contest Yi Qinghan for them. Instead, she could only watch longingly from the sidelines, resembling a pitiful creature. Sister. Yi Qinghan's keen eyes caught sight of Shuyao's pitiable expression, and a spark of inspiration ignited. Would you not consider providing some additional gifts along with the techniques? Pei Yunxiao appeared taken aback. How about I gift you a celestial sword? Deal. Pei Yunxiao smiled, realizing that she had merely wished for a treasure in exchange for nurturing such a prodigious talent. With a simple gesture, a radiant celestial-level technique and a shimmering green sword slowly floated before the two. Upon seeing it, Yi Qinghan's heart raced. That was indeed hers, before Pei Yunxiao could offer an introduction. She reached out, and a sword box suddenly appeared, swiftly enveloping the celestial sword within. Why Yi Qinghan disregarded Pei Yunxiao and turned to her little sister. Sister, I shall keep this celestial sword, and the technique shall be gifted to you. How does that sound? Shuyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly happening? Sister, if the master finds out I accepted someone else's technique, she will surely scold me. You are exceptionally gifted, surpassing me in every regard. With this technique, your strength will undoubtedly soar. Sister, I cannot repay you. Shuyao was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by her sister's selflessness in offering her the celestial-level technique. Had Yi Qinghan not been a girl herself, Shuyao might have considered offering herself in gratitude. No. Even as a girl, Shuyao could. Sister, I only ask that you remain cautious and avoid putting yourself or our master in danger. But sister, while Shi Yao was delighted, she felt a pang of guilt. She had firmly resolved to rely on Yi Qinghan. Such a benevolent sister. Should she lose the technique, how would she explain it upon her return? Dear sister, do not hesitate. Upon your return, you must exercise caution and ensure this matter remains undisclosed. The elder sister treated her with such sincerity. It was the first time in her life that Shi Yao had encountered someone like this, and she could not help but shed tears of emotion. Accepting the cultivation technique, she nodded through her tears. Upon witnessing Shi Yao accept the method, Yi Qinghan finally came to her senses and turned her gaze towards Pei Yunxiao, whose face was darkened with displeasure. What? Do you wish to reclaim what you've given away? My dear girl, do you truly look down upon my celestial grade cultivation technique? Pei Yunxiao could not comprehend. If it were anyone else upon receiving a celestial grade technique, they would be willing to risk injury just to obtain it. Yet here you two sisters are, still refusing it. Why does a celestial grade technique become something despised when it reaches your hands? Although Pei Yunxiao could discern that Yi Qinghan harbored untold difficulties, he chose not to inquire further, as he was merely a wisp of spiritual awareness. Regardless of who among them obtained the technique, it mattered little. The physical body had long since perished in the celestial realm, and this transmission of teachings was merely an attempt to preserve the lineage. Fortunately, Li Shiyao possessed some aptitude, should she acquire this technique. She might not necessarily be inferior to Yi Qinghan, but I hold no particular preference. It primarily hinges on my master's tastes, who favors valuable items. Pei Yunxiao ceased to speak further and turned to depart. As the illusion gradually dissipated, "Grandma, you have returned." As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Zhanfeng sliding to his knees before her, his movements remarkably adept. "Do not startle me. I am not dead yet." Yi Qinghan nonchalantly swept the treasure hall clean, discovering nothing of worth, the best item being merely a mid-grade heavenly fan. However, Yi Qinghan was unperturbed. Whatever she brought back, her master could transform it into treasure. "Shi Yao, help your sister look for something, perhaps some gold or the like." Ally Shi Yao was taken aback. Gold? Gold? Su Zhanfeng, go take down the paintings from the walls. They should fetch a good price. Certainly, Grandma. Like a bandit storming a village. Yi Qinghan fully embraced her style, emptying the entire treasure hall, even scraping the gold paint from the pillars clean. After collecting everything in her jade pendant, Yi Qinghan felt a surge of joy. Her spirits lifting. Once these treasures were sold for gold, her master would surely commend her. "Sister Qinghan, I can understand the gold paint from the pillars, but surely it is unnecessary to take the floor tiles as well." "Dear sister, you are the saintess of a sacred mountain. You cannot know the value of firewood if you do not manage a household." Shi Yao was bewildered. What did this have to do with her? While Yi Qinghan directed Su Zhanfeng to clear the battlefield, she earnestly lectured Li Shiyao. "You know that the meat bun you eat costs money for the meat, money for the dough, and even the labor to chop it into filling incurs a cost. Without money, sister will go hungry." "So harsh. Sister, I have wronged you." In Lingxian Hall, there were only sister and master. If sister did not work hard to save money, she would not only go hungry, but would also face punishment. Sister, look at this bracelet of mine." Very well, thank you, dear sister. I shall accept it without a second thought." Yi Qinghan snatched the gem-encrusted golden bracelet from Li Shiyao's arm. "Sister, hey." Shi Yao felt something amiss but could not articulate what was wrong. Yet she believed her sister would not harm her. "Sister, it is time for us to return now. Is it not?" "Why return? Aren't there still many heavenly materials and treasures to collect?" Shi Yao was bewildered, as was Su Zhanfeng. They had ostensibly scoured the secret realm entirely, and Su Zhanfeng was certain no spots remained unexamined. Yi Qinghan smiled, gathering all the heavenly materials and treasures, setting up a small table at the entrance of the secret realm to collect a toll. This scene astonished Shi Yao. It turned out she had forgotten to rob the cultivators within the secret realm. Yi Qinghan sat nearby, while Shi Yao, resembling a maid, perched on Yi Qinghan's lap. Fanning her, Su Zhanfeng stood at the entrance, resembling a formidable gatekeeper. "If you wish to exit this secret realm, you must surrender all your wealth and half of your heavenly materials and treasures. This is utterly unreasonable. Fellow cultivators, observe this monster." It dares to block the way and rob us. Reasonable. Su Zhanfeng was reclaiming his dignity. He was indeed no match for the grand lady, but dealing with these foundation-building brats was a matter of ease. After a few exchanges, anyone who attempted to reason found themselves spitting blood. Su Zhanfeng pointed at the row of cultivators standing at the entrance, glaring with his deadpan eyes, and shouted, "I tell you, the treasures within this secret realm belong to Yi Qing Han, the celestial maiden. Leaving you half is already showing you courtesy. Do you still wish to haggle? Starting trouble? Stabbing? Feel free to try." Su Zhanfeng stood firm like a gate at the entrance of the secret realm. And though the cultivators were furious, they had no recourse. Chapter 28. Toll Collection Shiryao watched this spectacle, indifferent to it all. Even if she were to give all the heavenly materials and treasures collected along the way to Qing Han, it could not compare to the celestial-grade technique that Qing Han had bestowed upon her. Shiryao cared not whether Qing Han was a good person or a bad one. At least she treated her well. Thus, Qing Han was the greatest benefactor in the world. Such actions were merely to avoid being tormented by their master. Right? That vile Su Cheng, so handsome yet a scoundrel, bullying Sister Qing Han. Though Yi Qing Han appeared to focus her gaze on the beauty beside her, she was still mindful of Shangguan or Ou to not trouble her. Let her pass. Su Zhanfeng glanced at Shangguan Ro, initially planning to help his grand lady retaliate, but upon hearing her words, he relented. Why? At this moment, Shangguan Ro had grown quite perceptive. She understood she was no match for Yi Qing Han, let alone Su Zhanfeng. I do not like you, so I have no desire for your possessions, even if it is money. Yi Qing Han leaned back in her chair, smiling as she observed Shiryao beside her, not even sparing Shangguan Ro a glance. If you exit empty-handed, you might not even be able to afford a toy. We are all women, and I have no intention of making things difficult for you. Shangguan Ro remained silent. Her lack of strength rendered her words futile, and one understood this better than she did. This time, it was her own weakness that led to her predicament. Watching Shangguan Ro's retreating figure, Yi Qing Han felt a surge of joy, anticipating a period of tranquility. Yet she wondered when the Liu family would choose to strike. Given her master's temperament, she would undoubtedly refuse to allow her to take the initiative. After all, it was merely the word of Qiao Yun, and now that Qiao Yun was dead, there was no evidence to corroborate. The Liu family was one concern, but Yi Qing Han also felt the need to establish some assets. Though seizing families and exterminating clans might be a means of entrepreneurship, it was hardly a sustainable plan. One could not simply eliminate everyone. Her master loved wealth, so Yi Qing Han too must learn to earn money, support her master. This way, her master would become dependent on her in the future. After all, without her, her master would be left without money and forced to scavenge for vegetable leaves. She truly was a genius. Why did that woman not have to pay? This was Dongfang Ju's voice. Su Zhanfeng, uncertain of his grand lady's stance towards her, decided to be somewhat courteous to Dongfang Ju. That lady is acquainted with my grand lady, naturally exempt from payment. Ah, Yi Qing Han, are you playing games? Are you resorting to robbery? Dongfang Ju placed her hands on her hips, exuding indignation as if seeking a fight. Yi Qing Han stood with a smile. Your Highness the Princess speaks truth. Lingxian Hall is running a deficit. As the chief disciple, I must engage in some small commerce here. Yi Qing Han, while you may have been somewhat arrogant before, you still resembled a human being. And now, Yi Qing Han laughed gaily, her demeanor akin to a fluttering flower. And as Shangguan Ro had suspected, Dongfang Ju's words seemed utterly feeble in Yi Qing Han's eyes. Without further ado, Dongfang Ju seized a long spear and charged out. Oh, so eager. However, she had not gone far before Su Zhanfeng pinned her to the ground. The spear kicked aside. Why Yi Qing Han found it rather enjoyable to play the villain. It felt delightful. Zhanfeng, let her go. She does not lack money. She merely wishes to spar with me. Even with money, I would not give it to you. Dongfang Ju slowly rose, having recovered from earlier, and with a stomp, summoned her spear back into her hands. Impressive. Yi Qing Han clapped her hands with delight, while the surrounding cultivators gathered to watch the duel between the two prodigies. Go, Miss Dongfang. You must not lose to this demon fox. We support you. Su Zhanfeng, witnessing the crowd cheering for Dongfang Ju, slammed his blade into the ground and bellowed. If you wish to live, shut your mouths. Yi Qinghan merely smiled. She felt truly fortunate to be with her master. Playing the villain was far more enjoyable than being a good person, especially since she had never excelled at being virtuous. In an instant, the two engaged in combat. It must be said that although Dongfang Ju's cultivation matched Shi Yao's, her prowess was evidently superior. Did your master teach you to cultivate the demonic path? How did you become like this? The spear was wielded without method, yet her movements were remarkably fluid, indeed possessing some skill. Their actions were swift. Yi Qinghan merely wished to gauge this fellow's capabilities, while Dongfang Ju sought any opportunity. What? Are you envious? You now resemble a mere shadow of your former self. Dongfang Ju lightly lifted her spear, and with a swift turn, executed a mighty strike akin to splitting Mount Hua. Yi Qinghan casually flicked her wrist, effortlessly neutralizing the tremendous force of the attack. The two engaged in a mesmerizing exchange, one wielding a sword, the other a spear, captivating the onlookers to the extent that they momentarily forgot their dire circumstances. Dongfang Ju's spear technique was extraordinary, and her demeanor was strikingly gallant, while Yi Qinghan's swordplay was sharp and ruthless, leaving an indelible impression on all who beheld her. I am, after all, a fox demon. How could I ever resemble a mere human? With this declaration, the previously evenly matched duel began to shift. Leveraging her superior swordsmanship, Yi Qinghan gained an overwhelming advantage. DOUC. Merely relying on swordsmanship. You are no match for me. Your Highness. Her words fell. She concluded with a perfectly executed side kick, leaving even the onlooking Shi Yao agape in astonishment. Yi Qinghan's swordsmanship was inscrutable, yet undeniably the most formidable Shi Yao had ever witnessed, bar none. Your Highness, since I am here collecting tolls, I naturally fear not your attempts to disrupt. You understand? She advanced towards Dongfang Ju and delivered a fierce kick, awakening the unconscious Dongfang Ju with the sting of pain. Your Highness likely enjoys a life free from worry. Hence your flippant remarks about saving the world. But if the world were to slay your parents and annihilate your kingdom, could you still shamelessly profess your love for humanity? Yi Qinghan chuckled, her laughter a melody of chaotic beauty. She bore no particular animosity towards Dongfang Ju. Had her mother still been alive, Yi Qinghan herself would have been a princess. Alas, she had lost her kin and her home, rendering her incapable of loving humanity. Dongfang Ju lay on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise, and Yi Qinghan had no intention of allowing her to stand again. Do not display such a look of surprise. You are rather kind-hearted, are you not? Why not become a saintess on the holy mountain? You would suit the role far better than Li Shi Yao. With these words, she delivered another kick. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. In my eyes, you are merely a child still in swaddling clothes. Yi Qinghan cared not for notions of right or wrong, nor for moral judgments. Such standards were utterly ineffective in this world. The so-called laws were merely leashes binding the lower classes, and Yi Qinghan's concern lay solely with one person. Her master. She turned, her gaze fierce as she glared at Su Zhanfeng. Su Zhanfeng's legs weakened, and he hastily knelt. If this princess takes even a pebble from the secret realm, I shall twist your head off. Chapter 29. Seeking justice from Su Cheng. Dongfang Ju, the outspoken one, had been struck down, and those following her were evidently more subdued. After all, about 10 outstanding figures lay sprawled beside her. Yet being the protagonist, Dongfang Ju was truly resilient, as Yi Qinghan observed Dongfang Ju attempting to rise. She conveyed a message to Su Zhanfeng. She will come out with me. Do you understand? Su Zhanfeng nodded vigorously, plastering a smile on his face that was more skin-deep than genuine. Understood. Rest assured, before the esteemed lady exits, she will not rise. Su Zhanfeng approached and delivered a kick, the force delicately calibrated to ensure no fatal harm. Before the entrance of the secret realm, a long queue formed. Su Zhanfeng collected tolls from each passerby, while those truly impoverished had to return to scavenge for any monsters they could slay. For those of lower cultivation, Yi Qinghan simply collected their fees, as she had no time to linger in the secret realm, opting instead to lead Shi Yao out with her. It must be said, Shi Yao was quite understanding. Throughout their journey, following Yi Qinghan had yielded no treasures, yet she had managed to extract all the rare materials. Sister Shuriao, you don't need to worry about that, Yi Qinghan reassured her. You may go ahead. Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry, especially with Su Zhanfeng beside her, so she decided to send Li Shuriao away first. Shuriao glanced back at the two behind her, feeling reluctant, but since Sister Qinghan had spoken, it should be fine, right? As Shuriao departed, Yi Qinghan slowly spoke, Su Zhanfeng, I can let you leave. Su Zhanfeng knelt, banging his head against the ground in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed lady. Do not rush to thank me. Listen to what I have to say first. Yi Qinghan wore a helpless expression but did not stop him. Please, esteemed lady, go on. After you exit, I won't have the time to monitor you daily. But, should you give me reason to regret letting you go, I will ensure you beg me to end your life. Throughout this exchange, Yi Qinghan maintained a gentle smile, exuding the grace and composure of a refined lady. However, Su Zhanfeng was not so fortunate. His already tattered skin began to seep cold sweat. I will not betray your kindness, esteemed lady. Yi Qinghan pointed at the barely conscious Dongfang Ju beside them and spoke plainly. Bring that dying dog along. This was a gift for Cheng Liang. Dongfang Ju must not be allowed to endanger her master. Were it not for this, Yi Qinghan would never have permitted Shangwan Rou to leave the secret realm alive. Meanwhile, Su Cheng was surrounded by a throng of cultivators, all unfortunate victims of robbery within the secret realm. Surprisingly, someone stood up to speak on Su Cheng's behalf. That it was Li Shuriao, who positioned herself protectively in front of Su Cheng. Yet, her actions were solely for the sake of her sister Qinghan, not wanting Su Cheng to suffer once Yi Qinghan returned to Ling Shuang Hall. Are you implying that my disciple robbed you in the secret realm? Su Cheng found it hard to believe that this truly the case, Miss Shuriao. Did Qinghan take from you as well? Shuriao hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. What they say is true. But Sister Qinghan did not take anything from me. That's impossible. Qinghan would never behave in such a manner. Su Cheng's incredulity was palpable. How could Qinghan commit such an act? Logically, if Qinghan had gone on an expedition, there would be nothing left behind. How could anyone emerge alive to complain? What nonsense! You must give us an explanation today. Yes, we demand an explanation. Your disciple is of demonic lineage. It is in their nature to commit evil. Over 20 individuals surrounded Su Cheng, vociferously declaring their grievances, seemingly awaiting Su Cheng to deliver justice. This was not the entirety of the crowd. The vast majority feared reprisals from Yi Qinghan and thus stood back, observing the unfolding drama. After all, the massacre of the Pingyun sect was still fresh in everyone's minds. No one dared to provoke the living embodiment of death that was Yi Qinghan. Yet, among those who could enter the secret realm, who was not a beacon of hope for their sect, it was impossible to expect everyone to feign ignorance, seeing the elders and clan heads behind him, all wearing expressions of amusement. Su Cheng realized that had it not been for Li Shuriao's intervention, they would have likely pummeled him. Everyone, please remain calm. There are few left in the secret realm. Once Qinghan emerges, I will surely seek justice for you. How could Yi Qinghan act in such a manner? Is she not inviting trouble upon herself? The elders urged calm, assuring everyone they would provide a satisfactory explanation. Before long, Yi Qinghan arrived, but she did not emerge from the grand entrance of the secret realm. Instead, she appeared with Su Zhanfeng, who was dragging Dongfang Ju along like a dead dog. Upon seeing Yi Qinghan, the disciples surrounding Su Cheng instinctively stepped back. Yi Qinghan, too, softened her previously icy demeanor, smiling as she greeted Su Cheng. Master, Qinghan has returned. The first order of business was to seek her master's affection. Nothing was more important than her master. How are you? Were you injured? No. Qinghan encountered someone named Pei Yunxiao, who claimed to be the master of the secret realm and offered to impart celestial-level techniques and a celestial sword. At this revelation, the elders and clan heads' eyes widened in shock. Pei Yunxiao. While Yi Qinghan did not recognize the name, they had certainly heard of it. It belonged to a figure recorded in history, one who achieved ascension several millennia ago. The mere mention of this name by Yi Qinghan indicated the truth of her words. The celestial techniques and treasures were likely taken by her. Oh, is this so? Trying to undermine your master? Su Cheng smirked, puffing out his cheeks. He was not angry, Such matters were of little concern to him. Yi Qinghan's honesty reassured him she would not act foolishly. I have no interest in him. I discarded the celestial techniques and accepted the sword. Yi Qinghan poked her head out, eagerly awaiting her master's praise. Those around them were left in a state of confusion. With only Su Cheng and Li Shiyao remaining composed. My Qinghan is truly remarkable. Su Cheng chuckled, affectionately ruffling the fox's head, his face radiating adoration. Thank you for the praise, master. Hee. Only then did Yi Qinghan recall Su Zhanfeng's presence. Promptly scolding him, Su Zhanfeng, are you just standing there like a target? Get over here. Su Zhanfeng had been trapped in that secret realm for thousands of years. The sunlight, the air, his own cultivation, all had returned to him. Floating in midair, he reveled in the power coursing through his body, feeling as if he were being reassembled, strength coalescing drop by drop. Although his cultivation had only returned to the stage emerging. A far cry from the original ascendant level. He no longer yearned for anything else upon emerging from the secret realm. His astonishment. This seemingly unassuming foundation-building fairy had indeed found a way to bring him out. Just as he was feeling moved, he suddenly heard Yi Qinghan scolding and hurriedly knelt before her. My lady, how may I serve you? Chapter 30. Help Sister Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan's anger flared immediately. She kicked out, Are you blind? My master is here. Do you wish to cast me into disgrace? Su Zhanfeng's fear was palpable, seeping from his very bones. No. I dare not. Esteemed sir, I am Su Zhanfeng, an acquaintance of Pei Yunxiao. We had originally agreed to cultivate together, but that scoundrel plotted against me, trapping me in this secret realm. Fortunately, my lady rescued me, allowing me to see the light again. I had not beheld your esteemed presence, and thus acted presumptuously. I implore your mercy. Su Zhanfeng was unsure if his previous state remained, yet he felt as if he might wet himself from fright. This fairy Yi was terrifying enough. In her presence, he, as a merging cultivator, truly felt insignificant, and before her master, he was surely not even a whisper. That's fine. Qinghan, you may handle it as you see fit. Qinghan wished to release him, for there was no place in Lingshuang Hall to accommodate him, and it seemed he would consume quite a bit. If letting him go made Qinghan happy, then so be it. With her master's consent, Yi Qinghan turned her head and glared fiercely at Su Zhanfeng. Not one to lack awareness, Su Zhanfeng quickly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you, my lady. Bang, bang, bang. It appeared that Su Zhanfeng was using something borrowed, mercilessly smashing it against the ground, after casting a couple of glances. Yi Qinghan grew tired of it and dismissed Su Zhanfeng. This scene left the elders utterly bewildered. What was this spectacle? Emerging stage cultivator kneeling and bowing before a pair of foundation-building disciples. Su Zhanfeng's merging cultivation was beyond doubt, and his identity could be verified. If one wished, they could even trace back to which sect he belonged a millennium ago. Meanwhile, Shi Yao had stealthily found Shi Mingyi, dragging him into the nearby woods as if for a clandestine meeting, behaving quite sneakily. Shi Yao, what is with the secrecy? Though Shi Mingyi wore a disdainful expression, Shi Yao was akin to his own child, being the only saintess of the holy mountain. While many were discontent, believing it unreasonable for a fool to be a saintess, this saintess was not chosen by the holy mountain, but by heaven itself. Even if they were discontent, they had to endure. No matter how foolishly Shi Yao seemed, she was undoubtedly the saintess. Aside from pampering her, that was all they could do. Elder Shi, the celestial grade techniques are with Shi Yao. Shi Yao's expression and movements resembled someone about to pull a bun from a bag, and from her bag, she produced the celestial grade technique. At that moment, Elder Shi appeared as if turned to stone, remaining motionless for over a minute. How did you obtain this? Sister Qinghan does not want it. She gave it to Shi Yao. Shi Mingyi was stunned. Just like that? Is it real? Elder Shi, it was given to me by Sister Qinghan. And when we emerged, she even provided Shi Yao with some heavenly materials and treasures, insisting I tell no one. Shi Yao's face radiated innocence, as if recounting a playmate from earlier in the courtyard. Her eyes filled with anticipation for their next playtime. But why would she give you such a precious thing? Because Sister is very good to Shi Yao. Shi Mingyi paused. You two only met for the first time before entering the secret realm. How could she be so good to you? However, the celestial grade technique. It truly is a great boon to you. Sure, Mingyi struggled to comprehend the emotions of young girls, yet he accepted that existence justified reason. So why not secretly take it back to cultivate? Why tell me now? Shi Yaoyao tucked the celestial grade technique in her backpack and whispered, I want Elder Shi to help Sister Qinghan. Help her? Did you make a deal with her? Shi Mingyi could not fathom why someone would willingly relinquish a celestial grade technique, knowing that with diligent cultivation, one could inevitably ascend. Such a precious item. What could Shi Yaoyao have offered in return? It's not a deal. Sister Qinghan is very kind to Shi Yaoyao, and she gave this precious technique to Shi Yaoyao. Shi Yaoyao just want to help her. You mean to say Yi Qinghan asked for nothing in return but simply gave you this technique? You voluntarily wished to assist her. Seeing Elder Shi finally understanding, Shi Yaoyao nodded vigorously, thinking how slow-witted he was. This was so clear. How could it be so hard to grasp? What do you want me to do to help her? Shi Yaoyao was uncertain, but she pleaded, please, Elder Shi, you are the best to Shi Yaoyao. Can you help? Li Shi Yaoyao was no child. Her figure and face, even compared to Yi Qinghan, could only be said to possess their own charms. Not that one was more beautiful than the other. Shi Yaoyao had a mature visage, and when she acted coy, it created an inexplicable contrast that was irresistible to men that I understand. But Shi Yaoyao, remember, before returning to the holy mountain, this matter must not be known to anyone else. All right, Sister Qinghan has already reminded me. I will remember. Shi Mingyi returned, and the elders began to murmur about Su Zhanfeng's presence. Shi Mingyi scrutinized Yi Qinghan with great interest, unable to fathom why she would forsake the celestial grade technique, yet bestow it upon Shi Yaoyao. Shi Yaoyao wished to help her, which was understandable. She was innocent and treated those who helped her as great benefactors. Moreover, having given her the celestial grade technique, Yi Qinghan must have appeared to Shi Yaoyao as the greatest person in the world. But why would Yi Qinghan do such a thing? What matter required her assistance? That person could even tame Su Zhanfeng. Did she truly need help? Perhaps the rumors were true. She did not wish to submit to Su Cheng's side. Yet, was this a matter in which he could be of assistance? He would wait and see. Although he had promised Shi Yaoyao to help, he must also maintain discretion for the perspective of the Holy Mountain. Meanwhile, Su Cheng had begun to administer justice. Qinghan, I heard these cultivators claim you stole their heavenly materials and treasures. Is this true? Su Cheng displayed no signs of anger, nor did he seem particularly concerned. Qinghan dared not conceal the truth from her master. Indeed, such a matter did occur. Why Yi Qinghan glared at the group of cultivators, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent, almost spilling over in an instant. The pressure belonging to Yi Qinghan enveloped the area, even causing Su Cheng to feel it. The group of cultivators took several steps back in fright, some bolting away, while others lost control and urinated on the spot. Qinghan, you are permitted to rob, yet not to allow others to complain. You kneel first. Let me explain slowly. Though Yi Qinghan could act recklessly in the secret realm, she knew she must kneel before her master, which was not a source of shame. You all stay put. Once I finish teaching my Qinghan a lesson, I will naturally mediate for you. Su Cheng wore a beaming smile, appearing remarkably upright and kind. As if he were a benevolent person, that wicked Yi Qinghan was now kneeling at Su Cheng's feet, having already received her just desserts, creating a scene of mutual satisfaction. Su Cheng, with a springtime smile, showed no trace of anger, merely softly intoning, Qinghan, do you recognize your mistake? Chapter 31. Acting on behalf of everyone. Disciple acknowledges her mistake. When her master asked, Yi Qinghan responded. However, whether she truly recognized her mistake seemed irrelevant. For she was kneeling here regardless. Whatever her master said was absolute. Elder Shi interjected. Master Su, why become angry? Qinghan is young and impetuous. After all, in the secret realm, it is common for cultivators to kill one another over heavenly materials and treasures. What the hell? What is wrong with you? Are you actually defending Yi Qinghan? Indeed, Master Su, Elder Shi is correct. Sister Qinghan merely acted on impulse. Li Shi Yaoyao clapped her hands in agreement. Hey, why does it seem as if I'm the one at fault? Though I never intended to blame her from the start, how can I perform under these circumstances? You all play the bad cop. I must play the good cop. Qinghan was not merely acting on impulse. She had intended this from the moment she entered. The heavenly materials and treasures in the secret realm inherently belonged to the strong, did they not? Yi Qinghan knew her master would not blame her and felt incredibly bold. Ah, I stole it. What can you do about it? Now that my master has ordered me to kneel, you can only speak. If I were to stand, you would all kneel in fear and not dare to speak. Qinghan, do you mean to imply that you are quite formidable? Indeed, master, Qinghan believes she deserves these treasures. Hey, why do you seem more arrogant kneeling than I do standing? Who is the master here? Then shall I kneel and listen to you speak. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, even the fierce Yi Qinghan had no choice but to relent. Qinghan dares not. She merely hopes to earn her master's praise, which is why. Humph, Master Su see. Qinghan is merely eager to achieve merit. She sought to take shortcuts without any ill intent. Indeed, Master Su, Elder Shi is correct. Shi Mingyi and Shi Yaoyao chimed in, as if performing a comedic act. Whatever Shi Mingyi said, Shi Yaoyao would cheer for. Including Cheng Liang, all the heads of families remained silent at this moment, simply gazing at Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan. The so-called principle of not teaching one's children in front of others, and the notion that family disgrace should not be aired, are but empty words. With so many elders and heads of families, and so many prodigies present, how could this matter be brushed aside? Surely, an explanation must be given. Miss Shiryao, what do you think would be an appropriate punishment for her? Shiryao was taken aback. Was this something she could decide? She looked at Yi Qinghan, who seemed utterly confused, wondering why her master had asked her specifically. Observing the expression of this foolish girl, Yi Qinghan began to piece things together. Wait. Shiryao pondered, what punishment could be worse than remaining in the Ling Shuang Hall? Suffering under your torment? Shiryao suggested. Why not expel her from a sect? Huh. Wasn't this person just a good sister moments ago? Hadn't she just defended Yi Qinghan? A plastic sisterhood? Yet Yi Qinghan remained composed, still having a degree of trust in her master. Wouldn't that align with her wishes? If left unchecked, wouldn't she cause even more trouble? Shiryao wore a look of disappointment, having thought she had seized an opportunity to rescue Sister Qinghan from her plight. But alas, it was in vain that I hope for my master's punishment. The disciple harbors no grievances. Yi Qinghan was utterly unfazed. Could her master truly punish her? What a jest! It was all merely a performance for your benefit. Not only would she not be punished, but upon returning, she would feast on stir-fried meat slices. Pray tell, how has your master instructed you? The disciple acknowledges her mistakes. Henceforth, I shall leave no survivors. I have caused my master trouble. The elders narrowed their eyes in shock. Yi Qinghan was utterly unrepentant. Even Cheng Liang was bewildered. It seemed that Yi Qinghan had truly transformed into a living embodiment of wrath at this moment. Everyone's gaze fell upon Su Cheng, seemingly waiting for him to chastise this unrepentant disciple. To their surprise, Su Cheng showed no inclination to reprimand Yi Qinghan. Instead, he affectionately patted her head, wearing a look of satisfaction. This time your master will handle the aftermath. Remember, next time, heed my teachings, eradicate the root of the problem, especially those who utter the phrase, do not bully the poor youth. Eliminate them immediately. Cut them into pieces. Engrave this in your heart. Qinghan will always remember her master's teachings. After Yi Qinghan finished speaking, she slowly rose, her sword sheath falling in an instant. And no need for my master to handle the aftermath. The troubles I have caused, I shall resolve myself. Huh. Shiryao was also stunned, feeling that Sister Qinghan and Master Su strangely complemented each other. In an instant, as the sword sheath unfurled and then retracted, the so-called prodigies were reduced to corpses, all silenced by a single stroke to the throat. Master Su, how could you so brazenly protect your disciple's misdeeds? Killing within the secret realm is one thing, but now before our eyes, you actually condone your disciples' cruelty towards the innocent. All the disciples were filled with trepidation, and the various clan leaders, heads of families, and sect leaders wore expressions of shock. Cheng Liang, in particular, could not comprehend. It seemed that his Qinghan had perished, and this living embodiment of wrath was not the Yi Chunming he once knew. She is my disciple. If I do not protect her, whom shall I protect? Is this person lacking in common sense? If I do not defend my own disciple, should I protect your wife instead? Su Chang found it rather amusing. What a foolish question to ask. Qing Han is the foremost disciple of the Lingxian Hall. I am the head of the Lingxian Hall, her master. I am here to support her. Otherwise, why would I be here? To watch her be bullied by you. Qing Han? Thanks to you. Today, I am ready to stand tall again. Wai Qing Han was momentarily taken aback as the 3-foot-long Ling Shuang sword was drawn by her master. I had initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. Su Chang positioned Yi Qing Han beside him. The snow-white blade reflected a chilling light, and the temperature plummeted. Yet the response was one of estrangement. Su Chang stood tall, brandishing his sword before the dozen or so clan heads and leaders, as if the spirited youth of yesteryears had returned. No more pretense. I am invincible. The gathered individuals exchanged glances at Su Chang wielding the Ling Shuang sword. Baffled, could it be? Had this Su Chang been feigning madness all along? This was impossible. Master Su, could it be that you, the elder from the sacred mountain, wore an expression of disbelief? The matter of Su Chang lacking cultivation was not a recent revelation. Could it be that he was deliberately concealing his strength? Su Chang smiled faintly, saying nothing. Dongfang Ju had just opened her eyes, only to hear Su Chang declare his intentions. Inwardly, she mused. As expected, my suspicions were not unfounded. The reason Yi Qing Han had grown so powerful in such a short time lay squarely with this master. At the same time, Li Shiyao had come to the same realization. Originally puzzled as to why Sister Qing Han had been under the thumb of a seemingly powerless master, everything clicked into place. It turned out that Su Chang was not the useless waste he appeared to be. Sister Qing Han could not escape. She was merely a pawn in his game. Su Shige, are you prepared to battle us heads of sects for this disciple? Cheng Liang stood with his hands behind his back, convinced that Su Chang was merely putting on a brave front. As long as he showed no fear, Su Cheng's act would be rendered ineffective. How could this be? My brother has no such intention. However, should anyone dare to lay a hand on my Qing Han, according to the rules of the Lingxian Hall, that would be a death sentence. Chapter 32. Shockwaves throughout the venue, please. Master, quell your anger. It is all the disciple's fault. Yi Qing Han, the little drama queen, instantly fell to her knees beside her master. The onlookers assumed Yi Qing Han was about to admit her wrongdoings, but her next words truly stunned them. Master, please spare the elders. Cheng Zhongmin is still your junior. Huh. Are you asking him to spare us? Is this the right scene? Your master is ready to go to war with a host of sect leaders for your sake. And you're asking the wrong person, aren't you? Qing Han, if today I do not reveal some strength, it is likely neither of us will leave here. If we engage in battle, even if I could annihilate the heavens and the earth, I cannot withstand so many opponents. I must strike first, unleashing a powerful move to subdue them. Only then can we extricate ourselves. Su Chang, wielding the Ling Shuang sword, paid no heed to Yi Qing Han's words. He had already made up his mind. Today, he would play the part to perfection. Not even the gods could stop him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing Han thought it sounded quite good. After all, she was merely here to set the stage. She had never intended to intervene. Master, you are so handsome. I adore you, Master. Ling Shuang, breaking army style, slashed the heavens. Her words carried a hint of sorrow, reminiscent of a solitary king lamenting for the world. Her gaze filled with compassion. The sword glistened with a cold light, and the intent of the Ling Shuang sword gradually manifested. The sky was filled with lightning, and the raging wind sliced like knives. Causing a subtle ache, the inky long robe billowed in the howling wind, and her hair danced wildly as if caught in a tempest. However, as the long sword descended, the cataclysmic strike Su Chang had anticipated did not materialize. No way, this cannot be happening. Surely, the Ling Shuang sword technique cannot be limited to the Lingxian Hall. If that were the case, what was the point of my pretense, just as I was about to shine? It all fell apart. One must admit, Yi Qing Han's reflexes were quick. If her master wished to show off, it was not going to happen. Fear not. The disciple is here. With a terrified expression, she knelt on the ground, simultaneously finding her direction. As she crushed the jade slip in her hand, she hugged her master's leg, blocking her ears as if celebrating the new year with firecrackers. Chung Liang was momentarily stunned. Huh, you are pretending. Before he could finish his sentence, with a resounding boom, the sword energy shattered 3 great mountains, turning the earth beneath them over in the high heavens. The slash cleaved through the clouds, creating a scar in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Accompanied by the thunderous roar, Yi Qinghan feigned a frightened scream, feeling that she had performed magnificently. Wouldn't this solidify her master's position? However, Yi Qinghan felt hurried. It seemed she had grabbed the wrong jade slip, for they all looked alike. This should not be the breaking army style, but it mattered little, as they would not recognize it anyway. Oh dear, my precious Qinghan, truly, she is the best disciple. I knew you wouldn't let me down. The emotional value was off the charts. Kneeling by Su Cheng's feet, she feigned fragility, looking pitiful, her fox-like head resting against her master's leg. Master. I am afraid. All the elders were left dumbfounded. Every cultivator present was bewildered. Chung Liang could hardly believe his eyes, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Dongfang Ju was equally stunned. She had suspected Su Cheng was not the useless waste he appeared to be, and even considered that he might be quite powerful. Yet she had never imagined him to be this formidable. A light blue system panel appeared before Dongfang Ju, displaying Su Cheng's information. Name: Su Cheng race. No permissions gender. No permissions identity social background. Head of the Lingxian Hall. Commander, cultivation technique. Qi training level 1. No permissions equipped artifacts. No permissions personal profile. No permissions Qi training level 1. This was the first time Dongfang Ju had seen the system display no permissions. And it was also the first time she had encountered someone whose cultivation could evade the system. How is this possible? Subsequently, after 2 months, Dongfang Ju checked Yi Qinghan's information again. Name: Yi Qinghan race. Fox demon royalty gender. Female identity, social background. Senior disciple of the Lingxian Hall. Princess of the Fox Demons in the Northern Region. Cultivation technique. Foundation building early stage level 1. No permissions, no permissions. As expected, the cultivation technique Yi Qinghan practiced was a special one bestowed by Su Cheng. No wonder she was so formidable right after building her foundation. Could it be an immortal grade technique? Possess treasures. Innate Supreme Treasure, the Frostblade, enhanced version. Innate Supreme Treasure, the Sword Box, reforged version. A Jade Pendant, exceptional at the Celestial stage. A Desire-Breaking Bracelet, exceptional at the Celestial stage. A Water Sleeve Glazed Skirt, exceptional at the Celestial stage. A Celestial Measuring Ruler, medium quality at the Celestial stage. 11 exceptional flying swords at the Celestial stage. And 1 inferior flying sword at the Celestial stage. At this moment, Dongfang Ju's mindset was utterly shattered. Where did Su Cheng acquire such an abundance of treasures? Even if he possessed so many artifacts, how could he bestow them all upon Yi Qinghan? It was one thing to possess numerous exceptional Celestial stage treasures, but what in the world was that innate supreme treasure? And it was an enhanced version to boot. However, Yi Qinghan seldom utilized these artifacts. The soul-locking mirror was merely recalled on a whim, as it might help extract Su Zhan from the secret realm, and he had not yet returned it. Personal information, due to uncontrollable interference, only past records can be viewed. Uncontrollable. Damn it. What on earth is this Su Cheng? Does this mean anything related to him is completely off limits, with a single swing of the sword? The surrounding crowd fell into an eerie silence, the world remarkably quiet. Ah, Su Cheng suddenly shouted. He recalled something. Yi Qinghan's sturdy frame trembled, although she had just shattered 3 mountains with a single blow and was not frightened. She was startled by her master's sudden outcry. Master, what is the matter? Today is the day to collect the sect's subsidy. The gloom that once clouded Su Cheng's face vanished in an instant, replaced by palpable joy. Master, what could possibly be more important than the sect's subsidy? A full 200 taels. Although Yi Qinghan did not think that was a substantial amount, she still opened her mouth wide, wearing an exaggerated expression. You are absolutely right, Qinghan. Let us go. As Su Cheng spoke, he helped Yi Qinghan up, his face radiating love and indulgence, seemingly capable of melting her heart. Master, after we collect the money, can we go out for a meal? Yi Qinghan tugged at Su Cheng's arm, resembling a young couple in love, leaning against him. Now that we have money, Whatever Qing Han wishes to eat today, we shall indulge. Then Qing Han wants stir-fried meat slices. What kind of dish is that? Yi Qing Han was unbothered, insisting that she wanted it. All right, whatever you desire. The two walked away amidst the astonished gazes of numerous cultivators and sect leaders, chatting and laughing. After a long while, Elder Shi broke the silence. Sect leader Cheng, has the Lingxian Palace always maintained such a style? Cheng Liang let out a long breath. Brother, he values his pride. Despite being destitute, he never accepts help from others in truth, Su Cheng's act of picking vegetable leaves in the streets was not a secret. Everyone was well aware, but in that moment, no one knew how to break the awkwardness. During the recent silence, Cheng Liang repeatedly simulated confrontations with Su Cheng in his mind. Yet no matter how he pondered, he could not devise a strategy to cope. It must be acknowledged that this time, Su Cheng had subdued everyone. Master, I have disappointed you. Shangwan Rou stood behind Cheng Liang, looking as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, stripped of the will to live in worries. In light of the circumstances, it is understandable that you are not a match for Yi Qing Han. Go tend to your injuries and rest well. Thank you, Master. Chapter 33. You can really boast. Cheng Liang recalled Yi Qing Han's words and slowly extended his hand to gently ruffle Shangwan Rou's head. It's all right, don't take it too hard. Cheng Liang then approached Dongfang Ju, feeding her a healing pill before lifting her effortlessly. Hey, don't touch me. Dongfang Ju had grown up without any man daring to lay a hand on her. Yet at this moment, having been severely injured by Yi Qing Han, she had no strength to resist. You are injured. If you do not receive treatment soon, it may hinder your cultivation. Cheng Liang disregarded her protest and carried her away on his sword. Returning to the Tiandao pavilion, Shangwan Rou clutched the healing pill that Cheng Liang had given her. Watching as he flew off with Dongfang Ju, the sound of shattering glass echoed, blood seeping through her fingers as she crushed the pill bottle, shards embedding into her palm. Yet, Shangwan Rou seemed entirely oblivious to the pained this moment. It felt as if Yi Qing Han's whispers were ringing in her ears, the humiliating words she had spoken in the secret realm resurfacing vividly in her mind. Every tone and inflection crystal clear. Sometimes, I think you're rather foolish, truly. How could you possibly like a man like Cheng Liang? I don't even know what you see in him at this moment. Shangwan Rou found Yi Qing Han's words surprisingly accurate. She questioned her own affection for him. Perhaps it was for the master who once adored her. Yet that master seemed to have vanished. First Yi Qing Han, now Dongfang Ju. Tomorrow perhaps it will be Li Shiyao. The day after, who knows? Who is responsible for this? Ah, my son. Following the voice, an elderly man with graying hair knelt on the ground, cradling his son's lifeless body, his heart aching so profoundly that his body trembled. The newcomer was the current head of the Mo family, Mo Chanfeng, that he had believed that with the Mo family's strength, bringing 2 guards along with his son would suffice. After all, no one would dare provoke the Mo family. But unfortunately, his son encountered the Lingxian Palace, where Yi Qing Han cared not for one's identity when it came to murder. Lingxian Palace, Yi Qing Han. Among the gathered sect leaders, someone mentioned this casually. Oh, I thought it was some fool. Turns out it was that useless disciple of the new recruit. Mo Chanfeng was seething with rage, slamming his fist into the ground with such force that several sect leaders flinched. Brother Chinfeng, do not underestimate your opponent. We intended to seek justice for the deceased, but that Su Cheng's strength is extraordinary. Nonsense. A debt must be repaid, and a life for a life. I will not let him off the hook. Yi Qing Han, is it? I will make sure you experience a fate worse than death. Mo Chunfeng's eyes widened in fury, blood rushing to his face, his features contorting from the agony of losing his son. Brother Mo, I believe it would be prudent to deliberate on this matter. The head of the Lingxian Palace is exceptionally protective of his own. With ruthless methods, just moments ago, he shattered 3 grand mountains before our eyes with a single strike. Brother Chinfeng, I suggest that if you seek vengeance, it should begin with his disciple, Yi Qing Han. After all, your son was also slain by her. The head of the Lingxian Palace is likely more powerful than any of us. Confronting them head-on is not a viable strategy. At this moment, the sect leaders and family heads were keen to watch the unfolding drama. as they could remain uninvolved while offering strategies that Yi Qinghan had already taken from everyone. Naturally, the family heads and sect leaders were not spared, now that there were those willing to take a stand. They were united in their enmity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Shi Yao were still here, she might have spoken a few good words for Yi Qinghan, but at this moment, she was secretly slipping away with celestial tier techniques, having been hastily dragged away by Shi Mingyi. Though the other two disciples from the Holy Mountain had also been robbed by Yi Qinghan, Shi Mingyi understood the weight of priorities. Not long after, a strategy was devised. Mo Chanfeng was infuriated by the discussions regarding Su Cheng's tactics, his fierce protection of his own kin. However, he was no fool. The strength of Su Cheng had been witnessed by many, and it was certainly not unfounded. With a fierce wave of his hand, gritting his teeth, he slammed his palm down onto the table. I will make that young Su Cheng taste the agony of losing a disciple. At the foot of the spiritual mountain, Yi Qinghan secured her Master S-horse before trotting to catch up with him. Master, Qinghan has earned quite a bit of money this time. Yi Qinghan leaned against her master, her demeanor radiating pride. Really? Qinghan is truly impressive, living up to being my foremost disciple. In this regard, Su Cheng had discerned Yi Qinghan's intentions. Leaning forward was an invitation to touch, and on tiptoe was a plea for a hug. If she mentioned her accomplishments, it was a request for praise. The spiritual mountain in this world serves as a governing body for sects. Each of the 5 domains has its own management style, and the Lingxian Palace, located in the southern domain, is under the dual jurisdiction of the Emperor of Humanity and the spiritual mountain. It is precisely for this reason that Yi Qinghan's acts of violence in the eastern domain would go unaddressed by the spiritual mountain. However, the sudden disappearance of the Pingyun sect was an entirely different matter. The appearance of Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan was akin to a fugitive entering a police station to procure weapons. As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the hall, she was surrounded. Miss Qinghan, regarding the matter of the Pingyun sect, we from the spiritual mountain wish to gather some information from you. As Yu Cheng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Yi Qinghan might say something amiss. While other sects might not pose much of a threat, opposing the spiritual mountain was somewhat daunting that if they truly sought to apprehend her, it would be akin to being hunted by demonic beasts under the sun, leaving no place to stand. However, this character, Yi Qinghan, yes, indeed, at that time I was at the 9th level of Qi training, and with a single sword, I wiped out the entire Pingyun sect. Yi Qinghan crossed her legs, displaying an air of pride, her hands gesturing animatedly. Yet, she resembled a drunken braggart in her demeanor. You have quite the penchant for boasting, the man clad in a Taoist robe scoffed, thinking to himself that such a beautiful girl was wasted on someone so foolish. I'm not boasting. It's the truth. Yi Qinghan insisted earnestly, but no one believed her, even considering the Lingxian Palace to be quite the oddity, with Yi Qinghan fitting perfectly into its eccentricity. I simply used this hand to give that elder a slap. What was the elder's name? How would I know? Understood, I've taken note of that. Su Cheng stood by, utterly astonished. Such an operation exists. Not only does she possess beauty, but she also enjoys such advantages, wiping out an entire sect, and yet no one believes it. Yi Qinghan could only hear her master praising her looks. That be by the way, where can one claim the sect's subsidy? Didn't you just say you annihilated the Pingyun sect? Are you really short on this little amount? I need to establish my own estate. Of course I'm short on funds. The man rolled his eyes, remarking, your master is out foraging for vegetables, and you are behind her back trying to build an estate? You really know how to boast. The side hall on the left in the neighboring courtyard. The man wore a look of exasperation, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with Yi Qinghan. That why Yi Qinghan glanced at her master, feeling wronged. Clearly, Qinghan is so formidable. Why don't they believe her? Isn't that a good thing? Su Cheng chuckled as he ruffled Yi Qinghan's hair and led her to claim the sect's subsidy. No, Qinghan wants the whole world to know the name of Lingxian Hall. Qinghan aspires to be the world's #1 sword immortal. Yi Qinghan scratched her head, as if suddenly recalling something. No, Master is the #1. Then Qinghan shall aim to be the 2nd sword immortal in the world. Chapter 34. Under currents, Yi Qinghan stood before what resembled a pawn shop counter, rubbing her small hands in anticipation of receiving money. For some reason, she felt that she had developed quite an affection for money. Perhaps it's because if she has money, her master will be happy. When her master is happy, she too is happy. So having money equals happiness. However, to her surprise, the woman at the counter refused to give her any money. What did you say? Repeat that. Yi Qinghan's fierce demeanor seemed more like that of a robber than someone here for a subsidy. I said that Lingxian Hall does not meet the criteria for subsidy distribution. The personnel from Lingshan were not inclined to indulge Yi Qinghan either. Why? Because Lingshuang Hall has only 2 members, and thus does not meet the distribution criteria. Are you implying that since Lingshuang Hall has only 2 members, it is easy to bully us? As she spoke, Yi Qinghan rolled up her sleeves. How dare they openly bully the few members of Lingxian Hall? Qinghan, let them finish speaking, as Yu Cheng hurriedly intervened to restrain his vixen-like disciple, lest Yi Qinghan unleash her fury. Master, Qinghan understands now. This person is simply bullying us. No, Miss Qinghan. According to Lingshan's subsidy distribution rules, only sects with 6 members are eligible to receive the subsidy. Yi Qinghan felt a twinge of disappointment, although she didn't truly need those 200 taels. Her master would surely be unhappy. If her master is unhappy, then so is she. Master, may I speak to her privately? Don't cause trouble for me. This is Lingshan. Rest assured, Master, Qinghan is very reasonable. Yu Cheng watched from the courtyard entrance with suspicion. Observing Yi Qinghan leaning over the counter as if negotiating, Yi Qinghan was indeed trying to reason. My master desperately needs this 200 taels. Do you understand? Everyone who comes here needs this amount. Those who don't wouldn't bother coming. In that case, I don't need these 200 taels. I can cover it myself. Do you understand what I mean? The girl at the counter looked a bit confused. Although she lacked cultivation, she was not afraid. The girl could speak frankly. What I mean is, I will cover these 200 taels, but when my master comes to collect them, you must inform him that this is the sect's subsidy. Understood? At this moment, Yi Qinghan truly did not lack money, as she had nearly robbed everyone in the entire secret realm. Ah, I see. You want your master to believe this is the sect's subsidy to please him, right? Yes, my master is usually frugal, and I do not wish for him to know about this matter. Can you help me? Of course, thus, when Su Qing entered again, the girl at the counter had transformed, smoothly handing over the sect's subsidy. As you sect leader, here is your sect's subsidy. Please verify the amount. The girl presented the bag of money with such an amiable demeanor that it was hard to believe. Su Cheng was instantly elated, his face glowing with a joyful smile. Hee, master, now that we have money, remember what you promised about taking Qinghan out to eat. At this moment, Su Cheng completely forgot about their master-disciple relationship. Suddenly grasping Yi Qinghan's hand, let's go. I will take you right now. Yi Qinghan saw her master so happy, and she too felt delighted, being pulled along by her master, with his warmth in her palm. Her heart fluttered, secretly thinking that spending 300 taels was truly worthwhile. So worth it to hold hands with master for a mere 300 taels. Qinghan would gladly spend 3,000 taels. Can we share a kiss? Master is the best. Tiandao Pavilion. A week passed, and Dongfang Ju was finally able to walk again. Cheng Liang had been attentive for many days, and Dongfang Ju's attitude towards him had improved considerably. Sect leader Cheng, I appreciate your concern. Dongfang Ju felt immense gratitude for Cheng Liang's care. After all, he was the only one willing to save her during her time of need. His attentive care over the past few days left no room for criticism. Conversely, Dongfang Ju had initially spoken harshly to Cheng Liang, believing he intended to take advantage of her. It seemed she had underestimated his character. I have known your father for quite some time. We are indeed on the same side, so there is no need for concern. Yes, that's so. Cheng Liang certainly held an interest in Dongfang Ju, for she was one of the few who could rival Yi Qinghan in brilliance. Although the saintess was also exceptionally gifted, she only possessed the intellect of a 9-year-old. Dongfang Ju sat at the head of the bed, listening to Cheng Liang recount stories of her childhood. It turned out they had met long ago. You were so lively as a child, always playing with swords and spears. My mother always said I was too mischievous, like a little boy. After chatting for a while, Cheng Liang took his leave, and Dongfang Ju walked alone into the courtyard of Tiandao Pavilion to sit down, pulling up the system to check. Over the past few days, Dong Fengju had nearly exhausted all the information regarding Yi Qing Han and her master, and the mysteries in her heart were growing ever more convoluted. Su Cheng's information was entirely restricted, with nothing but the same old details. This was unprecedented. Aside from half a name and the first level of qi cultivation, she knew almost nothing. Why Yi Qing Han's information was slightly better, yet everything concerning her apprenticeship had become exceedingly mysterious. With very little accessible through the system, it was evident that Su Cheng had provided her with tremendous benefits, which was why she had wholeheartedly accepted this master. But why? Why was Su Cheng so kind to Yi Qing Han? Even if Yi Qing Han were exceptionally beautiful, it couldn't possibly warrant such a multitude of celestial-grade treasures. Right? Not to mention the two innate treasures. With such treasures, Su Cheng could have any woman he desired, and if he wished, he could likely find a bedmate from the southern region to the northern region. What made Yi Qing Han so special? Dong Fengju shook her head. After being defeated by Yi Qing Han, she was no longer as furious, recognizing her inferiority. Yet, she was still unwilling. Why could Yi Qing Han, with similar talent, overpower her? Yi Qing Han was beautiful. What was lacking in her? Yi Qing Han had an impressive figure. Miss Dongfang, are you feeling better? Just as Dong Fengju was at a loss, a gentle female voice reached her ears. With an air of grace and elegance, the woman donned a dark qipao that accentuated her already alluring figure to a deadly degree. Shangguan Ro approached, her hair, usually tied up, now cascading down her side, exuding the demeanor of the chief disciple of a major sect, imbued with a softness reminiscent of a married woman, a stark contrast to when she met Yi Qing Han. Thank you for your concern. Sister Shangguan, I am much better now. Shangguan Ro smiled lightly, instantly perceiving Dong Fengju's inner turmoil. Are you thinking about Yi Qing Han? Dong Fengju smiled. This girl was certainly not here to waste her time. Sister, are you here to mock me? How could I? Before you, that girl nearly killed me. Shangguan Ro forced a smile, seemingly quite helpless. Sister, with your golden core cultivation, she is not your match. But as soon as Dong Fengju said this, she realized, with so many treasures in Yi Qing Han's possession, it would be a miracle if she could win. Just that celestial sword alone would be enough to turn the tides against her. Not to mention the numerous mysterious treasures of unknown purpose. Even the second elder at the nascent soul stage was no match for her. I was almost killed, simply because she wanted to humiliate me further. Chapter 35. This woman must die. It was as if two ailing patients were discussing their conditions, and the two engaged in conversation for quite some time. However, Dong Fengju was not foolish enough to reveal the matters concerning Su Cheng. For her, there was no benefit in doing so, and it could potentially harm her instead. As for her father, if he were to learn of the strength of Lingxian Hall, it would be expected that he would seek to form a good relationship. Although matters on the surface never discuss old grievances or new grudges, only interests, Su Cheng was not a merchant, but the leader of Ling Shuang Hall, and her relationship with Yi Qing Han could hardly be described as good. Given Su Cheng's level of affection towards Yi Qing Han, it was unlikely he would treat her and the kingdom favorably. A week ago, Su Cheng's attitude had been quite clear. He was a man who did not regard anyone lightly for the sake of his personal disciple. Whether it be the kingdom, family, or sect, that man simply did not care to eye in this light. It seemed that Li Shiyao's initiative to approach Yi Qing Han was likely orchestrated by the Holy Mountain. Moreover, it did not take long for her to acquire the immortal level cultivation technique. Indeed, Dong Fengju utilized the system to scrutinize everyone around Yi Qing Han, even examining the profiles of Su Zhanfeng and the vegetable vendor. Naturally, she discovered the little fool who had been following Yi Qing Han all along, thereby obtaining the immortal level technique. Perhaps the Sacred Mountain had long discerned that Su Cheng was deliberately concealing his cultivation level. That sword strike you witnessed was certainly no less formidable than that of any sect leader. Shangguan Ro's words were already quite tactful. While Cheng Liang could indeed replicate such destructive power, he could never do so with the same ease as Su Cheng. This was a matter understood by all, and Dong Fengju would not directly expose it. Such truths cannot remain hidden for long. Before too long, Lingxian Hall would either be exalted or besieged, and a conclusion would inevitably arise. Shangguan Ro smiled, her eyes glimmering with admiration. The young lady from the Dongfang family possesses a remarkable ability to perceive the currents of the world, truly extraordinary. Dongfang Ju managed a wry smile. Sister, you jest. If I were truly as formidable as you suggest, how could I have been beaten half to death? Discerning the heavenly will and observing the state of affairs. Is this not a reference to Yi Qinghan? Clinging desperately to Su Cheng, she has now leaped over the dragon gate. Yet upon reflection, if she can cling, why cannot I? If she possesses such treasures, I am certainly not inferior. In the hall of the celestial path, Cheng Liang was engaged in discussions with several elders. Besides the elders, a distinguished guest had arrived today. Lu Jingsheng, the head of the Lu family. Chung brother, I have heard about your senior brother's situation. The matters of the Pingyun sect are still fresh in my memory. Killing him may be. Cheng Liang noticed the troubled expression on Lu Jingsheng's face and swiftly shifted the subject. Brother Jingsheng, you are overthinking. Why would I send someone to kill my own senior brother? Lu Jingsheng was taken aback. The last time this fellow had sent a message, he had not said such things. Now, upon learning that Su Cheng was not easy to deal with, who did he intend for Lu to kill? What urgent matter do you have that prompted such a hasty meeting? Cheng Liang leaned over his desk, covering his face, as if still struggling internally, before finally speaking. You know that my senior brother has a direct disciple. She possesses the blood of the demon tribe and is notoriously bloodthirsty. If left unchecked, the repercussions could be dire. I am naturally aware. She is the orphan of the Fox demon royal family, born with an alluring physique, named Yi Chunming. Cheng Liang spoke plainly, and Lu Jingsheng understood the implication. Although Su Cheng was indeed powerful, everyone knew that strength alone was insufficient in this world. As the head of the celestial path, Cheng Liang could not allow a hidden danger to exist. This girl possesses exceptional talent. Why not recruit her under your banner? With both benevolence and authority, she would undoubtedly become an invaluable asset in time. At this juncture, Cheng Liang found himself somewhat reluctant. How could he not comprehend Lu Jingsheng's words? Yet Yi Qinghan was as stubborn as a mule, refusing to turn back, repeatedly embarrassing him. I have given her opportunities. It is this wretch who has spurned my kindness and brought her own demise. Lu Jingsheng chuckled, instantly grasping the situation. He thought to himself, so, even the esteemed Cheng master has fallen to such a predicament. Ha ha ha. If an opportunity arises, I could incapacitate her cultivation for you, allowing you to vent your frustrations, Cheng brother. Cheng Liang was taken aback, feeling as if Lu Jingsheng had lost his senses. But Lu Jingsheng believed Cheng Liang was indeed contemplating this, and continued cheerfully. I have heard that Yi Qinghan possesses a naturally alluring physique. If captured and used as a furnace, I imagine Cheng brother's future path of cultivation. Cheng Liang was thoroughly alarmed. Was Lu Jingsheng out of his mind? You must be mad. This woman must die. If she lives, whoever possesses her will suffer misfortune. Have you not heard how Su Cheng dotes on her? He scarcely regards us elders and heads of families. Even if we joined forces, we would struggle to defeat him. Do you have any idea how many lives would be lost? If Yi Qinghan were gone, Su Cheng would be utterly unrestrained. He is already a madman. Do you not realize this? To sacrifice the entire Lu family for the sake of a mere bedmate. Cheng Liang could hardly fathom why these people were acting so foolishly, while he did not believe he could defeat Su Cheng. Surely he could handle Yi Qinghan. If he wanted to capture her alive, why not do it himself? Wasn't it to prevent Su Cheng and Ling Mountain from seizing any leverage? And now, he wanted to gift her to him. Were they attempting to divert disaster? To provoke that madman Su Cheng into seeking vengeance against him? You want to deliver her to me alive? Have you lost your mind, or have I, to provoke that madman Su Cheng? If Yi Qinghan dies, what can Su Cheng do alone? Yet if Yi Qinghan remains at Lingxian Hall, it would become an undeniable power, growing ever stronger. I can foresee that day. But how could this simple truth escape that fool's understanding? With a resounding slap, Cheng Liang struck the table, sending teacups tumbling. Lu family head, you must remember to ensure her death. Do not be tempted by her beauty and spare her life, if she remains alive. The consequences will be unfathomable. My actions are not born of petty jealousy. I cannot bear to see my senior brother take her away, If Lingxian Hall is allowed to rise and become a formidable force, it will be increasingly difficult to deal with. Once Yi Qinghan is dead, even if Su Chang possesses heavenly powers, he is but one person. He will not be able to stir up any waves. He is simply not a concern. Lu Jingxing was taken aback by Chang Liang's intensity and naturally grasped his meaning that I was merely jesting. I understand perfectly that in the hall of Lingxian. Su Chang stood before the desk, exhaling deeply as he slowly set his brush to paper. These days had been quite idle, and he was currently practicing calligraphy. However, just as he was about to finish the last character, Yi Qinghan interrupted him. What is it? Su Chang crumpled the failed character into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket, then turned to the door. Did I disturb you, master? Yi Qinghan appeared somewhat embarrassed, though in truth, she was not overly so. She simply scratched her head in a polite manner. And no matter, what brings you here, Qinghan? There's someone at the hall entrance. Why? Yi Qinghan pouted. Although displeased, she would not display it before her master. Su Cheng was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, both he and his disciple were within Lingxian Hall, and ordinary individuals should not be able to perceive its existence. Could it be Chang Liang? Had Qinghan's earlier act at the entrance of the secret realm not successfully fooled them? Did they come seeking an explanation? Now that he was in Lingxian Hall, even a true immortal could be dispatched in a single strike. Who is it? Chapter 36. Then I shall disturb you. Dongfang Jiu Yi Qinghan was hoping it would be Chang Liang. Conversely, Dongfang Ju presented the greater challenge. What was she doing here? Unbeknownst to Qinghan, the disciple had been waiting for quite some time in the courtyard where her master had once resided. Seemingly oblivious to Lingxian Hall's presence. If it's someone seeking an explanation, that's one thing. But if it's Dongfang Ju, she cannot be killed yet. The matters concerning the demon city in the northern region still require her father's assistance. Moreover, Dongfang Ju could prove invaluable against the external enemies when the time comes. Her family's legendary immortal artifact will be necessary. If she were to be killed now, it could alter future events. Yi Qinghan had initially intended to leave her master to deal with her outside, as this troublesome girl could not bear to lose. Having been defeated, she clung on relentlessly. Yet, upon hearing her master's thoughts, her pupils constricted in alarm. Master knows of the northern region's affairs. Could it be that Master knows who killed my mother? No. Master must know. Is she here seeking vengeance for you? Su Cheng inquired cautiously. I did engage with her in the secret realm, but did not take her life. Yi Qinghan spoke truthfully, hoping to gauge her master's reaction. Although Yi Qinghan was certain her master would assist her in seeking vengeance, she could not bear to wait even a moment. However, if she acted recklessly, would it affect her master? Yi Qinghan yearned for revenge, but did not want her master to bear the consequences that could alter fate. In that case, would it be better not to meet? Or would it be preferable to help Qinghan resolve the misunderstanding? If they did not meet, Dongfang Ju's temperament would likely not allow her to let things go. She would undoubtedly find a way to locate Lingxian Hall, potentially escalating the situation. It would be better to clarify the misunderstanding, and with Dongfang Shua's presence, it would be easier to explain. Let us go and see. Su Cheng led Yi Qinghan outside the hall, where they found Dongfang Ju cradling a black iron spear, sleeping against the fence of the small courtyard. Having laid the groundwork earlier, Yi Qinghan, initially planning to kick her awake, now held back her temper and gently patted her. Dongfang Ju slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Qinghan, she instinctively sprang up in alarm. Dongfang girl, why are you sleeping here? Su Cheng spoke with a benevolent expression. Appearing harmless. Hall Master Su, I came to find Yi Qinghan, but seeing you were not here, I waited here. Yi Qinghan was a loss for words. Did this girl have a death wish? Could she not see the gap between herself and her? You are not my match. Why persist? I did not come to fight. I came to play with you, or rather, to pay a visit. My master and I are quite busy and have no time to entertain you. I will not disturb you. You may continue with your tasks. Yi Qinghan sensed something was amiss. This Dongfang Ju was grinning, clearly up to no good. She turned to her master, realizing this was not a matter she could decide. Qinghan, how much do you dislike her? You are practically wearing your disdain on your face, but it is rather amusing. Upon hearing the playful remarks of her master, Yi Qinghan could only stifle a chuckle within her heart. At this moment, The gazes of two exquisite beauties were firmly fixed on Su Cheng, one seemingly eager to visit the Lingxian Hall, while the other appeared intent on eliminating the guest. It was quite difficult to refuse. After all, one should not strike a person who bears a smiling face. Let us see what she intends to do. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water flows, let it be buried in the earth. Qing Han, the visitor is a guest. You are the esteemed disciple of Lingxian Hall. How can you lose your sense of propriety? Such are the words of the master. Yi Qing Han gritted her teeth, wishing she could push Dongfang Ju into the nearby well to drown her. Dongfang Ju, with a beaming smile, quickly clasped her hands in greeting. Then I shall not disturb you. Yi Qing Han thought to herself. You are sincerely here to disturb. Though displeased, with Su Cheng having spoken, Yi Qing Han could only lead the way. Dongfang Ju watched as the two walked towards the edge of the forest, momentarily taken aback. Su Zhongmin, where are we headed? No sooner had she spoken than the dense woods vanished, replaced by a colossal and grand palace complex. A sign gilded in gold on a black background proclaimed the words Lingxian Hall high above the entrance. My father, the esteemed emperor, has never resided in such a magnificent palace. Lingxian Hall, indeed, is a true celestial abode. Yi Qing Han, did you not say your master lived in poverty? Is this poverty? Is your master not one who abhors extravagance and seeks a simple life? The moment she crossed the threshold, she felt the rich spiritual energy within the courtyard. Confirming it to be a residence of the immortals, Qing Han, you too carry on. I shall go prepare tea. Master, it suffices for Qing Han to be present. Dongfang Ju was taken aback, suggesting, why don't you both converse? And I shall go prepare tea. Su Cheng, are you not being held captive by this Yi Qing Han? I shall go make tea, he repeated, recognizing each character, yet when pieced together, it made no sense to him. Dongfang Ju glanced around, noticing various items in the courtyard, particularly a training dummy covered in sword marks that captivated her attention. Moreover, countless palatial structures surrounded the courtyard, and behind it loomed a towering edifice. Following Su Cheng, Dongfang Ju settled in the courtyard, exclaiming, Su Zhongmin, this Lingxian Hall is truly impressive. I have been pampered since childhood, believing I've seen the world, yet today I am still in awe. Miss Dongfang is overstating. The very courtyard where you rested was once my humble abode. However, due to the constraints of Qing Han's femininity, I could not reside with her in my modest quarters. Thus I have employed a touch of celestial magic. Yi Qing Han sat beside her master with a smile, delicately pouring tea into his cup. Master, please enjoy. However, when it came to Dongfang Ju, she merely tossed a teacup her way, as Yi Qing Han could not be bothered to attend to her. It was only then that Dongfang Ju realized that at some point, Yi Qing Han had changed into a different outfit. Compared to the flowing gown she wore outside the hall, her current attire was somewhat cooler. It still exuded an effortless elegance. Pouring herself a cup, Dongfang Ju began to feel somewhat flustered. Initially thinking her status as a princess might invoke some deference, it now seemed that in Su Cheng's eyes, her royal title held little weight. May I inquire, Miss Dongfang, the purpose of your visit? Dongfang Ju paused, then began to fabricate. The tale of Su Zhongmin severing 3 great mountains with a single sword has spread far and wide. I have come to convey goodwill. As for whose goodwill it is, I shall not disclose. Regarding whether goodwill is exchanged, that remains my own conjecture. I share a long-standing friendship with General Dongfang. We were as brothers in the past. Why the need for goodwill? Has he perhaps already forgotten me? Dongfang Ju was bewildered. Su Cheng knows my father. What goodwill is there to speak of? Surely I have stumbled into a predicament. If Su Cheng is the jealous type, he might seek retribution against my father. In the early years, while seeking the path and healing those in need, I happened to pass through the vicinity when he was still the Prince of the North. Afflicted by illness in his army, I offered my assistance, and thus we became acquainted. Su Zhongmin, I believe my father would not forget you. Perhaps those in the court do not recognize you and have failed to clarify your identity, leading to this misunderstanding. This moment, upon hearing the title of the Prince of the North, Yi Qing Han's heart stirred with ripples. Could it be? I too think so. When you were born in the military camp, your father even asked me to name you. Chapter 37. The princess's strategy. Such a thing exists. Dongfang Ju wore an expression of disbelief. Cheng Liang knew her father and had even held her as a child. How much more outrageous was it that Su Cheng had named her? Back then, when the signs of heaven were first glimpsed, it was certainly not as it is now. Seeing how General Dongfang cherished you and your mother. He gifted you the character Ju. At this moment, Dongfang Ju had completely forgotten the purpose of her visit, becoming engrossed in the story. What does it mean? Ju represents two precious jades, signifying you and your mother, and is indeed the two most important treasures in General Dongfang's life. Moreover, Ju also connotes unity, suggesting a bond that lasts through eternity without separation. Having grown up, this was the first time Dongfang Ju had heard such a tale. She truly did not expect that her name had been bestowed by Yi Qinghan's master. If so, would asking her father allow her to become a disciple of Su Cheng? By rights, if Yi Qinghan, a woman with no connection, could be an esteemed disciple, surely she could too. Su Zhongmin, this is the first time I have heard of the significance behind my name. Su Cheng chuckled, though these are indeed facts. Many years have passed. The current Dongfang Shuo is no longer the same as before. He is now the emperor, and that child has transformed into a princess. Yet your mother was not too pleased at the time. She claimed I was a destitute Taoist and even suggested your father expel me. Ah, such a thing happened. Dongfang Ju scratched her head, realizing she could not be too happy. However, General Dongfang has treated me well, often hosting banquets and treating me as a brother. Upon my return, I shall— Su Cheng waved his hand, interrupting Dongfang J. No need. I have no intention of meddling in the affairs of the mortal realm. Now that I have accepted Qinghan as a personal disciple to impart my lifelong teachings, I truly have no time to concern myself with the mundane world outside the hall. Qinghan, please converse with Miss Dongfang. I shall step out to buy some groceries. Dongfang Ju was once again flabbergasted, unable to comprehend the meaning of the words. Is Yi Qinghan the master of Lingxian Hall? You are the master. You are the master, and yet you're going to brew tea and buy groceries? Very well, that Yi Qinghan had initially intended to go in place of her master, but upon reflection, her master had already engaged in conversation for quite some time. It was her turn now. Tilting her head, Yi Qinghan gazed at the nearby Dongfang Ju, sensing that this Dongfang Ju surely had some ulterior motive for her visit. She must have some hidden agenda. Speak up, what brings you here? Who sent you? Dongfang Ju paused. So you truly are the master, aren't you? I was merely curious, so I can take a look. Curious about what? Curious about what kind of master could allow you to grow so much stronger in a month. Dongfang Ju did not shy away, stating her thoughts plainly. Are you some kind of sticky candy? How? Before Yi Qinghan could finish, she saw Su Cheng, now dressed differently, hurriedly approach. Qinghan, fetch some silver for me. I shall go buy groceries. Yi Qinghan casually pulled out 5 taels of silver along with a few copper coins. Hey, Qinghan, give me a bit more. I have guests today. Yi Qinghan then handed her master another 5 taels of silver. Master, please spend wisely. All right. I understand. Dongfang Ju stood by, her expression now one of astonishment, more so than if she had encountered a dozen celestial artifacts. Seeing Dongfang Ju's expression, Su Cheng smiled and explained, Miss Dongfang, do not take offense. The expenses of Lingxian Hall are all managed by Qinghan. No. Dongfang Ju merely wished to express that she had already grown accustomed to it. After Su Cheng left, Dongfang Ju tentatively inquired, You seem more like the master of Lingxian Hall, while Su Zhongmin appears to be the disciple. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's demeanor shifted entirely. Dongfang Ju could feel the temperature around her drop. Miss Dongfang, please be mindful of your words. Even if you are a guest, Qinghan's patience is not boundless. My apologies. Dongfang Ju could sense Yi Qinghan's deep respect for Su Cheng. She was not Li Shiyao. With just a glance, Dongfang Ju comprehended the extent of Yi Qinghan's reverence for Su Cheng. The gestures and demeanor, while serving tea, along with her attire, were all prepared for her master, both reverence and fear. I know what you are thinking. My master lead a life as such, and essentially, I handle most trivial matters myself. At this point, Dongfang Ju grew curious. What sort of matters are considered significant? In my actions, I solely consider whether my master is pleased. Matters where I cannot ascertain my master's stance are significant. I ess it because I am still useful that you do not wish to harm me. It is because your existence holds value. Yi Ching Han smiled, feeling a sense of delight at finally conversing with someone of reasonable intellect, those she had encountered recently, including Shangwan Ro and Li Shiyao, seemed to be devoid of common sense. Now I understand. Dongfang Zhu speculated that it was likely due to her father. Otherwise, Yi Ching Han would not have shown mercy. I thought you would be like those fools and ask me what use I serve. Thank you for the compliment. So you were curious about my master. Yi Ching Han chuckled lightly, her gaze filled with the disdain of one in a position of power. I am curious about the means by which you attained the position of personal disciple. Dongfang Zhu pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to be forthright. Yi Ching Han was not one to indulge in idle chatter, nor was she. What method do you believe could deceive the master? Yi Ching Han's gaze resembled that of one observing a fool, leading Dongfang Zhu to feel that she had somehow employed a clever tactic to attain this position. After all, she had diligently knelt for an entire day, wagering her celestial path and future upon this endeavor. Yet, fortune favored her, and she emerged victorious. I have heard that Master Su has not taken on disciples in recent years. Naturally, had she accepted any, could I still be the foremost disciple? You are beginning to ramble, which is of no consequence. You merely suspect that I resorted to underhanded means to secure the Master's personal tutelage. You are mistaken. As you have stated, I do not believe any means could successfully conceal the truth from Master Su. Then what is it you wish to inquire about? I desire to understand what makes you distinct compared to others. That you were favored by Master Su to such an extent? Yi Ching Han could not help but smile. When Master picked up the vegetable leaves, did you not perceive joining the Lingxian Hall as a stroke of luck? At that time, entering the Lingxian Hall was not regarded as fortunate, but rather met with ridicule. Like a cloud parting to reveal the sun, Dongfang Zhu suddenly grasped the truth that it was all about timing. Just prior to that fateful sword strike, Su Cheng was merely seen as a waste, a master without any cultivation. Miss Ye Ching Han, please enlighten me. Wait, you. Yi Ching Han abruptly sensed something amiss. This fellow's demeanor today seemed somewhat. Are you here to gauge the situation? Yi Ching Han's brows knitted slightly, her anger already creeping onto her delicate face, though it was tempered with a hint of concern. Are you afraid? Dongfang Zhu chuckled, surprised to see Yi Ching Han display such an endearing expression. Did you not claim that fox spirits are always inscrutable? Were I in your position, I would not engage in such foolishness. Why not? Because the foremost disciple of Lingxian Hall, Yi Ching Han, is still alive. Yi Ching Han poured herself more tea, beginning to contemplate her strategy. What? Are you worried that your master might take a liking to me? Chapter 38. Ascending the mountain is easy. Descending is hard. Yi Ching Han replied with a calm smile, quite flatly. You are overthinking it. The master will not accept you. Dongfang Zhu, unwilling to back down, continued. Is it that Miss Ching Han is unwilling to share the master? Yi Ching Han poured tea for Dongfang Zhu as well, finding herself less inclined to bully her at this moment. Let us enjoy tea. We have ample time, for the master will not return immediately. Miss Ching Han, I am in no rush. Dongfang Zhu accepted the teacup with both hands, though she did not understand why. Yi Ching Han's demeanor had indeed shifted. Your thoughts are not difficult to decipher. The master is genuinely fond of me. Yet if you believe I would interfere in this matter, that would be somewhat insulting. I am not foolish to that degree. In retrospect, there must be many females with such thoughts at this moment, merely drawn by the master's strength, wishing to become the Yi Ching Han of old. Your reasoning is not flawed. Ching Han may indeed have a junior sister or brother, but I believe you, most likely, do not meet the requirements that Yi Ching Han smiled confidently, knowing that no one in this world could understand the master better than she did. Dongfang Zhu, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by not being qualified? Are you suggesting I do not meet Master Su's standards? Not at all. Observing Dongfang Zhu's expression of shock, Yi Ching Han found it entirely predictable. This was how she had once been. However, she simply lacked her good fortune. What do you mean? Initially, I believed the master's criteria for accepting disciples would be exceedingly high, but I later came to understand that there are no actual requirements or standards. Watching Yi Ching Han confidently express this, Dongfang Zhu was even more bewildered. What could this mean? No requirements. yet she's still deemed unqualified. Is this not absurd? What do you imply? If there are no requirements, why claim I am unqualified to the master? Innate talent is of little importance. Can you grasp this? Even a pig, under the master's guidance, could ascend to immortality. I realized this when you fractured 5 of my ribs. The master does not care for talent, does not concern herself with character, nor anything else. She only observes fate. I could see that moment. Yi Qinghan's expression softened with a touch of affection. After such a lengthy discourse, she found this individual somewhat endearing. Even if the master were to accept that fool Shi Yao, she would hardly consider you. If that is the case, how can you assert that I am fated to be excluded from the Lingxian Hall? That is not for you to know. If you doubt, perhaps you should attempt to seek acceptance as a disciple. Dongfang Ju regarded her with suspicion, sensing that Yi Qinghan might have set a trap. Really? You will not obstruct me? I have stated before, my actions are solely guided by whether the master is pleased. Should she wish it, I would certainly regard you as a dear sister. This much Dongfang Ju believed, for from Yi Qinghan's demeanor, it was evident that the master was indeed the only person she truly valued. Even if she might feel jealousy, she would never act against a junior sister accepted by the master. However, should the master reject you, I implore Miss Dongfang not to cling to her stubbornly. The master, owing to past friendships, would find it difficult to take action, but I would have no such reservations. Shall we converse about other matters? Yi Qinghan's stance was now clear, and Dongfang Ju had many more inquiries to pose. Certainly. What else piques your curiosity, Miss Dongfang? Yi Qinghan did not mind, for her lengthy dialogue was intended to encourage this individual to recognize when to cease. I notice that the faux figure over there is covered in sword wounds. Is this the result of your diligent practice? It cannot be termed diligent practice. For me, cultivation is also a means to please the master. Most of my time is spent beside her. Master Su has bestowed upon you 2 innate treasures. I had thought you would diligently cultivate to repay her kindness at this juncture. Dongfang Ju felt the moment was ripe. Miss Dongfang, you jest. Where in this world do innate treasures exist? Yi Qinghan astonishingly spoke the untruth with a straight face. Dongfang Ju realized that as long as no one was competing with Yi Qinghan for the master's favor, nothing could provoke her to reveal a flaw. Sister, why not consider the possibility that they might exist? Propping her chin lazily on the table, Dongfang Ju was eager to see how long Yi Qinghan could maintain her facade. Have you lived enough? Yi Qinghan tilted her fox-like head, genuinely surprised. This object could slay the living and resurrect the dead. I dare not contemplate it. Sister, perhaps Jewer and you could become friends. Yi Qinghan was indeed curious about Su Cheng. It was evident that Dongfang Ju had extended an olive branch. This was a signal for an exchange of information. However, the other party was the master. Should it prove detrimental to the master, the consequences would be beyond her capacity to bear. No need. I admit that the curiosity of a fox spirit is quite strong, yet a clever fox understands what should remain unknown. Such matters ought to be judged after hearing the master's stance. Is sister so guarded? Are you afraid Jewer might act in a manner detrimental to you? You have already committed actions adverse to your own interest. Yi Qinghan smiled, gently patting Dongfang Ju's shoulder as she rose slowly. How about I keep you company tonight? Dongfang Ju panicked. Is Yi Qinghan truly so timid? Does this imply she does not wish for me to leave? If Su Cheng perceives me as a threat, will he seek to silence me? If I now declare that I wish to return home for dinner, would you also prevent me from leaving? Yi Qinghan remained silent, simply sipping her tea, determined not to speak until the master returned. The Holy Mountain, a mysterious cave guarded by 2 elders, housed a reclusive Shi Yao. Shi Yao was hungry. Dear Saintess, please rest assured in your cultivation. I have arranged for someone to prepare food for you. Shi Yao's hunger rendered her unable to meditate. The scene appeared as though the Saintess were imprisoned, yet such occurrences were not uncommon on the Holy Mountain. The second elder exchanged glances with Shi Mingyi, and with a heavy sigh, Shi Mingyi went to fetch food for the little ancestor. Keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape again. Understood. With that, Shi Mingyi headed to the kitchen, pondering what to prepare for the little ancestor to keep her occupied while she cultivated. Shi Yao knocked on the door, tiptoeing to grasp the railing. engaging in conversation with the second elder. Second elder, would you like to see my treasures? My little ancestor, do not even think about it. I will not let you out. Quite amusing. Please, dear saintess, focus on your cultivation and concern yourself with the welfare of the world. The second elder spoke earnestly, turning his back to the door and ignoring Li Shuyao. Who is the world? What does it have to do with Shuyao? All Shuyao desires is to be full and then roam the mountains. You are the saintess, bearing the responsibility of... The second elder trailed off, realizing that expecting this little ancestor to comprehend even half of his words was wishful thinking. Shuyao merely wished to find a handsome man. Much like Master Su from a few days ago, the second elder's face turned pale. Had it not been for Li Shuyao's status as a saintess, he would have long since dealt with her. The second elder opted to ignore her, simply standing outside the door. After a while, the third elder, Shi Mingyi, returned with a basket filled with food. How is the saintess? She was just shouting about wanting to find a man. Now she is silent. Wait, something feels amiss. Upon the completion of his statement, the second elder immediately sensed something amiss. Could it be that Li Shuyao had managed to remain silent for such an extended duration? Furthermore, with Elder Shi arriving bearing food, the holy maiden should have already gathered at the door, eagerly awaiting her offering. Hastily, he opened the door. You see, she has slipped away again. Chapter 39. In exchange for this body, I grant my sister freedom, second aunt. What a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. Su Zhanfeng had inquired extensively before locating Nanding City, where it was rumored that the eldest lady, Yi Qinghan, and her master occasionally made appearances. However, after 2 days of waiting, though he had not caught sight of the eldest lady, he did happen upon Li Shuyao. Dado. And who might you be? Su Zhanfeng was clad in a black hooded cloak, over which he wore a tattered coarse cloth cape. His face was obscured by a ghostly mask, and he bore a towering, ink-black tiger head broadsword on his back, leaving not a sliver of skin exposed. It was only natural. Should he reveal his face, his terrifying visage would likely lead to his demise at the hands of the demon clan. Li Shuyao turned around, her face reflecting the innocence of a bewildered young girl clutching a candied hawthorn, resembling a lady of some noble household. Yet upon noticing the imposing figure behind her, she exhibited no fear. Rather, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. Second aunt, I am Su Zhanfeng. I have encountered you in the secret realm. As he spoke, Su Zhanfeng slightly lifted his cloak and removed his mask, revealing his true visage. Do don your mask again. What brings you here? She implored that I wish to seek the eldest lady, but I am uncertain of her residence. I have heard that she occasionally visits Nanding City, hence I have been waiting here. Shuyao seemed to grasp his words, nodding in acknowledgement, though in truth, she comprehended little. Oh, then do wait here. I must search for Sister Qinghan. Our conversation must be postponed. Does second aunt possess knowledge of the eldest lady's whereabouts? Su Zhanfeng, aware of Li Shuyao's limited intellect, chose not to dwell on it, reasoning that it was best to avoid unnecessary complications. I am unaware. And second aunt? I have heard that Sister Qinghan occasionally comes to Nanding City, and so I intend to find a place to reside until she appears. Ah, so you were indeed listening to me? Just as Su Zhanfeng was about to speak, he heard Li Shuyao call out, "That's Yu Zhangmin." Su Zhanfeng was taken aback, swiftly turning around, only to find that Li Shuyao had already dashed several meters away. Su Cheng wore a grim expression. Had he neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today? What fresh trouble had emerged? Su Zhangmin, is Sister Qinghan not present? Su Zhanfeng, I have had the pleasure of meeting the esteemed lord. Ah, 2 sources of trouble have arrived, though Su Zhanfeng seems less troublesome. Observing the situation, it appeared they were here to seek him out. You have business with me. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, clutching the groceries he had just procured. Even with the presence of the Chaos Bell and the God-slaying spear, he doubted he could withstand Su Zhanfeng's combined cultivation level. Second aunt, your matters take precedence. Please do speak to... Su Zhanfeng stepped back, bowing courteously. Li Shuyao, unperturbed, grasped Su Cheng's hand and pulled him into a deserted alley, leaving Su Cheng bewildered. What is the matter, Miss Shuyao? Why the secrecy? Li Shuyao lowered her head, standing across from Su Cheng with a conflicted expression that tugged at the heartstrings. What has transpired? Su Cheng was puzzled. Why would there be issues with the Holy Mountain? The Holy Mountain was no minor sect. It wielded considerable influence even before the Spirit Mountain. Had Li Shiyao's intellect not been childlike, even Cheng Liang would have extended some courtesy to the Holy Maiden, given her backing if the issue did not lie with the Holy Mountain. Then was it a problem concerning this young girl? Had Yi Qinghan bullied her within the secret realm? That seemed unlikely. If Yi Qinghan had acted, she would surely not emerge unscathed. What could it be? After what felt like an eternity of internal struggle, Li Shiyao slowly lifted her head, revealing a pitiful expression, as if she had been wronged. Su Zhongmin. Shiyao has pondered this for a long time. Sister Qinghan has treated Shiyao very well. I wish to exchange myself for Sister Qinghan. Huh? What do you mean? Exchange for Qinghan? Su Cheng was utterly bewildered. What was Li Shiyao even saying? He couldn't comprehend a single word. Su Zhongmin, I implore you to release Sister Qinghan. I am willing to enter Lingxian Hall in her stead. No. Did someone say something to you? I have never coerced Yi Qinghan into anything. Her entering Lingxian Hall was entirely voluntary. It was not someone else, but Sister Qinghan herself who confided this to Shiyao. However, I beg you, do not place the blame upon her. I am willing to accept punishment in her stead. No. You must have misunderstood something. Su Cheng felt as if his head might explode, with Dongfang Zhu plotting who knows what, and now a rambling holy maiden by his side, while an immensely powerful being awaited him outside the alley. What on earth was happening? If this continued, the narrative would surely unravel. While it seemed amiss from the moment Yi Qinghan became her disciple, it was now undeniably spiraling out of control. Shiyao has not misunderstood. Shiyao will heed Su Zhongmin's words. Shiyao is in good health, and if Su Zhongmin desires, I can... No, wait a moment, there must be some misunderstanding here. What did Qinghan say to you? I am aware of what Su Zhongmin has done to Sister Qinghan. Shiyao knows and is willing to do the same. Only asking you to spare Sister Qinghan. Why heavens? Is Li Shiyao here to rescue Yi Qinghan? What kind of enchantment has Yi Qinghan cast upon her? How about this? You accompany me back to Lingxian Hall and state your intention before Qinghan. What do you think? Li Shiyao widened her eyes, momentarily forgetting her fear, and outright rejected the proposition. No, unless you promise to release Sister Qinghan. Otherwise, you'll just return to punish her again. Huh? Who has besmirched my name? She is slandering me. She is slandering me. And now she won't let me leave. The Ling Shuang sword technique can only be used within Lingxian Hall, that I cannot possibly match this individual. Would that not be my undoing? Very well, I agree to your terms. Truly, if Qinghan truly wishes to depart Lingxian Hall, I will never resort to force to retain her. Wait a moment. Do you take me for a fool? What if you have some leverage over Sister Qinghan? What leverage could I possibly possess? Su Cheng felt his head throbbing. Should anyone dare to call Li Shiyao foolish again, he would be the first to object. This girl was exceptionally clever. Li Shiyao was ready to exchange herself for Sister Qinghan's freedom. Was that not acceptable? It is permissible, as long as Yi Qinghan is willing to make the exchange. Will you guarantee not to interfere? Very well. I assure you, I shall not intervene. Excellent. Let us seal this agreement. You are prepared to wager your life for Yi Qinghan's freedom, and now you wish to seal it with an agreement? Is this not overly formal? Moreover, were you not just appearing all pitiful moments ago? How is it that you are so resolute now? This is unacceptable. That cannot be done. Let us simply seal the agreement. Su Cheng found himself utterly at a loss with Li Shiyao. That should suffice. Now, master, shall we return? Is the exchange to be made so soon? Have you changed your tune so quickly? Sister Qinghan will undoubtedly agree. Hence Shiyao is merely familiarizing herself with the address. Li Shiyao was now brimming with joy. She was rescuing her sister Qinghan. Compared to unfamiliar lives, she yearned to save her sister. The thought of her sister enduring a life shrouded in darkness, deprived of sustenance, and subjected to endless torment rendered her incapable of focusing on cultivation. Chapter 40. To work and to earn. Emerging from the alley with a dark expression, Su Cheng was met by Su Zhanfeng, who promptly paid his respects. Esteemed Lord, as Yu Cheng raised an eyebrow at Su Zhanfeng. The masked individual's expression was indiscernible, and even without the mask, It would not have been much clearer, QM. Are you also here to rescue Yi Qinghan? Su Zhanfeng was bewildered. What did this mean? Rescue the eldest lady? Has something befallen her? Esteemed lord, I have come to seek your protection, hoping that you and the eldest lady will grant me refuge. You too? Esteemed lord, I have been trapped in a secret realm for over 1,000 years. Fortunate to have been saved by the eldest lady. Now, with friends and family long departed, I wish to repay the eldest lady's life-saving grace with my very being, ready to serve without a second thought. All right, enough of that. Come with me. You both will speak with Qinghan, and if she agrees, that will suffice. Su Cheng felt utterly dazed. Clearly, Yi Qinghan possessed quite the charm. Dong Fangju had come to pay a visit. Li Shiyao was here to rescue her. Even the formidable Su Zhanfeng had come seeking refuge. Thank you, esteemed lord. Bowing repeatedly, Su Zhanfeng then followed closely behind Su Cheng. Already feeling reassured, it seemed that the esteemed lord held a favorable impression of him. Before long, Su Cheng guided both individuals back to Lingxian Hall, where Yi Qinghan approached the entrance, eager to greet them. Upon seeing the newcomers, she too was taken aback. That is it common for so many to visit today? Master, who are these? One comes to rescue you. The other seeks refuge. Not inquire further. I am equally perplexed. They are here for you, and as guests, you must treat them well. That I shall prepare the meal. With that, Su Cheng departed to the kitchen with the groceries. Yi Qinghan was in a state of turmoil. What on earth was happening? Judging by Master S' tone, while he was not angry, he was clearly growing impatient. Just as she was about to interrogate the two, Li Shiyao was quicker on the draw. Li Shiyao grasped Yi Qinghan's hand and led her aside, swiftly retrieving a celestial-level cultivation manual from her backpack and unceremoniously thrusting it into Yi Qinghan's hands. Locking eyes with Yi Qinghan's bewildered expression, Li Shiyao beamed with delight, feeling as though she had accomplished a monumental task. Sister, you are free now. This set of sequential techniques is bound to leave Yi Qinghan, the pure-blooded vixen, utterly speechless. What are you saying? Free? Yi Qinghan exclaimed, still grappling with the situation. Shiyao made a pact with Master Su. She released you, and now Shiyao will take your place. You have no idea. Yi Qinghan murmured, glancing at Li Shiyao and then at the celestial-level manual in her hands, feeling utterly dazed. Shiyao spoke as if delivering a final decree, her eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yet she maintained her usual cheerful demeanor when looking at Yi Qinghan. Sister, Shiyao isn't foolish. I know you have treated me exceptionally well. The thought of you suffering makes my heart ache, which is why I sneaked out. Shiyao is in good health. The elders say I am as robust as an ox. I can manage with less food, so you need not worry about me. Besides, I am not afraid of pain. She claimed, even as her small hands trembled, the cause of which was uncertain. Fear or some other emotion. In any case, everything has been arranged with Master Su. Yi Qinghan, momentarily struck dumb by shock, stood frozen in place. What's wrong, sister? You need not fret about Shiyao. I only hope you can find a good man for me. Although the elders say that handsome men are never good, I still wish for you to find a very handsome, good man. Yi Qinghan returned the manual to Li Shiyao's bag with a gentle smile. I could see that moment. She seemed to comprehend why the so-called saintess was somewhat simple-minded. Perhaps only such a simple soul was worthy of being a saintess. Sister, what about this? Li Shiyao queried, perplexed. Master Su has already agreed. Thank you, but I will not leave. Yi Qinghan replied. Li Shiyao wished to persuade her further, but upon meeting Yi Qinghan's gaze, she found herself at a loss for words of comfort. Why? Am I really that foolish? I will never understand my sister's thoughts. Yi Qinghan simply smiled. Go wash up in the spirit pool hall. I will join you for a meal shortly. She sent Li Shiyao off to the spirit pool hall before turning her attention to the hesitant Su Zhanfeng at the entrance. Since meeting Yi Qinghan, Su Zhanfeng had felt that nothing in this world could astonish him any longer. Yet now he was inevitably stunned by this celestial abode, internally marveling. Truly, it is the residence of immortals. You were given a reprieve. Why must you return now? Are you seeking to be my servant? Indeed, I humbly request the opportunity, esteemed lady, Su Zhanfeng replied without a moment's hesitation. What of being a servant? To serve such a lady is a grand opportunity. You are currently low-key, hiding in the depths. Given time, even to be a servant would require queuing. What does the master say? The master says to heed your words. Oh, that is acceptable. However, Yi Qinghan regarded Su Zhanfeng, who appeared somewhat daft yet possessed a degree of strength. Do not hesitate, esteemed lady. I owe you a debt of gratitude for saving my life. I shall comply without hesitation. That is unremarkable, but could you manage a monthly protection fee of 20 taels? I wonder if that suits you. Su Zhanfeng was taken aback. Is the esteemed lady jesting with me? 20 taels, 20,000 taels would be a fair request. What is 20 taels for protection? Seeing Su Zhanfeng hesitate, Yi Qinghan continued, if you are unwilling, then let it be. You may seek elsewhere. Ah, esteemed lady, I am willing. Not just 20 taels, but 200 taels would be acceptable. Very well. Then it shall be 200 taels. Su Zhanfeng was bewildered. So 20 taels was merely a test of his financial capacity. The temperament of this esteemed lady was truly unfathomable. He did indeed have some money. So he casually handed over 200 taels to Yi Qinghan. Why, Yi Qinghan's joy was palpable. Splendid, splendid. What is your name again? Su Zhanfeng. Right, Zhanfeng, you have done splendidly. I perceive great potential in you. Henceforth, you are accepted. Su Zhanfeng was utterly flabbergasted. He was to work for the immortal, and pay her as well. Was this immortal somewhat impoverished? After all his prattling, he had offered less than 200 taels in tangible value. Had he known, he would have brought more money and perhaps even secured a position of authority. Thank you, esteemed lady. From now on, you shall be a member of the Lingxian Hall. Please find a place to reside in Nanding City. I shall arrange tasks for you in due course. Thank you, esteemed lady. All right, off you go. After sending Su Zhanfeng away, Yi Qinghan cheerfully rushed to the kitchen to lend a hand. Master, regarding Su Zhanfeng's situation. Yi Qinghan began, purposefully leaving her statement incomplete, eager to hear her masteress' thoughts. Su Zhanfeng possessed the cultivation of the integration stage. If he could be of use to the Lingxian Hall, it would be a boon. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan continued washing vegetables while stating, I have asked him to pay a protection fee of 200 taels. I have accepted him, oh dear. 200 taels. Such a generous soul. Receive him warmly. You may decide as you wish to tea that moment. Dongfang Ju trailed behind Li Shiyao, curious about her destination. Do you seek Shiyao for something? What are you planning to do? Sister Qinghan wants Shiyao to clean up. I will accompany her for a meal. Li Shiyao was hardly in the mood for dining. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Sister Qinghan. Despite her preparation, her sister still refused to allow her to suffer. Dongfang Ju observed Li Shiyao with surprise. Had she been in a scuffle? Why was she so dirty? Although Li Shiyao was somewhat simple-minded, she had always maintained an image of purity, but after sneaking out for a few days, she was inevitably covered in dust in the kitchen. Noticing Dongfang Ju following Li Shiyao, Yi Qinghan casually erected a barrier while chopping vegetables. Master, I have a peculiar inquiry. I hope you can enlighten me. Speak. Is it about Li Shiyao? Could it be that Qinghan was oblivious to her situation? I was just conversing with Dongfang Ju. She mentioned that you granted Qinghan 2 innate treasures. I know that the gifts from you are not ordinary, hence I refrain from responding. She recognizes innate treasures. How is that possible? The Ling Shuang sword and the sword box have undergone transformation and should not be identifiable. What means or artifacts does she possess that I am unaware of? Did she mention anything else? To avoid calamity from careless words, I did not converse further with her afterward. You have done well. Keep the matter of the innate treasures close to your heart. It is not something to boast about. I shall remember. What about Dongfang Ju? If that is the case, Dongfang Ju cannot be ignored. At the very least, we must ascertain how many are privy to this knowledge. If news of the innate treasure spreads, it may become a matter beyond just our lives. I could tea that moment. The rhythmic sound of chopping ceased, only to resume again. Why Yi Qinghan overheard a new term. Spatial anchor point? What is it? To be inscribed on oneself. Su Chang felt a whirlwind of thoughts, but continued skillfully frying vegetables. Yet how to broach the subject with Qinghan? Should he say, be a good girl, remove your clothes, and I shall inscribe a few words on you? Given Qing Han's nature, she might very well retaliate fiercely. Ah, master, do you truly underestimate the cunning of a fox spirit? Should you wish, I could disrobe right now. That will not do. Let us first gauge Dongfang Ju's stance and see how much he knows that if she poses a genuine threat to Qing Han, she cannot be allowed to leave. Yi Qing Han turned to glance at her master's silhouette, feeling an overwhelming urge to shed her clothing, to present herself to her master. Her master had never once considered himself, always focusing solely on his disciple. Qing Han, do not overthink. Eat first, I will handle everything. This fox spirit's mind must be wandering again that why Yi Qing Han stared vacantly at her master, absorbing his words. Very well. The Lingxian hall was unusually lively. Su Cheng prepared several dishes. And with nothing else to occupy her, she practiced her calligraphy and attempted to cook. Where are they? Su Cheng gazed at the empty courtyard in bewilderment. The Lingxian hall had protective mechanisms. Without the jade pendant, one could not enter or exit silently. Qing Han, go find them. Tell them it is time for dinner. Before long, Yi Qing Han discovered the two outside the spirit pool hall, but Li Shiyao remained in her dirty state. Her white dress resembling a camouflage outfit. Weren't you told to wash up? Why are you lingering at the door? Shiyao does not know which is the spirit pool hall. Did I not just point out to you? This is the spirit pool hall. However, Yi Qing Han was unwilling to allow the filthy little fool to sit at the table with her master, so she promptly dragged Li Shiyao into the spirit pool hall. Dongfang Ju, having nothing better to do, followed suit. Undress. Come on, let's go together. Just now, while assisting in the kitchen, Yi Qing Han was covered in the scent of cooking oil. Since she was already there, she decided to join the bath. If possible, Yi Qing Han hoped to be fragrant and closer to her master, who would surely prefer her that way. Sister, Shiyao feels shy. Oh, since you're shy, let me help you undress. Don't fidget. Look at how obedient Dongfang Ju is. The aforementioned Dongfang Ju had already stripped down and was standing to the side, waiting. After some fuss, Yi Qing Han had successfully disrobed Li Shiyao, prompting astonished reactions from both her and Dongfang Ju. Yi Qing Han believed her figure could be considered exquisite, yet Li Shiyao was equally impressive in that regard, although she usually wore a white dress that made her appear innocent and demure. It turned out that the voluminous, pristine garment was merely a fade of the saintly maiden. Why Yi Qing Han couldn't help but tease Shiyao. Next time you see Su Zhanting, perhaps he should address you as Big Madam. Why? Li Shiyao's small hands instinctively shielded her modesty. Her face flushed crimson. Because you truly deserve it. Dongfang Ju struggled to maintain composure, thinking that despite his hearty appetite, all the nourishment had evidently not reached his brain. It seemed all the sustenance had been absorbed by his superfluous flesh. Yi Qing Han placed her treasures in the cubicle and, wielding the Ling Frost sword, entered the spirit pool hall, leaving the sword sheath propped against the edge of the pool. Sister Qing Han, do you really need to bring the Ling Frost sword while bathing? It is Master's command. The Ling Frost sword must never leave my side. Dongfang Ju remained silent, initially thinking Yi Qing Han might not recognize these two innate treasures. But that notion was swiftly dispelled. Clearly, Yi Qing Han understood just how significant these two innate treasures were, and Su Cheng had also given her reminders. Sister, you don't mean this pool, do you? What else could it be? Are there other pools in the spirit pool hall? Yi Qing Han's expression soured. This little fool always asked such silly questions. In truth, Shiyao had just entered and noticed the pool was filled with spiritual liquid. Mistakenly thinking it was for alchemical purposes, Yi Qing Han chuckled in resignation, recalling her own initial shock upon arrival, though she had since grown accustomed to it, often indulging in a soak. With that, Yi Qing Han led the way, diving directly into the pool, followed closely by Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju. When Yi Qing Han spotted Li Shiyao extending her tiny tongue to taste the pool water, she quickly exclaimed, "Hey Shiyao, what are you doing?" "I just wanted to try. It's truly spiritual liquid." Dongfang Ju chimed in with a smile. "I had heard that Master Su disdains extravagance. It seems the rumor holds true. Master, Li Shiyao, don't drink that." Yi Qing Han tugged at Shiyao's golden locks, pulling her little head up. "With so much here, surely a sip one tea hurt. It's quite delicious, sweet, in fact." Yi Qing Han was utterly speechless. This little fool couldn't be left unattended for even a second. Sister, is your remarkable prowess due to bathing in spiritual liquid? Back when I first became a disciple, I found this spiritual liquid fascinating. Now I believe it primarily serves to beautify and refresh. Not much more. Why I Ching Han spoke candidly, feeling that apart from its beautifying effects, the liquid merely invigorated her, allowing her to unwind after cultivation. Chapter 42. Interrogation. Oriental sister, please don't rub. Confess honestly. What do you eat daily to grow so large? Yi Ching Han laughed. I think it's a matter of constitution. Some people gain nothing from what they eat. Dongfang Ju, visibly displeased, retorted, that can't be true. I'm still young. I will grow. Oriental sister, you can't just rub Shuriyao because you lack it. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ju became even more irate. What do you mean? Are you implying I lack something? Is that so? You're bullying me too. Yi Ching Han chuckled heartily, finding Li Shuriyao to be quite the conversationalist. Before long, the three of them finished bathing and began dressing. Shuriyao, pick a piece. Yi Ching Han generously opened the wardrobe, inviting Li Shuriyao to choose freely. The wardrobe was filled with a variety of dresses. And Shuriyao's eyes lit up. What girl wouldn't adore beautiful gowns? As a saintess, though she held a high position, she was still constrained by the rules of the sacred mountain, often dressing in white. Seeing Yi Ching Han's diverse styles, she couldn't help but feel envious. Sister is truly kind to Shuriyao. Dongfang Ju, being a princess, didn't think much of the pretty dresses, except for Yi Ching Han's flowing glass-like gown, which was of celestial quality. Did it possess any unique abilities? However, Yi Ching Han rarely wore the flowing gown, often opting for styles that catered to her master's taste in the Lingxian Hall, which tended to be bold and made of light, scant fabric. If not for Yi Ching Han's desire to take things step by step, it wouldn't matter whether she wore it or not. Considering it was merely the two of them. Dinner is ready. Upon seeing the three ethereal maidens emerge from the spirit pool, Su Chang affectionately called them to the table. I Shuriyao, and Yi Ching Han devoured their food with gusto. While Dongfang Ju, being a princess, still adhered to some table manners. Although her sister was reluctant to leave, they had to eat, and Li Shuriyao thought Su Zhongmen likely prepared the meal personally to honor Princess Dongfang. Regardless of the reason, having food was a blessing. Naturally, the little fool also remembered to serve Yi Ching Han more dishes, urging her to eat heartily, as it was likely she wouldn't have the chance to do so again after Dongfang Ju departed. Yi Ching Han had initially intended to see Li Shuriyao off after dinner, but she insisted on accompanying her sister, so Yi Ching Han found her a room to rest in. Thus, the ultimate judgment for Dongfang Ju was about to commence. The atmosphere in the main hall was intensely oppressive as Yu Chung sat, savoring tea that carried an unusual flavor. Miss Dongfang, I heard from Ching Han that you seem quite interested in treasures. Upon uttering this, even Dongfang Ju understood that Su Zhongmin was addressing her directly. Yet, she lacked the courage to confront Su Chang head-on. When she discussed these matters with Yi Ching Han, it was merely to exchange information. Ideally, they would strengthen their relationship, but if that didn't work, she would consider alternative methods. However, the current situation had grown perilous. It was merely 4 words. Innate treasures. She hadn't said anything peculiar. Why was the atmosphere so tense, as if they were about to eliminate her? But it was too late for regrets. She could only respond with bravado. Yes, I have long heard that Master Su is generous, passing on his treasured sword to his direct disciples. I am indeed quite envious. There were no flaws in her response. Was this a diversion? Or was Su Chang attempting to elicit more information? Su Chang hesitated momentarily, then decided to ease the pace of their conversation. Just 2 sentences in, he couldn't discern the depth of Dongfang Ju's knowledge. Blades and armor are of no use to me. However, bestowing them upon Ching Han for her protection is far more beneficial than having them hang on my person. In the Lingxian Hall, he held the advantage. If he remained silent, she wouldn't escape. With master present, Yi Ching Han could speak freely. As long as she understood her master's intentions, she had no fear of misstepping. Given the current situation, Yi Ching Han felt it was indeed her turn to speak. With her master beside her, even if her conclusions were flawed, she could count on him to support her, treating it as a unilateral decision by the disciple. After all, Once her master spoke, there would be no room for retraction. Miss Dongfang has mentioned that master bestowed upon me 2 innate treasures. I inquired of master, yet he did not specify which treasures these are. I am curious as to which 2 treasures you refer to and how you came to know about them. Dongfang Ju was taken aback. Was this an interrogation? If she couldn't answer, these 2 would be merciless. Dongfang Ju propped her chin on her hand. Feigning contemplation, it was likely that Master Su's sword surpassed celestial quality. That was her first guess. Furthermore, having seen Yi Qinghan use that sword sheath to suppress a nascent soul opponent, it too must be an innate treasure. That would be your second guess. Why Yi Qinghan smiled. You're not entirely off the mark. You really can guess well. However, your logic is somewhat flawed. Yet, she had guessed correctly. Miss Dongfang, are you perhaps holding back for some reason? You were so certain when discussing with Qinghan earlier. Why the hesitation now? Dongfang Ju raised an eyebrow, realizing that Yi Qinghan was clearly playing the role of the good cop for her master. But was she to divulge that she had used a system to investigate? Not only was this her secret, but even her own father was unaware. How could she expect these 2 to believe her? It would be more plausible to say it was revealed to her by heaven. Dongfang Ju had remained silent for so long. She knew she could set that matter aside for now. The priority was to ascertain who else knew about this. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan realized that her master and she were on the same wavelength. Miss Dongfang likely had her own reasons for reticence. That was understandable. Sister, your understanding means a great deal to me. Yi Qinghan smiled, displaying a facade reminiscent of her past antics with a little fool, her expression earnest. Sister, do not be alarmed. The matter of innate spiritual entities is undoubtedly a falsehood. However, Master is deeply concerned for the world, fearing that malicious individuals might spread baseless rumors, inciting chaos in pursuit of divine weapons, making it exceedingly difficult to restore order. So, I'm the malicious one? Good sister, I am a princess. If the world is in chaos, does that not mean my house is in turmoil? Are you accusing me outright? Your reasoning is sound. However, Dongfang Ju could only nod in agreement. And not to mention that she was currently under the eaves. Even if she were not, Yi Qinghan's words were indeed unassailable. Whether true or false, once this matter spread, it would surely ignite a fierce contention among the heroes. Plunging the realm into chaos, Qinghan did not doubt her sister. She merely feared that her sister had fallen prey to deceitful individuals, being manipulated as a pawn. Dongfang Ju was utterly taken aback. She was no fool. The insinuation was clearly that the king had sent her as a scout. How could she feel anything but unease after coming here, inadvertently bringing trouble to her father? Her sister was overly concerned. Her younger sister merely stumbled upon this information by chance, intending only to alert her, without any external instigation. Was it truly so? Sister, do not overexert yourself. Your master and your father are old acquaintances. And we are sisters, not outsiders. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me, lest a calamity befall you. Why Yi Qinghan pondered, trusting you is foolish. You came with ulterior motives. Chapter 43. All is revealed. Everything is revealed. The heart-seizing mirror did not react, confirming the truth of her words. This meant that she was the sole bearer of this knowledge, which was for the best. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. She had not heard of her master possessing a lie-detecting treasure. Although her master was always prepared, could it be that even the most trusted disciple was kept in the dark? Was it because she feared that I might learn about the innate treasure? Moreover, this treasure was not stored within the Wanyu Pavilion, suggesting her master kept it on her person. If that were the case, would she not appear foolish? Yet, her master had not used it against her, considering her an ally. With this thought, she felt somewhat reassured. Sister's intentions. Juror shall not forget the juror indeed harbors no malice, nor has she been incited by others, the truth. Then what is her purpose? Surely, she cannot have developed an affection for me. She must have an ulterior motive. Yi Qinghan was momentarily stunned, pondering what her master could be thinking. It was entirely possible. That woman had been contemplating apprenticeship during the day. If we assume she has taken a liking to my master, her sudden visit would no longer be unexpected. Then she would extract information from me to understand my master better. Not to mention, she had expressed a desire to become her disciple. It all connects. Ah, you little vixen. I initially thought you merely wished to harm my master, yet it appears you possess quite the cunning. So, you are here to vie for my master's favor. You truly deserve to perish. With this, I can rest easy. Why Yi Qinghan nearly spat her words through gritted teeth. Although her master had yet to comprehend the situation, she had fully grasped it. Dongfang felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, yet now Yi Qinghan's gaze was laden with palpable malice. Huh, did I say something wrong? No ill intent, yet she seems displeased. Does she not trust me? Sister, do you not trust Jewar? How could that be? I trust you immensely now. I trust you completely. Not only do I know you are not lying, but I also understand your ulterior motives. This cannot be. I must devise a way to eliminate her. She cannot remain by my master's side. Master, Qinghan feels a bit fatigued. May I retire for a while? Of course, Qinghan. Take care of your health. The purpose of cultivation is self-improvement, and neglecting your health would be in vain. Why Qinghan grasped Dongfang's wrist and yanked her up from the chair. Hey, Sister Qinghan, I'm not tired. I do not need to rest. No, you are tired. Dongfang felt utterly at a loss. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that remaining alone with Yi Qinghan was far too dangerous. Su Zhongmin, what are you grinning about over there? Does this scene appear heartwarming to you? The serenity with which you smile now will be matched by my departure shortly. Dragged out of the main hall by Yi Qinghan, she was led back to Yi Qinghan's quarters. Sister Qinghan. Just the two of us. No need for pretense. Yi Qinghan's expression was far from pleasant. She harbored a deep-seated animosity for the woman attempting to steal her man, wishing nothing more than to eliminate her. What is wrong? What did I say to provoke the eldest senior sister? Who the hell are you calling the eldest senior sister? As Yi Qinghan spoke, she reached for her sword, but Dongfang quickly restrained her hand. Hey, that was a mistake. No need to be so impulsive. You're so good at guessing. Why not guess what I am thinking? The room was devoid of light, yet Dongfang could still discern the murderous glint in Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes. You're not contemplating how to kill me, are you? You guessed correctly. No, calm down. I've learned my lesson. I genuinely mean no harm. You are already eyeing my master and still claim to harbor no ill intent. Did you not say you would not interfere? I also mentioned that I would chop off your feet and stuff them in your mouth. Have you forgotten? Hey, why does the fair and noble Qinghan suddenly have such a change of heart? Yi Qinghan contemplated. She knew her master would undoubtedly refuse, given her master's aversion to trouble. Merely allowing you to stay was already a courtesy. Who could have predicted Dongfang would pull such a stunt? Now, would her master even consent to Dongfang's desire to apprentice? If Dongfang were to cling to Lingxian Hall, what would come of it? Although her master was not inclined toward women, could she truly withstand Dongfang's persistent advances? What if something unforeseen were to occur? What? Are you dissatisfied? Would killing you be considered interference? I will not defy my master's will, but before you become my disciple. We hardly know each other, do we? But you just said that my father and your master are old friends, and we are sisters, not outsiders. I do not know your father. He can befriend whomever he wishes. As for sisters, Hey, dear sister, must it come to this? I am here as your senior disciple. Do you truly believe my master would prefer me over you? Are you seeking death? Yi Qinghan said, drawing her sword halfway, only to have Dongfang push it back down. Do not be angry, senior sister. Do not harm your health. You little... Yi Qinghan pushed Dongfang onto the bed and spoke each word deliberately. I will only say this once, so listen carefully. Dongfang sat up straight, nodding in acknowledgement, realizing she had narrowly escaped a calamity and could not afford to be reckless. If you sincerely wish to become my disciple, as the foremost disciple, I shall not obstruct you. However, if you resort to cunning tricks and attempt to play deceitful games, even if you gain entry, I will not allow you to live. Dongfang was taken aback. She recognized Yi Qinghan's seriousness. Though she thought Yi Qinghan would likely hesitate to act against her out of consideration for their master, she dared not gamble on that I understand, but what? But were you not also employing deceitful tactics when Su Zhongmin accepted you? Yi Qinghan did not respond. There was no point in explaining such matters why Yi Qinghan felt that even if that fool Li Shuyao were to seek apprenticeship, she would surpass Dongfang Jut. Least Li Shuyao understood the significance of becoming a disciple and would not engage in such petty tricks. Conversely, if one believed such clever schemes could fool her master and her, as the senior disciple, that would be truly foolish. Having said that, Yi Qinghan activated her celestial arts, lighting the oil lamp, illuminating the room. Tonight, you shall sleep with me, da-da. I am actually not tired. Yi Qinghan casually shed her garments, donning a black nightgown from the wardrobe. Her sword box leaned against the bedside, the 3-foot-long frost blade nestled between her legs, while her foxtail and ears peeked out. Then, Yi Qinghan simply fell asleep. Dongfang Ju was left abandoned at the side, surveying the room. The walls were adorned with paintings of Sioux City, most likely crafted by Yi Qinghan. With an unfinished half on the table, she had only removed her bracelet, which the system indicated was called the Desire-Banishing Bracelet, though its purpose remained unknown to a jade pendant the size of a bank card, and celestial medicine still resided in her pocket. Even in a nightgown, the edge of the pendant could be faintly seen from within her cleavage. The flowing glass skirt hung in the wardrobe. Indeed, it was a heavenly garment, appearing truly exquisite. An alluring fragrance enveloped Yi Qinghan, which Dongfang Ju believed would be irresistible to any man and appealing even to women. Why Yi Qinghan seemed to have fallen asleep, appearing incredibly enchanting, though her knowledge of Sioux City was limited. Her impression of Yi Qinghan had deepened considerably, with beauty that could bring nations to ruin, unparalleled talent, and a demeanor that catered to her master's every whim. It was no wonder Sioux City favored her so, showering her with treasures. However, I am not lacking, am I? At the very least, I shall strive to improve. Chapter 44. Li Shuyao's grand move. Qinghan. Did anything progress last night? Sioux City inquired as he noticed Yi Qinghan washing up and hurriedly approached her. Nothing significant. I feel she harbors no ill intentions. I share your sentiments. Sioux City pondered, turning his back to sit at the table beneath the tree, that I believe it would be best to either eliminate her or drive her away. She cannot remain in Lingxian Hall any longer. Wai Qinghan felt that elimination would indeed be preferable. Yet out of consideration for her master, she did not wish to place her in a difficult position. Setting aside whether she could even kill Dongfang Ju, should she proceed with such an act, the ensuing butterfly effect might alter the future as she knew it. Accepting Yi Qinghan had already been a considerable concession, and now she needed to devise a way to send Dongfang Ju to Tiandao Pavilion. Calculating the time, Chang Liang's fourth disciple was about to appear, yet the original second disciple, Yi Qinghan, was by her side, while the third disciple, Dongfang Ju, remained in Lingxian Hall. Qinghan, do you have any plans to send Dongfang Ju to Tiandao Pavilion? Indeed, but why should she be sent to the Tiandao Pavilion? Master did not hesitate to slap her upon seeing her. Within 2 days, she will surely go to the Tiandao Pavilion. Hiss, how should I put it? I cannot possibly disclose to my disciple that I possess the ability to foresee the future. Qinghan, the one destined for her, is Chang Liang. If I were to intervene forcefully, it may contravene the heavenly mandate. I am unafraid, but I fear it may impede your path of cultivation. But why Yi Qinghan's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, if that is the case. Master S. so-called knowledge of fate is likely a fabrication, and all of this stems from me. However, what does Master mean by saying that killing Dongfang Ju can be accomplished? With my cultivation, I could easily slay 100 of Dongfang Ju's ilk. How could it not be done? In that case, leave it to Qinghan. I will certainly ensure she reaches the Tiandao Pavilion. Dongfang Ju sensed someone approaching outside and hurriedly sat up to feign sleep. She had heard every word exchanged between Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng. Her destined partner is Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang has indeed treated her well, but Dongfang Ju finds it rather odd. Cheng Liang gives her the impression of performing. Somewhat exaggerated? Even when secretly observing him from behind, she felt as though she had been discovered, as if his actions were merely a show for her eyes. Get up. Wai Qinghan stood at the foot of the bed and delivered a light slap to her rear, though it was not forceful. Sister Qinghan. Dongfang Ju pretended to be drowsy, yawning lazily. Get dressed and come out. Where to? Yi Qinghan, disinterested in further banter, delivered another gentle slap to her soft rear. Li Shuyao peeked her golden head through the doorway. Looking adorably daft, Good morning, Sister Qinghan. Good morning, Sister Dongfang. Yi Qinghan nodded to Li Shiryao, tossing Dongfang Ju's clothes on her face. Sister Qinghan, I want to sleep with you too. You may sleep with Sister Dongfang. I prefer to sleep alone. Why? I always hug the Ling Shuang sword while I sleep. If you are unafraid, you may join. Yi Qinghan squinted, giving a look that could scare Li Shiryao into submission. Shiryao is a big girl now. I can sleep alone. Yi Qinghan felt increasingly adept at handling Li Shiryao, at least capable of skillfully ending the conversation. However, what Yi Qinghan did not anticipate was that, in a moment of distraction, Li Shiryao mustered her courage to seek out Master. The golden-haired little fool, though regarded by Yi Qinghan as a mere child, was by no means diminutive. Standing before Su Cheng, she appeared fierce, as though demanding payment. Yi Qinghan stood at 178 cm, tall and slender, with an innate allure that made her beauty only natural. No matter how much she ate, she would not gain weight. Utterly unreasonable. Conversely, Li Shiryao, lacking such innate charm, still stood at 175 cm, with a curvaceous figure and a face that resembled that of a saintly wife. However, she often bore a daft expression, appearing as though she were a little victim. Li Shiryao stood before Su Cheng, tilting her head, donning a not-so-intelligent expression, and opened with a question. Didn't you promise me you would release Sister Qinghan? Su Cheng blinked, hesitating for a long while, unsure of how to respond. Hey, this is the Lingxian Hall. Do you think it's still the marketplace from before? If I refuse to let her go, what will you do? Letting Dongfang Ju go is one thing. Do you have to bully even this little fool? Then, Shiryao begs you, please let Sister Qinghan go. As Su Cheng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Li Shiryao's gaze shift fiercely, brimming with determination. In an instant, her long sword shot forth from beneath her sleeve, aiming directly at Su Cheng's face with swift precision. What the heck? This little fool. She wants to kill me. Su Cheng swiftly dodged. But Li Shiryao unleashed a flurry of strikes, driving him from the entrance of Yi Qinghan's chamber to the door of the spirit pool hall. Su Cheng was indeed formidable, but facing an assassin left him no chance to cast spells. With a relentless barrage of 43 strikes, the sect master was being relentlessly pursued by the little fool. Blood of the Saint unleashed the crimson cloud sword. In an instant, blood enveloped the long sword. Li Shiryao recognized Su Cheng's strength, but intended to give him no respite. She had to finish off this villain who bullied her sister in one fell swoop. It must be said, Li Shiryao was truly betting her life on this. And compared to confronting ferocious beasts in the secret realm, she now seemed possessed by a deity of slaughter. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of slaying Su Cheng. Faster, faster! With one sword after another, Su Cheng had no weapon, only dodging back and forth. Just as he prepared to cast a spell, a sword came piercing towards him. No. This time Li Shiryao had no time for idle words. With a flick of her wrist, her long sword lightly pricked, creating a hole in Su Cheng's robe. So close! But at this moment, she only wished to pierce through Su Cheng's body, imagining the scene of Sister Qinghan being tormented by this villainous master. Li Shiryao was determined. Blood of the Saint, demon-slaying sword array. In an instant, holy blood surged from her wrist, forming a sword array that ensnared Su Cheng within. Su Cheng was stunned. He had envisioned countless ways to die, but never thought he would meet his end at the hands of this little fool. The demon-slaying sword array restrained Su Cheng's movements, as if he were trapped in quicksand, and facing Li Shiryao's charged final strike, he had no strength left to resist. There was no choice. Su Cheng could only summon the Chaos Bell to block the attack, but with his cultivation level, the bell could only be used once. The method was to find an opportune moment to throw it. Negating one attack, in truth, Su Cheng thought he could use it again, provided he could retrieve the thrown Chaos Bell. As he watched Li Shiryao soar towards him, the powerful sword aura forced Su Cheng to squint his eyes, and he could only haphazardly toss the bell in her direction. Su Cheng was fortunate. He indeed managed to block it, even pushing Li Shiryao back, granting himself a moment to breathe. Not good. Su Cheng, thinking he had narrowly escaped disaster, suddenly saw Li Shiryao transform into a pool of blood. It was an illusion. At that moment, the real Li Shiryao stood behind Su Cheng, and this strike represented her full power. Even if I bleed out, I will take you down with me and grant Sister Qinghan her freedom." In an instant, even more holy blood was drawn forth, as Li Shiyao hovered in midair like a sacrificial offering. Facing the demon-slaying holy sword formed from her holy blood, Yi Qinghan, unable to witness this grand move, now found herself in a state of shock. Chapter 45. Something is amiss. The eldest disciple is very much amiss. Su Cheng was now bound by the demon-slaying sword array, crafted from holy blood, with no escape in sight. This little fool was undoubtedly Su Cheng's nemesis. The holy blood, so effective against monsters and demons, often proved to be of little advantage in duels, but it consumed Li Shiyao greatly. Yet for Su Cheng, it was highly effective. However, this was a secret even Yi Qinghan had not fathomed. Su Cheng himself was astonished by the overwhelming suppressive effect of the holy blood. Su Cheng felt like a prisoner led to execution, awaiting his fate, and Li Shiyao was not faring much better. Having overexerted herself to summon the demon-slaying holy sword, blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. Her face pale. Yet, at this moment, Li Shiyao's expression bore an unprecedented ferocity, mirroring that of her sister Yi Qinghan when she was angry, as she urged the holy sword formed from holy blood. It surged forth with a rapidity that seemed destined to slay the evildoer before her. Yi Qinghan, hearing the commotion, emerged from her chamber, her eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before her. "Li Shiyao, stop!" Li Shiyao paid no heed, and with the holy sword already unleashed, it was too late to retract. "Sister, Shiyao grants you freedom." At this moment, Yi Qinghan's anticipated grand move was aimed squarely at Su Cheng, and it was launched. A holy sword the size of a room hurtled towards Su Cheng, who felt his mind spinning. In this instant, Yi Qinghan had no time to summon any magical artifacts, nor to activate the sword array. She could not ponder, drawing forth the Ling Shuang sword and leaping into action, unsure if she could catch Li Shiyao's holy blood sword. But at that moment, she cared for nothing else. With a resounding crash, the holy blood sword struck heavily against the Ling Shuang sword. Had Yi Qinghan been able to deliver another blow, perhaps it would have been better. But there was no time. Even as the esteemed disciple of the Lingxian Hall, Yi Qinghan found herself pushed back, her vital energy dissipating from the impact, retreating several dozen meters. This was the most perilous moment she had faced since becoming a disciple. She realized that she was not invincible, and she could indeed perish. This strike drained her holy blood and depleted her vital energy. Li Shiyao slowly descended from the air, kneeling upon the ground, her expression one of disbelief. "Sister, why? If Shiyao could just kill her, you would be free." Dongfang Ju stood nearby, equally bewildered. What on earth was happening with Li Shiyao? 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan knelt in the center of the main hall, flanked by the adorably daft Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju. Having learned the full story, Su Cheng sat in a chair before Yi Qinghan, his expression calm as he regarded her, then turned to Li Shiyao. "So, she truly came to save you. Indeed, please forgive her, master. It is all the disciple's fault." Even though Yi Qinghan had just clarified matters with Su Cheng, Li Shiyao remained utterly perplexed. At this moment, she was replaying the sequence of events in her mind, even believing that had the previous execution been smoother, Sister Qinghan would not need to kneel here now. Next time, she must act more swiftly. Not at all. It has nothing to do with Qinghan. Shiyao has long wished to eliminate you. Oh, Qinghan, look at this. She's still defending you. What kind of enchantment have you cast upon her? Yes, Li Shiyao. You are formidable. I cannot provoke you. Shiyao, cease your words. Yi Qinghan is utterly dazed. And this foolish child probably still thinks she is absolving her. We are in the right. What do we have to fear? Do not speak, or else my sister will suffer. If sister does not rescue him, the one to suffer will undoubtedly be him. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes. Qinghan, do you accept your punishment? Such an occurrence warrants a slight reprimand. But how should it be executed? Yi Qinghan lowered her head, wearing an expression of despair. Yet as long as the master still desires her, it is not a grave issue. The disciple accepts her punishment. Without needing Su Cheng to say a word, Yi Qinghan slowly rose, retrieving the galaxy ruler from her jade pendant and offering it to her master. What is this maneuver? Yi Qinghan pretended not to hear, leaning against Su Cheng's leg, slowly lifting her skirt. Yi Qinghan tilted her head, blushing as she stole a glance at Su Cheng, and then adopted a posture of heroic sacrifice. Surely, my esteemed disciple does not harbor any peculiar inclinations? The trouble was caused by Shi Yao. Shi Yao shall bear the punishment on behalf of my sister. Yi Qinghan shot a fierce glare at Li Shiyao, who had taken half a step forward but retreated due to her sister's imposing presence. She then turned to her master. Master, let us commence. What is with that gaze filled with anticipation? This will not do. I never said I intended to strike her posterior. How old are you? Furthermore, does Lingxian Hall have such a rule? Upon hearing her master's inner thoughts, Yi Qinghan felt even more embarrassed. Her face flushed crimson. Despite being a fox spirit, she had no practical experience. The mere thought of being struck by her master sent an inexplicable thrill through Yi Qinghan, and she even felt a hint of eagerness. How perverse, yet Qinghan enjoys it. Su Cheng, being cornered like this with 6 eyes upon him, found it impossible not to act, that a twinge of reluctance lingered, but it was for Qinghan's own good. She must learn a lesson. Li Shiyao glared at the galaxy ruler in Su Cheng's hand, growing angrier. This Su Cheng had prepared 2 rulers just to punish her sister. The ruler that sister had stolen last time was not this one. Su Cheng, with his eyes narrowed and devoid of compassion, lowered the hem of Yi Qinghan's lifted skirt, deeming it unnecessary. As the galaxy ruler descended, even the formidable Yi Yan Wang felt like a kitten. Unable to suppress a delicate protest, a pair of jade hands clutched tightly at Su Cheng's long robe, gritting her teeth as if she were on the verge of demise. Ah, is it truly that painful? I was hardly exerting any force. Master, proceed. Dongfang Zhu felt he was beginning to understand. This senior sister was rather unseemly. Perhaps we should just let it go. It seems this cannot be blamed on Qinghan. But if not her, then whom? Blame me? No. Su Cheng, you must not show her pity. She is a fox spirit. It is imperative that she learns from her mistakes. Yi Qinghan, hearing her master's thoughts, secretly urged, Master, do not show mercy to Qinghan. Punish her severely. Faced with a galaxy ruler, Yi Qinghan's protective energy was of no avail. Although it was not excessively exaggerated, it still stung somewhat. Master, disciple, while Yi Qinghan reveled in her experience. Li Shiyao was close to tears. Why is she still striking? That was already 4 or 5 strikes. Dongfang sister, do not restrain me. Did you not see sister being tormented by him? I think your Qinghan sister appears quite pleased. Dongfang Zhu, utterly speechless, could only conclude that Yi Qinghan and Li Shiyao were indeed, one a pure pervert, the other a complete fool. Shiyao is not a simpleton. How could anyone be happy while being struck? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan felt even more mortified, yet she still desired more, even wishing her master would strike harder. After a full 20 strikes, Su Cheng looked at Yi Qinghan's tear-filled, dazed eyes and found it impossible to continue. Qinghan, you must take heed and remember this lesson well. Yi Qinghan slowly rose, her legs giving way as she collapsed into Su Cheng's embrace. The galaxy ruler, even through the fabric, had left Yi Qinghan thoroughly exhausted. One must admit it truly hurt. Yet, she adored her master, Qinghan, will surely remember this lesson and never transgress again. Chapter 46. The time has come. Is it truly so exhilarating? Qinghan's sister, please manage your expressions. Dongfang Zhu followed behind Yi Qinghan, feeling as though the sky had collapsed. Yi Qinghan seemed perfectly fine at ordinary times, but whenever she was alongside Su Cheng, it was as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. Yi Qinghan shot Dongfang Zhu a glance before leading the 2 out in front of the southern gates of the city. Yi Qinghan halted the 2. All right, let's part ways here. Dongfang Zhu glanced at Li Shiyao, who in turn looked at Yi Qinghan. The 3 exchanged glances. Are you sending us away? Hey, has Qinghan's temper flared up? What? Do you still consider Lingxian Hall your home? Yi Qinghan grasped Li Shiyao, speaking earnestly. Shiyao has been out for several days. It is time for her to return, lest the elders grow worried about you. Is it not? Li Shiyao is quite astute. Although Yi Qinghan had explained the situation to her, at this moment, she felt her sister was telling a well-meaning lie. She simply did not want her to worry, yet such trivial tricks would not fool her. Right in front of her, sister had been struck. If she were not present, what would have happened? Shi Yao wished to remain with her sister, not return to the holy mountain. Yi Qinghan wore an expression of helplessness. No matter how she explained, Li Shiyao would not believe her, so she resolved to let the matter be. Shiyao, you cannot assist your sister, nor can you replace her. This is a path that sister must traverse. This statement left Li Shiyao momentarily stunned. In that case, let us flee together, sister. Yi Qinghan deemed Li Shiyao's ailment rather severe. It seemed she would need to treat it gradually. For now, she had to deal with the dangerous element that was Dongfang Ju. Dongfang Ju, I have consulted my master, who expressed his disdain for you and instructed you to leave promptly. Nonsense, I do not believe it. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. If you linger, I shall strike you. Each time I see you, I will strike. Wait, why are you being unreasonable? Discussing reason with a fox spirit. If you are discontent, then come and try. Dongfang Ju, utterly at a loss for words, concluded that upon exiting Lingxian Hall, Yi Qinghan was a pure rogue. From a certain perspective, Su Cheng taking her as a disciple could be seen as a service to the public. If Yi Qinghan were to roam freely outside, it would surely lead to widespread suffering. Dongfang Ju was not one to provoke, and since Su Cheng wished for her to go to Tiandao Pavilion, it would indeed be ungrateful to linger. However, just as she took a step, Yi Qinghan grabbed hold of her. In the briefest moment of distraction, the three found themselves surrounded, although the surroundings appeared unchanged. Yi Qinghan could sense that both in front and behind her were formidable foes. Qinghan's sister, what do we do? Yi Qinghan remained unfazed, her delicate hands gently resting upon the Ling Shuang sword. They were evidently targeting her. However, since Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju were at her side, they likely would not be spared either. Let us observe first. There is no need to rush. Dongfang Ju was also taken aback. She had just been incensed by Yi Qinghan, but at this moment, she too sensed the presence of countless powerful beings, with the weakest being at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Although Dongfang Ju carried a token that could summon troops. Given the current circumstances, it was unlikely that the opponents would be the type to engage in casual conversation. Seeking assistance was out of the question. Shiyao, stand beside me and do not wander off. Yi Qinghan glanced at the foolish child beside her, who was evidently a bit flustered. Do not worry, sister. Shiyao will protect you. Her jade finger lightly tapped her jade pendant, activating the soul lock mirror while also retrieving a jade slip for unforeseen circumstances. There were many foes, and they were strong. Yi Qinghan felt that with her current strength, it would be challenging to confront so many enemies simultaneously. This was entirely different from the time when she eradicated the Pinyin sect. There was no time for preparation now that in the tea house ahead. Mo Chunfeng sat quietly in a corner against the wall, while 30 of his elite subordinates had already blocked Yi Qinghan's path of retreat. The attendant beside him stood silently, not daring speak, merely listening attentively. Go fetch my great blade. Once I capture that wretched woman, I shall personally execute her, for the sake of my son's vengeance. Behind Yi Qinghan, several alleys were also filled with assassins dispatched by Lu Jingcheng, numbering over 50, effectively sealing off her escape route. Lu Jingcheng himself stood atop a distant building, accompanied by 5 elders. Master, is it truly necessary to dispatch so many for a mere Foundation establishment woman? Lu Jingcheng cracked the walnut in his grasp, the sound echoing ominously. Have you forgotten about the Pinyin sect incident? It was this woman who orchestrated it. On Yi Qinghan's side, the 3 stood back to back as dark figures emerged from all directions. Before them stood the Mo family's death guards, clad in black armor, each wielding a long blade. Behind them were the Lu family's cultivators, dressed in white robes, each armed with a sword. They're not of the same faction. Yi Qinghan had initially speculated that the Lu family, which had been dormant for quite some time, would likely remain inactive. However, the current situation had clearly surpassed her expectations. The atmosphere suggested that capturing her alive was not their intention. They sought her demise. Shiyao, do you recognize these individuals? She inquired. I do not know those at the back, but the ones in front are mostly the death servants raised by the Mo family. Dongfang Ju also drew out his long spear, preparing for a desperate fight, while he added, the individuals at the back are cultivators from the Lu family. Although they have changed their attire, Their flying swords are unmistakable, but why Yi Qinghan silently patted Shi Yao's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. The Mo family resided in the eastern region, while the Liu family was a local clan from the southern region. Given that everyone was in casual attire, it was likely they were unfamiliar with one another. At that moment, within the tea house, a servant reported gravely to Mo Chunfeng, "Master, the opposing side has quite a number of people, and their cultivation levels are not low." Mo Chunfeng was taken aback. This was implausible. Hadn't the intelligence indicated that the Lingxian Hall was merely a small sect with only 2 members? Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was accompanied by the saintess of the sacred mountain and the daughter of the emperor, likely indicating some connection to AS for the group of cultivators behind her. Their affiliations were indiscernible, and Mo Chunfeng's fury ignited, and he slammed his palm on the table. "Do not act rashly. Observe who stand behind her first." Meanwhile, Lu Jingsheng was equally bewildered. Wasn't this an assassination operation? This was not the expected scenario. Who were those people across from them? They certainly did not appear to be from the southern region. Yi Chimeng was born with a bewitching charm and likely employed her alluring techniques to gather some allies. Elder Wu squinted, gazing into the distance. Those black-armored death servants appeared to possess considerable cultivation as well. Lu Jingxing recognized this, and to avoid unnecessary losses, he deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. "Let us stabilize the situation and discern who they are. Master, perhaps we should retreat. This could very well be a trap set by Chang Liang." "Are you suggesting this is an endeavor to weaken our Liu family's influence?" "Indeed, Cheng Liang would not dare provoke the madman from Lingxian Hall. Should this matter come to light later, the Tiandao Pavilion would likely remain an indifferent observer, especially since Su Cheng is a fellow disciple of his. Regardless, we must first ascertain the truth. If we leave now, neither Cheng Liang nor the old man will be satisfied." On Yi Qinghan's side, the tension was palpable, as 2 factions had effectively encircled the 3 stunning beauties, with foes above and below. Yi Qinghan found herself at a disadvantage. Should she confront them head-on, no matter how formidable she was, she would never match the strength of so many powerful adversaries. Hence, she could only gamble on their lack of unity. Yi Qinghan, adopting her master's demeanor, stood with her hands clasped behind her back and bellowed, "Charge! Not a single one must escape." Chapter 47. A fox plays with 2 tigers. The Mo and Liu families, initially intent on gauging the situation, were suddenly drawn into a fierce battle by Yi Qinghan's command. It was not that they lacked rationality. Rather, they were too rational. As formidable beings, a single step back for any of them could spell doom. It must be noted that the weakest among them were at the late foundation establishment stage, and even a moment's hesitation could cost them their lives. Thus, they surged forward with a fervor, clashing violently. In an instant, both groups believed the other to be aligned with Yi Qinghan and struck first. They recognized only attire, not individuals. Upon encountering one another, they fought to kill. In the skies above, flying swords and magical artifacts soared, while diverse spells clashed, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The 3 women, backs against one another, similarly fought fiercely against anyone who approached. Inside the tea house, Mo Chunfeng felt a sense of foreboding. The opposing side had over 50 individuals, though his own were elite death servants capable of 10-1 battles. He was still at a disadvantage. This was bad. It was likely a trap had been laid for him. While he had initially held onto a glimmer of hope, suspecting that the adversaries might be seeking revenge on Yi Qinghan, he now realized this was a scheme to ensnare the Mo family. The Liu family, a clan within the southern region, was not particularly significant, rumored to be under the aegis of the Tiandao Pavilion. Mo Chunfeng ground his teeth in frustration. "Very well. Cheng Liang and Su Cheng are indeed fellow disciples. From the very beginning, this was a trap laid for me. First, he incited the chief disciple of Lingxian Hall to kill my son, merely to draw me out, luring me to the southern region under the guise of Lingxian Hall, only to exhaust the Mo family's elite forces. Cheng Liang, your scheming knows no bounds." Meanwhile, Lu Jingsheng was left stunned. Their adversaries had evidently prepared in advance. Yi Qinghan had deliberately baited them, intending to eliminate them all. "Master, have you realized?" Lu Jingsheng held his breath, extending his spiritual sense, quickly pinpointing the enemy's location. Indeed, Yi Qinghan was a decoy. Over there in the tea house, they're waiting for us to strike, hoping to catch us all in one fell swoop. Does anyone besides a master and Chang Liang know of this matter? Xiao Yun is dead. Could it be that a corpse betrayed me? It must be Chang Liang. He has planned this from the start. That's why he exaggerated Yi Qinghan's prowess, intending to wipe out the Lu family's elite. Lu Jingcheng seethed with rage, but at this moment he could not afford to act personally. The enemy was waiting for him to lose his composure. He mentally vowed to repay this grudge. Pass my order, withdraw as many as possible. Retreat. Simultaneously, Mo Chanfeng made the same decision. Grievances have their origins and debts have their masters. I had my suspicions. How dare anyone harm those of the Mo family? A mere two-person sect dares to provoke us? So it was Chang Liang pulling the strings from behind. Grievances have their origins, debts have their masters. Chang Liang, we shall see about this. Retreat. On Yi Qinghan's side, they were on the verge of being overwhelmed when someone suddenly shouted, "First kill Yi Qinghan." Any available hand from both sides turned to strike at her. However, as the battle raged on, both factions seemed to lose their resolve, contemplating retreat. Yi Qinghan quickly signaled Dongfang Zhu and Li Shuyao to cease their attacks. Just then, a terrifying presence descended from the heavens, a massive blade crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, instantly subduing both parties. The Grand Lady, Zhan Feng, has arrived. In an instant, both groups were left dumbfounded. How could such a terrifying figure exist? Li Shuyao gasped for breath. You arrived too late. Do not be upset, Second Lady. Let Zhan Feng avenge you. Yi Qinghan hastily intervened. No need. Let them escape this moment. Yi Qinghan began to grasp the situation. Previously, amidst the chaos, she had seized anyone she could strike, but now, if she acted indiscriminately, it was likely the adversaries would catch on. Although Su Zhanfeng had arrived, both factions had their own observers, and Yi Qinghan could not ascertain their cultivation levels. All in all, it was prudent to maintain a steady hand. Taking advantage of Su Zhanfeng's presence, the three swiftly exited the battlefield, leaving the Lu and Mo family members in disarray, resulting in a fruitless struggle. Not long after, the three found themselves resting in a tavern. Dongfang Zhu, why are you still here? Didn't I tell you scram? Dongfang Zhu was rendered speechless. How could Yi Qinghan be so possessive? Was she so afraid he would steal her master? Yi Qinghan, I just saved your life. How can you turn your back on me? If you hadn't helped, that little Karami wouldn't have been able to harm me. All right, I'll leave, shall I? Dongfang Zhu thought it was indeed time to return to the palace and report to his father. Having said this, Dongfang Zhu drained his cup and took his leave. Why Yi Qinghan then turned her attention to Li Shuyao, pondering how to devise a plan to send her away, lest she suddenly reappear to threaten her master. Sister, are you trying to chase me away again? Why does it seem like this girl has become smarter? Shuyao refused to leave, insisting Shuyao wants to stay with sister and protect her. The second lady patted the Grand Lady, her expression resolute, as if she intended to entrust her entire life to Yi Qinghan. Shuyao, if you do not return, won't the sacred mountains seek trouble with my master? Shuyao's mind raced at why didn't I think of that? Sister, do you mean for Shuyao to return and seek help from the elders? Not at all. How could you be so quick-witted? I meant to say that you wander outside too often. The elders will be displeased. Displeased? What does that have to do with Shuyao? Shuyao only wants sister to be happy. Yi Qinghan felt somewhat fatigued. Taking a sip of tea to compose herself, she realized this girl was clearly unafraid of danger and could only rely on wits. Grand Lady, Second Lady, your humble servant has arrived. With a signature kneeling slide, Su Zhanfeng drifted into the vicinity of Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Zhu, presenting the spoils he had gathered at I happen to have some matters to discuss with you. Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised. This Su Zhanfeng was unexpectedly reliable. Grand Lady, whatever you command, I shall not fail in my duty. I intend to acquire some properties in Nanding City and would like to entrust this task to you. Understood. 5 days. No. 3 days. Within 3 days, Zhanfeng will complete the task in Nanding City. By then, the Grand Lady shall be the Lord of Nanding City. Su Zhanfeng wore a confident expression. After all, it was merely a small city. and with his combined cultivation, none would dare oppose. You misunderstand. I simply wish to conduct some business, not to massacre the city. Ah, then which shop does the grand lady have her eye on? I shall negotiate with them. They certainly wouldn't dare refuse. Yi Qinghan felt that communicating with those around her had become somewhat troublesome. Do I seem like a ruthless villain? I merely wish to purchase a tavern, a place to rest when I am out with my master. Su Zhanfeng pondered. Isn't the phrase extremely vicious precisely coined for the esteemed lady? Who else could possibly deserve such a title? Money. Su Zhanfeng remarked. Who would dare to demand payment? That would be tantamount to courting death. However, since this was the esteemed lady's arrangement, it seemed prudent to simply follow her instructions. If it's a matter of purchasing, then perhaps it would suffice to rob the rich to aid the poor and acquire some funds. Chapter 48. The change of destiny. The location must be prime, the decoration exquisite. Everything must be of the highest quality. Do you understand? Naturally, esteemed lady, rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction. Yi Qinghan had no doubts regarding Su Zhanfeng's work quality and efficiency. Yet there were certain matters that needed to be clarified. Now that I have accepted you, Qinghan naturally regards you as one of our own, and there are some things that must be made clear in advance. We are not master and servant. We both serve the revered master, and as long as we diligently work for Lingxian Palace, that is sufficient. Your tasks must prioritize the satisfaction of the master, followed by my own. Do you comprehend? As long as the master is content, I, as a disciple, shall naturally be satisfied. Su Zhanfeng was taken aback, not expecting the fairy Qinghan to express such sentiments, and felt a twinge of emotion in his heart. One of our own, standing over 9 feet tall, even while kneeling, he maintained eye contact with Yi Qinghan, his mask barely concealing his stirred feelings. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed lady. I will bear in mind. In addition to the tavern, I also require a money house and a tailor shop. There is no need for you to be anxious. We can go together to inspect them later. That why Yi Qinghan felt that at the very least, he needed to personally oversee the tavern, especially since the master was coming, and many matters would be more conveniently managed by a woman. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yi Qinghan, Dongfang Ju was currently engaged in a little theft. Standing at the entrance of Lingxian Palace, Dongfang Ju, lacking a jade pendant, could only shout hoarsely, "Su Zhangmin! Su Zhangmin!" Before long, Su Cheng hurriedly opened the door. What happened? Where is Qinghan? Miss Qinghan is still in Nanding City. Juer has come to find you. Dongfang Ju stood at the door, visibly anxious. She had initially intended to return to the royal palace, but after some thought, she could not bring herself to give up. Looking for me. What is it? Su Cheng was somewhat bewildered, but after being subjected to a barrage of inquiries from Monsieur Yao, he had developed a slight paranoia. He secretly summoned the chaos bell. Preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, Dongfang Ju stammered, at a loss for where to begin. Come in and speak. Observing Dongfang Ju's demeanor, Su Cheng assumed she had encountered some difficulty. He thought that if he could help her resolve it, she would no longer cling to him. The two sat beneath the tree in the courtyard, much like their first encounter, yet this time the atmosphere was evidently awkward. Has the young lady encountered some trouble? At this moment, the system panel floated before Dongfang Ju, with 5 words boldly inscribed on the task list. Join Lingxian Palace. After the original mission in the secret realm failed, the system task had refreshed to join Tiandao Pavilion. However, after Yi Qinghan received a reprimand from the master, the system upgrade was also completed. The main quest was updated, correcting the description of Lingxian Palace's influence and unlocking the favorability query function. Dongfang Ju was unaware of the implications of this, but the system's judgments had rarely been mistaken. She again reviewed Su Cheng's system data, regrettably discovering no changes if joining Tiandao Pavilion was her destiny. Then at this moment, destiny had indeed shifted. If Dongfang Ju had disclosed the system's matters to Su Cheng, perhaps he would quickly realize what had occurred. Yet, as often happens, things did not proceed as one wished. And Dongfang Ju refrained from doing so. Su Zhangmin, I have something to ask of you. What is it? Su Cheng pondered, honestly not expecting this girl to seek anything from her. Dongfang Ju was not like Yi Qinghan. She had no enemies, and few would dare to provoke this princess. Juer wishes to join Lingxian Palace. Dongfang Ju, unable to contain herself, immediately knelt before Su Cheng, compelling the Qi refinement master to take a step back. If Su Zhongmin could accept Jur, she would serve the master for life, taking Miss Qing Han as her example, alleviating the master's burdens. The system panel still lingered before Dongfang Ju, who could clearly see that her favorability, previously at 13.2, had plummeted to 0. No way that Su Cheng felt utterly drained. Having to deal with one Yi Qing Han was already overwhelming. Did she really want to take on another? Was it that Su Zhongmin looked down upon Jur? The young lady misunderstood. Her talents were exceptional, yet Lingxian Palace could not accommodate such a great figure. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Ju felt a surge of indignation. Though she had anticipated rejection, facing it in reality was a different matter. Was a favorability of 0 sincere? Within the royal palace, every man adored her. She felt truly wronged. Su Zhongmin, whatever Miss Qing Han can accomplish, Jur can as well. Hearing this, Su Cheng sensed something amiss. What do you mean by whatever Miss Qing Han can do? You can do. I have never made any demands of Qing Han, only wishing for her safety, and there is no need for the princess to do anything. This tone was clearly an attempt at distancing. Su Cheng intended it, and Dongfang Ju understood well. Turning her back, Su Cheng no longer looked at Dongfang Ju, hoping she would take the hint and retreat. I might as well tell you, I possess no cultivation. The sword that day at the entrance of the Eastern Domain's secret realm was wielded by Yi Qing Han, merely to seek a glimmer of hope for Lingxian Palace in front of the various clan heads and masters. Had it not been for that, how could I have been pursued and nearly killed by a mere Foundation establishment saintess? Now you understand. I have nothing to impart to you that if I cannot protect myself, how can I take on a disciple? Dongfang Ju gazed at the system panel displaying her Qi refinement level, fully aware that Su Cheng was not lying. Yet, if things were truly so dire, why did Yi Qing Han choose to become a disciple? But Yi Qing Han still chose you, and following that, her strength increased dramatically. In just a month, she reached a height that I can only aspire to. Accepting Qing Han was a reluctant decision. Having spoken, I shall protect her for life. The young lady possesses remarkable talent, rivaling Qing Han's. Does it not ring true that a good bird chooses its tree? Why cling to Lingxian Palace? Su Zhongmin, could it be that you mean Tiandao Pavilion? Dongfang Ju did not grasp the significance of what destiny entailed. My father is the emperor of humanity, and I am his daughter. How could destiny be bestowed upon me? Just as Su Cheng was about to respond, Yi Qing Han returned to the courtyard. Su Zhanfeng personally escorted the little fool back to the holy mountain. Hence Yi Qing Han returned alone. Upon entering, she immediately discovered Dongfang Ju kneeling before her master. This little hussy, taking advantage of my absence to steal home. You didn't expect me back. Choosing not to speak, she obediently stood beside her master, eavesdropping. Save me, master. Qing Han, this girl wants to be your junior sister. Yi Qing Han nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it, remaining silent. Su Cheng feigned profundity, declaring, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. This morning, Su Zhongmin spoke with Miss Qing Han, and Jur overheard. Su Zhongmin claimed that Cheng Liang is my destined partner. Is this true? At this moment, Dongfang Ju also felt a twinge of jealousy. Why was Yi Qing Han so fortunate? She was determined to reject this so-called Tiandao Pavilion. Indeed, it is true that, Su Cheng nodded, acknowledging the reality he could not alter. If this is the case, destiny cannot be defied, but destiny is not immutable. Jur does not wish to join Tiandao Pavilion. Chapter 49. Swept out the door, this girl seems a bit off. Qing Han, see our guest out. With this statement, Su Cheng disregarded Dongfang Ju, turning his back as he walked toward the main hall, for he had many matters to attend to that day, to ask for whether or not to see her off. Su Cheng was indifferent. This was merely his attitude. Hoping Dongfang Ju would take the hint and withdraw, it was no simple task to utter such cold words to a beauty of such striking appearance. Yet if it came down to choosing between life and beauty, the choice was not difficult. Moreover, at this moment, Su Cheng was no longer alone. He also had responsibilities toward his eldest disciple. Upon returning to the hall, he began grinding ink, preparing to practice calligraphy, one of the few ways he passed the time in the courtyard. Yi Qing Han could only smile helplessly, as if to convey to Dongfang Ju that she had not deceived her. Get up, since the master has already refused. Kneeling here serves no purpose and only tarnishes your identity as a princess. You can kneel for a day, and so can I. I can kneel for 2 days until Su Zhongmin agrees to accept me. That holds no significance. I am not like you. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt a twinge of pity for this stubborn princess. She did not doubt the young lady's claim about how long she could kneel. But it was indeed futile. What should I do then? You should obediently submit to fate. Yi Qinghan could only shake her head at this foolish question, especially since she was the one being asked. No one at Lingxian Palace would pamper Dongfang Ju as a princess. Yi Qinghan wished for her to leave, and Su Chang was eager to avoid her. Dongfang Ju sensed this as well. Yet she could not comprehend why. Wherever she went, she was treated like royalty, but upon arriving at Lingxian Palace, she felt utterly neglected. In Su City, did her gaze not bear a hint of trepidation? What fault had she committed? Yi Qinghan, if I were to claim that I can perceive the will of destiny, would you believe me? Dongfang Ju rose slowly, her demeanor reminiscent of a resolute general, as if no one in this world could ever vanquish her. Remarkable, you truly are impressive. Seeing Yi Qinghan's disbelief, Dongfang Ju decided to drop the pretense. After all, this was the esteemed senior sister, and if she wished to seek mentorship, she would inevitably have to pass through her scrutiny. The innate treasure, the frost blade, the sword box, the top-grade jade pendant of the celestial tier, the desire-cutting bracelet, the water-sleeve glazed skirt, 11 top-grade flying swords of the celestial tier, and 1 inferior-grade flying sword. Why were the celestial measuring ruler and the soul-locking mirror absent? Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed sharply as they swept across Dongfang Ju. That bracelet, even she did not know its name, or how to wield it, for her master had never mentioned it. Yet Dongfang Ju knew that the bracelet was a celestial tier treasure, and even its name. You did not disclose this to master, did you? Yes, senior sister. The momentary surprise faded swiftly, and Yi Qinghan transformed into a kind sister, crouching down with a gentle smile to observe Dongfang Ju. Let us return to my chamber to converse. It is hardly appropriate for you to remain kneeling, is it not? In Yi Qinghan's quarters, to ease Dongfang Ju's heart, she even set up a barrier to isolate them. What do you wish to exchange for this secret? A chance at survival? Or perhaps a little secret of the sisterhood? How about exchanging for senior sister's trust? At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt a flicker of curiosity. Dongfang Ju was no fool, and revealing such information was more detrimental than beneficial to her. Do tell, what do you know? Just now, I seem to have grasped a great deal. Considering senior sister's temperament, I likely would not have been able to emerge from the secret realm by mere chance. I survived, and by mere chance I was rescued by Chang Liang. It all seems so fortuitous, as if ordained by fate. What are you implying? Is it that master instructed you not to kill me? Dongfang Ju was also taking a gamble, but maintained an appearance of certainty that Yi Qinghan remained calm and composed. The princess was somewhat lacking in cunning and steadiness compared to a vixen. Master has always advised me to prioritize safety. And since this is an exchange, you should not merely pose questions. I understand what you refer to as destiny, but destiny cannot confine me. I am the daughter of the Emperor of humanity. How can destiny bind me? Then what of it? If master refuses to accept you, even if there is a connection, it does not guarantee a bond. Dongfang Ju thought to herself, have I not spoken enough? I can see senior sister, but I also acknowledge that I truly cannot discern any information regarding sect leader Su beyond her cultivation. Yi Qinghan felt somewhat speechless, if it were in the past. She simply did not like this individual, but after this exchange, she found herself somewhat loathing Dongfang Ju. I can hardly bear to listen any longer. I thought this fellow had grown wiser, yet it seems there has been no progress whatsoever. She dragged Dongfang Ju out of the hall. Hey, senior sister, what is the meaning of this? Hey, Jewer is being forthright. Why must senior sister act thus? Without further discussion, she unceremoniously thrust Dongfang Ju out of the Lingxian hall, leaving Dongfang Ju sitting before the dilapidated abode, feeling as though she had been cast out for the first time in her life. She was unwilling to accept it. Clearly, the will of destiny had shifted. Why did they not believe her? Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan was seething with frustration. She had not anticipated that this Dongfang Ju would be foolish to such a degree. She had repeatedly cautioned her, and this individual was even less sensible than Li Shiyao. All she could think of were despicable means to make herself a junior sister. This Dongfang Ju was nothing more than a childish brat, utterly oblivious to the significance of seeking a mentor. It was merely curiosity, so self-righteous, believing she could deceive Master in her. What a jest! Even 10 of her could not best me. This was not a matter of seeking mentorship. It was clearly a disgrace to Master. Allow you to enter the fold? Dream on. Yi Qinghan had intended to accept the situation should Master truly take Dongfang Juan on a whim, for it was Master's decision. But now, little vixen, you may as well dream on. At this moment, the Tiandao Pavilion was even more bustling than the Lingxian Hall. Cheng Liang paced restlessly in the main hall, utterly perplexed as to which aspect had gone awry. Sioux City had always been a wastrel, and he had never regarded the Lingxian Hall with any seriousness. Yet now, this senior brother was no longer the wastrel of yore. First, he had stolen his woman, then injured his disciple, obliterated the Pingyun sect, and even allowed Yi Qinghan to kill in front of the elders. In the blink of an eye, he had become an undeniable presence. Now, even Dongfang Ju and the saintess Li Shuyao were exchanging glances with Yi Qinghan. If things went awry, they too might become part of the Lingxian Hall. The voice of the one who spoke was the third elder, Pei Ling, the only woman among the elders of the Tiandao Pavilion. Pei Ling possessed mid-stage transformation cultivation, and compared to Lu Cheng, who mostly dealt with internal affairs, she was far superior, with a graceful demeanor and a speech that bore a hint of allure akin to Yi Qinghan's. She had a way of charming men, making dialogue flow more smoothly. Pei Ling, you have arrived. Though Cheng Liang was troubled within, he could not unleash his frustration in front of a woman. He steadied his mind and feigned nonchalance. Pavilion Master, I have heard of the recent events. I possess a method that could assist you in luring and slaying those two from the Lingxian Hall. Pei Ling smiled, sensing that the two unfortunate souls from the Lingxian Hall were already standing at death's door. Despite Yi Qinghan's exceptional talent, her cultivation was merely at the foundation stage. Even if Sioux City were truly a celestial being descended to Earth, he could not possibly contend against the entirety of the Tiandao Pavilion. Sioux City is a disciple of this Pavilion Master. What method do you propose? Pray, enlighten me. Chapter 50. The awakening catalyst Cheng Liang had initially considered maintaining a facade, but ultimately decided against it and directly inquired. Pavilion Master, are you aware of the Ling Mountain competition a month from now? Surely that Miss Chanmeng will be in attendance. Are you suggesting that we eliminate her at the competition? Pei Ling smiled without speaking, merely slipping a small object into Cheng Liang's hand and winking. Cheng Liang looked at the item in his hand, his face consumed with shock. This is cheating, is it not? Cheng Liang regarded Pei Ling with astonishment. Sensing that the woman before him had changed, she had not always been like this. To deal with the unscrupulous, ordinary methods would not suffice. In the Lingxian Hall, Su Zhanfeng had been brought to the main hall by Yi Qinghan. Trembling, he knelt to pay his respects, and at Yi Qinghan's signal, he raised his head. Rise, let us discuss matters of importance. Acting in this frail form is rather inconvenient, since you have entered the Lingxian Hall. The items on the table are for you that Su City was practicing calligraphy, casually speaking. While Yi Qinghan gestured for Su Zhanfeng to stand, Su Zhanfeng initially did not comprehend Sioux City's words, but upon glancing at the few celestial artifacts on the table, he was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly knelt again, attempting to decline. Since Master has given it to you, you must accept it. In the future, serve Master diligently. Yi Qinghan, embodying the composure of a daughter-in-law of the Su family, smiled to alleviate Sioux City's awkwardness. Yi Qinghan understood that Master was not adept at handling such matters, and during these times, her voice was needed. Su Zhanfeng performed another grand bow. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Madam. Zhanfeng shall certainly not disappoint the Lingxian Hall, nor the kindness shown by the Master and Madam. From now on, you shall serve as the steward of the Lingxian Hall. Should you require anything, seek out Qinghan. Do not stand on ceremony. Su City remain oblivious, not turning back. It was not that he was aloof, but he truly did not know how to face a charred corpse while bowing repeatedly. When Sioux City accepted Yi Qinghan, she had merely performed a single grand bow. Yi Qinghan was quite well-mannered and would routinely check in at set times daily, bowing respectfully unless she was cultivating or sleeping in. Yet such fervent devotion was somewhat overwhelming for Sioux City. However, what Sioux City did not realize was that Su Zhanfeng, who had initially valued his life, was now genuinely moved by this fervor. Indeed, the madam's reverence for the master was so profound that the master must truly be a celestial being descended to earth. This 200 taels was not given in vain. It was a new recruit's exceptional benefit. Subsequently, Yi Qinghan took Su Zhanfeng to the courtyard, not wishing for him to disrupt Master's calligraphy practice, for Master had made significant progress in his writing during these days. At the very least, it was far superior to his previous scrawl. This is the celestial medicine prepared for you by Master. Consume it, and within an hour, you'll be able to reconstruct your physical form. Yi Qinghan pointed to a small vial on the table, which, as per usual, was an exquisite celestial-grade container emanating rich spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao. This is the steward's jade pendant. Take it, for otherwise I shall have to fetch you each time, which is quite troublesome. Su Zhanfeng gazed at the jade pendant resembling that of the madam, and had his tear ducts not been dry, he would have been weeping profusely at this moment. However, this jade pendant did not grant him access to the treasures of the Wanyue Pavilion. Apart from allowing him to enter the Lingxian Hall, it served to communicate with Yi Qinghan and store various rare materials. This is the blade Master has bestowed upon you. You may discard that useless piece shortly. Yi Qinghan remarked as she retrieved a decapitating blade from the jade pendant, its blood-red edge appearing exceedingly sharp, sending chills down one's spine. The Long Yuan slaying God Blade, top-grade celestial tier. Su Zhanfeng coldly regarded Yi Qinghan as she tossed the large blade to him, his emotions rendered indescribable, unable to utter a single word. The materials required for cultivation are within the jade pendant. If they prove insufficient, come seek me for more. The remainder is for you to examine. Meanwhile, within the Lingxian Hall, Su Cheng received a system notification. Congratulations! The number of villainous forces under your command has increased by 1. Su Zhanfeng, achieving a combined cultivation level, has been appointed as the steward of Lingxian Hall. The system rewards are as follows. Mysterious Technique, Su Zhanfeng, 1. System points, 10,000. Host Cultivation, 5. Lingxian Hall has leveled up, unlocking level 2, and the Spirit Pool Hall can now be upgraded, granting access to the Alchemy Furnace and Sword Forging Furnace blueprints. The system store has been upgraded to level 2. With the library now unlocked, click to view details. Su Cheng was taken aback. Had he truly attained a cultivation level? After a thorough examination, ecstasy filled his heart. Goodness, I have indeed made progress. Qi Refinement level 6. Woohoo! This true energy. Is this the power I have longed for? Absolutely exhilarating. Though Yi Qinghan could not hear the system's notifications, she could distinctly perceive Su Cheng's elated thoughts echoing in the courtyard. Qi Refinement level 6? Longed for? Exhilarating? Yet, the master is undeniably adorable. While Yi Qinghan was reveling in Su Cheng's inner joy, she heard him call out to her. Qinghan, please take this to Su Zhanfeng. Yi Qinghan returned to the hall, and upon glancing around, she was astonished. Indeed, her master had truly reached Qi Refinement level 6. How remarkable! Just by practicing calligraphy and nurturing her disciples, she could enhance her cultivation, although she was nearing the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Witnessing her master's progress brought her genuine delight. Regardless of whether her master possessed a cultivation level or not, Yi Qinghan cherished her deeply. However, her master's happiness also filled her with joy. Master, I sense that you seem. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? I can't quite articulate it, but it feels as though you have grown stronger. I must say, Yi Qinghan's flattery was far more subtle than Li Shiyao's, who merely uttered 4-character phrases she herself did not comprehend. Yi Qinghan's approach was a high-level game, feigning ignorance while scrutinizing her master with an expression of deep contemplation. Your master is now at Qi Refinement level 6. What do you think? To be honest, I have just elevated my cultivation slightly. Congratulations, master, Yi Qinghan interjected eagerly. Such modesty should be left for the disciple to express. Though master appeared quite composed, inside, she resembled a child. How endearing. Su Cheng's inner thoughts provided Yi Qinghan with a delightful contrast. She adored her charming master, finding her amusing, I noticed a change in the atmosphere. It seemed as if all beasts fell silent, as if they feared something that I intended to report to you. But it seems it was merely a sign of your master's profound mastery. Yi Qinghan felt reassured. You are overthinking it. Externally, Su Cheng appeared remarkably composed, yet internally he was already soaring from Yi Qinghan's compliments at am I truly that impressive? Oh dear, this is extraordinary. Ha ha. Master, please allow me to accompany you next time for protection. Ah, how thoughtful of you. Qinghan at that moment, Su Cheng began to comprehend why he lacked a cultivation level. It was due to his own negligence that the system had not permitted him to cultivate. Was it perhaps concerned that he might secretly grow stronger and overpower Cheng Liang? Cheng Liang was the protagonist. How could he possibly perish? Not to mention Cheng Liang, even the likes of Shang Wanro, Li Shiyao, and Dongfang Zhu, Su Cheng believed he might not be able to defeat. Ultimately, it seemed that he was the only one with a fragile existence, destined to be humiliated and suppressed time and again by Cheng Liang. Merely to highlight the protagonist's prowess, it appeared that if he wished to grow stronger, he must engage in the legitimate affairs befitting a villain. Chapter 51. Joining Lingxian Hall, Su Zhanfeng stood in stunned silence as he received the mysterious technique from Yi Qinghan. Disbelief etched on his face. It dawned on him why the eldest lady looked down on celestial-grade techniques. Within Lingxian Hall, celestial-grade techniques were utterly inconsequential. They were hardly worth using to ignite a fire. While their rank remained indiscernible, they were undoubtedly far superior to celestial grade. Your master says this is for you. No need to kneel. Why not try that elixir? Curiosity piqued. Yi Qinghan was eager to see Su Zhanfeng's original form, not to mention avoiding the embarrassment of failing to recognize him next time. Su Zhanfeng wasted no time and promptly consumed the elixir. Although it appeared to be a celestial pill, round and alluring, it transformed into a liquid upon entry, suffused with potent spiritual energy, swiftly mending his previously ravaged body. Within the span of half an hour, Yi Qinghan was left speechless. Su Zhanfeng, unexpectedly handsome. While he may not rival her master, he could certainly be considered a striking young man. Previously, Su Zhanfeng had not a single strand of hair, let alone a scalp. Now he boasted a mane of white hair, a face chiseled with precision, and skin as pale as snow, with distinctly prominent features. Indeed, he exuded a hint of ethereal charm. If he were to venture outside, he would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers. However, his attire was woefully mismatched. Initially, she considered finding Su Zhanfeng a couple of her master's discarded garments, but then realized that her master's cast-offs were treasures she herself coveted. Moreover, such an action bordered on impropriety. Her precious master might well grow envious. So she decided against meddling further. All right, follow me. Why? Yi Qinghan's countenance hardened, signaling Su Zhanfeng to walk behind her. Su Zhanfeng promptly complied, trailing her without inquiry or hesitation. Behind Yi Qinghan's sleeping quarters lay what she deemed a storeroom, filled with treasures of gold, silver, and antiquities. She swung open the door. The golden light almost blinded the eyes of a mighty being at the amalgamation stage. The room overflowed with treasures, gold bricks piled like small mountains. A plethora of riches adorned the entire space. Porcelain vases, jade ornaments, gold and silver trinkets, ingots and gold bars. Everything the eldest lady possessed was hard currency. Even the gemstones from Xiao Yun's wife's coffin lid had been pried off and stored here. In addition, there were items Yi Qinghan had yet to sell, including tiles from the Secret Realm and gilded tiles from the Pingyun sect. At this moment, Su Zhanfeng grasped the situation. The duo within Lingxian Hall had no concept of strength or wealth. The eldest lady was seated atop a 5-meter-high mountain of gold, yet still expected him to contribute 200 taels monthly. Just consider the expenses required to procure what he suggested. He was expected to manage it himself. Su Zhanfeng was taken aback. Take money from the eldest lady? If I did, I'd be beaten to a pulp before I even had a semblance of dignity. I cannot. To alleviate the eldest lady's burdens was the duty of a steward. How could he use her funds? Enough nonsense. You are now the steward of Lingxian Hall. You must maintain a respectable demeanor in public and refrain from fixating on nefarious deeds. We are a reputable sect, Su Zhanfeng quickly replied with a smile. The eldest lady speaks wisely. I shall certainly correct my attitude going forward. By the way, the southernmost room in the main hall has been bestowed upon you by your master." Upon hearing this, Su Zhanfeng immediately scrutinized Yi Qinghan's expression, attuned to her words. While Yi Qinghan's statement reflected her master's will, it did not necessarily align with the eldest lady's intentions. The room was granted by the master. But the lord and the eldest lady were distinct entities. It was evident what feelings the eldest lady harbored for the lord. Should he inadvertently offend the eldest lady or catch the lord's ire, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Residing in Lingxian Hall could very well be courting death. Su Zhanfeng expressed his gratitude to the lord and the eldest lady. Yet as a steward, living in Lingxian Hall posed numerous inconveniences. Yi Qinghan chuckled. This Su Zhanfeng was truly capable of surviving to the brink of ascension. Quite intriguing. In that case, I shall not press. As long as you're one of us, feel free to express any needs. As long as you dedicate yourself to Lingxian Hall, I shall not make things difficult for you. Thank you. Eldest lady, Su Zhanfeng did not hold back. Given the eldest lady's assets, the tavern would likely be constructed to royal standards. Additionally, the tailor shop and money house would likely need to upscale. His initial plans would have to be entirely rethought. As Su Zhanfeng pondered this, he set off to attend to his duties. Thus, Lingxian Hall returned to its former relaxed ambience. Yi Qinghan occasionally practiced her cultivation before seeking her master for affection. Even so, she was on the verge of reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. "Master, I heard that Ling Mountain will be hosting a martial arts competition." While enjoying a new dish developed by her master, Yi Qinghan casually mentioned the event. "Hee, you want to go out again? Putting on quite the act." "Oh, is that so? I merely overheard while shopping for vegetables." "Who mentioned it? Does the market's clientele concern themselves with such matters? Just admit you wish to go." "Oh." Yi Qinghan paused, realizing her master seemed to be waiting for her to confess. "Does master believe that with my strength, I can secure the top spot?" "Hee. With your abilities, you could knock your master off balance." "Are you feeling restless, Qinghan?" Su Chang chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Hee, if I can secure the top spot in the competition, it would surely bring prestige to you as well. Master, hee, what exceptional talent could possibly compare to my dear Qinghan? Just consider it a chance for you to enjoy yourself. All right, shall we go have some fun?" "Master, I promise I shall not disappoint you." "Hee, I do not mind, as long as you remain safe and happy." "That is all that matters." Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled with mischief, appearing endearingly obedient. "Master, I have recently learned to dance and wish to seek your guidance, but I dare not perform. Such a display would be too much for me to bear. I am still a child at heart." Yi Qinghan's attire had already become a means of warding off potential suitors while remaining oblivious to her master. "Although I am deeply grateful for your trust, I must confess that I am truly overwhelmed. Just look at Yi Qinghan, who is currently adorned in a sheer nightgown of uncertain origin. Merely gazing at her leaves Su Chang at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. Dancing in such attire, I fear I might be utterly undone. I am not well versed in worldly matters, and thus cannot impart guidance. Qinghan, you must focus on your cultivation." Listening to the charming musings of Su Chang, Yi Qinghan resolutely decided that she must dance today. Without waiting for Su Chang to finish, she poured a cup of exquisite wine for him, and then downed one herself, fully committing to the notion of performing a dance for her master. "Why does it feel as if the Ling Shuang sword and the Duanyu bracelet are becoming difficult to bear?" Yi Qinghan chuckled inwardly. Ever since she learned that the bracelet was called the Duanyu bracelet, she had only worn it when going out, never in the presence of her master. The name Duanyu bracelet seems misleading. No wonder her innate charm feels ineffective around her master. It turns out her master was already prepared. With constraints on both body and heart, she was expected to suppress her desires as well. Chapter 52. Qinghan's Dance. Isn't it said that the master remains unperturbed by temptation? Aren't you the one who is overwhelmed now? At this moment, the master's gaze is completely captivated by Qinghan. Yu Cheng felt as if he were in a daze. "Su Cheng, you ought to be ashamed. Do not look. She is indeed stunning. Su Cheng, you are her master. How can you scrutinize your disciple with such eyes? This is a calamity waiting to befall the nation. What master can withstand such temptation? You should at least change in a different attire before dancing. Where did you learn this dance? Is it from the toad sound? It is far too sultry. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon Yi Qinghan's snow-like skin, the sheer fabric outlining her alluring figure. Accompanied by the melodic sounds emanating from the magical artifact, she swayed her waist, striving to capture her master's attention. Her intention was not to possess her master, nor was she in haste. The so-called preparation was merely to convey that she was not solely a disciple in her master's eyes. She needed her master to understand that she could also be a worthy partner. Thus, patience was imperative. As a premier predator, calm contemplation was far more crucial than the means of hunting. She aimed to render intimacy no longer transgressive, to blur the boundaries between master and disciple, and to lead her master into a complete state of indulgence. Perhaps in the eyes of Dongfang Ju or others, her master seemed unattainable, but for the right price. Becoming her master's plaything was merely a matter of words. Yet, Yi Qinghan desired more than that. She wished for her master to love her. Therefore, unless her master explicitly expressed a desire for her, she would endure the constraints of her innate charm, transforming into a disciplined disciple, all while suppressing her own desires. This was an unbreakable rule inscribed in her master's training manual. No means could contravene this ironclad decree. Fox ears peeked out from atop her head, and her tail slowly lifted her skirt, her enchanting dance accompanied by an alluring release, rendering her even more captivating. Qinghan? Yi Qinghan did not cease her movements. Despite her master calling her, she had already perceived the words her master wished to convey, and she believed it prudent to wait until the dance was concluded to hear them. Under the irresistible allure of Yi Qinghan, Su Cheng, though having only sipped 2 cups, felt as though flames were igniting within him. Only upon the conclusion of the dance did Yi Qinghan return, smiling as she leaned against her master, inhaling his familiar scent. "Master, how was my dance?" "Excellent. You have put in great effort." "Then in the future, Qinghan shall dance for you often." "Hiss, this dance has nearly turned me into a sharpshooter." "That is quite unnecessary." Yi Qinghan struck a pose, and Su Cheng began to aim with an imaginary sniper rifle. Even in this moment, the scent of her innate allure left him restless. Glancing at the seemingly nonchalant Yi Qinghan, who casually rolled up her sleeve, he realized that the bracelet she wore was not the Duanyu bracelet, but rather a convincing imitation of unknown origin. It bore a striking resemblance. Did she know that this bracelet was meant to suppress her seductive nature? That shouldn't be the case. How should I address this? I cannot possibly claim that I harbored ill intentions upon seeing my disciple. Perhaps I shall inquire about it tomorrow. The current situation seems unsuitable. Fear not. Qinghan will ensure that her master does not have an opportune moment. Yi Qinghan reclined in her master's embrace, pondering what a sharpshooter truly was. She had heard of the heavenly demon palm and the opening heaven finger, but never of a sharpshooter. Now that her master had attained cultivation, he could discern the spiritual resonance of magical artifacts. It seemed that he would not be easily deceived by counterfeit goods. How regrettable that she had enlisted Su Zhanfeng to procure an identical one. It appeared to be in vain as for ill intentions. Yi Qinghan believed she was the one who had harbored such thoughts upon seeing her master. Days passed, and soon the day of the Ling Mountain competition approached. Yi Qinghan had registered early, and she had heard that the prizes included many treasures, even a sect reward. How could she possibly miss it? According to the rules, each sect could send a maximum of 3 disciples, and Yi Qinghan whimsically filled in 3 names herself. Yi Qinghan, Yi Xiaohan, Yi Shihan. She did not mind. It was merely about competing a few more times. As long as she could secure the prize, artifacts were of little consequence. Surely, Yi Qinghan could secure first place. Yi Xiaohan and Yi Shihan would be second and third. After all, could one ever have too many rewards? Even before arriving at Ling Mountain, the grandeur of this competition was palpable. Not only were the sects from the southern region present, but prodigies from all over the world sought to make their mark. And the inns around Ling Mountain were filled to capacity. Dingzhou City was not far from Ling Mountain, and Yi Qinghan and her master decided to settle there first, as the competition was scheduled for the next day. Allowing them to explore a bit. "Master, would you like to try some candied hawthorn? Is it you who wishes to eat it?" "Hey, so would you like to have some, master?" Yi Qinghan's playful demeanor drew the attention of passers-by. Poetry Yao also wants candied hawthorn. Elder Shi, please buy one for Poetry Yao. I beg you. Hearing this voice, Yi Qinghan's fox eyes twitched. As she suspected, her premonition from last night was indeed true, since this person was here. It was likely. Master Su, could you also buy candied hawthorn for Jurdam? Had I known, I would have skipped this ridiculous competition. I could have made money by taking down the Liu family instead. Both Yi Qinghan and her master turned their heads with dark expressions, forcing smiles as they greeted Dongfang Ju. Miss Dongfang, you are here too, as Yu Cheng remarked, then began to assess those beside Dongfang Ju. One was clad in silver-white battle armor, with striking features that exuded an air of lethal confidence, resembling a victorious general on the battlefield. Master Su, long time no see. This is my personal guard. Dongfang Ju waved her hand. Although the guard said nothing, he cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Sister Qing'an, Sister Qing'an, Poetry Yao is here. The little fool bounced up and down, making it seem as though if her outfit were not tightly wrapped. Something untoward might escape, that Yi Qinghan felt utterly exasperated. This person was too embarrassing. I see you. There is no need to shout so loudly, Sister Qinghan. What flavor is yours? Can Poetry Yao have a taste? Candied hawthorn is all the same. You can eat your own, but Sister Qinghan's candied hawthorn looks more delicious than Poetry Yao's. Li Shiyao's face was nearly pressed against Yi Qinghan's candied hawthorn, saliva almost spilling forth. If Yi Qinghan did not know that this person was a fool, she would never believe that she was the saintess of the holy mountain. Not giving it. This was bought for me by my master. Upon uttering this, Yi Qinghan felt foolish. She realized that conversing with this person made her sound rather silly. Beside her, Shi Mingyi appeared troubled. How was it that this little ancestor had taken a liking to Sister Qinghan? Sister Qinghan, please forgive us, our holy mountain. Elder Shi need not concern himself. Sister Poetry Yao has a kind heart and a pure mind, and I quite like her. The saintess also thinks fondly of Sister Qinghan. We at the Holy Mountain are delighted whenever someone wishes to befriend the saint's cest. Yi Qinghan did not inquire further. She felt that with Li Shiyao's character, it would be difficult not to befriend her. However, did this imply that Li Shiyao had few friends? As long as this person did not come to cause trouble for her master, it would be no issue to look after her a bit. Yi Qinghan feigned reluctance, yet still extended the candied hawthorn, speaking up that I really cannot help you. You can only have a tiny taste. This was bought for me by my master. Chapter 53. The Mundane Ling Mountain Competition, Sister Qinghan. Please give Poetry Yao another one. No, you've already had one. This was bought for Qinghan by her master. Poetry Yao saw it. Clearly, it was Sister herself who paid, so just let Poetry Yao have one. Li Shiyao held up her own candied hawthorn, refusing to eat even one, insisting on having Yi Qinghan's. Meanwhile, Su Cheng took out some leftover pocket money from grocery shopping to buy a candied hawthorn for Dongfang Ju as well. Why does this feel like taking care of children? Li Shiyao could be excused. She was simply a little fool. But wasn't Dongfang Ju a female general? Wasn't she a heroine among women? Thank you. Master Su. The Eastern Jew smiled as beautifully as a flower, her gaze evoking a sense of familiarity in Su Cheng. The enchanting woman, the princess, and the saintess, each accompanied by their respective guardians, blended seamlessly into the bustling marketplace. If Yi Qinghan alone had been enough to draw attention, the gathering of these three stunning beauties was enough to captivate countless onlookers. However, all three heroines were equipped with swords, and their guardians appeared formidable and not to be trifled with. Master, would you care to try Qinghan's candied hawthorn? Ha! I shall refrain from competing with you. Su Cheng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the fox's head. Yi Qinghan chose an impressively grand inn, as Ling Mountain had made preparations within the city. Since they were out for leisure, she desired to avoid being too close to the other competitors. Elder Shi Yao wishes to stay with Sister Qinghan. Sister Qinghan, Ju want to stay with Master Su. Dongfang Ju, do you believe I could dispose of you? The three guardians exchanged knowing smiles, each resigned to their fate, with each taking a separate room, while the three girls shared a larger one. Within their homes, these three little ancestors were beings that none dared to provoke, though Li Shiyao was somewhat less intimidating and occasionally compelled to train. Good night, master. Yi Qinghan stood at Su Cheng's door, greeting him in an exceptionally proper manner. leaving the other two guardians quite astonished. Elder Shur glanced at the attendant beside him, his eyes seemingly conveying, "See, this is what a well-behaved child looks like." The attendant rolled his eyes, thinking, "Your child is nowhere near as good as my princess." Inside the large room, the three girls donned their nightgowns, giggling and frolicking. Though Yi Qinghan was not particularly fond of Dongfang Ju, she recognized that the latter harbored no ill intentions, as long as she remained vigilant against her approaching master. The rest was inconsequential. Ai Shuyao leaned towards Dongfang Ju, fixating her gaze on the latter's chest, and suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Dongfang, you aren't a boy, are you?" At this moment, the room fell into an extraordinary silence, soon followed by Yi Qinghan's laughter. "Li Shuyao, don't run." "Hey, wait, Dongfang." "Wrong. Sister Qinghan, save me. Don't scratch." Yi Qinghan watched as Dongfang Ju straddled Li Shuyao, both entangled in a playful heap, the scene exuding a hint of allure. Su Cheng's and the attendants' rooms flanked the children's room, with Elder Shur situated opposite them, given Su Cheng and the seemingly extraordinary attendant's presence. No issues were expected. The girls played until midnight before finally settling down to sleep, but the wall separating them proved torturous for Su Cheng, who could hear every word clearly, as could Yi Qinghan. The following day, the girls adorned themselves and prepared to head to Ling Mountain for the martial arts competition. The widely adopted elimination tournament format saw Yi Qinghan engaged in 2 matches on the first day, specifically her and Yi Shaohan. The audience buzzed with lively discussions over the championship favorites, with numerous signs from prestigious families radiating confidence below. Yi Qinghan had believed herself sufficiently renowned. Her record of single-handedly vanquishing an entire sect was unparalleled among the elites. However, it was evident that despite the uproar, there was no substantial evidence to support her claims. The favorites for the championship were predominantly heirs from the great families of the 5 domains, including well-known sects such as Tiandao Pavilion and Shengshan. Tiandao Pavilion had a commendable track record, with their participants generally securing spots in the top 10 competitors. Enter, with the voice of an unknown elder. The audience erupted in cheers. "Miss Shuyao, I love you. The saintess is indeed the chosen one. Her beauty is simply my type." Dressed in a flowing white gown, Li Shuyao walked gracefully onto the circular stage, her bare feet exuding an ethereal charm as if she were a celestial being descending to earth. Shengshan, Li Shuyao out on the opposite side, stood a minor sect from the western regions, who could hardly believe their luck in facing someone like Li Shuyao. They appeared utterly disheartened. What terrible luck! Li Shuyao ranked in the top 15 for the championship and was first on the beauty list. Even Yi Qinghan, naturally alluring, ranked behind Li Shuyao on the beauty scale. As for the championship rankings, Yi Qinghan didn't even make the list. "Wait." Li Shuyao slowly removed her small backpack, placing it at the edge of the arena, her expression adorably innocent and her movements exceedingly charming. "All right, let us go." Li Shuyao's cheerful demeanor suggested she was taking the competition lightly. With a command, Li Shuyao, who had cultivated celestial-level techniques, unleashed her full power in an instant. When she refrained from striking, she resembled a celestial being, but when she did, she transformed into a whirlwind of chaos. Yi Qinghan watched with great interest, recognizing that Li Shuyao had indeed grown significantly stronger through her celestial cultivation techniques. It could be described as a qualitative leap. This girl had cultivated celestial-level techniques and was now at the golden core stage. Dongfang Ju couldn't help but be amazed, though she had been intensifying her own training recently. She wondered if she could triumph over this little fool, Li Shuyao. You've improved quite a bit since last time." Yi Qinghan smiled, her eyes fixed on the competition arena, her body nestled comfortably in Su Cheng's embrace, responding absent-mindedly. This competition was far superior to the martial arts contest before the last apprenticeship ceremony. The young cultivator facing Li Shuyao could hold out against so many of her strikes, which was quite remarkable. "By the way, why are you still at the foundation establishment stage?" "What? You want to spar with Qinghan? I'm just curious as to why your cultivation has progressed so slowly." Dongfang Ju rolled her eyes. Conversing with Yi Qinghan now felt like walking on eggshells, as she seemed ready to retaliate at any moment. She had been too preoccupied with fawning over her master. In truth, Yi Qinghan couldn't entirely blame her master. She herself felt helpless. Ever since she began practicing the techniques bestowed by her master, her cultivation speed had become incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. It had taken her considerable effort, spending several days in seclusion, to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Yi Qinghan believed her current strength could likely match that of a mid-divine transformation cultivator. However, her cultivation still only reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. That moment, Dongfangju had already advanced to the golden core stage, her strength significantly enhanced compared to before. Yet, she had no intention of competing today and was merely present to see Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng. Taking the opportunity to explore, does Master Su not urge you to train? Urge? My master only ever reminds me to eat more, sleep early, and rise early. The matter of cultivation is of little concern. Master Su is truly kind to you. Zhu'er envies you immensely. You simply cannot imagine what it feels like to have someone supervising your studies, urging you about marriage, and pushing you to cultivate. It is a constant rush. Chapter 54. Yi Qinghan's pride. Yi Qinghan glanced at Su Cheng, who sat beside her. Although her master remained silent, she could clearly perceive his inner thoughts. Turning to Dongfangju, she noticed the latter's handsome face clouded with gloom at the mention of marriage. T16. Dongfangju was of the same age as Yi Qinghan and had reached the age for discussing marriage in this world, particularly in the royal capital. Even princesses were eventually expected to marry. Perhaps due to the emperor's regard for her, she would not be reduced to a mere commodity, yet she was still likely destined to wed a man she had never met. Marriage? What man would be foolish enough to choose you? Yi Qinghan teased, her tone dismissive as she avoided looking at Dongfangju's woeful expression. The men wishing to marry me could form a line from the royal capital to the celestial realm. One could not deny that even sandwiched between a fox demon and a saintess, Dongfangju's captivating features, complemented by her unique human charm, held their own, though her figure was another matter entirely. Keep dreaming. Shi Yao says men prefer girls. You at least need to be a girl. Yi Qinghan, I've tolerated you long enough. Are you getting flustered? Yi Qinghan giggled, her laughter blooming like flowers, largely owing to Su Cheng's occasional quips, which she found delightful. Gently patting Dongfangju on the shoulder, Yi Qinghan cast her a meaningful glance. Next, it's my turn. In nonchalant tone, she remarked, then shifted her gaze to Su Cheng, seemingly awaiting her master's words. Do I need to remind you of something? Just be gentle. Don't knock anyone out. Stay safe. Disciple will remember why Yi Qinghan's matches were the last two of the morning, yet the audience remained vibrantly animated. However, it wasn't due to her. Rather, it was because her opponent was a striking werewolf from the northern regions, a remarkably handsome creature. Lin Lang, a top contender in the championship rankings, boasted a mid-golden core cultivation, wielding a long knife and his innate claws with skill, garnering substantial acclaim among the female cultivators. Unlike Yi Qinghan, Lin Lang often appeared in a half-wolf, half-human form, sporting square glasses and exuding an aura of charming arrogance. As Lin Lang made his entrance, the audience erupted in excitement. Had it not been for the protective array, one could have expected a few overly enthusiastic fans to rush forward for autographs. Lin Lang, I want to bear your wolf cubs. Lin Lang, I love you. Lin Lang, I'll earn money to support you. Such remarks abound in the audience, yet Lin Lang has grown accustomed to them, compared to the humans with ears placed on either side of their heads. He finds himself partial to the she-wolves with ears atop their heads. With a radiant smile gracing his features, Lin Lang slowly nods towards Elder Ling Shan, the referee, signaling his readiness. Disciples of Lingxian Hall, Yi Qinghan, please enter the arena. In the audience, Yi Qinghan acknowledges her master with a nod, awaiting his response before making her entrance. Clad in a flowing glass robe with water sleeves, Yi Qinghan descends gracefully, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Over the course of the morning, two fairies take turns to showcase their prowess. The holy maidenly Shi Yao is indeed the chosen one, yet Yi Qinghan stands equally formidable, prompting even those unfamiliar with her to inquire about her illustrious lineage. Despite being from the same northern region, Lin Lang has yet to encounter this fox demon princess. However, this does not hinder his ability to discern her identity. Lin Lang is taken aback, astonished that such breathtaking beauty exists in the world. Why Yi Ching Han tilts her head, adopting a pose of superiority, regarding him with disdainful nostrils. A wolf breed. An unfamiliar visage. Yi Ching Han appears indifferent to the duel, scrutinizing Lin Lang closely, pondering if she has crossed paths with him before. Typically, among the demon clans of the north, anyone of prominence would be well known. Miss Ching Han, this is our first meeting. Lin Lang assumes Yi Ching Han is attempting to cultivate camaraderie and hastily tries to dissuade her from such notions. I imagine so, for in my memory, wolf breeds are expected to kneel outside the Grand Hall. Lacking even the qualification to meet me, Yi Ching Han responds nonchalantly, albeit with an exaggeration. She has indeed encountered a few notable figures among the wolf breeds. Lin Lang is left dumbfounded. While the madwoman is undeniably beautiful, she seems to lack common sense. The elder, growing impatient, interjects, "Please prepare yourselves." At Yi Ching Han smiles, spreading her hands in a gesture of indifference. Lin Lang, feeling a surge of anger, draws his long blade, readying himself for battle. Yi Ching Han does not even deign to cast him a glance, for beneath the transformation stage, she is invincible. Above it, she possesses jade slips. The audience is bewildered. Even prodigies like Li Shuyao take their opponent seriously, yet Yi Ching Han's demeanor appears excessively arrogant. As a result, Lin Lang's infatuated admirers begin to voice their discontent toward Yi Ching Han, but she remains unfazed. At this moment, Yi Ching Han also garners a wave of admirers. How could such a regal presence not be lauded by men? The duel commences, with a roar akin to a bullet being fired. Lin Lang leaps forward with a powerful strike, as if capable of cleaving Yi Ching Han in two, causing the male spectators to tense up. Yi Ching Han is indeed beautiful, yet her opponent is Lin Lang, a top 5 contender. Lin Lang, do you truly lack the appreciation for such exquisite beauty? How can you be so brutal towards such a splendid maiden? Meanwhile, the female spectators cheer for Lin Lang, urging him on. Yes, defeat this arrogant little vixen. Even Su Chang finds it difficult to contain himself. Yi Ching Han seems to regard her opponent as beneath her. However, he understands her temperament, deeming it harmless. After all, what else can he do but indulge her? Yet the anticipated scene of women cheering and men lamenting does not materialize. Not a single person in the audience perceives Yi Ching Han's movements, not even Su Chang, her master. Much like in the secret realm, Yi Ching Han gracefully lowers her elevated leg, calmly smoothing her skirt and adjusting her attire, while Lin Lang has already vanished from sight. As the dust of battle dissipates, Lin Lang is seen embedded in the wall, unconscious. This sight leaves the gathered clan heads and masters on the high platform in stunned silence. What manner of creature is Yi Ching Han? Such a strike would be considered elder-level strength in any sect. This is the eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall, Yi Ching Han. How could she strike so ruthlessly? The crowd is left speechless, exchanging glances before their attention shifts to Su Chang in the audience. The staff of Lingshan hurriedly rushes in to administer first aid to Lin Lang, prying him from a wall. The victor, Lingxian Hall, Yi Ching Han. Yi Ching Han slowly turns, casting a distant glance toward her master in the audience, her eyes sparkling with affectionate mischief. That smile, enchanting and perilous, it seems to stir the hearts of all men present, causing an uproar in the arena. Yet Yi Ching Han remains on the stage, as the next combatant is Yi Xiaohan. Chapter 55. Ching Han's judgment. How was it? Shuyao, did you arrive too late? Li Shuyao hurriedly seats herself between Dongfang Ju and Su Cheng, her face alight with anticipation. Since cultivating her celestial-level techniques, her prowess has surged, allowing her to keenly sense the terrifying strength of Sister Ching Han. It is vital to note that she is now a golden core cultivator, further empowered by celestial techniques. Yet even so, she cannot touch even a fraction of Sister Ching Han's former strength. This is the Yi Ching Han who was once merely at the foundation stage. Now, she is in the mid-foundation stage. How terrifying! Few in this world comprehend this fact. Li Shuyao is eager to witness the current strength of Sister Ching Han, hoping to glean a technique or two. If she could, even the elders would be looked down upon. Dongfang Ju, appearing utterly dejected, remarks, It is already concluded. Li Shuyao glances at the arena, where only Yi Qinghan stands, her opponent nowhere to be seen. Huh. Shuyao rushed here right after the duel. Yet you missed it? Lin Lang was nearly kicked to death by your sister Qinghan. Li Shuyao is not astonished. However, she is disappointed not to have witnessed Sister Qinghan's move. And where is Lin Lang? Even in defeat. Must he leave so swiftly? He's been taken away for treatment. If he hadn't hurried, he would either have been near death or just barely saved. Li Shuyao is left speechless, realizing that the mid-foundation stage is indeed as terrifying as she suspected. Now that the duel is ended, why hasn't Sister Qinghan exited? Dongfang Ju shakes her head, uncertain. Based on her understanding of Yi Qinghan, she should have already rushed to her master's side. The elder then begins to introduce the next match. The next duel features Lingxian Hall, Yi Shaohan, As they listen to the elder's announcement, the crowd is taken aback. Many in the audience are cultivators from the southern region. Somewhat familiar with Lingxian Hall. The fact that Lingxian Hall has only one disciple is not a secret. Just as everyone speculates, Yi Qinghan twirls in the center of the arena, her water sleeves fluttering gracefully, her enticing waist twisting as she spins, instantly changing into another outfit. Among those present, nearly every man is captivated, reluctant to blink as they attempt to mentally capture the image of this exquisite beauty's transformation. The thin veil adds an air of mystery, inciting cheers from men and scorn from women. Lingxian Hall, Yi Qinghan lightly parts her crimson lips, softly signaling to the elder. The referee elder, initially believing Yi Qinghan had something to convey to her junior sister, soon realizes she is indeed Yi Shaohan. Miss Qinghan, I assent this a bit. Elder, I am Yi Shaohan, the second disciple of Lingxian Hall. The rules state that a sect or family can send a maximum of 3 disciples. It does not specify that the 3 disciples cannot be the same person. Miss Qinghan, the rules. The elder wears an expression of helplessness, as this is a first for him. Yet, no one ever believed they could represent 3 individuals alone. After all, those present are the cream of the crop from various sections. Even if one is exceptionally talented and unscathed, the consumption of using their abilities requires recovery time. While someone might think of such a tactic, nobody would truly attempt it. However, Yi Qinghan is different. With her formidable mid-foundation stage prowess, she treats Golden Core opponents as mere trifles, effortlessly perceiving their patterns, with no consumption whatsoever. In fact, assisting her master in the kitchen would be more taxing. Yi Shaohan, Shaohan, the elder is left speechless. All right, you are indeed remarkable. The elder resigns himself and simply calls for the next participant to enter. In the audience, Dongfang Ju's expression darkens. This individual is leaving no room for others to survive. Aiming to claim all top 3 positions for herself, Li Shuyao, initially oblivious, suddenly grasps the situation upon hearing Dongfang Ju's explanation. She adopts a blend of adorably naive and serious expressions, earnestly addressing Dongfang Ju. Sister Dongfang, it seems Sister Qinghan intends to sweep the top 3 positions single-handedly. Dongfang Ju muses, you are indeed astute. Su Chang chuckles, slowly rising to his feet, moving towards the arena amidst the puzzled gazes of the 2 beside him. Yi Qinghan is momentarily taken aback, wondering what has transpired. As her opponent has yet to enter, she leisurely approaches her master. Master, is there something you wish to discuss? I have a few matters to remind you. Qinghan, do not take it as me being verbose. How could I? Yi Qinghan felt a twinge of fear. Although her master's demeanor at this moment was no different from before, she had known her master for quite some time and could not possibly be oblivious to the underlying tension. She quickly knelt before Su Chang with utmost decorum, leaving the audience in a state of stunned silence. Why Yi Qinghan had always been rather flamboyant in her actions, and with her master by her side. She felt emboldened to act without restraint, confident that her master would handle any repercussions, even if she were to create a major disaster. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was on the verge of tears, trembling uncontrollably like Su Zhanfeng, feeling as though she might lose control of her bodily functions. That disciples do not dare to. Oh dear, did I speak too harshly? After all, she is but a girl. What should I do? Alas, I suppose I must be direct. Excessive indulgence may only spoil her. Please stand and speak. Yes, I do not intend to chastise you, but I hope you will not isolate yourself from others. Cultivating oneself in the path of immortality requires also nurturing the heart and spirit. One must not harbor excessive pride, lest one suffer great losses. Your teachings are wise. Master, Yi Qinghan bowed her head, her pitiful appearance nearly shattering Su Cheng's heart. Yet he pressed on. Oh dear, that expression of yours is simply heartbreaking for my precious Qinghan. My dear, I have not scolded you. Your words are indeed wise, master. This cunning vixen, how does she seem to truly understand? Yi Qinghan pondered, for she comprehended her master's thoughts all too well. Is there anyone in this world who could fathom her master's intentions better than she? I understand. If only you were not some demon emperor, but rather a little fox, frolicking in the courtyard without a care in the world. Then I could protect you for all eternity. I am immensely grateful that you chose me as your master during the apprenticeship ceremony. I vow to grant you a lifetime of peace and will risk my life to exchange it for any calamity that may befall you. Su Cheng regarded Yi Qinghan thoughtfully, while she listened in silence. First it was the spatial anchor point, and now a calamity appears. What does this mean? Is it an impending enemy? As long as you understand at this moment, Yi Qinghan had managed to decipher Su Cheng's intricate thoughts. Realizing that he was merely concerned for her well-being, fearing she might make enemies and endanger herself, her master had never changed. He remained the same caring figure, consumed with worry for his vulnerable disciple who was prone to causing trouble. Initially, she feared that her master might deem her inherently wicked. Now, however, her composure stemmed from the knowledge that her master was still the same, treating her as the cherished child he adored. Chapter 56. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion. After affectionately ruffling the fox's head, Su Cheng turned and returned to the audience, drawing curious glances from the surrounding cultivators at this seemingly ordinary yet handsome is this the leader of the Lingxian Hall? If such a formidable disciple is under his tutelage, then he must possess considerable strength himself. That Yi Qinghan is certainly no virtuous individual. Her master cannot be all that virtuous either. Su Cheng had grown accustomed to the whispers of praise and criticism that surrounded him, paying them no mind. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan, having absorbed her master's teachings, experienced an epiphany. As the daughter-in-law of the Su family, this was an indispensable aspect of her cultivation. With humility and cunning, she now regarded her master as undeniably perceptive. If not for this insight, how could one masquerade as a fool to achieve victory? Even when confronting the seemingly weak Pingyun sect, her master would devise a meticulously thorough plan, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to breathe. Such was her master's steadfastness. Even when faced with Cheng Liang, who sought to kill him, he could conceal himself in the depths, biding his time. Who could afford to underestimate such depth of character? Reflecting on herself, she felt the chasm between them too vast. Her own cultivation was far too shallow. No wonder her master always regarded her as a child. She was prone to anger over trifles. How could she not be embarrassed by her inability to tolerate even the slightest provocation from someone like Shangguan Rou, let alone Dongfang Zhu? Alas, what kind of senior disciple was she, requiring her master to personally guide her through such matters? As the incense burned down, the disciples from the Lu family had yet to appear, and Yi Qinghan understood that they were intimidated by her. The elder announced her victory. Indeed, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Her master's admonitions were flawless from any perspective. Although Yi Qinghan found no fault with the current situation, making enemies everywhere clearly contradicted her master's understated persona. In the afternoon, Su Cheng planned to rest, while Yi Qinghan accompanied Dongfang Zhu and Li Shiyao for a day of leisure. If it were anyone else, Shi Mingyi might have felt uneasy, but with Yi Qinghan looking after the children, he relished the tranquility. However, if Shi Mingyi knew where the two elder sisters had taken the saintess, he would never consent, even if it cost him his life. I have money. Let us exchange. What kind of nonsense is this? At the Drunken Spring Pavilion, the trio of Dongfang Zhu and the others donned male attire, as if selecting beauties for a talent show. Dongfang Zhu appeared like a frequent patron, well acquainted with the establishment. In the most luxurious private room, Dongfang Zhu lounged with her legs crossed, scrutinizing the ladies at the entrance as if they were soldiers on parade, yet none met her approval. Bring me the head courtesan. Listen here, madam. Do not try to fool me with these mediocre girls. As she spoke, Dong Fangju tossed her pocket money onto the table, accompanied by a heavy token symbolizing her status that Wei Qinghan did not recognize it. And Li Shiyao was indifferent. Yet the madam's expression shifted dramatically to, "Oh dear, military lord. If you provoke me, I shall set fire to this drunken spring pavilion." And no, I wouldn't dare. The madam, intimidated, recognized that this was no ordinary token. Although she had never seen Dong Fangju, she had encountered this emblem before. That Wei Qinghan found herself speechless, wondering what expression her master would wear if he discovered she had visited a brothel. Li Shiyao, however, was filled with curiosity. It was her first time in such a place, with delicious food, music to listen to, and pretty sisters. Such a delightful venue, and she had never been before. Before long, the madam dispatched several girls to Dong Fangju's room, and the three were soon surrounded by lovely companions. Dong Fangju scrutinized the head courtesan's delicate face, and to be honest, she found it rather average. After all, the three of them were among the rarest beauties in the world. By their standards, who could compete with their allure? If one spoke of seducing men, the vixen would rank second. Yet who would dare claim first? Just standing there, Sister Qinghan could easily captivate the vast majority of men. As for purity and grace, who could rival the saintess? Li Shiyao, from head to toe, exuded an aura of unblemished elegance. As for Dong Fangju, she was merely a boy here to revel in the pleasures of the brothel. Wishing to compose poetry and drink merrily with her sisters, that "My lord, allow me to serve you." The head courtesan, named Lychee, approached with a lychee in her mouth, her alluring red lips tantalizingly close to Dong Fangju's face. "Would my lord prefer the lychee in my sister's hands, or the one in my mouth? Or perhaps, would you desire this naughty lychee?" Dong Fangju grinned mischievously, wrapping her arm around Lychee's slender waist and playfully pulling her into an embrace. "As for me, I want it all." Dong Fangju was surrounded by beautiful women, thoroughly enjoying herself. "Very well, you shall do." Yi Qinghan smiled. Since they were out to have fun, why not indulge? After all, they were all girls. What could possibly happen? She took one girl in each hand, joining in the revelry. "Hey, Shiyao came here for good food, not to work. What does it matter?" The sound of music and laughter filled the air as the madam arranged for 7 ladies to attend to the 3 lords. However, poor Li Shiyao found herself in a bind. While her 2 sisters were here to play, she seemed to have come to work, dragged by Sister Qinghan into drinking games, pursued by Dong Fangju for kisses. She lamented, "Hey, don't tug at Shiyao's clothes. Shiyao can't take it anymore. I really can't." The 2 lords, eyes covered, were busy capturing beauties, while Shiyao cowered behind a throng of girls, trembling at the thought of being caught. She was left with only a single inner garment and her wrap. At that moment, Lychee too was taken aback. Was this golden-haired girl new? How had she never seen her before? Remarkable. This girl was stunning. Her figure even more impressive than her own, with delicate skin that seemed to shimmer. Initially curious about why Yi Leoi was embracing a man, she soon found her attention captured by Li Shiyao, who was now being chased around the room, her golden hair flowing freely, an unforeseen twist. "Little golden hair, you appear naive and foolish, yet you are far from it. You can play roles quite well." Lychee silently vowed to teach this newcomer a lesson upon her return. "Gotcha!" Dong Fangju lunged forward like a hungry tiger, capturing Shiyao and grinning wickedly as she began to tug at her clothes. Li Shiyao resembled a startled deer, desperately clutching her neckline, tears welling in her eyes, portraying a pitiful image as if she were enticing them. "Great lord, please spare Shiyao, will you?" Dong Fangju chuckled. "Your demeanor clearly suggests you wish for someone to take advantage of you." "This is hardly a plea for mercy. How about we have a drinking penalty?" As she spoke, she pushed a jug of wine toward Shiyao. With no alternatives left, Shiyao realized she had a drink. After all, she couldn't truly strip bare. Yi Qinghan and Dong Fangju would certainly not become inebriated merely from a few sips of wine. However, the saintess was unaccustomed to such libations and had not even contemplated using her inner strength to dispel the effects of drunkenness. Just as they were enjoying themselves, they were suddenly interrupted by shouts from outside. "Where is Lychee? Call him out to accompany me." Yi Qinghan and Dong Fangju exchanged a glance, and with a chuckle, They felt their boredom dissipate with the arrival of unexpected company. Chapter 57. Are you willing to risk your life? Competing for women with a young master of the Liu family. The newcomer was Liu Mingxian, the youngest son of the Liu family. Originally intending to showcase his prowess at the Ling Mountain competition, he received news at the last moment that he was prohibited from attending. Who could bear such indignation? Yet, alas, it was the command of the family head, leaving him with no choice but to comply. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he was expected to yield to a mere mid-stage foundation establishment scoundrel without a fight. Such humiliation, such grievance. Who could comprehend it? His family members. Thus, he summoned two fellow peers with whom he shared a good rapport, preparing to visit the drunken immortal pavilion to alleviate the pent-up frustration and resentment within his heart. Bring me the finest wine, the most beautiful maidens. He had heard tales of a stunning maiden named Lychee at the pavilion, known for her unparalleled beauty. Resolutely, he had decided to savor the taste of Lychee today. But who could have anticipated that the madam would declare Lychee was occupied with another patron? Liu Mingxian was instantly incensed. Could a woman be so brazen as to entertain two suitors in a single day? Madam, do you know who I am? Today, even if Lychee were entertaining the king of heaven himself, she must come to me. The madam, caught in a dilemma, recognized the gravity of the situation. The men inside were formidable warriors, while those outside were Taoists. Young Master Liu, I am indeed aware of your esteemed identity. However, the three gentlemen within are not of ordinary standing. The madam was nearly in tears, hoping to de-escalate the situation, wishing she had consulted an almanac before opening her doors. If a brawl were to erupt in the drunken immortal pavilion, it would spell doom for her establishment. Liu Mingxian, seething with anger, glared at the madam, gripping her collar and demanding, "Am I an ordinary person? Tell me, am I not extraordinary?" In contrast to other establishments, the drunken immortal pavilion was renowned, and the madam was no ordinary woman. Although she had reached the age of 30, her charm remained undiminished. While she could not compare to the three exquisite beauties within, she was still striking and possessed a captivating figure. The madam, named Mei Qin, had once been a courtier's consort, but after being implicated in a scandal involving embezzled military funds, her family had scattered, forcing her to flee the capital with a considerable sum of money to establish a tavern in Dingzhou. Feeling humiliated, the madam's temper flared. "If you two wish to fight, then fight. What is it to me? In that case, young Master Liu, shall I fetch the maiden Lychee for you?" The madam was acutely aware that the soldiers inside would likely remain for the night, and there was no way they would relinquish Lychee so easily. Liu Mingxian relented, declaring, "I appreciate your understanding." The madam rolled her eyes in response. What a nuisance! The door to the private room was pushed open, revealing a scene of revelry. Even Li Shiyao was reluctantly engaged, swaying as she danced for the two gentlemen. Although the two gentlemen were surrounded by beauty, their eyes sparkled with delight before the madam could speak. Yi Qinghan simply stated, "Close the door." With no other option, the madam complied, knowing that Lychee had been chosen by the soldiers first. Even if it was merely a formality, she had to be cautious with her tone, smiling as she closed the door. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. "Do not fear. I heard that little brat from the Liu family shouting. I could hear him clearly." Yi Qinghan laughed. Unfazed by the situation, she was not in a hurry to retaliate against their adversary. Upon hearing this, the madam realized the soldiers were indeed formidable. The way she referred to them made it clear these three soldiers were not to be trifled with. "Ah, that golden-haired one. Seems to be quite the promising figure." Li Shiyao continued dancing, having consumed 6 jars of fine wine, her mind now clouded, only aware that Sister Qinghan wanted her to dance, while Dongfangju insisted she must undress if she stopped. The innocent expression on her face flushed red, whether from intoxication or embarrassment. Though her body swayed unsteadily, she still kept time with the rhythm, moving her delicate waist and arms gracefully. The madam was in a daze. It was the first time she had seen such audacious patrons bring women along to frolic. If this golden-haired fellow were to frequent the drunken immortal pavilion, all the renowned beauties would have to yield their top spots. A veritable cash cow. Just to hear his voice could fetch 500 taels. A single meeting would command 1,000 taels. if poetry and flirtation were desired. Ha! The madam, observing the golden-haired gentleman, turned her attention back to the two gentlemen, realizing they clearly did not regard Lu Mingxian with any seriousness. There is no way I can provoke that Lu Daoist. Thus, the madam wore a look of grievance, her expression saying it all. It was all Lu Mingxuan's fault. Dongfang Ju, unfamiliar with Lu Mingxian, casually remarked, "Bring him here. I have yet to encounter anyone foolish enough to challenge me for a woman." At that moment, Dongfang Ju genuinely felt this way. Not even her father would dare to contest her for a woman. She was a princess, and even the Ling Mountain had to give her face. What was this insignificant little family? Yi Qinghan chuckled, patting Dongfang Ju's shoulder. The Lu family is already a rotting corpse in the grave, marked for death by the king of hell. You should inform him that we are eager to meet him, and let him enter to speak with us. Yi Qinghan was in high spirits, relishing the moment. Being female, the novelty of so many maidens surrounding her was enjoyable for a time, but it inevitably became tiresome. If only her master could join them. Then Yi Qinghan would gladly spend lavishly to savor the experience. For now, she decided to invite that little Lu brat for a brief diversion, merely to pass the time. The madam nodded, reassured by Yi Qinghan's benevolent demeanor. Meanwhile, she hurried to Lu Mingxuan's room to convey the message. Upon hearing it, Lu Mingxian erupted in fury. "What? You want me to go meet him? Is he courting death by inviting me?" The madam quickly added, "Young Master Lu, I informed that soldier of your identity. But it appears he is completely uninterested. A soldier? What soldier could ever compare to me? Lu Mingxian. Do you think he has the strength to confront me?" Lu Mingxian, brimming with youthful bravado, showed no fear. "Lead the way. I shall see which soldier dares to vie with me for a woman." The madam was left speechless. Both sides were formidable. Although she understood the risks, she did not expect Lu Mingxian, as a young master of the Lu family, to be so reckless he was willing to confront an adversary without knowing their identity. "Oh dear, I cannot allow this, young Master Lu. Our business is a modest one. If a fight breaks out," her words only served to amuse Lu Mingxian further. "Lu Mingxian, truly do not believe anyone would dare lay a hand on me. Moreover, do you know what the Lu family is known for? We are a family built on bloodshed. Am I to fear a mere brawl? If I damage your establishment, the Lu family can certainly afford to compensate." Yes, please calm down. I shall guide you." The madam, realizing the futility of reasoning, resigned herself to the chaos. "Do as you please. You might as well demolish the drunken immortal pavilion." Lu Mingxian nodded, leading two companions toward Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju's private room. As they reached the door, they could hear the sounds of revelry from within. Is the soldier sharing a drink with the ladies? "Oh dear, it seems to have spilled all over." Then came Dongfang Ju's voice. "Come over. We must not waste this fine wine." The sounds of music and laughter intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Mingxian exchanged glances with his companions, who understood the cue, and with a single kick, they burst through the door. Who dares to compete with the young master of the Lu family for women? Are you courting death? Chapter 58. That familiar feeling returns. Inside the room, Li Shiyao shrieked in surprise. Although she was clothed, she found the situation somewhat indecent. In contrast, Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju appeared entirely unfazed. "Young Master Lu, I have long heard of your esteemed name." Yi Qinghan chuckled, already anticipating the words that would spill from the man's lips. "Such a grand display. Young Master Lu, are you here to claim someone?" Dongfang Ju beamed, relishing the moment that, my sister's moment of glory has returned. Previously, she faced setbacks solely because of Yi Qinghan. If only Yi Qinghan were not so formidable. How could anyone else stand a chance against her? The atmosphere was intoxicating, resembling a game where everything was under control. The maidens who had gathered around Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju now cowered in the corners, wishing to flee the scene, but for Lu Mingxian blocking the door, they would have long since escaped. "You two, daring to vie with me for women. Have you both lost your minds?" Lu Mingxian, seeing two seemingly delicate scholars, became increasingly arrogant. Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju shared a glance, bursting into laughter. "How amusing! Young Master Yi, I now understand how exhilarating it must have been for you back then. The familiar sensation was utterly delightful. Dong Fangju could easily envision how Yi Qinghan must have felt witnessing someone overreach, akin to Lu Mingxian at this moment. Was he not a complete fool? A mere offering of his head? Is it so? I rely on my own strength. There is no other choice. Yi Qinghan replied with a calm demeanor. In the realm of disguising her true abilities, she still had much to learn compared to her master. Lu Mingxian, not yet eager to strike at the two pretty boys, shifted his gaze to the enchanting Li Shiyao beside him, thinking, indeed, she is the headliner. What man could resist such a treasure? At this moment, Li Shiyao is clad in nothing but a shirt, which is now drenched in liquor, clinging to her skin and accentuating her already alluring figure. Her adorably naive face is tinged with a rosy hue. A delightful blend of youthful shyness and the mature charm of a married woman, resembling a siren's call that tempts one to indulge in the most sinful desires. Come here. Lychee, right? Today, you belong to me. Ignoring the two pretty boys, Lu Mingxian points at Li Shiyao and issues his command. No. Shiyao wants someone handsome. She hides behind Yi Qinghan, her expression akin to a girl clutching onto a protective figure. Having danced for quite some time, she surely deserves a guard. Dong Fangju slaps his thigh, laughing uncontrollably, and nudges Yi Qinghan. Did you hear that? Shiyao thinks you're ugly and wants a handsome man. Lu Mingxian is unperturbed. In fact, he revels in it, relishing the thrill of conquest. As long as those two pretty boys are out of the picture, this prized gem cannot escape his grasp, with a little expenditure. He could even take her home for some leisurely training. He delights in taming such wild horses, watching as their edges are smoothed away, witnessing their hopes dissolve into nothingness, all while their eyes sparkle with helplessness, a sight too exquisite to behold. You two leave now, and I'll spare your lives. Lu Mingxian is too lazy to engage in idle chatter with the two pretty boys. He initially assumed they were formidable warriors in armor, but quickly realized they were merely two pretty faces. After some contemplation, he chuckles, recognizing them as likely mere relatives of a general, wielding their family's influence recklessly. Lu Mingxian has encountered too many of such individuals to feel intimidated, even if they were relatives of a prince. They ought to think twice before challenging the Lu family. Dong Fangju bursts into laughter again, exclaiming, "Spare their lives? If you hadn't skipped the tournament this morning, you'd be the one in need of rescue now." Yi Qinghan remains composed. Do you know who we are? Do you recognize this little fool with the yellow hair? Do you dare to have her accompany you? Dong Fangju is thoroughly entertained. Calling out to the madam, "Madam, close the door! Close the door!" The madam, no fool herself, perceives the tension. These two gentlemen seem to be quite formidable, and while the Lu family may not be in immediate danger, it appears Lu Xiaoya is about to face a downfall today. Aware of the gravity of the situation, she promptly shuts the door, refraining from calling out to the young women inside. Outside the main room, the madam dares not stray far, fearing an incident, having already dispatched someone to report to the authorities, which may take some time. Inside, Lu Mingxian remains undaunted, pointing at Dong Fangju. "What the hell are you laughing at? I told you two to scram. Do you think you can find a scene worth capturing with me?" Lu Mingxian? Dong Fangju falls silent as the door slams shut and a heavy token crashes onto the table. "Who are you trying to scare, kid? You think waving around a broken token makes you important?" Lu Mingxian, a cultivator, knows nothing of this token's significance and could see this moment. Yi Qinghan chuckles. "I've been meaning to ask. What is this useless thing? My tiger talisman was taken by my father. This time I brought the token from the Dingzhou garrison. Don't be fooled by its size. If I wanted to, I could take over the city defenses in an instant." Dong Fangju feels somewhat helpless. With Yi Qinghan and Li Shiyao present, no one in the room recognizes this token. Go on. Keep boasting. Why don't you take over your father's throne while you're at it? As Yi Qinghan speaks, she casually snatches the jade pendant from Li Shiyao and tosses it beside Dong Fangju's token. You recognize this? Do you still wish for the holy maiden of the sacred mountain to accompany you?" Yi Qinghan laughs, her tone light and teasing, finding Dong Fangju's antics utterly amusing, as he pretends to be someone of importance while no one takes him seriously. The words holy maiden are clearly inscribed on the pendant. It hardly seems like a counterfeit. At this moment, Lu Mingxian finds himself at a loss. Is this person truly a holy maiden? Impossible to claim a holy maiden dances and serves drinks at the Zui Chun Lu. Who would believe such nonsense? Ridiculous. The holy maiden of the sacred mountain, serving drinks and dancing at the Zui Chun Lu. Does he take me for a fool? Lu Mingxian contemplates this absurdity at that instant. Yi Qinghan and Dongfang Ju burst into laughter again, while Li Shiyao, her face flushed with embarrassment, buries her head in Yi Qinghan's embrace, utterly mortified. Words are futile, unless they are taught a lesson today. They will never learn. As he speaks, Lu Mingxian gestures to the two individuals beside him, standing firm, eager to see what these two pretty boys will do. Your father is a general. Even if your father is a prince, I will still take you down. The two beside him spring into action simultaneously, launching themselves forward, their fists aimed squarely at their targets. Lu Mingxian stands his ground, already envisioning the two pretty boys throwing out a retort and making a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, in the inn, Su Chang awakens, currently checking the system, eager to see if there are any new treasures available. Recently, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Yi Qinghan brought back from the secret realm had netted a whopping 70,000 system points. Even surpassing the two Pingyun sects, Su Chang suddenly remembers he still possesses a seed of a superior innate spiritual root, originally intended for Yi Qinghan, but had slipped his mind. Chapter 59. The system remains steadfast. Su Chang retrieves the seed of the superior innate spiritual root from his system backpack. Examining it closely, feeling it carefully, it resembles an ordinary gray pebble with no distinctive features. Superior innate spiritual root seed randomly cultivates a superior innate spiritual plant that, as Yu Cheng feels somewhat vexed. It doesn't even indicate how to cultivate it. However, in his understanding, superior innate spiritual roots are notoriously difficult to cultivate, with various methods. Deciding not to dwell on it further, he resolves to give it to Qinghan. With her aptitude, as the eldest disciple, she will surely find a way. With so many system points at his disposal, it is high time to upgrade the Lingxian Hall. Lingxi Hall LV2. Spirit liquid effect increased by 20. Expansion adds small training rooms, can enhance physical resilience. Spirit liquid includes purification effects. Yu Cheng gazes at the upgrade cost of 100,000 system points, feeling a pinch in his heart, but ultimately clicks to confirm. 100,000 points deducted. Upgrade time remaining 0:59:59. Yu Cheng continues to check the upgrade path for the sword forging room and the alchemy room, though he suspects Yi Qinghan likely won't find them particularly interesting. The combined cost for the blueprints of the sword forging room and alchemy room amounts to 200,000, so there is no rush. The current situation is fraught with internal and external challenges. Within the Lingxian Hall, Qinghan is still only at the foundation stage, and both the Holy Maiden and the Princess are eager for his downfall. Externally, Cheng Liang and various sect leaders are eyeing the Lingxian Hall with hostility. Although Yi Qinghan has not mentioned the Liu and Mo families, the system's kill reports have been pouring in that day. Su Cheng, using his instincts, can surmise that the matter in the secret realm is far from over. System, can't I use system points to enhance my cultivation? Ding! Operation cannot be executed. Yu Cheng wears a helpless expression, fully aware that the system evidently desires him to grow stronger through violence and destruction. Methods to enhance cultivation are as follows. 1. Complete main quest to receive rewards. 2. Expand villainous forces to gain rewards. 3. Increase villainous reputation. 4. Eliminate. Enough. Shut up. I get it. Su Cheng feels on the verge of a breakdown, practically shouting this out loud. The main quest essentially boils down to confronting Cheng Liang in a duel. Aside from the first option, the others either place him in peril or mark him as a public enemy. Remembering that the system store had also updated, Su Cheng, attempting to shift his mood, begins to browse. Upon inspection, he is astounded to find the store brimming with extraordinary items. As long as he has system points, he can purchase anything from everyday necessities to advanced technology, from imperial strategies to illustrations on caring for Cao's postpartum. However, the prices are exorbitant. Su Cheng wonders if the books contain golden houses, as they are even pricier than gold. Postpartum care for Cao's Illustrated Edition, 137,000 system points. Techniques for room affairs. Enhanced version. Invincible to fox demons. 1,000,000 system points. Su Cheng feels like cursing. He is a villain, not a beast. System. You must be joking. However, Su Cheng realizes he simply can't afford them. Shooting for beginner to expert 5 system points. If you have the capability, throw in a beginner's guide to gun making. I'll show this world the power of technology. Beginner alchemy, 100,000 system points. Su Cheng is momentarily taken aback. This might actually be useful. The system store has finally presented something of value. Moreover, it is not tied to Yi Qing Han. This is perfect. Su Cheng adds it to his shopping cart. Not rushing to purchase, in case something better suited to him appears later, allowing him to make a more informed choice. However, after browsing for a while, he finds nothing fitting, so he settles for the beginner alchemy, hoping to enhance his cultivation through alchemy. As he retrieves it from the system warehouse, Su Cheng is filled with excitement, eager to flip through the pages for any formulas that might increase his power. Yet, the words in the beginner alchemy text are entirely foreign to him. Apart from the 5 characters on the cover, he cannot comprehend a single word within. It is neither a foreign language nor classical literature. He simply knows that it is text, yet he cannot read it. With a resounding thud, the recently exchanged introductory tome on alchemy was slammed onto the table by Su Cheng. Once again, the dogged system had played tricks on him. With 100,000 system points, he had redeemed some high-tier materials for cultivation for Yi Qing Han, and with the remaining points, Su Cheng had no intention of making further exchanges. Inside the drunken immortal pavilion, the battle commenced and concluded in an instant. Dongfang Ju made no move at all, effortlessly deflecting that punch with a light laugh. Why Yi Qing Han, too, remained still, simply observing Li Shuyao, who stood protectively before her. The disheveled Li Shuyao kicked aside the man in front of her and retorted with fierce bravado. Ugly brute! With such paltry skills, do you think you can bully me? At this moment, both Yi Qing Han and Dongfang Ju found themselves quite fond of Li Shuyao. One could not deny that her sharp tongue was truly remarkable. Just then, Yi Qing Han gently placed the jade pendant inscribed with the words Qing Han from the Lingxian Palace on the table. Gazing at the trio before her, what a coincidence! I didn't see you during the competition this morning. Yet here we are. Lu Mingxian was momentarily stunned. This pretty boy was Yi Qing Han. Realizing this, he understood why he found Yilao Yi somewhat familiar. It was the portrait of Yi Qing Han that his father had shown him. Yi Qing Han? Ignoring him, Yi Qing Han patted Dongfang Ju with an air of triumph. See? The jade pendant from Lingxian Palace is far more effective. Your token and Shuriao's pendant are utterly useless. They simply won't work on her. Dongfang Ju, however, was not easily deterred. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a spear, which struck the floor with a resounding bang. Unfamiliar with the token, but how about this? Lu Mingxian remained somewhat dazed. While he recognized Yi Qing Han, if she was indeed the real Yi Qing Han, then the saintess beside her was likely genuine as well. Let's not even mention who Li Qi is. Who is this general wielding the spear? Sister Dongfang, he seems not to recognize you. Though perhaps it's no surprise, as you may not be as renowned as Qing Han, and Li Shuyao looked at the seemingly irked Dongfang Ju with a naive expression. Yi Qing Han playfully slapped Li Shuyao on the backside, exclaiming, "Don't expose her. If you say that, Sister Dongfang will lose face. Haha. Qing Han, let me take care of Lu Mingxian. I intend to beat the living daylights out of him today." Apologies, Sister Dongfang. It's all Shuriao's fault for speaking out of turn. She merely thinks it's quite normal not to be recognized, especially considering Sister Dongfang. Dongfang Ju was left speechless. The only flaw with Li Shuyao was her loose tongue. Li Shuyao, hold your tongue. You still owe me 4 garments to remove, and 4 jugs of wine to drink. Li Shuyao quickly covered her mouth. Though she longed to speak, the thought of dancing naked was simply too embarrassing. Yi Qing Han waved her hand, wishing to learn from her master to refrain from intervention unless necessary. Striving for a low-profile demeanor, in future competitions, she aimed to subtly exhibit a slight edge, creating an illusion of inscrutable strength. Only in this manner could she surprise formidable foes with unexpected prowess. Chapter 60. The life of the demon emperor store ample grain and delay the claim to kingship. Her master's guidance was profoundly insightful. Yi Qing Han sat in her chair, observing Li Shuriao and Dongfang Ju beside her. The Demon Emperor, you say, based on her master's words, she had rescued Dongfang Ju in the secret realm, dissolving past grievances to become good friends. Following that, Li Shuriao also joined the Heavenly Tao Pavilion, both being toys of Cheng Liang, thus naturally sisters. That it was not difficult to speculate that the Sacred Mountain, the Human Emperor, and even the future Demon Emperor had all become part of Cheng Liang's power. This was the first time Yi Qinghan had contemplated such matters. That at this moment, Dongfang Ju was chasing Lu Mingxian around the room, delivering blows, while Li Shuriao cheered her on, occasionally lending a kick. Yet, Yi Qinghan remained remarkably tranquil, feeling as though she had gained clarity on numerous matters. Akati seemed her master had already paved the way for her to become the Demon Emperor. As long as she followed in her master's footsteps, she would inevitably ascend to that lofty position of supremacy. However, Su Cheng's tone instilled a sense of unease within Yi Qinghan. It felt as if her master might one day suddenly vanish from her life. Her master was always filled with contradictions. That so-called Demon Emperor was merely a responsibility her master had imposed upon herself, something Yi Qinghan had never paid heed to. Her master had never inquired whether she desired to become a Demon Emperor. Yi Qinghan perhaps initially wished to grow stronger, to surpass everyone. Yet now, all she desired was to remain by her master's side, forever. Had her master ever contemplated what would follow, even if one could read minds? They could not anticipate matters that Su Cheng had not considered. Yi Qinghan remained unaware of the answer to this question. Qinghan Jia. Yi Qinghan came back to her senses, looking towards Li Shuriao with a gentle smile. What is it? Li Shuriao's face was filled with concern, tinged with worry. Qinghan Jia. Have you been crying? Yi Qinghan brushed her cheek with the back of her hand, indeed finding some unknown liquid. I just drank too hastily and choked. It's nothing but a smile is merely an expression, not necessarily indicative of happiness. Why Yi Qinghan prided herself on not being as naive as Li Shuriao, and would certainly not allow her emotions to be worn on her sleeve. Li Shuriao, deep in thought, nodded. Shuriao doesn't understand why you are sad, but I can dance for you. That I already said. It was just the wine that went down the wrong way. Why Yi Qinghan ruffled Li Shuriao's yellow hair, realizing perhaps it was she who was the true fool. This Li Shuriao was anything but foolish. Yet, it made sense. She was not genuinely dim-witted, but rather possessed a childlike innocence, purely trusting of others' kindness. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan discovered that she had unknowingly accepted this Li Shuriao. How ironic, for when she first met her, she had thought of sending her to the Heavenly Tao Pavilion to be Cheng Liang's plaything. Perhaps, as Dongfang Ju had said, fate is not immutable. Shuriao, didn't I tell you to keep your distance from me and my master? Pulling Shuriao into her embrace, the exclamations of the young women and the lamentations of the men seemed incapable of disrupting the sisters' conversation. I don't want to go to the Heavenly Tao Pavilion. I want to join Lingxian Palace, so I can help you. Yi Qinghan considered this, finding Shuriao rather endearing. How could she allow Cheng Liang to take advantage of her? However, her master likely would not accept her. She would probably remain on the Sacred Mountain or join another sect. Then don't go. Cheng Liang is not a good person, but my master may not take you as a disciple. Yi Qinghan chuckled, not wishing to interfere further. Wherever Shuriao went, she could still look after her naive little sister. But didn't you say that Cheng Liang is a good person? Why now do you say he is not? Well, the last time in Nanding City, it was Cheng Liang who sent the Liu family to kill me. Why Yi Qinghan laughed lightly. Such matters had never troubled her at this moment. She was akin to her master, both becoming thorns in Cheng Liang's side. Cheng Liang had initially sought her out, attempting to target her master. Now he was likely intimidated by that sword and sought to harm her. Li Shuriao was left utterly astonished by this revelation. Why? Because he fears me. Fears Lingxian Palace. In the past, Yi Qinghan had struggled to comprehend Cheng Liang's intentions. But after spending time with her master, she had come to understand him well, that he often spoke with authority. Now, Yi Qinghan grasped Cheng Liang's character. As long as she adhered to her master's portrayal of him, discerning Cheng Liang's thoughts was not difficult. If she were in Yi Qinghan's position, she too would not allow such an uncontrollable factor to develop further I see this moment in Lingxian Palace. Although there were only 3 individuals, their sheer combat prowess was already formidable. I Sure Yao did not comprehend, but felt that even if her sister explained for ages, she would likely remain confused, so she simply nodded in agreement. Wei Qinghan recognized that Li Shuyao hadn't truly understood and knew that Shuyao feared she would find her bothersome, which is why she refrained from further inquiries. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt that gentle souls genuinely attract one another, whether her master or Li Shuyao. Both were like that. Yet, she certainly could not call herself gentle. Why does my sister say your master won't take me as a disciple? Just a feeling. Then Qinghan Jia, help me think of a way. Shuyao wants to be with you every day. Don't even think about it. There's no way to deceive my master. Why Yi Qinghan replied with a calm demeanor, effectively shattering Li Shuyao's unrealistic dream. Her gaze then fell upon Dong Fangju, who was kneeling before her with a serious demeanor, currently engaged in a political lesson. The other young women had huddled against the walls, gazing at Dong Fangju with expressions of sheer terror. It was only now that Li Qi realized this yellow-haired figure had come with these 2 esteemed individuals. Dare to compete with me for women? How many lives do you have? Dong Fangju was reclaiming her former glory, exuding an undeniable aura of regality. Lu Mingxian was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Although Lu Mingxian was skilled, even 3 of them combined could not contend with Dong Fangju in the slightest. The other 2 companions had already fled through the window. Alone, Dong Fangju presented a formidable challenge. Perhaps they might have had a chance against her if they worked together, though they were all prodigies. They were still 3 against 1. Yet with Li Shuyao and Yi Yanwang present, victory seemed utterly unattainable. The already daunting Li Shuyao was difficult enough to handle, not to mention the fact that the formidable Yi Yanwang had nearly kicked Lin Lang to death. Faced with such overwhelming odds, they hastily abandoned Lu Mingxian and fled. Could Lu Mingxian truly take on Dong Fangju alone? Lu Mingxian, this young master, stands no chance against Dong Fangju. When caught by Dong Fangju, he is met with a severe beating. Aren't you fond of putting on airs? Why have you ceased your pretense? Do you still wish for the saints to accompany you? Dong Fangju, for reasons unknown, has also taken to slapping people with great fervor. Grasping Lu Mingxian by the collar, he delivers a series of resounding slaps. At this moment, Lu Mingxian appears somewhat disoriented, his head drooping in silence. Yi Qinghan, with a resigned expression, remarks, "Let him go. Compared to you and Shangwan Rou, he is utterly inconsequential." There's no point in this to that moment. A loud knock echoes through the air. Bang, bang, bang. A report has been received. Someone is gathering to fight. We are here on orders to conduct a search. The knocking is merely a formality, for in the next instant, the door is forcefully kicked open. Everyone, come with me. All of you. A man clad in armor stands at the threshold, flanked by armed soldiers, effectively sealing off the entrance. Should one glance out the window at this moment, they would see the entirety of Xian Lu besieged by soldiers, as impenetrable as water. Chapter 61. The which appears Dong Fangju is taken aback. Who dares to capture him? Who are you? I am Pang Ruoxing from the Dingzhou Prefecture. The sturdy man's countenance is grim. Exuding an air of unyielding authority, it would be prudent for you two to refrain from resisting. The charge of resisting arrest is far graver than that of engaging in brawls. Pang Ruoxing notices that both gentlemen are armed with swords and possess an air of distinction, suggesting they are not without power. Moreover, Lu Mingxian is no ordinary individual. It stands to reason he is not a common cultivator. You've truly made me laugh. Do you think I would resist arrest? In the southern region, no government office has dared to apprehend me. Dong Fangju is rendered speechless. These individuals are as clueless as pigs donning straw hats, utterly lacking in discernment. Pang Ruoxing shares this sentiment. Regarding the pampered young man before him as utterly deranged, believing himself to be above the law. Were it not for the martial events taking place in Lingshan, he would have dealt with such a brat without hesitation. Yi Qinghan remains still, observing as he restrains the eager-to-rise Li Shuyao, curious to see how effective Dong Fangju's jade pendant truly is. Although Lu Mingxian may not be familiar with it, the Dingzhou Prefecture is likely aware of the presence of the princess. Even if they're not acquainted, they must recognize the command token, no? The soldiers will handle this matter under Dongfangju's direction. He chooses instead to pour himself a drink, indulging in a toast with the exquisite beauty in his arms. Dongfangju, now incensed, immediately discerns the identities of these intruders. Damn it, to be apprehended by my own subordinates. If word of this spreads, how can I possibly maintain my standing? He slams the military token onto the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! I have shown you respect. Dingzhou's garrison has no authority to leave the camp. I have yet to hold you accountable for your transgressions, and you dare attempt to arrest me? Open your eyes wide and see. Not even your master, the king of Dingzhou, would dare lay a finger on me." Pang Ruoxing is likewise taken aback by Dongfangju's audacity. The soldiers surrounding Dongfangju simultaneously direct their gazes toward Pang Ruoxing, awaiting further orders. This is Dingzhou. Pang Ruoxing is momentarily perplexed. How did the command token for Dingzhou as defense end up with this young upstart? Dongfangju boldly pushes aside the soldiers surrounding him, stepping forward to confront the towering Pang Ruoxing, gazing up defiantly. "Explain to me, why have you and your men left the camp without authorization? 5 days ago, I received orders to change garrison and assist in maintaining security around Lingshan. This is not an act of dereliction of duty. This token represents Dongfangju's authority, at the very least of that befitting a regional prince. Why was I not informed of the garrison change? If memory serves, these individuals are the guards of Zhoushan Pass, who is currently in charge of the defense." Dongfangju senses something amiss, although his tiger talisman has been confiscated by his father due to his reckless escapades. He remains the prince of Zhunbei that a significant garrison change would never occur without prior notification to him. Pang Ruoxing falls silent, kneeling on one knee. This is a military secret, and even in the presence of someone of high status, such matters are not to be disclosed lightly. Dongfangju is somewhat speechless. This fellow is utterly unaware of her identity. She glances back at Yiqing Han and Li Shiyao, both of whom appear unfazed, merrily drinking and laughing as though nothing is amiss. "Forget it. I shan't inquire further. First, drag that dead dog from the Liu family over there away. He has spoiled my enjoyment. Send someone to the inn to fetch my deputy. Then proceed to the Dingzhou prefecture to await my arrival." Meanwhile, Su Cheng dines alone on the first floor of the inn, having entrusted the financial authority to his eldest disciple, yet he still possesses some pocket money. With 2 small dishes and a jug of wine before him, Su Cheng wishes that life could continue in this manner indefinitely. "Another jug, please." Su Cheng rubs his hands together. He seldom drinks in Lingxian Hall, primarily out of fear of losing composure in front of his disciples. After all, that enchanting vixen with a natural charm parades about in revealing attire within the hall. Should he indulge too much in wine, he might become a beast before his master. But now that Qing Han is absent, Su Cheng resolves to treat himself. If he drinks too much, he can merely return to his room to sleep. Yet, just as the second jug of wine is set upon his table, Su Cheng notices a peculiar figure. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat that partially obscures her beautiful face, she is clad in night attire over leather armor, with a dark corset accentuating her alluring figure. The enchanting figure takes a seat in the corner. She removes her hat, revealing an exquisite beauty that commands attention, while a captivating fragrance fills the room. "Goodness, another stunning beauty! That figure, oh my!" The enchanting figure is momentarily taken aback, her gaze sweeping across the hall, pondering. Who is speaking? Goodness! The witch Su Muchan. What is she doing in Dingzhou City? Was she not meant to assassinate Cheng Liang at Tiandao Pavilion? Su Muchan is alarmed. She has been discovered upon her arrival in Dingzhou. This person not only knows her identity, but is also aware of her purpose. As her gaze scans the hall again, it catches sight of a fleeting glance. Is it this man? From afar, Su Muchan gazes at Su Cheng, who sits alone in the corner, drinking, and scrutinizes him closely. Oh no, she is looking at me. Have I been discovered? Surely, I must have been. Su Muchan initially thought someone was whispering, yet it appears that no one spoke. I cannot allow her to entangle with me. She would undoubtedly be a troublesome encounter. Right? She does not recognize me now. I must act naturally. Qing Han, bring me 2 more dishes. Oh no, my mouth. This is it. She is looking at me again. Su Muchan is flustered. The voice she just heard is identical to the one moments ago. That strange voice is this man's inner thoughts. Regardless, since he knows of my affairs, I cannot leave this unattended. Placing her hat back on, she strides across the hall to Su Cheng's table. Why curse mouth? This has drawn her attention. Qing Han, come save your master. I am doomed. Su Muchan stands before the table, gazing at the seemingly scholarly man before her, contemplating the keyword she has gathered. Qing Han? Master? Yi Qing Han? He is Yi Qing Han's master. Hence he must be the head of Lingxian Hall. Cheng Liang Sr. Hello, and I sit here? No. Su Cheng, in a moment of panic, almost leaps up. Su Muchan is taken aback. How could such a stunning beauty be refused a seat? I cannot afford to become entangled with her. She is the future sovereign of the demon realm, a prospective consort of Cheng Liang. Unlike Yi Qing Han, who may have reasons to kill if Su Muchan desires bloodshed. Even my very breath may be deemed offensive. Please, go be Cheng Liang's little dog, will you? Having noticed Su Muchan's embarrassment, Su Cheng hurriedly smiles and says, there's someone here, upon hearing Su Cheng's inner thoughts. Su Muchan feels as though she might explode. She is here to kill Cheng Liang, yet in this man's eyes, she is merely a dog for Cheng Liang. This dog of a man dares to insult her so. Cheng Liang shall not survive, and he shall not either. Who can endure such an affront? Su Muchan takes a seat, glaring fiercely at Su Cheng. Chapter 62. The ultimate showdown. She is a noble witch. How can she endure such humiliation? Goodness, what is the meaning of this? Is the witch seeking a free meal? Please, my lady, hurry and seek out Cheng Liang. He adores dining with witches like you. What have I done wrong? Why are you staring at me? Do you know me? Su Muchan's gaze is fixed intently on Su Cheng, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. If I could, I would prefer not to know you at all. How could I dare to know you? I do not know you. Absolutely not. Su Cheng shakes his head vigorously, feigning innocence as an ordinary person. What is your name? What do you do? Su Muchan's words feel like an interrogation. Yet her expression remains inscrutable. If only I could best you. Otherwise, I would turn you into damn it. There's no escape. Li Erniu, here to observe the martial event at Lingshan. Su Muchan chuckles lightly. Men truly are no good. You lie without a moment's hesitation. However, having already been insulted as a dog, she no longer cares about such matters. Before taking a life, she seeks to gather some intelligence. Miss Qing Han not present? Su Cheng is taken aback. What? She knows Yi Qing Han. That cannot be. She should not have encountered Yi Qing Han at all. According to the timeline, this is her first visit to the southern region. Su Muchan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Su Cheng knew much more than she had anticipated about her. The fact that Su Cheng was aware this was her first visit to the southern region caught her by surprise. Moreover, what did he mean by the timeline he mentioned? Su Muchan was curious as to why Su Cheng possessed such knowledge about her, that if she wanted to learn more, she would need to guide Su Cheng's thoughts. Although she was unlikely to extract anything useful from a man, she could inexplicably hear his innermost thoughts, which was highly advantageous for her. Why is he really this wary of me? I'm not a villain. You've already made me feel quite on edge. If you were an ordinary girl, it would be one thing, but you are a sorceress. How can I not be cautious? We are strangers, so why such words? Su Cheng donned his signature innocent expression, the very visage that haunted Yi Qing Han's dreams. However, it was evident that Su Muchan was not swayed by this facade. Su Muchan felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was as if he knew her too well, as if they had shared a childhood together, and yet they were mere strangers. She was not in a hurry to speak, aiming to apply pressure on Su Cheng through the atmosphere. Regardless, she felt Su Cheng was indeed intimidated by her. Are you upset? TSK, encountering this fellow is truly unfortunate. I should have left the moment I laid eyes on her. Neither flattering her nor ignoring her seems to be a viable option. What should I do? This guy, ISNT Qing Han. With Qing Han, I only need to be wary of Cheng Liang. But Su Muchan poses a genuine threat to my life. Just as the conversation grew awkward, the arrival of a waiter with dishes shattered the tension. Su Zhongmin, your meal, the waiter said, his gaze flickering uncertainly over Su Muchan, unsure where to settle his eyes. The allure of Yi Qinghan, the innocence of Li Shiyao, the elegance of Dongfang Ju. Now, another sorceress, equally captivating, had appeared. Su Muchan exuded a remarkably gentle aura, yet Su Cheng understood that this was merely a facade. A closer inspection would reveal the hidden dangers lurking beneath that gentility. Aha! Isn't she beautiful? You truly are courting disaster. Do you even know who she is? This is the current sorceress, the future supreme ruler of the demon realm, a sister of equal standing with the demon emperor Yi Qinghan. Most importantly, she is Cheng Liang's woman, and even more crucially, she possesses a mind consumed by love. It is a well-known fact that such a mindset could spell doom for the world. You must not provoke her. Su Muchan was somewhat puzzled as to why Su Cheng was so convinced she would be subservient to Cheng Liang. Was she truly that lowly? He clearly knew she intended to kill Cheng Liang, yet he remained so certain. What of this future supreme ruler of the demon realm and the demon emperor Yi Qinghan? Did he know what was to come? Su Zhongmin. Su Muchan appeared akin to a neighborly older sister, smiling with a hint of Yi Qinghan's allure and Li Shiyao's innocence, seemingly devoid of any blame at all. Forgive me for my rudeness, Su Cheng replied, a look of helplessness on his face. Why does this waiter know me? What is going on? Where is my precious Qinghan? Though I have achieved the 6th level of Qi training, I still cannot wield magical artifacts. I am utterly no match for Su Muchan. Her unpredictable temperament is no jest, especially since she is a true succubus. Even the Chaos Bell, though an innate supreme treasure, cannot resist her enchanting arts. Su Muchan was bewildered. This fellow seemed to know far too much. He even recognized her as a succubus? And he knew she possessed enchanting skills? What could this innate treasure signify? No matter, I have heard much about Su Heeman. It is indeed a privilege to meet you, and I feel fortunate it's all that Mother Fox's fault. My low-profile persona has been completely obliterated. Sigh. So she recognized me long ago. Mother Fox? Referring to Yi Qinghan. No wonder she had never heard of Su Cheng before. He had been deliberately concealing himself. It appeared that Yi Qinghan had acted outside of Su Cheng's plan, causing Lingxi Hall to emerge in the public eye. So that is how it was. Su Muchan had long heard of Cheng Liang's eccentric senior brother. It turned out to be him. He doesn't seem mad at all. However, she surmised he did not fully understand her, as his words bore no flaws, lacking any useful information. Was he testing her? May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? I have taken note of your exceptional talents. Surely, your future is limitless. Have you come to participate in the Ling Mountain competition? Su Zhongmin is being too courteous. However, I am not here to compete, merely to observe. Su Muchan believed this should suffice. But since they were mere acquaintances, it was best not to become too familiar. Please go and deliver Cheng Liang's head. The sky is growing dark, and he is likely in the big disciples' chamber. You can take over for Shangwan or Oyu. Su Muchan felt she had gleaned enough information. The only mystery remaining was why Su Cheng harbored such disdain for her. Despite this being their first encounter, Su Cheng not only understood her, but seemed to avoid her like the plague, even mocking her in his thoughts. Might I inquire if Su Zhongmin has any recommendations for a place to stay? Ah, the big disciples' chamber is quite nice. I highly recommend it. Just stay clear of me, and I would recommend anywhere a rumor had it that there was an inn in the southern part of the city. Before Su Cheng could finish, Su Muchan interrupted. She was genuinely losing her composure. Aren't you afraid of me? I intend to stay right here. I want to see what secrets you and that Mother Fox share. Surely Su Zhongmin's lodging must be exquisite. There are no vacant rooms here. Even if I rented every room in this establishment, I couldn't allow you to stay next door. Su Zhongmin, do not worry. I have my ways. With a sweet smile, she only needed Su Cheng to feel uncomfortable for her to feel satisfied. Chapter 63. There are traitors on both sides with that. Su Muchan rose and walked towards the counter, while Su Cheng hurriedly sought out the waiter. Gripping the waiter's shoulders tightly, he glared with wide eyes. Listen to me. I have rented all the remaining vacant rooms in this inn. Did you see that woman? If she asks if there are any vacant rooms, tell her there are none. The waiter was momentarily stunned. After all, who would be foolish enough to turn away business? There were still plenty of vacant rooms. Su Zhongmin, my big disciple has returned. Just ask her for money. Su Cheng rolled his eyes. What on earth is happening? Is life or money more important right now? From a distance, Su Muchan observed Su Cheng conspiring with the waiter and devised a plan. Once the waiter finished conversing with the innkeeper, she calmly approached the counter. "Innkeeper, are there any vacant rooms?" "Miss, you should know that due to the Ling Mountain competition, the entire Dingzhou city is bustling with visitors. Our establishment is already fully booked." Su Muchan smiled. "As expected, Su Zhongmin has arranged a room for me. It seems I was overly demanding." She pretended to be troubled and feigned a desire to leave. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper quickly realized the situation. This girl was celestial in beauty, an unparalleled beauty. It seems Su Zhongmin had made arrangements to please her. Surely, Su Zhongmin would not make things difficult for such a lovely maiden, especially after witnessing their amiable exchange. How could he ruin Su Zhongmin's kindness? He quickly called out to the departing Su Muchan. "Miss, please wait. Why didn't you mention that you had a reservation? Su Zhongmin has booked the entire inn for you. You may choose any room you desire." As Su Muchan beamed. Su Zhongmin is indeed quite extravagant. Following the waiter, she selected a room not far from Su Cheng. First there was Yi Qinghan, then Dongfang Ju, Li Shiyao, and now Su Muchan had arrived. No, when Qinghan returns, I must remind her never to get involved with this Su Muchan. Downing his cup of fine wine, Su Cheng spotted Su Muchan standing nearby. Why hasn't she left yet? "Su Zhongmin, I'm very grateful for the special arrangements you made for my accommodation." Su Muchan approached Su Cheng with a smile, prepared to assassinate Cheng Liang, but paused when she noticed Su Cheng still drinking. What does this mean? Su Cheng was equally perplexed. Su Muchan remained calm, explaining each word carefully. "Su Zhongmin, I have heard from the innkeeper that you reserved all the available rooms for me. I sincerely thank you for your hospitality." "What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. Sharing a space with this deadly succubus can only lead to disaster. If you won't leave, then I will. I'll sleep in the streets tomorrow." "Hee, as long as you're satisfied." Su Muchan chuckled inwardly. "Thinking you wish to challenge me. I'll handle your disciple first, then come back for you." Su Muchan still had matters to attend to, so she wouldn't disturb Su Zhongmin further. "Hee, I would gladly escort you to Cheng Liang, just as long as you don't cling to me." With that, Su Muchan's mind raced. "With your intellect and your golden core cultivation, you think you can assassinate Cheng Liang? If he were that easy to kill, would he still be alive? He wouldn't even know he was betrayed. Cheng Liang is currently waiting for you to walk right into his trap." Su Muchan's heart sank. Had she truly been betrayed? But if that were the case, it would take her some time to return. This might actually work to her advantage. All right, do as you pleased. Su Muchan couldn't believe such a thing could happen, knowing that only a handful of trusted confidants were aware of her outing. Whether it was true or false, she would have to see for herself. Ling Mountain has arranged accommodations for the leaders and close disciples of various major sects. However, the Lingxian sect, consisting of only 3 individuals, is naturally not included. Su Muchan quickly arrived at Ling Mountain, still somewhat skeptical, but now more vigilant. According to her original plan, Su Muchan intended to launch a surprise attack on Ling Mountain, catching Cheng Liang off guard. With her unique abilities, delivering a heavy blow to Cheng Liang and killing him would be a mere trifle. However, this time, Su Muchan refrained from acting recklessly and concealed her presence instead. Before long, Cheng Liang's voice echoed. "Do you truly not need assistance? That which is determined to kill you." Su Muchan was taken aback. She had indeed been betrayed. As an assassin, how could the entire world know of her intent to kill Cheng Liang? No matter. One must take risks to achieve great rewards. A single strike would not be fatal. Killing her was not the goal. Dealing with this, which required a strategic approach, that Liu Cheng, ever the clever one, readily understood Cheng Liang's intentions. He leaned closer to Cheng Liang, adopting a sly demeanor. "Are you attempting to control the witch?" What a brilliant move. Cheng Liang felt a sense of camaraderie, thinking to herself how well understood she was by the second elder. After all, she was of the demon clan. Simple kindness could not sway her to follow orders blindly. In time, she would come to recognize my magnanimity. Indeed, who but the leader could treat enemies with virtue? Seeing Cheng Liang's approval, Liu Cheng continued to flatter her. "Once you believe victory is assured, You and the elders will emerge, and the outcome will be sealed like a tea that moment. Su Muchan felt utterly disoriented. Had it not been for Su Cheng's prior warning, she would likely be expressing gratitude for not being killed. In fact, upon hearing this conversation, Su Muchan found herself somewhat admiring Cheng Liang, who was indeed going to great lengths to deal with her. She was even prepared to withstand one of her strikes. Control the witch? Ridiculous. Realizing this, Su Muchan resolved not to walk into a trap. Even with her extraordinary abilities, how could she contend with numerous elders? Yet, knowing the opponent's plans, she was in no rush to depart. Meanwhile, Su Cheng's table was laden with wine jars. Although his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement had not significantly increased his strength, his capacity for liquor had certainly improved. At this moment, Su Cheng was in a state of turmoil. While the situation appeared calm, it was fraught with hidden dangers. The Liu family, the Mo family, the Holy Mountain, and the Emperor of Humanity. These matters remained unresolved. And now, Su Muchan was entangled with Cheng Liang. He did not perceive the recent tranquility as a good omen. He sensed that Cheng Liang was preparing to unleash a formidable stratagem. His strength was likely not under suspicion. Otherwise, Cheng Liang's temperament would have compelled her to invoke heavenly retribution upon him. Based on Yi Qinghan's recent experiences, it seemed that Cheng Liang had shifted her focus onto Yi Qinghan. Another jar of wine was consumed, and the effects of inebriation began to take hold. As Yi Qing required a method to break the deadlock, yet the situation remained ambiguous, akin to being besieged on all sides. If he could find a means to exert pressure or balance against Cheng Liang, it would be the optimal solution. Killing Cheng Liang had never been part of Su Cheng's plan. Her disciples were children of fortune, and she herself was favored by destiny, making her assassination highly improbable. Yet in Su Cheng's eyes, his women had begun to reveal their fangs, gradually encroaching upon the Lingxian palace. Chapter 64. Li Shiyao has stolen home. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, distinctly not that of incense. The remnants of a hangover lingered, and the soft sensation was remarkably comforting as Yu Cheng instinctively gathered the nearby softness into his embrace. His hand brushed along the smooth nape of the neck, intertwining with the silky hair, which exuded a pleasant aroma. The softness pressed against his chest elicited a muffled moan, as if to entice him further. Su Cheng, evidently unaware of the presence of a significant other in his bed, remained lost in the warmth and haze of intoxication. He sought a comfortable position, resting his chin upon her shoulder, as if this was the arrangement made just for him, utterly soothing. This position allowed him to savor the fragrance that wafted from her hair, a delightful distraction from his hangover. After a while, Su Cheng's restless hand seemed to sense something amiss. More so, the weight upon his chest made it somewhat difficult to breathe. Something felt wrong. The golden head before him. Oh no! What is this? How did this happen? This is my room. Su Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he found Li Shiyao, disheveled and in his embrace, her breath palpable against his chest, extremely clear and somewhat ticklish. Why was Li Shiyao in his room? On his bed, no less. This was a catastrophe. Just a wall away, Yi Qinghan's pupils widened in shock as she glanced at her own bed, realizing both Dongfang Zhu and Li Shiyao were absent. Dongfang Zhu had gone to attend to military affairs, and Li Shiyao had drunk heavily last night, so she should have simply gone to sleep. How could you, silly Shiyao, dare to steal your sister's man? Yi Qinghan was on the verge of exploding. She had endured for so long without tasting her master's affections. Now, the foolish Shiyao had gotten ahead. Should she wake her? What if she wakes and screams? But inevitably, she would awaken. At this moment, Su Cheng was paralyzed with fear, too afraid to move. The very presence of Li Shiyao was already a significant headache. Spending the night with her could very well cost him his life. What to do? What to do? If Qinghan found out, how would she view this situation? Damn it. Yi Qinghan sat forlornly on the edge of her bed, as if she had lost something of great value. Separated by a single wall, both were in a state of distress. Yet their sorrows stemmed from Li Shiyao, leaving them in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Why Yi Qinghan was uncertain. Should she intervene to rescue her master? Clearly, her master did not wish for her to witness such a scene. So should she pretend to be oblivious? Just as the two were grappling with their indecision, the troublemaker, Shuyao, showed no intention of granting them time. Li Shuyao mumbled a few words, seemingly transitioning from deep sleep to a half-awake state, her small hands beginning to roam. Oh no, this little fool is about to wake up. What to do? Are there any magical artifacts that can induce sleep? Even if there were, I couldn't use them. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan contemplated coordinating with her master, but the power of such artifacts could be dangerously potent. One misstep, and her master, a mere mortal, might never awaken again. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she slowly lifted her head. Feeling the strands of hair slip from beneath her arm, Su Chang realized the moment of reckoning had arrived. Now it was time to explain himself. Master Su, how did you end up in Shuriao's bed? Li Shuyao, perhaps still not fully awake or still under the influence of alcohol, appeared unusually calm, even a touch dazed, embodying the quintessential silly Shuyao demeanor. This is my room. Shuyao surveyed her surroundings, nodding thoughtfully. Master Su, how could you secretly bring Shuyao to your room? All right. That's a ridiculous accusation. Although this is not the first time, but I must ask, are you really incapable of playing fair? This was utterly absurd. How could she claim such things when she herself seemed to have no recollection of what transpired? If I had truly done something, then fine. But the crux of the matter is that I did absolutely nothing. This is a total loss. Su Chang found himself tongue-tied by Li Shuriao's inquiries. How could he respond? She had already answered for him. She had declared that he had secretly carried her to his room. What more could he say? Li Shuriao gradually sat up, adjusting her attire with a calm demeanor, not displaying the explosive reaction Su Chang had anticipated. Having arranged her clothing, she then lay down beside Su Chang, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Oh no, Li Shuriao, are you truly this tired? Master Su, you actually like Shuriao, don't you? At this moment, Yi Qinghan was about to explode, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found herself unable to stand. Seated at the edge of the bed, her thoughts swirling, if she were to burst into her master's room and catch them in the act, it would only complicate matters. Moreover, she was keenly aware that her master had done nothing wrong. It was Li Shuriao who, intoxicated, had ended up in her master's room. At this moment, Yi Qinghan began to suspect that perhaps Li Shuriao had been feigning ignorance all along, her true objective being her master from the very beginning. The second elder had claimed that Shuriao was quite charming. There were no men who did not adore her. Shuriao lay beside Su Chang, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the despondent Su Chang, her expression adorably vacant. Hey, is this really the time for such discussions? Are you aware of the current situation? Su Chang found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered. Li Shuriao seemed to lack any coherent logic. Her thoughts were scattered, and he had no idea what she was trying to convey. Resolved to simply listen to her, he thought it best to keep her calm, believing that eventually they would find a way out of this predicament. In Li Shuriao's eyes, Su Chang's silence appeared to be an acquiescence, as she blinked her large eyes and continued, Master Su, is it possible for Shuriao to become pregnant? Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan felt as though the icy intent of the frost sword was summoning her. It was as if the warrior's blood within her had awakened, and the fox demon essence in her veins craved bloodshed. Silly Shuriao, absolutely not. Su Chang hastily interrupted this miraculous statement. Why? The book says that when boys and girls sleep together, they can conceive a baby. Shuriao truly resembled a child, her tone and gaze reflecting innocence, aside from her somewhat alluring figure. It was because you drank too much. Su Chang found himself at a loss on how to explain this to Li Shuriao and could only fabricate a casual excuse. Li Shuriao seemed to recall last night's events, though she didn't remember why she had ended up in Su Chang's room. She didn't seem to care much about it either. Shuriao suddenly recalled something significant. She remembered her conversation with Sister Qinghan from yesterday and expressed her desire to join the Lingxian Hall. What matter? Observing the sudden spark of inspiration on Li Shuriao's face, Su Chang felt a pang of fear. Could this girl be trying to use this as leverage against me? Shuriao wished to join the Lingxian Hall and spend every day with Sister Qinghan. Initially, he was concerned that he might not like Shuriao. Yet it appeared, Su Zhongmin clearly harbored affection for Shuriao. Chapter 65. Shuriao's negotiation skills are at their peak. This girl also wants to take me as her master. Hmm. Su Zhongmin, why are you silent? Do you not like Shi Yao? How could I dare to like her? My dear lady, my Lingxian hall is too small to accommodate so many fated children. I can barely manage with one Yi Qinghan. How could I possibly deal with this cunning vixen? Another foolish child? Wouldn't that be courting disaster? If you allow Shi Yao to join the Lingxian hall, she would sleep beside her master every day. Wouldn't that be splendid? Dao Yao knows nothing of the intricacies. Sleeping together doesn't hurt. So what's the issue? Although she indeed yearns to sleep with Sister Qinghan, the latter clings to her sword while sleeping, which is rather intimidating. Do you even understand what you were saying? Sleeping is not a necessity. I can manage alone just fine. For some reason, Li Shiyao felt an inexplicable chill emanating from the wall behind her. She instinctively moved closer to Su Cheng, finding his presence warmer. So can Shiyao give Su Zhongmin a shoulder massage? Would you like to give it a try? Why are you so adamant about joining the Lingxian Hall? Su Cheng was baffled. Why were these individuals so insistent on clinging to him? Shiyao wished to spend every day with Sister Qinghan, and you appear rather handsome, seemingly quite formidable. Shiyao is in good health and can bear you beautiful little babies. You elders of the Holy Mountain, how can you teach nothing of value? Su Cheng had gathered some understanding regarding the protagonist. Li Shiyao was a typical case, spoiled by the Holy Mountain. Elder Lu would often share romantic tales with Li Shiyao to coax her into cultivating. Dao Yao only possesses the intellect of a 9-year-old. What does she know of love? Taking a disciple is no trivial matter. Shiyao is a saintess. How could such a decision be made without the Holy Mountain's approval? Are you suggesting that as long as the elders consent, you would accept Shiyao as your personal disciple? The Holy Mountain would certainly not agree to let her take me, a waste, as her master. Besides, I must quickly send her away. After all, I have done nothing. As long as she dresses and gets out of bed, there is still room for negotiation. Su Cheng steeled himself and nodded. Shiyao, I have understood your intentions. If the Holy Mountain is willing to entrust you to me, I shall accept you as the second disciple of the Lingxian Hall at this moment. Yi Qinghan next door felt as though she could foresee the future. Even imagining Dao Yao running around the Lingxian Hall. This Dao Yao was no ordinary girl. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophe, such as draining the spiritual liquid from the spiritual pool hall overnight. I hope the elders of the Holy Mountain can dissuade Li Shiyao, Yi Qinghan thought with a cold smile. Though her master can perceive the heavenly secrets, she felt that fate seemed to be shifting. From the moment she heard her master's innermost thoughts, the so-called destiny seemed to have ceased to exist. Compared to her master, destiny is utterly insignificant. Before long, Li Shiyao returned in a white dress, beaming as she approached Yi Qinghan. Sister, Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and then affectionately replied, I heard everything, but do not disturb your master's rest next time. Shiyao did not disturb her master's rest. Yi Qinghan gently patted Dao Yao's little head. You were the one who drank too much and ran into your master's room to sleep. Yet you dare to argue? Li Shiyao was momentarily taken aback. As if just realizing the situation, that's how it was. No wonder she felt a bit dizzy. Yi Qinghan then assumed a serious elder sister demeanor. This time, I shall let it slide. But if it happens again, I will have to teach you a lesson according to the rules. Li Shiyao felt a shiver of fear at the thought of her elder sister, recalling the Star River ruler. Dao Yao nearly wet herself. It is known that even someone as strong as her elder sister was subdued by the Star River ruler. What hope does she have with her frail limbs? She must be beaten to a pulp. Sister, I understand my mistake. I will never dare to do it again. Yi Qinghan was also somewhat bewildered. Typically, this girl never admitted her faults. Even her master had no way to handle her. It is often said that the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who value their lives. Li Shiyao was both bold and reckless, and she had no regard for her life. She even dared to hit her master, yet now she acknowledges her mistake. Yi Qinghan found herself momentarily at a loss. This girl, who feared neither her master nor anyone else, now fears her. Qinghan, it is time to go to Spirit Mountain. Outside the door, Su Cheng was tidying his attire, preparing to take Yi Qinghan to the Spirit Mountain. This morning, it was Yi Shihan and Dongfang Zhu. Li Shiyao had already emerged victorious in yesterday's preliminary round. Yi Qinghan smiled and greeted, then suddenly and bluntly remarked, "It seems master is in a good mood this morning." Su Chang was taken aback. Could Qing Han have found out? Goodness, Qing Han's demeanor is somewhat unusual. Could she have realized that Li Shuyao was in my room last night? Su Chang carefully scrutinized Li Shuyao and Yi Qing Han. Dao Yao appeared unchanged, just as usual. Noticing her master's unease, Yi Qing Han smiled knowingly. Choosing not to elaborate further, for bullying her master was not her intent. Out of affection and reason, although she was somewhat envious, she couldn't blame her master for it, until Li Shuyao began pestering Shi Mingyi to buy her breakfast. Yi Qing Han finally spoke up. "Master, do you plan to take Qing Han as a junior sister?" Su Chang was taken aback. "What is your opinion on Li Shuyao?" "Shuyao is pure-hearted. She's indeed a good girl." "Haha, I am well aware that she's a good girl, but good girls belong to Chang Liang. Li Shuyao's mind is simple, if not for being treated as a pawn by Chang Liang. She might have become a righteous emperor, which is rather pitiable. Accepting her is just a matter of convenience. Having gotten this far, there is no other choice. Qing Han, when I awoke, she was already in my room. Do you have any insight into this? Such a thing occurred?" Yi Qing Han hadn't expected her master to lay everything bare. It seemed she had underestimated her master's trust in her. Did she not say she didn't want me to know? Now she asks me. Yi Qing Han could only pretend ignorance, as she had no suitable excuse that Li Shuyao, with the intellect of a 9-year-old child, truly stumbled into her master's bedroom by accident. However, if there were guidance from the Holy Mountain behind this, it would complicate matters. The situation has grown increasingly dire. The Liu clan and the Mo clan have placed their blades at the throat of the Lingxian Hall, and Cheng Liang is likely to meddle in this competition. Not to mention encountering that which Su Muchan yesterday. If the Holy Mountain were to intervene now, it might be quite difficult to handle. Qing Han might be in danger. Given Cheng Liang's nature, he would likely send someone to sabotage the competition, be it through secret techniques or magical artifacts, and most probably attempt to eliminate Qing Han during the competition. That Dao Yao drank excessively last night. From my perspective, it seems unlikely she was intentionally guided by someone. If that is the case, accepting Dao Yao might be more beneficial for both me and Qing Han. Li Shuyao's pure heart seems closely linked to Qing Han. It's time to change strategies. Simply evading is not a solution. If Li Shuyao sincerely wishes to become a disciple, then accepting her is feasible as for Su Muchan and Dongfang Ju. I must remain cautious. Why Yi Qing Han felt puzzled, wondering, who is Su Muchan? By the sound of it. Another one of Chang Liang's women, Chapter 66, The Eldest Disciple's Autonomy. Why Yi Qing Han simultaneously sensed a shift in her master's plans. Was her master now attempting to undermine the Tiandao Pavilion from within? If her master intends to prevent Dongfang Ju and Li Shuyao from joining the Tiandao Pavilion, that seems to be the right course of action. However, this contradicts destiny and is intended to protect her. Observing her master's troubled expression as he pondered ways to resolve the situation, Yi Qing Han felt compelled to speak. "Master, does Qing Han have something to say?" Yi Qing Han now wore a serious expression. Addressing him with gravity, "I wish to ask, Master, are you not planning to alter Li Shuyao's destiny again?" Why does it seem as though this cunning vixen can read minds? Is my expression too grave? There is no need for you to worry. I have my own measure. Why Yi Qing Han thought to herself, "Haha, if you had a measure, I should be in the Tiandao Pavilion by now." Though Li Shuyao is pitiable, there are many who are pitiable in this world. Who isn't pitiable? Master cares for Li Shuyao, but who cares for Master? Master has already defied fate by bestowing names and altering destinies for disciples. Now, goodness, how does this cunning vixen know that? Nonsense, I simply think the name Chun Meng sounds unappealing. What of it? Do you not like it? I've encountered the gentle chill, akin to discovering exquisite jade, as if it were a decree from the heavens. This chill must not be subject to frivolous conjecture. My esteemed master has bestowed a name upon me, which I shall undoubtedly cherish. Yet I earnestly hope my master will not act rashly on my behalf. Su Cheng lightly placed his hand upon the fox's head, interrupting the incantation while affectionately ruffling its fur, smiling without offering further explanation. That fellow Cheng Liang embodies the Tao of heaven. Opposing him is already a transgression against the heavenly order. As long as I am his disciple, I shall bear the weight of the world's populace. Yet I shall never forsake you. Su Chung turned away, for engaging in discourse with a woman is seldom a wise endeavor, especially when that woman is a mother fox. Why I Ching Han stood in a daze for a moment, pondering if Chang Liang truly represented the Tao of heaven. It appears that my master's earlier words regarding the rules of heaven were not merely a reflection of Chang Liang's formidable strength, but rather they indicated that he is genuinely unaffected by the heavenly laws. If that is the case, then Chang Liang may indeed be, as my master described, undying. I presume you must be the esteemed Miss Ching Han. A soft voice called from behind, prompting Yi Ching Han to slowly turn and scrutinize the newcomer. You must be Su Mu Chan, I presume. Their first encounter felt as tense as that of sworn enemies. As if a primal call of blood had stirred the atmosphere, the young lady spoke aptly. I spoke of you with Master Su yesterday, and indeed, meeting you today reveals your extraordinary nature. Ching Han, though lacking in talent, feels unworthy of the grace shown by my master. Having received my master's guidance previously, Yi Ching Han's demeanor towards others had slightly improved. There is no need for you to belittle yourself, for I happened to overhear your conversation with your master, which revealed that Master Su possesses the ability to glimpse the celestial timing and alter one's fate. My master's powers are known only to a select FEW. Su Muchan merely sought to gauge the situation. Yet she had not anticipated that the other party could also perceive Su Cheng's thoughts. What is your opinion on Master Su's assertion that Cheng Liang embodies the Tao of Heaven? Yi Ching Han was momentarily taken aback. This individual had been eavesdropping. Miss Muchan, have you ever heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? With a gentle tap on her jade pendant, the celestial drop was summoned. Along with dozens of celestial-grade treasures, the fallen immortal sword array, with a thunderous roar, the sword box descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground and unfolding in an instant. Various flying swords surged forth, ensnaring Su Muchan with unyielding force. Simultaneously, the celestial drop, the glazed treasure lamp, and the soul-locking mirror hovered in the air, sealing off the space and stripping Su Muchan of any chance to escape. Eradicate the 6 paths. Yi Ching Han could not afford to be careless. In comparison to Li Shiyao and Dongfang Ju, Su Muchan was evidently far more perilous. Yet she found herself lacking in intelligence. It was likely that she could not fathom that she too could hear her master's thoughts. Perhaps her distance while eavesdropping had blurred the line between thoughts and spoken words, yet it mattered little now. She must perish. This time, it shall be the disciple who resolves this trouble for her master. Su Muchan, in her current state, was utterly bewildered. Was Yi Ching Han truly preparing to kill her? What had she said wrong? No. What did Miss Ching Han mean by this? You shall descend and ponder this slowly, though it seems you might not be able to descend. Why Yi Ching Han narrowed her eyes and declared solemnly, break army sword array. In truth, the fallen immortal sword array was sufficient to eliminate Su Muchan. However, in the presence of another who could hear her master's thoughts, Yi Ching Han dare not, nor could she afford to be negligent. She was determined to achieve a decisive strike. Behold, as the sword array shifted, the ethereal white sword shadows above resembled divine punishment, unyielding and unshakable. This moment, Su Muchan was at a loss for words. Was Yi Ching Han not in the mid-stage of foundation establishment? Was this correct? Miss Ching Han, even if I have spoken out of turn, is death truly the price I must pay? Surely an apology would suffice. Su Muchan realized that Yi Ching Han was not to be trifled with. No matter how she fled, the sword array remained suspended above her head, as if it had activated some cheat. Yi Ching Han continued to prepare various treasures. As her master had indicated, this woman was likely part of Cheng Liang's harem, a child of destiny, and would not be easily slain. A method must be devised to ensure her complete annihilation. You did not speak incorrectly, but you know too much. Su Muchan began to feel a twinge of fear. Yi Ching Han was serious. She attempted to flee towards Su Cheng, believing that if anyone could save her, it would surely be him. Aside from summoning protective treasures, she could only run as swiftly as possible. Su Cheng had not ventured far. If she could reach him, her life would likely be spared. Master Su, with all her might, she leaped, Yet her hand passed through Su Cheng's form. Su Cheng's figure dissipated like smoke, leaving Su Muchan grasping a thin Su Muchan could not comprehend why this was happening. She had not even realized that Yi Qinghan's treasures had sealed her five senses. Looking up at the sky, aside from the sword shadows that had fallen without her notice, there were 10 or so treasures hovering above her, leaving her astonished by their presence. Yi Qinghan, why do you insist on killing me? You pose a threat to my master, and thus you must die. Master Su will not agree to this. Yi Qinghan merely smiled, further confirming that this individual had indeed heard her master's thoughts. I am well aware that why Yi Qinghan found this individual rather foolish, thinking, do you truly believe that the treasures above are merely for your benefit? At this moment, Su Muchan was genuinely terrified. This was the closest she had ever been to death. She had never encountered such a powerful adversary. Yi Qinghan was utterly devoid of reason. I will not harm your master. I bear no ill will. Upon uttering this declaration, Su Muchan found herself devoid of all senses, unable to hear Yi Qinghan's words or perceive anything around her. She could only rely on the flow of her vital energy to sense the direction of the incoming swords. Striving to resist, yet she could not withstand the seemingly endless onslaught of flying swords. In no time, she was battered and bruised. I know. I messed up. Su Muchan, deprived of her senses, found speech difficult due to her loss of hearing, unsure if she had even produced any sound. Chapter 67. The rules of heaven. Su Muchan could hardly believe that she, a demoness, was begging for mercy. She understood that Su Cheng's disdain was genuine. The strength of Yi Qinghan was beyond question. She had no room for resistance, let alone retaliation. The repeated pleas for mercy were somewhat endearing. Yet Yi Qinghan remained indifferent as the foremost disciple of Lingxian Hall. She would never permit any potential threat to her master to exist. Compared to Dongfang Zhu, Li Shiyao, or even Cheng Liang, this woman was evidently the most dangerous, as she too could hear her master's thoughts. Playful banter is one thing, but at this juncture, when the guns of conflict ring out, Lingxian Hall must heed Yi Qinghan's command. Even her master would not deter her today. Godslayer Sword Array. Hold on. Miss Qinghan. A voice, as if a divine edict from the heavens, resonated within her mind that why Yi Qinghan could not slow down even a fraction. The Ling Shuang sword was already summoned, the arrow drawn and unable to be retracted. Even her master would receive no leniency, whether to kill or to maim. Yi Qinghan would bear the consequences. Ling Shuang, the Ling Shuang sword, accompanied by her graceful silhouette, surged forth. Yi Qinghan showed no signs of restraint, unleashing her full power in this strike. In an instant, the space around them trembled perilously, as if it might collapse entirely. Compared to the previous encounter in the secret realm, Yi Qinghan's strength had effectively doubled. After all, she had become a formidable force in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Yet, even with such overwhelming might, her blow was intercepted. Yi Qinghan was taken aback, suspecting that her opponent must be an extraordinary powerhouse of late-stage Foundation establishment. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand her assault. Miss, please pause. Could you spare her life? Yi Qinghan discreetly summoned her jade slips and protective treasures, recognizing that her opponent's strength far surpassed Su Muchan's, and she needed to approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Clad in the water-sleeve glazed skirt and an exquisite protective armor of celestial grade, she also donned the mythic-level armor of the Demon Emperor's soul. Who are you to demand her life be spared? How audacious! As the words left her lips, Yi Qinghan summoned over a dozen attacking treasures in preparation for battle. I am what you refer to as the Dao Rule. Seizing the opportunity during the interruption, Yi Qinghan crushed the Jade Slip, invoking her master's divine power. The true Break Army Sword Array. In an instant, the space shattered and the heavenly treasure gourd descended from above. If you can withstand a typical strike from my master, I shall acknowledge your identity as the Dao Rule. Yi Qinghan clutched 3 jade slips tightly, speaking with newfound confidence. However, she had not anticipated that the Dao Rule could indeed endure her master's Break Army Sword Array. Previously, she had never believed anyone could withstand her master's strike. Can we not cease hostilities for a moment? After this strike, even the Dao Rule could not maintain its composure. It is worth noting that Yi Ching Han possessed several such jade slips, and the break army sword array was not even her most destructive technique. Furthermore, she had countless attacking treasures at her disposal. Speak quickly. I am eager to claim this fellow's life at this moment. Yi Ching Han felt her master was overly cautious. Cheng Liang fears not the Tao rule. Do I, your humble servant, fear it? My rule is the true rule. Can you spare a life? This one truly cannot perish. She had already posed a threat to my master's life and property. At the tender age of 16, the prodigious young girl has already attained the mid-stage of foundation establishment, brimming with youthful audacity. Daring even to confront the heavenly laws that I in this world, it seems there is none other like her. Yi Ching Han's expression was frigid as she tightly gripped the jade slip in her hand. Her gaze fixed with murderous intent upon Su Muchan, who knelt in the distance. Su Muchan appeared to be struggling with all her might against some unseen force. Yet it seemed futile, as if she were merely enduring excruciating pain. I assure you, she won't. If she dares to lay a hand on your master, I shall intervene as well. Is that acceptable? What assurance do you offer? You are so weak. How can you protect your master? Yi Ching Han's face was etched with disbelief. From a moment she entered the Lingxian Hall, the heavenly laws had become her adversary. Be it the heavenly Tao Pavilion or Cheng Liang, Yi Ching Han adhered to one principle above all, her master. As long as it's not you who acts, I should be able to keep her safe? Yi Ching Han pondered, realizing that there was some validity to the heavenly law's assertion. Killing her could indeed result in dire consequences, potentially affecting her master. Yet, to let a tiger return to the mountain was simply unacceptable. Why do you wish to save her? If you choose not to speak, then hide well and do not emerge. I will deal with her first, and later, I shall capture you. This pertains to the fate of the demon clan. Yi Ching Han's fox-like eyes narrowed. This individual is of the demon clan. I recall my master mentioning that I am the child of fate. You are too deeply entangled with Su Cheng and no longer belong to this world. Yi Ching Han barely needed to hear the rest, interrupting with, "It is best that way. I can release her, but I have another question." The heavenly laws appeared somewhat speechless yet resigned as they replied, "Within reasonable limits, I shall do my utmost to answer you. What price will my master pay for altering my fate? There is no price. He is not subject to the heavenly law's favor, nor bound by the cycles of cause and effect. If there is a cost, it is merely the addition of several potential outcomes. What outcomes? The causal ties involving Su Cheng are beyond my perception." At this moment, Yi Ching Han felt a tinge of pride. As expected, my master is so powerful. If it were so easy for you to pry into his affairs, that would indeed be strange. The heavenly laws offered no further response. Seemingly having departed, Yi Ching Han stowed her magical artifact and sheathed the Ling Frost sword, brushing off the dust from her attire before approaching Su Muchan. Su Muchan felt as if every bone in her body had been shattered. From head to toe, there was not a single spot that did not ache. "I must say, you certainly have an impressive background," Yi Ching Han remarked after a cursory examination of Su Muchan. While her small face was passable, it paled in comparison to Yi Ching Han's own. The metallic taste of blood lingered in her mouth, and her vision seemed shrouded in a crimson haze as Su Muchan forced herself to sit up. "Miss Ching Han, I truly mean no harm. Open your mouth." Yi Ching Han felt somewhat exasperated in her current state. This individual wouldn't last until afternoon if left unattended. Su Muchan obediently parted her delicate lips, and Yi Ching Han placed 2 of the quick-acting healing pills prepared by her master into her mouth. To be honest, Yi Ching Han was uncertain of their efficacy for Su Muchan. However, whenever she experienced discomfort, her master would always provide her with this remedy, claiming it could cure all ailments. This is poison. From today forth, you must come to me every half-month to purchase the antidote, or else prepare for your demise. Yi Ching Han was merely deceiving Su Muchan. She did not possess such a convenient poison. If Yi Ching Han wished to kill someone, how could she resort to such a troublesome method as poisoning? If such a poison truly existed, she would gladly feed it to Dong Fangju. Purchase? Su Muchan was somewhat bewildered. According to reason, shouldn't she be the one being exploited? 200 taels per pill, no exceptions for anyone. But should you provoke my ire, I shall charge you 300 taels, and I won't sell it to you. Chapter 68. The elder's attitude. How do you feel now? Is it much better? Su Muchan blinked her beautiful eyes. Indeed, feeling improved. Yes, she secretly adjusted her breathing. She pondered why Yi Qinghan had suddenly spared her life. What do you want me to do? Su Muchan surmised that Yi Qinghan must have some task requiring her assistance, which was why she had allowed her to live, with your meager skills. You would struggle to even get onto a bed. I simply need you to stay away from me and my master. Su Muchan began to grasp the situation. Yi Qinghan had discovered her ability to hear Su Cheng's thoughts. Could it be, close your mouth and get lost quickly, or I shall regret sparing your life? Yi Qinghan's expression shifted dramatically, losing the previous air of nonchalance. Indeed, Yi Qinghan can hear Su Cheng's thoughts. This is why she sought to kill me. How terrifying. Su Muchan realized the truth. If that were the case, everything fell into place. If she were in Yi Qinghan's position, she would likely make the same decision. Yet she had never anticipated that Yi Qinghan would be this formidable. Moreover, there was another question lingering. Who had saved her? The background Yi Qinghan mentioned. Who could it be? Meanwhile, as Su Cheng turned to investigate, Yi Qinghan had already hastened to catch up with her master. It was as if she had never left. Su Cheng cast a puzzled glance at Yi Qinghan, feeling as though something significant had just transpired. Was it merely an illusion? It felt as though a major event had unfolded. Upon arriving at Ling Mountain, Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan found that Li Shiyao and Shi Mingyi had also arrived, just in time to witness Dong Fengju's performance. Junior sister, over here. Shiyao is here. Li Shiyao waved enthusiastically from a distance, her exuberance seemingly immune to any troubles. Coming, Dao Yao. No need to shout so loudly. Su Cheng observed the two, who appeared as if they were sisters, laughing and chatting together, and he felt a slight fondness for Li Shiyao. Master Su? Shi Mingyi, not one to bottle up his feelings, approached Su Cheng directly upon hearing Shiyao's words. Elder Shi, is there something you need? Shi Mingyi sought Su Cheng for two matters, one concerning sleep, and the other for apprenticeship that, if possible, Su Cheng would prefer to discuss the latter rather than the issue of sleep. Last night, Shiyao inadvertently entered your chambers. I kindly ask you to... Su Cheng interjected. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Aren't you here to accuse me? On the contrary, Shi Mingyi's demeanor was exceedingly humble, appearing almost as if he were pleading with Su Cheng for assistance. Though Shiyao may be a bit playful, she is indeed the saintess of Ling Mountain. This matter concerns the reputation of Ling Mountain. So I implore you, Master Su. Elder Shi, there is no need for concern. Shiyao is not a bad child. I quite like her. How could I possibly do anything to tarnish her reputation? No one else will know of this matter, as Su Cheng assured with a pat on his chest. Exuding confidence. Elder Shi understood, yet he noted the significance of Su Cheng's words. So, Master Su, you truly hold Shiyao in high regard. Su Cheng was taken aback. Is that a problem? That was merely a polite remark. Shiyao mentioned that you agreed to her request to take her as your disciple. Is that true? Su Cheng was also somewhat bewildered. What was with the delight on Shi Mingyi's face? I lack any cultivation. I was simply compelled to agree. The situation was dire. Could I refuse her? As long as she could properly dress and get out of bed, I would gladly accept her as my master. Elder Shi, can't you see that I was left with no choice? Shi Mingyi was quick to catch on. Thinking of backing out? Not a chance. Though Lingxian Hall may be somewhat impoverished, how can our saintess be inferior to Yi Qinghan? What are you implying, Elder Shi? Su Cheng was utterly bewildered. Why did it feel as if they were attempting to force something upon him? Isn't Li Shiyao your saintess? Shiyao is no longer a child. Having made the decision to take on a master, it would be inappropriate for us elders to obstruct her. You see, the saintess possesses the right to make her own choices. Su Cheng nodded, realizing that Shi Mingyi was not misleading her. Although the saintess was often viewed as an eyesore on the sacred mountain, the significant decisions made by the saintess were always beyond question. She has the right to choose her own path, but she cannot dictate what to have for lunch. You speak truthfully. How astute is Shi Mingyi? He would never allow Su Cheng to finish her thought. Impossible. Then Shiyao shall be entrusted to Master Su. I shall return now to prepare for the apprenticeship gift? No. Just as Su Cheng extended her hand to stop Shimingyi, he darted away faster than a rabbit. Having delivered his message, Su Cheng stood dumbfounded. Is this how you hand over Li Shuyao to me? How much does your sacred mountain despise her? Goodness! Upon hearing Su Cheng's complaint, Yi Qinghan turned to look at her master, who stood at the corner of the staircase. As Yi Qinghan had anticipated, the future had indeed been altered. The so-called destiny was no longer accurate. She glanced at her junior sister beside her, Li Shuyao, who was shaking her little head, excitedly cheering for Dongfang Ju on the stage. Perhaps a junior sister like this is not so bad. Yi Qinghan chuckled as she patted Dao Yao, her expression one of indulgence. Shuyao, Elder sure has entrusted you to master that I know. Shuyao mentioned to the second elder that she wants him to prepare a dowry. Shuyao intends to marry into Lingxian Palace. Do you understand what taking on a master signifies? Yi Qinghan's expression darkened. She sometimes truly believed this girl was feigning ignorance. Indeed, Shuyao will become my sister's future family. Chapter 69. A stalemate. The opponent is a small sect from the eastern region. A name Yi Qinghan had never even heard before. In this world, people are ranked in various tiers, and sects are no different. Why Yi Qinghan gazed from afar at her master in the audience, slowly bowing in respect, and the spectators erupted into cheers. 2 days had passed, and this was Yi Qinghan's third match. Her popularity continued to soar. She has arrived. Let us welcome her, the grand disciple from Lingxian Palace. The 16-year-old prodigy, the top contender of the apprenticeship ceremony. With a single strike, she vanquished a top 5 champion from the northern region, Yi Qinghan. The introduction reverberated throughout the arena, igniting the crowd. Yi Qinghan bowed to her master. But the ignorant spectators interpreted it as her modesty, causing a deafening uproar. The previous match had not been nearly as lively, and all of this was due to that one kick that sent Lin Lang for medical attention, while simultaneously propelling Yi Qinghan to the top contender. In Yi Qinghan's memory, such arenas were typically referred to as beast fighting grounds, where the gates would rise to reveal either death row inmates or magical beasts. Yet at this moment, there was a slight deviation. The newcomer was a seemingly slender M.N. Yi Qinghan slightly cupped her hands. Lingxian Palace, Shurhan. The man smiled and returned the gesture. Yu Chengguan. Thus concluded their entire exchange. And from here on, all emotions would likely be expressed through their blades. As the match was about to commence, the audience gradually quieted down. Qinghan sis, go for it. Dao Yao's voice broke through the audience's barrier. Sounding almost a beat too late, Yi Qinghan smiled, but did not respond to the little fool. Instead, she focused intently on her opponent. As the grand disciple of Lingxian Palace, Yi Qinghan respected every adversary brave enough to stand before her. This included Shangwan Rou, who at least had the courage to confront her power and wield a sword. Although she had already noticed the trembling hand of her opponent holding the sword, Yi Qinghan regarded it as a form of bravery. This was the kind of courage that a strong person should possess, something that many lacked, compared to those who would only flee in panic. Yi Qinghan respected every opponent who dared to draw their sword. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, golden light transformed into a celestial sword. Leaping forth in an instant, it was evident that Yi Qinghan did not draw the sword from her waist. Instead, she chose the celestial sword she had brought from the secret realm. Does this signify that she recognized her opponent's strength? Is she preparing to give her all? Due to Yi Qinghan's rising popularity, Ling Mountain even arranged for a dedicated commentator to narrate the battle, causing a slight delay. Thus, Dongfang Ju, just returned, was able to witness Yi Qinghan's match. Sister Dongfang, look, Qinghan sis is using a celestial sword. That's the one she brought back from the secret realm. Dao Yao, that sword is the least impressive among the many top-notch celestial swords in your sister Qinghan's collection. Dongfang Ju sighed, realizing that your sister Qinghan possesses over 10 exceptional celestial flying swords. And she is using this one only because it's the most worn out. Losing it wouldn't cause her any distress. It's Shuyao. Dao Yao is not foolish. No, Shuyao is not foolish at all. Li Shuyao, hands on her hips, wore an expression of defiance, but appeared more adorably naive, completely counterproductive. All right, I admit I'm Dongfang dull. You are not dull. Dong Fangju looked exasperated. This little fool, likely sold out by Sister Qing Han, still had to help count the profits. On the stage, the battle was on the verge of erupting as Yi Qinghan engaged Yu Chunwen in combat. Yu Chunwen, also bearing the title of prodigy, though from small sect, had diligently trained day and night. He was determined not to be trampled underfoot any longer. He had endured for too long. He desired to carve out his own narrative. Yi Qinghan sensed that her opponent possessed a solid foundation in swordsmanship, more so than those who pursued flashy techniques and sheer destructive power. However, if one were to think that Yi Qinghan spent her days idly, that would be a grave mistake. Why Yi Qinghan believed that even when facing Lin Lang, Yu Chungwen might have had some chance of victory, but alas, he had encountered her. The so-called prodigy, a rarity in 1,000, was merely an entry ticket to this competition, and everyone present was a prodigy in their own right. With just a few strokes, the glimmering celestial sword reached Yu Qingwen's throat. Even relying solely on swordsmanship, few could stand against Yi Qinghan. You are more courteous than those ruffians. Qinghan respects powerful opponents. Thank you, miss. With that, the two resumed their duel, though calling it a duel might be misleading, as Yi Qinghan skillfully countered Yu Qingwen's attacks each time. In less than 2 minutes, numerous sword wounds marred Yu Qingwen's arms, shoulders, and thighs, blood staining his long robe. Shall we continue? Yi Qinghan looked at the weary Yu Chungwen, her expression one of exasperation. The so-called prodigy could not even compel her to take him seriously. What kind of match is this? It would be better for the elders to come down and compete with me. Qinghan, miss, this will be my final strike. I understand why Yi Qinghan nodded, genuinely curious about what his ultimate move would be. The audience, observing their duel, even suspected Yi Qinghan of throwing the match. After all, Lin Lang had been dispatched with a single kick. Yet against Yu Chungwen, she had yet to reveal a lethal blow. Other sword practitioners unleashed a barrage of techniques, while these two seemed to be engaged in a leisurely spar. However, soon, as Yu Chungwen concluded his statement, he began to prepare his ultimate technique. This posture? Could it be? The audience's emotions were stirred by the commentator's narration, all eyes fixed upon the arena, eager to see what this young sex prodigy had concealed. At this moment, Yi Qinghan remained calm and composed. Was she yet unaware of the gravity of the situation, or was she simply confident? Beside her, Li Shiyao's heart raced, as everyone held their breath, awaiting the duel. This Dao Yao was like a glaring light. While others cheered, she thought this was merely Sister Qinghan's usual routine. Basic operations. Everyone else was quiet, yet she felt compelled to shout, "Qinghan, sis, be careful. She's about to unleash her ultimate move in an instant." All eyes in the arena turned to Li Shiya, even Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan burst into laughter. This Dao Yao was truly amusing. With so many eyes upon her, she was the only one to notice that he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Yi Qinghan's laughter captivated the audience, igniting the hearts of countless young men, including Su Cheng, who found Yi Qinghan's smile utterly enchanting. "Qinghan, sis, why are you looking at Shiryao? Look at your opponent, this time." However, Li Shiryao's voice was drowned out by the cheers of the audience. This glance and smile drove the crowd of men into a frenzy. "You worry too much about nothing. What ultimate move could possibly defeat your Qinghan, sis?" Dong Fangju appeared speechless. Shiryao was merely concerned for her senior sister. Li Shiryao looked aggrieved. With the entire arena watching her, she felt as though she had committed a faux pas. Wait a moment. Did you just call her what? Senior sister? Chapter 70. The outcome remains uncertain, senior sister. Although she has not officially taken on a master yet, Master Su has already agreed to accept Shiryao as a disciple. Dong Fangju's expression was one of disbelief. How is this possible? She had just been rejected not long ago, and now Master Su is taking on a disciple. Master Su, are you not betraying juror? Dong Fangju glanced at Su Cheng beside her, unable to restrain herself from asking. Master Su, is what she said true? At this moment, Su's city resembles an ant on a hot pan, with these two ladies being individuals he cannot provoke. What? She claims you promised to accept her as a disciple. Who? Li Shiryao, A.T. This instant, 3 words resonate in Dong Fangju's mind. How is that possible? What is it about Li Shiryao? She asserts that you agreed to take her as a disciple. Who? Su City dares not respond. opting to play the fool instead. Employing the renowned mathematical principle known as the Dongmei theorem, communication is not merely a skill. It is an art. Playing the fool is an art as well. Dong Fangju understands now. It is highly likely that what Shi Yao said is true, but judging by Su City's demeanor, he is clearly forced into this situation. After all, he was the one who arrived first. How could this person have stolen a march on him? In the throes of jealousy, Dong Fangju finds herself intrigued. How did this individual manage to make Su City relent? What did Shi Yao do? Can she teach her elder sister? Dong Fangju moves closer to Li Shiyao, adopting the guise of a close friend. What did you do? Li Shiyao looks adorably confused, having just witnessed Su Changwen unleash an impressive move. How did you get Su Zhongmin to agree to take you on? At this moment, Dong Fangju no longer perceives Li Shiyao as foolish. Rather, she suspects that this girl might be intentionally feigning innocence to elicit sympathy. Although it is hard to believe, one cannot dismiss this possibility. This seemingly naive exterior could very well be a carefully crafted persona. In reality, she is far from simple-minded, just as Su Zhongmin conceals his true capabilities to avoid disturbances. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that this girl has not been deprived of sustenance, and the Holy Mountain treats her as a revered ancestor. Her cultivation level is likely comparable to his, and now that she has begun practicing celestial tier techniques, she might even surpass him in strength. Moreover, she has joined the Lingxian Hall. Goodness, so, the system indicates that this girl is indeed playing the fool, correct? Searching. According to system analysis, such a possibility does not exist. Li Shiyao's intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a 9-year-old child. Impossible. A 9-year-old with such cunning? What would happen at 10? Would she not have the entirety of Lingxian Hall under her command? Li Shiyao glances at Dong Fangju's expression, seemingly unconcerned, and casually remarks, Shi Yao told Su Zhongmin that she would sleep with him every day, and he agreed, Su City, having just taken a sip of water, sputters it all out. Cough, cough. This cough, cough has nothing to do with that. Su City hastily clarifies, but Dong Fangju's gaze conveys an understanding. I see it. Yes, there more. Dong Fangju pays no heed to Su City's protests. Seizing the opportunity to question Li Shiyao further, Li Shiyao, with a puzzled look, inquires. More. Shi Yao believes that Su Zhongmin already likes her. He is simply shy and reluctant to express it this moment. Dong Fangju feels a twinge of dissatisfaction. It was one thing for Yi Qinghan, but does she truly fall short of this naive Shi Yao? Su Zhongmin, do you truly look down upon Su City? Equally embarrassed, wonders why Dong Fangju cannot be more tactful. How can he respond to this? There is a misunderstanding here, Li Shiyao, eager to join in on the fun, candidly states. Yes, Dongfang's sister misunderstood the master. It was actually an accident that I slept with the master for one night, and that is why he enjoys sleeping with Shi Yao. Naive Shi Yao, thank you very much. You truly have no filter. This is indeed a misunderstanding, an accident that led to sleeping with Su Zhongmin. You must be extraordinarily careless. Dong Fangju is no fool. A misunderstanding that escalated to the bed? Zhuer understands all too well. Dong Fangju curses herself for not having thought of this, allowing this naive Shi Yao to seize the initiative. Even though she is a princess, Su Zhongmin is undoubtedly worthy of her. Dong Fangju ponders. What has she been hesitating about these past few days? Once Su Zhongmin becomes her man, does the status of disciple truly matter? Just as she is about to speak, a thunderous shout draws the attention of the three back to the arena. 9 Rainbow Spirit Sword. Yi Qinghan is momentarily taken aback. This fellow truly possesses a formidable move, one that rivals Li Shiyao's demonic slaying sword formation in the Lingxian Hall. In an instant. Genuine energy sweeps across the entire arena, relentlessly battering the protective barrier, shielding the audience. The continuous booming sounds astonishing the gathered cultivators. Who would have thought? Who would have guessed? Indeed, this is the long-lost Spirit Sword. Yi Qinghan gazes in astonishment at the magnificent display of power, genuinely surprised that this individual could summon such a large-scale attack. The sword energy materializes into a milky white form, appearing capable of annihilating the entire arena with a single strike. And it looks incredibly formidable. Indeed, it appears quite formidable. You are strong, and you have earned Qing Han's respect. Yi Qing Han grins widely, twirling her sword and loosening her wrist, while Yi Qing Han gradually lowers her stance, placing her sword beside her. Reflecting on every movement demonstrated by her master, in truth, Yi Qing Han only remembers the actions preceding subsidies strike and those following ITAS for the intermediate process. Yi Qing Han did not catch it. Yu Chengwen hovers in midair. This was initially his ultimate move to secure victory in the competition, but he never anticipated having to use it in the very first match, according to the original plan. This move should have been reserved for the semifinals. Yet who could have predicted that he would face off against Yi Qing Han, this formidable opponent, in the very first round? Yu Chengwen comprehends Yi Qing Han's intent and promptly replies, "A wish unfulfilled." As his words resonate, a brilliant white sword light descends, and Yi Qing Han instinctively reacts, exclaiming, "Snowflick, Sioux City is left dumbfounded. Did this fellow truly learn it?" One side emanates white sword light, while the other radiates golden flowing light. The golden light collides with the sword light, decisively severing it and thoroughly penetrating it. Sioux City, seated in the audience, can only observe so much. The remainder is engulfed in the smoke of battle. As the scale of the spirit sword is simply too grand, the entire audience is rendered silent, for it is well understood that opposing such a sword technique with mere physical strength is nearly impossible. Although they witnessed the golden flowing light pierce through the white sword light, such an attack would be unbearable for the body. At this moment, the outcome of the duel remains a mystery. Only when the billowing smoke dissipates do they see Yi Qing Han standing unscathed, while Yu Chengwen lies utterly exhausted. Moreover, the wall behind Yu Chengwen has been shattered to pieces. The audience remains unaware. But Yu Chengwen sees it all too clearly. Had Yi Qing Han not consciously avoided him, that sword would have surely led to his demise. I concede, Miss Qing Han truly lives up to her reputation. As his words fall, the elder announces the victor of this match. The winner, Ling Xianhao, Yi Shihan. Yi Qing Han, however, is far from elated. This is not how it should be. Chapter 71. It relies on intuition. First, she bows slightly to her master in the audience, then turns to clasp her fists. "Thank you for your guidance." The arena and the audience are separated by a barrier. Although Yi Qing Han can largely disregard this flimsy barrier, she obediently takes a roundabout route to return to her master's side. "Master, I have disappointed you. Why Yi Qing Han truly did not expect that the snowflick would be even more challenging to comprehend than the Ling Frost sword technique. She believed her movements mirrored those of her master. Yet in reality, her master's strike was far swifter and entirely devoid of visible sword energy. Nevertheless, even so, the words of her master, that mortals can slay gods, leave no room for doubt. She is acutely aware that the power is undoubtedly beyond her comprehension. It must be that her master's swordsmanship contained nuances she had overlooked. Beside her, Li Shiyao and Dongfang Zhu are both taken aback. Why does Yi Qing Han return from the duel without much joy? Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Yi Qing Han had intended to showcase her skills to Sioux City, only to reveal a flaw. No matter, it is already commendable that Qing Han has attained such a level of understanding. Snowflick, I too learned it in secret. As for teaching, I cannot impart it, for Snowflick relies solely on intuition, with little to teach. However, while I cannot teach, I can certainly identify the errors upon hearing this. Yi Qing Han eagerly interjects. I implore you to guide me. Since you have stated that you will only demonstrate once, I naturally dare not cling to you for more, yet pointing out errors should not be too much to ask. There is no question of guidance. Each individual's use of snowflick varies, and you must rely on your own heartfelt comprehension. However, I have observed that your swordplay relies heavily on mimicking my movements, which is unnecessary. The essence of snowflick lies in being light and relaxed. The sword is tangible, the sword intent intangible. Do you comprehend? Yi Qing Han feels as though she has been struck dumb. Who am I? Where am I? The preceding words are still somewhat understandable, suggesting that she should wield the sword in a manner that feels comfortable to her. But what does it mean for something to be tangible and intangible? If she claims not to understand, would that not make her appear foolish? Yet she truly does not grasp it. The rather diminutive fox, not much shorter than Sioux City, sidles up to him, beginning to act cute. Master, do you mean to say that Qing Han should be more relaxed? Now, Master wishes to relax as well. Qing Han, do not rush. Simply focus on practicing the sword technique I passed on to you. Does Master think my intelligence is lacking? Are you unwilling to teach your disciple any further? Yi Qing Han's expression turns pitiful, on the verge of tears. Surely not. How could Master ever think ill of my precious child? Regrettably, this technique can only be comprehended gradually, and, as your master, I am unable to assist you. Alas, how could it be otherwise? The art of snow plucking is no ordinary skill. If one seeks swift success, it would merely lead to stunted growth. How perplexing it is that Dongfang Ju and Li Shiyao stand by, utterly astounded. Dongfang Ju is so entranced that she seems to be in a trance. The sword technique being demonstrated is not even the most astounding. Master Su possesses an even more formidable move, one that even Yi Qing Han struggles to grasp. Could this possibly be the family heirloom technique of Master Su? Shiyao is eager to learn as well. Master, please teach Shiyao. Initially, Yi Qing Han felt indifferent. After all, she had witnessed her master's demonstration of the snow-plucking technique and had been unable to master it herself. That they could comprehend it seemed utterly absurd. However, upon hearing Li Shiyao express her desire for her master to teach her, Yi Qing Han's heart immediately became unbalanced. The cat nestled in her master's arms. Puffed up with pride, declared, "This technique was imparted to Qing Han by our master. You shall learn something else, and may not compete with your senior sister." Dongfang Ju was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yi Qing Han would genuinely acknowledge Li Shiyao. Yi Qing Han was fiercely protective of her privileges. She would not tolerate even a fleeting glance at her master from others. How could she so readily accept Li Shiyao? Li Shiyao, with a demeanor reminiscent of a devoted wife, radiated confidence. Shiyao yearned to learn this technique. It sounded formidable, and if senior sister could not master it, Shiyao would protect her once she did. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing Han was incensed. What was the meaning of this? You have yet to even enter the sect, and you dare to compete with your senior sister? Nonsense. Who said I cannot learn it? I will go back and study it. I'm certain I will master it. Furthermore, I do not need you, Shiyao, to protect me. In truth, I only know this one technique. I am not proficient in anything else. With the preliminary competition concluded, the next match would take place in 10 days. Yi Qing Han planned to return home, contemplating an opportunity to probe her master's thoughts regarding the principles of the heavenly Tao, of which she had limited understanding. Wait, Li Shiyao, you have yet to enter the sect. You have not even begun your training yet. And you, Li Shiyao, why have you come along? Yi Qing Han glared at Dongfang Ju. While she did not harbor much animosity, her feelings towards Dongfang Ju were rather tepid. She merely thought that Dongfang Ju was overly scheming and harbored ulterior motives. The crux of the matter was that the demoness of the demon clan was not to be trifled with. According to her master, Dongfang Ju was likely favored by the fortunes of the human race, and thus, she was probably not someone to be easily eliminated. Must you be so cold and distant, making me appear as if I am some villain? Dongfang Ju expressed her exasperation, as Yi Qing Han was indeed her greatest obstacle since joining Lingxian Hall, yet she felt utterly powerless against her. Not to mention, Su Chang doted on his eldest disciple, Yi Qing Han, as if she were his own child, and she was certainly not a match for Yi Qing Han. Seated in the courtyard, Yi Qing Han began to circulate her cultivation method for a full cycle before commencing the operation of the Ling Frost Sword technique. Li Shiyao had initially intended to practice as well, but upon witnessing Yi Qing Han's cultivation for the first time, she found herself utterly subdued by the aura emanating from her, rendering her unable to focus. Thus, both she and Dongfang Ju chose to observe from the sidelines. As Yi Qing Han rose, her usually gentle gaze turned fierce and sharp. In an instant, 4 dummies began to move, surrounding Yi Qing Han in a flurry of attacks. The celestial-grade long sword clashed against the dummies, creating a resonant metallic sound that startled both observers. Dongfang Jie, aren't those dummies made of wood? Moreover, their movements are remarkably agile, and their techniques are incredibly fluid. To be honest, I do not quite understand it either, but those dummies are likely far superior to us. Really, Of course, have you not seen your sister Qing Han wielding the Ling Fra sword? The two exchanged remarks. Watching as Yi Qing Han engaged in a fierce battle with the four dummies, occasionally finding herself at a disadvantage. Shi Yao, what cultivation level do you suppose those dummies possess? Dongfang Ju was visibly astonished. Just moments ago, Yi Qing Han's strike could have cleaved a mountain in two, yet against the dummy, it merely left a scratch. It must be at least late-stage, nascent soul, Li Shiyao observed, realizing that the dummies were far more formidable than they appeared. Dongfang Ju surmised that they were likely late-stage transformation realm cultivators, possibly even more powerful than Su Zhanfeng. Goodness, did Yi Qing Han not claim that she rarely practices? Did she not say that she mostly attends to her master? So, her training consists of battling four formidable opponents at once. Observing Yi Qing Han's demeanor, Dongfang Ju even felt that this was merely a morning exercise for her. Just continue your practice. Who could possibly surpass you? Qing Han, stop playing around and come help your master. Dongfang Ju was taken aback. Playing? Master Su, from where do you see that Yi Qing Han is merely playing? Yi Qing Han, momentarily distracted, was forced back by a dummy strike, and she decided to halt her cultivation. Retrieving 2 medicinal pills from her robes and tossing them in her mouth, she replied, I'm coming. Chapter 72. The Master's Indulgence. Yi Qing Han was called away, leaving Shi Yao intrigued by the dummies. Mimicking Yi Qing Han, she stepped forward and stomped her foot, but the dummy remained utterly unresponsive. Is this not how it is done? Within Lingxian Hall, Su Chang sat leisurely in a chair. Beside him lay a golden ring. Master, please feel free to command Qing Han. Qing Han, do not jest. You are increasingly resembling a sorceress. A sword immortal ought to embody the essence of a sword immortal. Do not always aspire to become a seductress. Yi Qing Han was unaware of who this seductress was, but she recognized her master's teasing, though she paid it no mind. Qing Han, I have a treasure to bestow upon you, as Su Chang spoke. He picked up the golden ring beside him, smiling as he said, This treasure is called the Diamond's Wand. It possesses unparalleled transformations, is impervious to water and fire, and can strike down all things. With this Diamond's Wand, you shall be able to effortlessly counter any despicable tactics employed by Chang Liang. To be honest, I had not anticipated this initially, but upon reflection, if I possess the banana fan, it is only natural that I should also have the Diamond's Wand. Yi Qing Han nodded in astonishment. Is it truly so powerful? Master's treasures are indeed plentiful. Thus, all of Master's treasures were acquired through this means. Yi Qing Han was also testing the waters, expecting to uncover some astonishing secret, yet none emerged. Instead, Su Chang's inner thoughts seemed inaudible, as if matters regarding his identity or the origins of his treasures were beyond her mind-reading capabilities. Qing Han is quite inquisitive, is she not? The disciple dares not doubt why Qing Han understood that her master was exceedingly indulgent towards her, yet in such matters, she remained cautious. She was acutely aware of when to act coy, when to admit fault, and when to stand firm. As a disciple, she could never overstep her bounds out of mere curiosity. Qing Han has a perplexing matter. May I request Master to enlighten me? Su Chang appeared unconcerned. Responding with a calm demeanor, Qing Han may speak freely. Yesterday, Qing Han encountered a sneaky demoness who was tailing you, and I intended to eliminate her. Why Qing Han did not rush to finish her statement, opting instead to gauge her master's reaction. A demoness? Following me? It must be Su Mu-chan. Why would she not pursue Cheng Liang but instead follow me? That is quite unusual. Shouldn't Su Mu-chan be attempting to assassinate Cheng Liang? Did you kill her? Su Cheng inquired, testing the waters. He did not believe that Cheng Liang's woman would be so easily dispatched, yet Yi Qing Han had acquired the Ling Fra sword technique and was extraordinarily powerful. Following Qing Han's principle of leaving no trace, it was not impossible that she could indeed eliminate her. That was my intention, but someone intervened on her behalf. Someone saved her? Could it be a member of the Heavenly Tao Pavilion? While such heroics may seem somewhat foolish, it does align with that individual's character. Who was it? The disciple does not know, but that person claimed to be the Heavenly Tao rules and was able to intercept the divine abilities contained within the jade slip you stored. Yi Qing Han was testing the waters. Although she felt it unlikely that someone would impersonate the heavenly Tao rules, it was best to provide the safest answer to avoid influencing her masteress judgment. To be able to intercept my divine abilities, it must indeed be the heavenly Tao rules. Did he cause you any harm? Master need not worry. With your protective treasure, the heavenly Tao rules cannot harm me. He merely requested that I spare the woman named Su Mu-chan. I do not recognize her, and her name may even be false. She is indeed named Su Mu-chan and is a demoness of the demon clan. Yet you say the heavenly Tao rules pleaded for her release? Su Chang was somewhat taken aback. Was the heavenly Tao rules truly so unremarkable? Yi Qinghan dismissed Su Chang's astonishment. This tenderness was exclusively reserved for her master, and she had no intention of leaving any favorable impression on a stranger. The individual claiming to be the heavenly Tao rules had not revealed themselves, yet their tone indicated a lowly stance. While the disciple relied on her master's treasure, ensuring her invulnerability, it would be difficult to eliminate him. Firstly, the disciple was uncertain of her master's attitude towards the heavenly Tao rules. Secondly, she lacked complete confidence in capturing or killing the heavenly Tao rules. Thirdly, that heavenly Tao rules mentioned that Su Mu-chan was connected to the fortunes of the demon clan, and her demise could potentially disrupt the balance of the world. Thus, after that heavenly Tao rules assured me that Su Mu-chan would not act against Lingxian Hall, I released her. Truly, my precious Qinghan, you approach matters with logic and discernment. Even if it is merely Yi Qinghan's recitation, I can surmise the humility inherent in the heavenly Tao's principles. Nonetheless, this serves as a wake-up call for me. Despite being endowed with countless treasures, neither you nor I, as master and disciple, are immortal or invincible. Similarly, the heavenly Tao's rules encountered this time have evoked the same sentiments in Yi Qingyan. Even the king of hell, Yi, is not invulnerable. Failing to subdue even a minor heavenly Tao is truly a disgrace to my master. Do not be disheartened, master. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation henceforth, and sooner or later, I shall capture that heavenly Tao to offer as a toast to you. When did I express disappointment? It is entirely normal for someone in the foundation establishment stage to be unable to contend with the heavenly Tao's principles. There is no need for such measures. I shall partake in some spirit fruit brew, without the need for those peculiar items to accompany my drink. Worry not, Qingyan. The heavenly Tao itself is bound by rules and cannot excessively interfere with our affairs. Furthermore, with the treasures I have bestowed upon you, it cannot harm you, as Yu Cheng furrowed his brow. However, this Su Mu-chan poses far greater trouble than the heavenly Tao. As a demoness of the demonic clan, logically, she should be seeking Cheng Liang. Yet, why has she fixed her gaze upon me? By all accounts, I should be attempting to win her over. Even if we cannot become allies, I must not allow her to join the heavenly Tao pavilion and become an adversary. However, this individual is originally Yi Qinghan's fourth junior sister. The two sisters, a combination of demon and enchantress, are equally stunning and equally difficult to deal with. At this moment, Yi Qingyan was somewhat taken aback. Is my master finally prepared to engage in serious matters? Her teachings over the past days have not been in vain. My master is finally ready to stand tall as a person. Yet, the thought of my master wanting to bring these beauties into the Lingxian palace fills me with concern. I do not wish for anyone to encroach upon my master's affections, desiring to be the sole recipient of his love. No, this is too perilous. Qingyan is still young, merely 16, and only at the foundation establishment level. How could she risk inviting wolves into the fold? Should the situation spiral out of control, would it not jeopardize Qinghan's safety? It is best to avoid contact with those from the heavenly Tao pavilion. With this in mind, Su Chang slowly spoke. Qingyan, henceforth do your utmost to avoid provoking Su Mu-chan. However, you must understand, avoiding provocation is one thing. If anyone attempts to harm you, do not concern yourself with anything else. Be sure to eliminate them first. As for the balance of the world, I am indifferent. Should you suffer injustice, my heart shall be unbalanced. Yi Qingyan felt as if her master's words ignited a flame within her. Her master has always cherished her. Qingyan, save me. Just as Yi Qingyan was about to speak, she heard Dai Yao's desperate cries for help from outside the hall. Chapter 73. Group sightseeing. Su Chang smiled indulgently, gesturing for Qingyan to hurry. Yi Qingyan, with a helpless expression, thought to herself, how long had she been gone, and already Dai Yao was causing trouble. Having just listened to her master's words, she contemplated offering herself to him, or at the very least, playfully seeking his affection. Yet Dai Yao was now creating a ruckus. Rushing out of the main hall, Yi Qingyan saw Li Shuyao, bruised and battered, being chased around the courtyard by a dummy. Qingyan quickly saved Shuyao. Did you not promise to protect me? You can't even handle a dummy. With a resigned expression, Yi Qingyan approached, while Dongfang Zhu dared not intervene. Dongfang Zhu observed for a while. That dummy was exceedingly formidable, and any attempt to assist would only result in both being pursued and beaten. Seeing her savior approach, Li Shuyao rushed towards Yi Qingyan and leapt in her arms. Though Li Shuyao had exchanged a few blows with the dummy, she was swiftly sent flying and had been relentlessly pursued. There was simply no opportunity to counterattack. The dummy was impervious to blades and fire, rendering her utterly helpless. Qingyan, hurry, it's coming. Yi Qingyan pressed Li Shuyao's head down with one hand and kicked the dummy aside, pulling Li Shuyao to the center of the courtyard. Have you learned your lesson? Li Shuyao wore a pitiful expression, her body covered in bruises, half of her face swollen, yet she still looked defiant. Shuyao, this isn't. Yi Qingyan sighed. Do not be deceived by the dummy's lack of techniques. Its level is substantial, and its strength and resilience are beyond what a golden core stage Shuyao can handle. Sitting on the side, Li Shuyao's previously cute, pouting expression became even more endearing due to her swollen face. Dai Yao, this thing is quite dangerous. If Shuyao wishes to play, she must seek my master to adjust the dummy to an appropriate level. Eat a couple of these. Yi Qingyan took out a swift-acting remedy and fed Li Shuyao 2 pills. What is this? By the time Li Shuyao asked, she had already finished them. Swift-acting remedy. I am unsure of its effects, but it was given to me by my master. I do not possess many other elixirs, yet I have plenty of the swift-acting remedy, all prepared by my master. Indeed, the effects were immediate. Soon, Li Shuyao was lively and energetic again. Although she was not gravely injured, such results were already quite impressive. Qingyan, has the Lingqi Hall become larger? Has it? Yi Qingyan had not noticed, but upon hearing Li Shuyao's words, it did seem to have expanded. As they spoke, Yi Qingyan intended to take a look. It was likely that her master had upgraded the Lingqi Hall. The three gathered at the door and heard someone inside. It seemed Master Su was within. Dongfang Zhu glanced at the two, then at the robe hanging in the partition, clearly indicating that Su Cheng was inside. Dongfang Zhu believed that given Yi Qinghan's respect for her master, she would certainly not disturb Su Cheng while he bathed. Just as Dongfang Zhu had surmised, upon seeing Su Cheng's robe hanging, Yi Qingyan turned to leave. Li Shuyao and Dongfang Zhu, like interns, did not do much, simply following Yi Qingyan to observe how the seasoned employee acted. Returning to Yi Qinghan's room, upon opening the wardrobe, she was immediately enveloped by her unique fragrance, reminiscent of the innate allure she possessed. Selecting a long robe imbued with special incense, she carefully folded it on the bed before returning to the Lingqi Hall. Placing the replacement robe in its place, Yi Qingyan casually took Su Cheng's robe hanging nearby, then gazed towards the Lingqi Hall. Qingyan, be quiet. Do not let Master discover us. Yi Qingyan swiftly covered Li Shuyao's small mouth, then shot a warning glare at Dongfang Zhu. The three tiptoed to peek through the door crack. What shall become of Li Shuyao? How can the holy mountain entrust the saintess to me? She is, after all, a saintess. Had it not been for Qinghan's timely arrival, she would have perished at her hands last time. Though Li Shuyao is quite pitiable, Qingyan is equally important, if not for Qingyan rewriting the future. She would have been a disciple of the heavenly Tao Pavilion by now. Out of both emotion and reason, I owe her nothing. I have already liberated her from a life of being treated as a toy. Is that not enough? Alas, what a predicament. Wow. Qingyan, keep it down. Yi Qingyan gently patted Li Shuyao's golden-haired head as a warning, then turned her gaze toward Dongfang Zhu. Qingyan, have you not engaged in such matters often? What does it matter to you? Yi Qingyan rolled her eyes, continuing to enjoy the scenery while eavesdropping on the thoughts. Why do such tangled issues always fall upon me? The mother fox has likely already discovered the issue with the severing bracelet. For the past few days, she has even stopped wearing that fake bracelet, indicating she knows I cannot bear to discipline her. Point one mother fox is already difficult to handle. If another foolish child joins, the roof of the Lingxian palace will surely be torn off by the two of them. But now, the words have already been spoken. It is too late to back out. If I refuse her now, it would surely create problems with the Holy Mountain as well. Damn it, what a mess the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is. Chengliang, it is all your fault. Now I must clean up your mess. All your women keep clinging to me, insisting on my demise before they relent. The chaos in the north has already begun. You should take Dongfang Ju to quell the rebellion. Then, along the way, Wu Su Muchan, gather them all into your harem. Everything has become a complete shambles. The remedy to heal Li Shuyao is in your hands, yet you refuse to give it to her. The list of rebels is also in your possession, yet you withhold it. If it were not for the Ling Shuang sword being able to suppress innate allure and demonic nature, I would have to beg you, for Qing Han's sake, upholding the heavenly Tao. What a load of nonsense! At that moment, the three outside the door were simultaneously stunned. Yi Qingyan and Dongfang Ju exchanged glances, then turned to look at Li Shuyao. Li Shuyao's adorably perplexed face was filled with confusion. Medicine? Shuyao is not ill. Why would she need medicine? Qingyan, I am very healthy and do not require any medicine. Yi Qinghan felt in her heart that compared to the list of rebels from the north, it seemed that Dai Yao's condition was more urgent. At this moment, Dongfang Ju's rosy face had lost its blush. She had just learned about the northern affairs and was merely in the stage of suspicion. Without any clear evidence, senior sister, your drool landed on Shuyao. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered about such trivial matters and quietly admired the figure of her master. It was truly splendid. Master looked so handsome even when angry. How she adored him. Dongfang Ju, being the king of the north, would be held accountable if her subordinates harbored treasonous thoughts. The key issue was how Su Qing knew about this, from the tone. It was evident he was aware, even possessing the list of rebels. But how did this list end up in Cheng Liang's hands? If that were the case, why not directly inform her? A myriad of puzzles emerged in Dongfang Ju's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. Should she still pay a visit to the Tiandao Pavilion? Chapter 74. King of the North having attained some cultivation, Su Cheng gradually sensed that something was amiss. Was there someone in the Lingxi Hall? Qinghan, is that you? Speaking, Su Cheng turned towards the door in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinghan was remarkably swift. She grabbed the two little ones and pulled back her head. Then, feigning nonchalance, she replied, Master, Qinghan has come to prepare a change of clothes for you. Thank you, Qinghan, Su Cheng exclaimed. Did you really think Qinghan would sneak a peek while you bathed? My eldest disciple is the purest flower blooming atop the mountain. How could she ever do such a thing? Qinghan is so understanding, and I mistakenly doubted you. This is entirely my fault. This is what a disciple ought to do. Why Yi Qinghan thought to herself that it was fortunate, although she believed that even if discovered, her master would not punish her, and even if he did, it wouldn't be so bad. Actually, it felt rather thrilling. However, that talk of being a pure flower meant little to her. Being with her master was all that mattered. Qinghan, I must remind you, should you encounter anyone from the Tiandao Pavilion at the martial arena, be sure to use the Vajra to seize their weapons and treasures, that I have a premonition that someone has already set their sights on you. That Cheng Liang fellow merely resembles a person. He is utterly incompetent. For the sake of that so-called Tiandao, he employs unscrupulous means against enemies, and one must remain vigilant. Yi Qinghan, still maintaining the proper etiquette through the door, bowed deeply. Qinghan will heed Master's teachings. With that, she took the still adorable Li Shuyao and Dongfang Ju and made her exit. Senior sister, Shuyao only needs to help Master wash his clothes. Li Shuyao said as she reached for Su Cheng's garments, surprised that her senior sister had to wash clothes for him. No way. I've been sleepless for days. Dai Yao. Don't even think about it. Yi Qinghan clutched the clothes and returned to her room, promptly stuffing the pillow into the long robe, attempting to embrace it. The familiar scent, the familiar touch. Ah, how wonderful everything felt again. Perfect. Yi Qinghan grinned and turned her head to look at the stunned duo. The Ju-Yao combination. What are you staring at? This is a privilege reserved for the eldest disciple. So, senior sister isn't washing clothes. Are you foolish? If I do, the scent of Master would be gone. I'll borrow it for a couple of days. I prepared many outfits for master. He once he noticed. Li Shuriao still couldn't he comprehend why they would put Su Qing's clothes on a pillow. So, seeing your sister really dislikes master and uses this as a way to vent? Recalling how Yi Qinghan had fiercely clutched the robe-clad pillow as if to strangle it, Li Shuriao felt that her senior sister was truly pitiful. Dong Fangju, initially just a bit surprised, found it unexpected that Yi Qinghan also had such a girlish demeanor, but it wasn't too shocking. Yet this remark from Dai Yao truly left her speechless. Yi Qinghan was also taken aback. Dai Yao had now firmly decided that master was a villain, especially after witnessing him spanking her. If it were anyone else, Yi Qinghan could suppress them with her strength. But Li Shuriao was the type to yield to kindness rather than force. Yi Qinghan thought that at this point, she had no choice but to resort to this method. Li Shuriao wouldn't submit to her intimidation. Even if she was beaten, she would probably still defend her, thinking Yi Qinghan was doing it for her own good, wanting to keep her out of danger. After much contemplation, Yi Qinghan found that this was her only option. Li Shuriao, if you dare to harm master, I shall sever our friendship. Li Shuriao was clearly a bit flustered, quickly saying, Sister, please don't be angry. Dai Yao, who had never cried even when chased by fake people, was nearly in tears at Yi Qinghan's words, rushing over to hold her hand. Shuriao never meant to harm master. I just don't want my sister to be wrong that I'll listen to you. Okay? Please don't sever ties with Shuriao. Seeing the little one about to shed tears, Yi Qinghan's heart softened, and she ruffled Li Shuriao's hair. Yet, Li Shuriao was just like that. She could cry on a whim, laugh at the next moment, and upon seeing Yi Qinghan no longer angry, she began to giggle and act cute. With her back turned to Li Shuriao and Yi Qinghan, Dong Fangju quietly approached Su Cheng, who had just finished bathing and changed into fresh clothes, practicing calligraphy. Dong Fangju was somewhat accustomed to this. It seems Su Cheng never had any serious business to attend to. He was content to delay Li Shuriao's apprenticeship as long as possible. Not feeling rushed, as there might still be variables that Su Zhongmin made Zhu'er enter. Dong Fangju stood cautiously at the main hall entrance, compared to the eldest disciple Yi Qinghan and the future second disciple Dai Yao. She, as the only outsider, naturally understood the importance of propriety. Zhu'er, come in. Is there something you wish to discuss? Su Cheng, not wishing to bully a girl, responded kindly, especially since she had not shown any offensive behavior. With Su Cheng's nod, Dong Fangju felt free to speak candidly, as she was there to seek guidance. Zhu'er has a matter she hopes Su Zhongmin can provide insight on. Feel free to speak. Su Cheng was not particularly keen to hear her out, primarily fearing that this girl still harbored thoughts of becoming his disciple, although there were plenty of empty rooms in the Lingxian Hall. He truly couldn't manage so many women. Zhu'er, as the commander of the army, oversees all military affairs, yet a recent strange occurrence has come to pass. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, speaking sternly. Are you referring to the troop rotations at Zhoushan Pass, Mogu Pass, and Lai Pass? Dong Fangju was taken aback. Mogu Pass and Lai Pass have also changed garrisons. This was military confidential information. Su Cheng had been by her side, and Yi Qinghan's side these days. How could he know more than her? Su Zhongmin has noticed this matter as well. I have heard a little that Su Cheng turned his back, adopting a mysterious demeanor. In reality, Su Cheng was struggling to cope with Dong Fangju's stunning beauty. Dong Fangju pursued closely after Su Cheng, persistently seeking answers. The military commander. Such crucial troop rotations should have military orders, yet they occurred without Zhu'er's knowledge. What does Su Zhongmin think? Su Cheng was utterly speechless. She phrased it so plainly and still asked for his opinion. If military movements occurred without your knowledge as the commander, why would you ask me what I think? Whoever is responsible should be dealt with severely. Leave no one involved. What more is there to discuss? I am not the king of the north. Since Zhu'er has already identified the issue, it seems your purpose in coming here is not solely this matter. Feel free to speak openly. Su Zhongmin possesses unparalleled abilities. Might you be able to uncover the mastermind behind this? If Zhu'er were to take action, it would inevitably lead to another bout of bloodshed, causing the common people to suffer from the chaos of war. Su Cheng understood well that Dong Fangju was not a bad girl, compared to Yi Qinghan and Su Muchan, who were infatuated with love. Dong Fangju was a rare breath of fresh air in Cheng Liang's harem. Kind, upright, optimistic, and genuinely compassionate toward the people. Her concern for the populace was not merely a pretext to sway Su Cheng. With her capabilities, she could easily handle a few rebellious troops. The reason for her hesitance to act was precisely to avoid conflict, if possible. It must be said, among the generals, Dong Fangju was indeed a breath of fresh air. Unmotivated by military achievements, indifferent to fame and fortune, solely focused on the welfare of the world. In Yi Qinghan's words, she was a bit naive, yet she was truly qualified to be a saint. I'm not as capable as you think, nor can I foresee prophecies, not to mention that the lives of the common people are of no concern to me. Even if I wish to assist, I will be powerless. Chapter 75. Fate and Separation. Dong Fangju did not believe it. Upon witnessing Su Cheng's earlier hesitation, she realized that he was well aware of everyone on the list of rebels. Name: Su Cheng. Affection level: 26.4. Dong Fangju noticed a rise in affection level. Although she was puzzled, she was still somewhat surprised. Did she say something that pleased Su Zhangmin? Su Zhangmin, could it be that you harbor some untold secret? Or do you not trust Jur? Affection level: 15.3. Su Cheng turned around once more, thinking that his greatest untold secret was his desire to live and protect his disciples. What was wrong with that? But this world was such that if you were weak, you would be bullied. If you were strong, you would invite jealousy. Before Qinghan's growth, Su Cheng had to rely on a few magical artifacts to fend off ordinary foes. Yet against the impending Great Terror, such measures were woefully inadequate. Lacking the corresponding strength, even a congenital supreme treasure would be no more useful than a mere stick. The vast majority of magical artifacts could scarcely unleash even a tenth of their true potential under Qinghan's command. While Yi Qinghan remained oblivious to this stark reality, Su Cheng was acutely aware that on the path to becoming the Demon Emperor, Yi Qinghan would encounter countless formidable adversaries. His eldest disciple would need to traverse through thorns and face numerous tribulations to reach that distant future. She required the companionship and protection of her master to grasp the throne of the Demon Emperor. I admittedly have no immediate solutions, but I can recommend someone to Jur, my junior brother, Cheng Liang, who surely possesses the means to resolve your concerns. Meanwhile, next door, Yi Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with astonishment. Less than a tenth? Is she truly that weak? Would Master Cheng be willing to assist Jua? Dong Fangju, feigning urgency, was also probing the situation. This matter pertained to the safety of the people within the borders, and Jua dared not take risks. She believed that since Su Master and her father were old acquaintances, he would not harm her, which prompted her to seek Su Master's aid. Favorability: 26.4. Dong Fangju seemed to comprehend that Su Master also cared for the safety of the populace. Yet once it involved Lingxian Hall and Yi Qinghan, he would dismiss all else, causing her favorability to plummet. Cheng Liang, endowed with the blessings of the heavenly Tao, would certainly not turn a blind eye to the plight of the common folk if she humbly sought his assistance. Dong Fangju also grasped this realization. She felt an epiphany dawning upon her. If Su Master truly cared about the mandate of heaven, then this advice was evidently superfluous, as he would not be concerned about the consequences of defying it. In Lingxian Hall, there were only two individuals left. Besides Su Cheng, there was Yi Qinghan. That if Su Cheng was not worried for his own safety, then his concern must lie with Yi Qinghan. So, does Su Master believe I pose a threat to Yi Qinghan? Is that why he deliberately distanced himself from me? No wonder that fellow Li Shiyao could merely chase after Yi Qinghan, calling her sister, and was received by Su Cheng, while I was not afforded the same privilege. Grateful for Su Master's guidance, Jur took her leave. Matters of the military could not be delayed, and Dong Fangju's primary purpose for this visit was to seek counsel. Having received a definitive answer, she was determined to make her way promptly to the heavenly Tao Pavilion. Very well. Yi Qinghan observed Dong Fangju's departure, somewhat astonished. Had this person finally come to understand? Outside Lingxian Hall, Dong Fangju stepped through the threshold, feeling an inexplicable sorrow wash over her. Was this the fate of being fated yet unbound? Throughout her life, she had never been treated in such a manner, yet this indescribable feeling seemed to be a peculiar experience. Growing up amidst admiration and adulation, Dongfangju now faced an unexpected psychological disparity. What regret could there be for something never possessed? If it were envy, she too had no worries regarding food and clothing. What was there to covet? Now that she comprehended Su Cheng, Dongfangju found herself somewhat perplexed. She patted her cheeks, adjusting her smile. The expression management of a princess was indeed of utmost importance. Time to prepare some gifts for the heavenly Dao Pavilion. Yes, the attendant, who had long been awaiting outside Lingxian Hall, responded cheerfully. Just as Dongfangju departed, individuals from the Holy Mountain arrived. Master, the second elder has come to see Shiyao. Su Cheng watched as the second madam, accompanied by the first madam, bounced towards him, feeling a wave of dizziness. Do not run so fast. Be careful of the steps. Where did Yi Qinghan acquire such a set of clothes for Li Shiyao? How could it not be obvious that they were too small? Allowing these two dodgy to reside in Lingxian Hall, I fear I may lose a decade of my life. Su Cheng had also changed into another outfit. For as a Holy Mountain elder, he needed to observe some etiquette. Accompanied by his two disciples, he approached the entrance. Elder Shi.S. Yu Cheng offered a slight nod, as he was indeed the sect leader and must uphold his dignity. Shi Mingyi had prepared for poverty alleviation, and although Li Shiyao had spoken of the grandeur of Lingxian Hall, he had never taken it seriously. This was not his first visit. He had never seen a residence of such magnitude and splendor. Therefore, besides heavenly materials and treasures, along with the 6 rites of apprenticeship, he had also prepared some provisions. Poultry and fish. Su master, such a celestial abode truly opens the eyes of this old man. Shi Mingyi had initially thought that bringing such an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures might be excessive for Su Cheng, but at this moment, he felt he had brought too little. Damn, if only Li Shiyao were more reliable. If she had provided more detailed information, he could not possibly have devised such a foolish idea as bringing chicken, duck, and fish by consulting a few elders. Su Cheng smiled, once again reciting the words he had used to placate Dongfangju. As a woman, Qinghan finds it inappropriate to share my humble abode, hence she employs a touch of celestial magic. Master, look, the second elder has come bearing a betrothal gift. Shiyao, this is the apprenticeship gift. At that moment, Shi Mingyi merely wished to silence Li Shiyao's incessant chatter, though he was unsure how this girl managed to latch on to Su Cheng's formidable figure. She ought not to embarrass herself in such a manner. Su Cheng chuckled. Shiyao's intentions are innocent. It matters not. Elder Shi, please come in and speak. Lingxian Hall merely had a hall without doors. Yet without someone to guide or a token, entry was impossible. However, standing there, one could already glimpse the resplendent palatial halls within, a true abode of celestial beings. As Su Cheng and Yi Qinghan turned to lead the way, Shi Mingyi hastily dispatched someone to relay his message. Go back and prepare 30 chests of lavish gifts. Select the finest, then hastily deliver them to Lingxian Hall. Initially, he thought the small courtyard outside was Lingxian Hall and considered the abundance of gifts somewhat extravagant. He even contemplated retrieving Li Shiyao, but at this moment he only wished to slap himself twice. What a narrow-minded view! Li Shiyao's ability to capture Su Xianren's attention based on her own merit truly attests to her status as the Holy Maiden. Reflecting on Yi Qinghan's earlier arrogance at the entrance of the secret realm, one could see she had every reason to be confident. With such a formidable master, what was there to fear? What significance did celestial grade techniques hold? They were of no interest whatsoever. It seemed that Shiyao's claims about bathing in spirit liquid might indeed hold some truth. Now, it was evident that Li Shiyao had been chosen as the Holy Maiden for good reason. The discerning eye of celestial beings was indeed unlike that of mere mortals, able to see through appearances to the essence. It appeared that Yi Qinghan's attentiveness towards Li Shiyao was likely due to Su Cheng having already taken notice of her. Ah, our treasure from the Holy Mountain is truly thriving. Chapter 76. The Maiden's Family. Qinghan, prepare the tea. Yes, Shi Mingyi, having lived a long life, felt as though he had finally witnessed this day. It was akin to a father seeing his daughter wed, filling him with immense joy, yet more so with reluctance. Yu Cheng and Shi Mingyi sat across from each other at the table, exchanging silent glances for a prolonged moment, until finally, Su Cheng broke the silence. Elder Shi is concerned for Shi Yao? Shaking his head, Shi Mingyi was merely regretful, lamenting not heeding Li Shiyao's advice to bring more apprenticeship gifts. These gifts resembled the dowry of a daughter. They were the reassurance provided by her family. Though he now understood that Su Xianren had intentionally concealed his cultivation level, likely deeming such offerings unworthy, he could not allow Shi Yao to be looked down upon by her fellow disciples. Could he? Shi Mingyi had no intention of placing Li Shiyao above Yi Qinghan. He simply wished for her not to appear pitiable, or else others might think the people of the Holy Mountain had all but perished. With Su Cheng's extraordinary capabilities, it was only a matter of time before Lingxian Hall gained renown throughout the realm. At that point, the position of direct disciple would be invaluable, especially since Su Cheng likely placed little importance on such things. Shi Mingyi's thoughts were in disarray. He wished for Li Shiyao to find a good home, while worrying that the little fool might encounter hardships or cause trouble. It seems that with Su Xianren's unparalleled powers, Shiyao's celestial fate need not be a source of concern. I am merely an ordinary cultivator, a mortal body establishing a sect to impart the knowledge I have acquired throughout my life. I cannot claim to possess celestial fate. Though Shiyao has her shortcomings, her heart is pure and devoid of malice. I end this apprenticeship. I ask Su Xianren to be lenient. I understand your sentiments. Although Shiyao has the intellect of a child. This is precisely the path that a holy maiden must tread, that if one is to be concerned for the populace, sacrifices must be made. However, the second elder need not worry. I have my own means to ensure her safety. Upon hearing these words, Shi Mingyi's impression of Su Cheng improved further, thinking to himself, as expected, Su Xianren is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Su Cheng had unknowingly accepted Li Shiyao. The little fool, Shiyao, come here. Hearing her master's call, Li Shiyao hurriedly dashed over. Master, I saw that the second elder brought many delicious things. Can you make something tasty for Shiyao? She reached Su Cheng's side, speaking as she shoved a live chicken into his hands. Very well, you should sit with the second elder for a while. He surely has much to discuss with you. Su Cheng wore a benevolent expression as he accepted the flapping chicken from Li Shiyao. Is the second elder reluctant to part with Shiyao? Li Shiyao, with her innocent demeanor, posed questions that even adults found difficult to voice. That you've grown up, Shiyao, quite fast indeed. Second elder, do not say such things. The sixth elder told me stories where only those nearing death would speak like that. Haha, I'll go and give him a good thrashing later, always telling our holy maidens such grim tales. A smile truly appears to be infectious, as Li Shiyao, with just a couple of sentences, managed to elicit hearty laughter from Shi Mingyi. How is Lingxian Hall? How does Yi Qinghan treat you? What is Su Zhangmen's attitude towards you? Li Shiyao sat at the table, displaying a complete lack of decorum, tilting her head as if contemplating. Everything is quite good. Sister Qinghan takes great care of me, and occasionally, our master even prepares delicious meals for us. Shi Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. He had been quite concerned during their last conversation. Are you saying that Su Zhangmen personally cooks for you? Elder Shi, are you foolish? There are only 3 people in Lingxian Hall. So, of course, it is our master who cooks for us. No wonder. When the gifts were brought into the courtyard, regardless of their value, Yi Qinghan barely glanced at them. Only the food was prepared by the eldest disciple. Shiyao, do you know what your master and Sister Qinghan like? Li Shiyao pondered for a moment. Master seems to like Sister Qinghan, and Sister Qinghan appears to like Master as well. That it was only recently that Li Shiyao realized Sister Qinghan's affection for Master. Sister Qinghan would sneak peeks at Master while he bathed, and even wash his clothes. As for Master's feelings for Sister Qinghan, Li Shiyao simply thought that as a man, he ought to like Sister Qinghan. If a man did not, he must surely be unwell. Shi Mingyi adjusted his expression. Was this not obvious? He was well aware of the mutual affection between the master and disciple. If there were no feelings, why would Su Cheng take Yi Qinghan in? Moreover, that Yi Qinghan only behaved like a proper person in front of Su Cheng. In any place out of his sight, she was truly the epitome of wickedness. What else? Does Shiyao know anything more? Li Shiyao, with her adorably innocent face, engaged in deep contemplation. Sister Qinghan likes money or valuable items, and Master seems to enjoy writing and cooking and Sister Qinghan loves to eat the meals Master prepares. I enjoy them too. Shi Mingyi appeared thoughtful and then summoned his subordinates. Did you hear that? According to the Sanus's request, return to the holy mountain and bring back whatever valuables you can find. Shi Yao has not made any requests, and Master has no expectations of her either. Shi Yao, you do not understand. Becoming a disciple is not solely your affair. Li Shiyao suddenly jumped up, as if she had thought of something amusing. Does Elder Shi want to become a disciple too? Then Elder Shi can be my junior. I'll give you a beating. No respect, Elder Shi said, brandishing his fist the size of a sandbag in an attempt to scare Li Shiyao. Li Shiyao, now that she had joined Lingxian Hall, was quite full of herself. I am now a member of Lingxian Hall. If you hit me, I will go find the eldest sister. Master is Su Chong. The eldest sister is Yi Qing'an. Do you dare to hit the second disciple of Lingxian Hall? Do you know how Pingyun's sect perished? Humph. However, Li Shiyao also understood that Elder Shi would not truly hit her. Over the years, the elders had treated her exceedingly well, even more patiently than their own daughters. Shi Mingyi wore a helpless expression. This Li Shiyao had already learned to be mischievous before even formally joining Lingxian Hall. What I mean is, when the saintess of the Holy Mountain becomes a disciple, there should be some formality, right? If it appears too shabby, Shi Yao will be looked down upon in Lingxian Hall, and the Holy Mountain will also be disrespected. Sister said that Master S' sole requirement for his disciples is to be happy every day, and he never pressures Sister to cultivate. I believe no one will look down on me. Shi Mingyi pondered. You did not mention this last time. Have you never seen Yi Qing'an cultivate? I have only seen it once. This morning, Sister practiced for a while before Master summoned her to assist him. Does Yi Qing'an rarely cultivate? Sister Qing'an usually spends most of her time by Master S' side, helping him grind ink or assist him with tasks. And you, Li Shiyao, wished to help Sister Qing'an. But she was always declined. Why? Last time, I wanted to help Sister Qing'an wash clothes, but she said Master S' clothes can only be washed by her, and it is not my turn. Upon hearing this, Shi Mingyi was alarmed. Is this acceptable? She has not even become a disciple yet, and she is already being sidelined. Li Shiyao did not understand, believing Sister Qing'an to be diligent and disinclined to let her younger sister do these chores. However, Shi Mingyi was not foolish. This was the cleverness of Yi Qing'an. Fortunately, he had inquired. Otherwise, who knows what would have transpired? Since Li Shiyao had joined Lingxian Hall, she could not act carelessly. She ought to learn from Sister Qing'an. Right, but Sister Qing'an does not allow me to do anything. She just wants me to eat well, sleep well, and then play freely. This simply will not do. What are you here for? Do you remember? Li Shiyao looked serious, thinking Shi Mingyi's question was rather foolish. I came to play with Sister Qing'an. What else? Chapter 77. Sister. Shi Mingyi earnestly explained many things to Li Shiyao, and only then did she understand. Elder Shi means to serve Master as one would serve a father. Precisely. Think about it. Why does Su Zhongmen value Sister Qing'an so highly, giving her everything good? It is precisely because she is devoted to him. Shi Yao does not desire any valuable items. Moreover, I have never met my father. I simply wish to be with Sister Qing'an. Why Yi Qing'an approached with tea, coincidentally overhearing their conversation. To be honest, she was not surprised by Shi Mingyi's words. But Li Shiyao's sincerity genuinely moved her. Master must be aware of all this, which is why he is willing to accept her. If that is the case, Qing'an can naturally embrace her. Why Yi Qing'an felt she was not being possessive. If one must insist, perhaps a little possessive. But more so, she wished to protect Master, safeguarding the precious bond she had so painstakingly forged with him. Her disdain for Dongfang Ju stemmed from her understanding that he harbored ulterior motives. Showing no regard for Lingxian Hall or the act of becoming a disciple. Perhaps Dongfang Ju would never realize the difference between himself and Li Shiyao. However, as long as he failed to grasp this, Yi Qing'an would never genuinely accept him. Shiyao. Pour tea for Elder Shi. The second elder does not enjoy tea. Sister Qing'an need not mind him. Li Shiyao was quite informal with the second elder. Having grown accustomed to such behavior, Yi Qing'an was unconcerned. Lingxian Hall had always operated in this manner, and Li Shiyao was quite satisfied with the expectations of the hall. That is to say, no one was given preferential treatment. Elder Shi, Master intends for Sister Qing'an to preside over the ceremony for accepting disciples tonight. We hope you can understand. Shi Mingyi was taken aback. Did this imply that the holy mountain would not participate in the saintess's disciple ceremony? Seeing Shi Mingyi silent, Yi Qinghan smiled and continued, Elder Shi, do not overthink it. Sister Qinghan's own acceptance was similar. For the holy mountain, it is merely a formality. If the holy mountain requires it, Master can certainly give ample respect. How could it be? Su Zhongmin is exceptionally capable. It is a blessing for the holy mountain to accept the saint's cess. Yi Qinghan smiled. Shi Mingyi was indeed quite reasonable. There is one more matter. Regarding the gifts for becoming a disciple, Master believes what has already been presented is sufficient. No matter the quantity, Master will accept Shi Yao. Upon hearing this, Shi Mingyi truly began to regard Yi Qinghan and Su Cheng with newfound respect. He could see in Yi Qinghan's eyes that this was not mere politeness. Sister, Elder Shi says we should offer more gifts. Otherwise, we will be looked down upon. Shi Yao leaned her little head forward, wedging herself between the two, causing Shi Mingyi great embarrassment. Yi Qinghan smiled as she ruffled Li Shi Yao's hair, then turned to Shi Mingyi, speaking earnestly. Once you join Lingxian Hall, no one will look down on Shi Yao. When I came as a disciple, I came empty-handed, offering nothing to Master, yet I became the eldest disciple. Although she spoke to Shi Mingyi, it was evident that her words were not directed solely at Li Shi Yao. One's status is insignificant. Seeking respect through such means is futile. Only by being sufficiently strong will others heed your words and regard you with esteem. At this moment, Shi Mingyi truly began to re-evaluate Yi Qinghan. She was far superior to the saintess. With her youthful exuberance, her exceptional intelligence, and her formidable strength, it was undeniable that Su Cheng had a remarkable disciple. Shi Mingyi clasped his hands in respect. I have been enlightened. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. As the eldest disciple of Lingxian Hall, she would only bow to one person, and that was her master. Elder Shi, you exaggerate. Under Li Shi Yao's guidance, Shi Mingyi managed to tour Lingxian Hall. Having visited nearly all areas except for Wanyue Pavilion and the quarters of the three disciples, Shi Yao even specifically took Elder Shi to see the Spirit Pool Hall, proving that she was not deceiving anyone. She truly bathed in spiritual liquid. However, the experience was not for him. He lacked the fortune for that. The Spirit Pool Hall only had the changing room for Master and the changing room for the disciples. Although Yi Qinghan had mentioned that the gifts for accepting a disciple were already sufficient, Shi Mingyi nonetheless brought 2 more batches of gifts, which were indeed very much to Yi Qinghan's liking. Comprising valuable treasures, from ancient calligraphy and paintings to gold and silver trinkets, they had it all. One could not help but say that Ling Mountain was truly affluent. As night fell, and Shi Mingyi departed with his entourage, Li Shi Yao finally settled down. Yi Qinghan and Li Shi Yao sat together in the pavilion within the courtyard, and Yi Qinghan felt that the moment had arrived. Thus, she spoke up, Shi Yao, do you truly wish to join Lingxian Hall? Li Shi Yao was taken aback. Is sister being foolish? Sister, what is the matter? Of course I sincerely wish to join Lingxian Hall. Then do you understand what becoming a disciple signifies? It means I can be with sister forever. Li Shi Yao tilted her head, sensing Yi Qinghan's emotional shift, yet remaining perplexed. Upon entering the Lingxian Hall, you shall henceforth be the beloved disciple of the Master, and my junior sister. Yi Qinghan paused, observing the little fool deep in thought. Before continuing, from the moment you become a disciple, the Master will regard you as his own, imparting all his knowledge to you. From that moment on, your elder sister will care for you in every way, nurturing you as if you were her own sister. From that moment forth, both the Master and I shall be the closest to Shi Yao, and together we will protect you with our lives. Becoming a disciple signifies respect. You must honor both the Master and your elder sister. It also signifies responsibility. You must uphold the title of a beloved disciple of the Lingxian Hall. It denotes growth. Shi Yao must diligently practice and continually evolve. Li Shi Yao stood frozen, desiring merely to spend time with Qinghan, playing together each day, finding joy in it. However, hearing her sister's earnest words, a pang of guilt washed over her, realizing she may have taken the attention of her sister and the Master for granted. Shi Yao never contemplated so much. Has Shi Yao made a mistake? Yi Qinghan smiled, knowing neither she nor the master would blame this little fool. Perhaps if she chose not to become a disciple, the master would not be angry. Shi Yao can take her time to ponder. The master and I will await you in the main hall, thought. Why, Yi Ching Han slowly rose, feeling she had communicated clearly. Though Li Shi Yao possessed the intellect of a mere 9-year-old. She was no fool that in fact, she understood emotions better than most, merely needing time to reflect. Sister, what is it? Shi Yao felt a twinge of fear. She tugged at Yi Ching Han's sleeve, not wanting her to leave, yearning for her companionship. After so long, it was the first time she found Ching Han's seriousness somewhat frightening, even more so than the god-slaying sword array. Do not worry, regardless of the choice Shi Yao makes. Neither the master nor your sister will hold it against you. Is that true? Li Shi Yao peeked her little head forward. Now that the holy mountain had sent the betrothal gifts, she only realized how cumbersome it was to become a disciple. She simply liked Ching Han, and initially wanted to protect her. Yet as time passed, it seemed Ching Han had developed a fondness for the master. Shi Yao had even forgotten Ching Han's earlier remark about the master being a wicked man, nearly attempting to assassinate him for Ching Han's sake. Of course, it is true. Even if Shi Yao decided against becoming a disciple, no one would blame her for it. Well, Shi Yao has one more question for Sister Ching Han. Li Shi Yao donned an unusually serious expression, her youthful face unexpectedly charming at that moment. Go ahead and ask. Why Yi Ching Han suspected she already knew the question, but awaited Li Shi Yao's inquiry. Ching Han's sister. Do you truly like the master? Is it a genuine affection for him? Chapter 78. The ceremony of apprenticeship. Yi Ching Han cradled Li Shi Yao's small head, exuding affection. Of course, sister loves the master dearly. Very deeply. Shi Yao gazed intently into Yi Ching Han's eyes, seemingly searching for some clue. Yet within those fox-like eyes, there was nothing but love and admiration for the master. With that, Yi Ching Han turned back to the main hall to face the master. Ching Han, have you made everything clear? Yi Ching Han tidied her attire and composed herself before nodding. I have explained everything to her and allowed her time to think. You seem quite fond of her. Su Chang sat nearby, organizing the 6th ceremonial gift prepared for the second disciple, A.S. elder sister. Yi Ching Han also needed to prepare a gift for Li Shi Yao. Unlike Su Cheng, she felt certain Li Shi Yao would not harbor any doubts. The gift had long been prepared, resting quietly in its box. Hearing the master's words, Yi Ching Han glanced back at him, returning a knowing expression. Is it not obvious? If anyone else dared to keep us waiting, you would have exploded by now. However, seeing Ching Han with such a good friend, Shi Yao is indeed a good child, which is rather pleasant. Yet, is this girl a bit proud? What is there to be shy about? After a while, Li Shi Yao slowly stepped into the main hall, her demeanor resolute, her gaze sharp, shedding her usual childishness and naivety. Yi Ching Han and Su Cheng remained silent, not out of pride, but because it was customary for the master not to speak first during the ceremony. Approaching the center of the grand hall, she gazed at Su Cheng, who sat elevated, then glanced at Yi Ching Han beside him. She had made up her mind. It was only a matter of kneeling now. Master, I shall first pay my respects. Initially, observing Li Shi Yao walk in with such seriousness, one might have thought she was genuinely earnest, but alas, Sister Ching Han, Su Cheng chuckled, having expected that Shi Yao's apprenticeship ceremony would be more solemn, only to realize he had overestimated her. Well, this is more like you. If Shi Yao truly became serious, I might not sleep at night. There is no need for Shi Yao to rush. Take your time. The apprenticeship ceremony is merely a formality, and I do not mind. Thank you. Master. Li Shi Yao felt immensely nervous, acutely aware she had misspoken. Yi Ching Han smiled, surprised to see this silly girl in a state of anxiety, stepping forward to guide her junior sister. Li Shi Yao. The intricate steps were bypassed by Yi Ching Han. The Lingxian Hall did not adhere to such formalities, and the master was indifferent to them. The beloved disciple, Li Shi Yao, performed the 3 bows of apprenticeship. First bow, respect for the master, establishing virtue and character. Li Shi Yao was also experiencing her first apprenticeship. She had never considered much until now. Yet at this moment, she hesitated not, following her sister's instructions to perform the bowing ceremony with utmost propriety. Second bow, for the transmission of knowledge and guidance. Shi Yao's expression turned serious. Yet her mind wandered to the wedding ceremony. Was it not also 3 bows? Clearing her mind, Li Shuyao earnestly performed the ritual. Akin to a vow. Since she was becoming a disciple, she must strive to be a good one. Third bow. In gratitude for the master's kindness, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Is there no need for reciprocal bows? Should it not be a bow to heaven and earth for the first, a bow to the parents for the second, and the third bow for the couple? Li Shuyao felt this was somewhat unfair. Why was she the only one bowing? However, recalling Sister Qinghan's words about respecting the master, it seemed this made sense. Rise. Yi Qinghan smiled as she stepped forward to assist her junior sister up. Her expression one of tender affection. Yes, Yu Cheng understood it was now his turn, collecting his thoughts before speaking. Disciple Shuyao possesses a pure heart, is eager to learn. I wish to accept you as the second beloved disciple of the Lingxian Hall. The path of the master lies in imparting knowledge, teaching, and resolving doubts. The path of the disciple lies in humility, patience, and respect for the master while being diligent in learning. Since you have entered the fold, I shall treat you well, bestowing all my teachings and leading by example, holding you to high standards that I hope Shuyao will diligently cultivate, respect the master, and learn the ways of the immortals to attain the great Tao. Master Su Cheng. His words moved Li Shuyao deeply. She felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier indifference. Clearly, the master and elder sister valued her greatly, and the holy mountain held the apprenticeship ceremony in high regard. Yet she had only just realized the true significance of becoming a disciple. I Shuyao bowed once more in gratitude, this time fully acknowledging her master. A fleeting smile passed across Yi Qinghan's face, quickly replaced by a prepared cup of tea. Please serve tea to the master as the beloved disciple. The 2 disciples stood side by side, each possessing their unique charm, one a national calamity, the other a harbinger of peace. I Shuyao donned a serene expression, carefully holding the teacup as she approached, exuding an air of a virtuous wife, causing Su Cheng to momentarily lose his train of thought. Gradually receiving the teacup, Su Cheng smiled with satisfaction. It seemed everything was preordained. Fate is not entirely in one's hands, yet human determination can sometimes overcome destiny. The apprenticeship ceremony was complete. The ceremony at the Lingxian Hall was distinct, featuring slight variations, such as the master's return gift occurring after the ceremony's conclusion. To be honest, Su Cheng was not particularly keen on hosting the apprenticeship ceremony. For someone who disliked trouble, it seemed rather daunting. However, since he was accepting a disciple, perhaps this was an indispensable part of the process. Each time he recalled this moment, it would surely evoke meaningful memories. Reflecting on accepting Qinghan, he remembered picking vegetables at the market just the day before. With no one to officiate, it was Yi Qinghan who sought apprenticeship and performed the 3 bows. It was also Yi Qinghan who brewed and served the tea, leaving this hapless master clueless. Perhaps it was Qinghan who taught him how to be a master, as Yu Cheng merely took a gentle sip. Although it was exquisite Dao tea, it had cooled and carried a slight bitterness. Nevertheless, Su Cheng did not mind. The waiting period was to ensure that Shuyao did not enter the Lingxian Hall in confusion, but rather made a thoughtful decision after reflecting on her intentions. Shuyao, I have prepared 6 gifts for you as a token of your apprenticeship. Li Shuyao was somewhat surprised. She had never heard of gifts, or she would not have been so troubled. To think there were gifts. Master, are they delicious? Not exactly. What are they? Su Cheng did not rush to respond. He merely waved his hand to signal Yi Qinghan to bring forth the items. Before long, Yi Qinghan returned from Su Cheng's quarters with the prepared 6 gifts, similarly divided into the upper 3 gifts and the lower 3 gifts. The upper 3 gifts included the chaos bell, the enchanting flowing skirt, and the jade pendant prepared by the master for her as a direct disciple. The lower 3 gifts comprised a pair of bells tied with red strings around the ankles, a gourd of unknown purpose, and a life-saving elixir identical to the one Yi Qinghan possessed. As for the lower 3 gifts, Su Cheng did not elaborate further, but they were all prepared for Li Shuyao by Su Cheng, suggesting they may possess unusual qualities. Yi Qinghan recognized the upper 3 gifts. The jade pendant was a common item. She already owned a celestial grade skirt, and she had even used the chaos bell once or twice. The life-saving elixir in the lower three gifts was also one she possessed. According to her master, with this elixir, even if one were to step half a foot into the realm of the dead, the master could pull them back. However, she had never heard of or seen the bells in the gourd. So many. Are these all for Shuyao? Li Shuyao exclaimed in disbelief, marveling at how generous her master was. Su Chang smiled, finding Li Shuyao's expression amusing, like a living meme. Indeed, but the master has a few more words of caution. The Chaos Bell is a treasured artifact that the master carries at all times. You must keep it with you, just like Qing Han, and never part with it. Shuyao nodded adorably. Mimicking her senior sister's tone, Shuyao will remember the master's teachings. Well, it's getting late. You and Qing Han should go rest. Tomorrow, I will teach you cultivation techniques. Qing Han was taken aback. Master, is that right? The two stunning beauties nodded in agreement, choosing not to disturb Su Chang's rest any further. As the second disciple, Li Shuyao occupied another room adjacent to the masteress. Yet at that moment, she didn't return to her own quarters, but followed Qing Han back to her room. Sister, since the master has bestowed gifts, Shuyao cannot take them all for herself. The Chaos Bell, Shuyao will keep that, and the rest can go to Sister Shuyao appeared like a pitiful creature subjected to unspoken rules, her expression one of meekness, sensing that her sister's mood had shifted since she laid eyes on the treasures. Qing Han was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Do you think your sister is jealous of the gifts the master gave you? Qing Han laughed heartily, finding Li Shuyao utterly adorable. No, since the junior sister received the master's gifts, it is only right to share with the elder sister. Do you think I would be so rude? The 6 gifts are the master's welcoming gifts for you. How could you dare give them away? If I tell the master, be prepared for a spanking. Oof. The moment Li Shuyao heard about the spanking, fear was evident on her face. Come, sit down, and let me explain. Since Qing Han had accepted this junior sister, she naturally felt a surge of patience. Supporting Li Shuyao as she sat down, Qing Han began to speak gently. The 6 welcoming gifts represent the master's regard for you, signifying your identity as a direct disciple. Each item is more precious than life itself, and Shuyao must take care to protect them. Shuyao nodded, but still asked, does sister have them too? Of course, while the 6 gifts may differ, they are quite similar. You have the Chaos Bell, I have the Frost Blade. You possess the enchanting flowing skirt, while I have the water sleeve glaze skirt. We are all akin in this regard. Li Shuyao nodded quietly, visibly relieved. Qing Han stifled a laugh, finding her little sister quite perceptive and clever. Do you know what these treasures are for? Li Shuyao dumped all 6 gifts onto Qing Han's desk, not out of boastfulness, but simply because she was unaware of their purposes. This Chaos Bell is a defensive artifact. I have used it twice, and it is quite powerful. Qing Han casually examined the Chaos Bell. Really? It doesn't look particularly special, Li Shuyao remarked, comparing it to her sister's Frost Blade and scabbard, which appeared far more impressive. Your sister's treasures are much more striking. This one looks like it was stolen from a random temple. Do not underestimate the Chaos Bell, though it may seem ordinary. I can assure you, this artifact is certainly on par with my Frost Blade. After explaining, Qing Han introduced Li Shuyao to all the treasures she was familiar with, clarifying that the Chaos Bell could not be stored in a spatial pocket. However, she was equally unfamiliar with the bells and the gourd. Has your sister never seen these 2 artifacts? The master's treasures are countless. While I have seen many, I have only used a FEWI in any case. Those that can be presented as 6 gifts to Shuyao are artifacts far exceeding celestial grade, and you must take good care of them. Far exceeding celestial grade? Li Shuyao nodded, shaking the bell before her, seemingly devoid of any magical power. In stark contrast to her sister Qing Han's formidable set of 6 gifts, Li Shuyao's appeared somewhat meager. Qing Han playfully pinched the tip of the naive girl's nose, realizing that her little sister was not being picky, but was genuinely confused. She then personally tied the bell around Li Shuyao's ankle. Can Shuyao not wear it? It feels rather like a little dog. No, what the master gives to Shuyao may not be of the highest grade, but rest assured, it is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. Li Shuyao nodded, albeit with skepticism, and then shook her ankle, producing a clear and melodious chime. Clearly, sister didn't with a bracelet given by the master. She must have been pretending to appease him, only donning the real one when going out. As Li Shuyao spoke, she also tugged at Yi Qinghan's sleeve. Why don't you learn from your sister's strengths? Yi Qinghan found it increasingly challenging to deal with the naive girl. Sensing that when she was clueless, she was genuinely dim, yet when she was clever, her reactions were remarkably swift. It had to be said, this girl observed everything with remarkable detail. Regardless, from this day forth, Shuyao is my junior sister, and I shall also present you with a gift. Wow! Really? Indeed. Yi Qinghan imitated Li Shuyao's playful demeanor, and it was surprisingly fitting. Without hesitation, Yi Qinghan produced an exquisite box from seemingly nowhere, containing the bracelet she had previously taken from Li Shuyao. Isn't this the one Shuyao gave to sister? Li Shuyao scratched her golden-haired little head, her small mind filled with confusion. Sister is returning the item she took? Is she apologizing? I'm sorry, Shuyao. Li Shuyao was even more bewildered. She knew Yi Qinghan's temperament, and in her lifetime, she had likely only heard her apologize to the master, let alone anyone else. The sister did not know that this was the heirloom left to you by your mother. Upon realizing this, she immediately sought to redeem it, paying 4 times the price. I hope Shuyao can forgive me. I truly did not know that. Li Shuyao sat in stunned silence, tears streaming down her face. She yearned to reclaim her mother's bracelet, but the only person she could think of who might retrieve it from Yi Qinghan was... Yet in reality, that person had also lost their sword to Yi Qinghan and had yet to reclaim it. Shuyao has never held it against sister. Yi Qinghan understood all too well the pain of losing loved ones. However, she had fled the northern lands, and her mother had left her nothing to remember her by. Thus, for her junior sister, who clung to the last remnant of her mother, Yi Qinghan had redeemed the bracelet at the price of 200,000 taels, 4 times the original amount, that night. Li Shuyao slept in Yi Qinghan's room. The frost pavilion was not cold, but throughout the night, she curled up in Yi Qinghan's embrace. Chapter 80. The treatment of new disciples. The 2 sisters arose early. As today the master had announced he would impart cultivation techniques to Li Shuyao, who was filled with anticipation. Sister, what are you doing? Why do you keep asking silly questions? Am I not washing my face? Do you think I'm drinking water? 6th elder said that fox demons are very clean and often use magical techniques to groom their fur and cleanse their bodies. Doesn't sister know how to do that? Li Shuyao stood nearby, her curiosity evident, as if she were on a scientific expedition. The master said that eating, sleeping, washing one's face, and brushing teeth are all part of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao wondered, is that true? Why has the master never told me? Sister, does the master not like Shuyao? Why has he never mentioned it to her? And he doesn't even want Shuyao to help wash his clothes. Shuyao must not be anxious. Didn't you hear the master say yesterday? Avoid arrogance and impatience. Shuyao thought her sister was the one who needed to heed that advice. Oh, sister, I was wrong. Just as Li Shuyao began to say something, Yi Qinghan reached out to spank her, and Li Shuyao dashed away. Sister, see? I told you that you need to avoid arrogance and impatience. Before Li Shuyao could finish, she saw something flying towards her that her sister had thrown. Amidst the flurry of activity, Su Cheng had just completed his morning ablutions in the sleeping quarters, with the presence of Li Shuyao added a lively ambience to the dawn. Although the formal apprenticeship had yet to be established, the system had already dispatched the rewards for Li Shuyao's initiation. This was akin to Yi Qinghan's experience, yet Yi Qinghan had, at that time, not only the martial arts techniques, but also sword formulas, while Li Shuyao possessed only the former. As the morning progressed, Ling Xin Hall was also abuzz with excitement. Following the sounds, Yi Qinghan, who was about to execute a disciplinary action on Li Shuyao, promptly set aside her domineering demeanor and respectfully greeted, Master. Having narrowly escaped a perilous situation, Li Shuyao hastily rose to offer her respects, exclaiming, Good morning, Master. Qinghan, do continue, Su Cheng said with a mischievous grin, not perceiving Yi Qinghan as the type to bully others. Rather, he suspected that it was Li Shuyao's sharp tongue that had provoked her. Upon hearing this, Li Shuyao immediately dashed behind Su Cheng, using him as a shield. Hey, Master, what are you doing? If I were to shield Shuyao, Qinghan would surely hold grievances against me. How could I, as her master, engage in such favoritism? Su Cheng chuckled heartily, finding Li Shiryao to be quite amusing. "Master, please don't tease Shiryao. You frightened her," Yi Qinghan remarked, unable to suppress her laughter at Li Shiryao's comical expression, as though she had stumbled into a den of wolves. "All right, this is the cultivation method I have prepared for you. Simply discard the one you were practicing before," Su Chang said, casually tossing the mysterious technique onto the table. Dubbed mysterious. It was not due to its enigmatic nature, but rather because that was its actual name. Su Chang had no means to scrutinize or practice it himself. Given Shiyao's aptitude, he presumed she would grasp it without extensive elaboration. By the way, Shiryao, I was not jesting earlier. Now that I have entrusted you with both the technique and a magical artifact, should you diligently cultivate and manage to overpower Qinghan, I shall not intervene on her behalf. Li Shiryao, momentarily taken aback by this proclamation, felt as though her master was being somewhat unreasonable. "You are giving me a technique, not a cheat?" Overpowering Sister Qinghan. She thought to herself that even her master might not be able to subdue Sister Qinghan. The very image was beyond Li Shiryao's comprehension. However, she dismissed it, knowing her sister would not truly harm her. It was merely playful banter between girls, turning her attention back to the technique on the table. "Wait, master, where is the technique?" As she reached out to grasp it, it seemed to have vanished. Li Shiryao began to circle around in search, even peeking beneath Yi Qinghan's skirt, yet it was nowhere to be found. Yi Qinghan, holding her skirt down, could only roll her eyes in exasperation. "Did I not mention last night? Master S techniques are quite unique. You need not carry them around in your bag or refer to them while cultivating. They're stored in the spiritual platform. Lingxian Hall has a spiritual platform. Did you not just place it on the table? Let go, and stop lifting my skirt." Li Shiryao promptly released her grip and took a few steps back. Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had acquired a disciple. "This leg of mine might just be the end of me. Thankfully, this world lacks stockings, or else I might perish at your hands before you ascend to become a demon emperor. Qinghan, go fetch some groceries for me." Though Yi Qinghan had intended to clarify matters for Li Shiryao, upon hearing her master's words, she turned in surprise. "Master, there is still plenty in the kitchen." Su Chang merely smiled. "Qinghan will go." Initially confused, Yi Qinghan quickly grasped the implication behind her master's gaze. If master could bestow upon her the chaos bell, was it not an act of trust? Why should she worry? Her master's look simply conveyed the desire for Shiryao to comprehend the technique on her own. Considering Li Shiryao was indeed a prodigy, it was only natural that her presence here made her wish to rely on her sister for everything. The master and disciple departed their separate ways. And though Li Shiryao felt a tinge of oddity, she could not discern any flaw in the situation. "Why is everyone leaving?" Li Shiryao pouted, her expression one of endearing grievance. She watched wistfully as the two figures moved in opposite directions. Akin to sand slipping through her fingers, she yearned to call out to her master, but the latter had already fled, and upon calling for her sister, she found her vanished in an instant. Li Shiryao began her search for the so-called spiritual platform. It was not until near mealtime that Yi Qinghan and Su Chang emerged from their quarters. Yet at that moment, Li Shiryao was nowhere to be found. Currently, Li Shiryao was immersed in the spirit pool hall, diligently practicing the technique. After thoroughly searching the entire Lingxian Hall, she finally realized her folly upon discovering the spirit pool hall. Resolutely, she submerged herself in the pool and commenced her cultivation. Initially, she thought little of it, but soon she sensed something was amiss. At the moment of switching techniques, her original golden core cultivation plummeted to the mid-stage foundation establishment. Why am I late? Yet she distinctly felt herself growing stronger. How could her cultivation regress to the foundation establishment stage? Li Shiryao, undeterred, continued to practice, but the more she trained, the more alarmed she became. Instead of progressing, her cultivation regressed further, now teetering at the early foundation establishment. If this continued, she might revert to the qi refinement stage. "Sister, please help me, Shiryao." Li Shiryao, clad only in her undergarments, dashed out, tears streaming down her face. However, Su Chang was busy cooking, leaving only Yi Qinghan outside the hall. Seeing the distressed, naked Li Shiryao, she hurried over. "Shiryao, why are you not dressed?" "Sister, master is bullying me. I practiced the technique master gave me, and now I'm only at the early foundation establishment stage. If I keep going..." ILL regressed to Qi refinement. Li Shiryao felt a mix of anger and grievance. Her master was clearly taking advantage of her status as a new disciple, deliberately leading her astray. Truly, her master was a rascal. Although Yi Qinghan recognized that Li Shiryao appeared to be at the golden core stage, she understood the underlying reason. Compared to her master's technique, Li Shiryao's golden core was merely at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 81. Master in Truth. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, Li Shiryao's golden core was no more than the prowess of an 8th or 9th level Qi refiner. Why Yi Qinghan sighed in resignation, knowing that Li Shiryao's little mind must believe her master was bullying her. Sister, that's not true. Shiryao is genuinely at the golden core stage. Though Shiryao may be playful, the elders are quite strict. I have never neglected my training. Li Shiryao, still unclothed, nestled into her sister's embrace, shaking her head vehemently. She wished to explain herself, yet her words faltered. Yi Qinghan, donning an affectionate yet exasperated expression, scooped Li Shiryao into a princess carry and returned her to the spirit pool hall. Firstly, it was likely that their master's physique could not withstand such magical assaults. Secondly, this habit of being unclothed needed to be rectified. In the adjacent female disciple's changing room, Li Shiryao, exhausted from crying, began to hiccup. All right, stop crying. When I was cultivating, I was just like this, though my realm diminished. Shiryao truly has grown stronger. What if you fell to the foundation establishment stage? ISNT sister also at the mid-stage foundation establishment. Li Shiryao, seated opposite her sister, was utterly despondent, after so many years of arduous training to finally reach the golden core stage. How could she regress to the early foundation establishment stage in such a short time?